Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story.
Fate, Zero Sanity. Chapter 15, Collateral Damage. Good Times. Author note. Welcome everybody to the latest installment of Fate, Zero Sanity. Over 25,000 views. Awesomeness. Oswald, rejoice brethren. For the moment you have been waiting for has arrived. The new Fate Stay Night anime, which apparently features an entirely new scenario written by Nasu, will launch in fall 2014. Even now, I'm counting down the days towards then. Here's the link on YouTube/watch. V equals PBR Kisejivai 0 for anyone curious enough to look. But in other news, finally, the battle you have been waiting for has arrived. Avenger, after some filler. Disclaimer, please refer to chapters 1 to 11 for the disclaimer. Anytime I need to add something else to it, I'll mention in the needed chapter. Soul, let's get this show on the road. Afternoon, Fuyuki Hyatt Hotel. All right, did you all get the plan? Kenneth asked the assembled around the table. My job is to deflect Archer's projectiles, Lancer replied. I need to wait for an opening and hit him hard. Castor continued. And I need to stay here, in case something goes wrong. Soli Ui finished with some disappointment in her tone. And I will infiltrate the manor and confront Tokiomi Tosaka personally. Kenneth finished, pleased that everyone understood their roles. He knew that Soli Ui didn't want to stay here. She wanted to be out there in the field with them and watch a true battle between servants. However, in terms of combat ability, she had little to none. It was safer for her to remain within the hotel, where the bounded fields could protect her. At the very least, they would allow to sense danger and summon Castor to her side. So when do we go in? Castor asked, already getting pumped up for a fight. I'm all fired up. Kenneth sighed. Castor could have easily have become a berserker, with all that boundless energy and lack for anything resembling strategic planning. Not until tonight. Remember, we're forbidden from fighting in daylight, at least in public. All right. Castor responded, already wandering off. I'll be on the roof if you need me. Soli Ui watched him go, then got up as well, no doubt to join him. Now, only Lancer and Kenneth were left in the room. Kenneth found himself feeling somewhat awkward. He hadn't had a chance to ask Lancer about why he had wanted to have a family despite having everything else a person of his standing could want. Now, while he realized this was the perfect chance to ask, he couldn't find it in himself to do so. Well, Lancer began, jarring Kenneth out of his thoughts. You obviously have something on your mind. Just say it. Well, I wanted to ask a bit of a personal question. A part of Kenneth's mind marveled at his choice of words. He never thought he would be speaking to a servant this way. Normally, he would speak as if addressing a person of lesser standing to himself. To someone like Lancer, however, that would be the equivalent of spitting in his face, an action that would have likely have meant death to any who did so. When you were alive, you were one of the 4 emperors of the seas. You had everything a person could ever desire. Fame, wealth, power, prestige, it was all yours for the taking. But you never really cared about all that. You only wanted a very simple thing, a family. Lancer was silent, his face betraying nothing as he listened. My question is why? Why did you desire a family over all of that? Lancer continued his silence, then sighed. Tell me something, master. Exactly who and what are you? Kenneth was confused for a moment. Then, deciding to play along, answered truthfully. I am the 9th head of the Archibald Magus family. I am a very wealthy and successful nobleman, a renowned magus from the Mages Association, and a Euryphus lecturer in the Department of Spiritual Evocation. I see, Lancer said as he nodded his head sagely. So obviously, you are part of what many would consider the cream of the crop, the top of the food chain, as it were. Yes. Tell me something then. Are you happy with all of that? Have you found any true joy out of having all these things? Kenneth began, then stopped. Now that he thought about it, he had always felt dissatisfied with his lot in life, despite obviously having a lot which at least 70% of the world would kill for. It was his whole motivation for winning the war in the first place after all, obtaining fame and glory to satisfy himself. No, I can't say I have. Lancer then nodded. That's why I never truly cared for such things. Such material possessions, while certainly useful and beautiful, ultimately mean nothing in the end. If I controlled my crew with only my wealth or reputation, they would follow, but ultimately abandon me in my hour of need. My children would have left me to die at Mainford when Squard believed I had betrayed them. Such loyalty, honor, and companionship cannot simply be bought, no matter how great the sum. He then tapped Kenneth on the chest. I treated my crew as the family I never truly had. I was hard on them, but only when I needed to be. I showed them compassion and guidance when it was required, and instilled punishment when it was needed. It may not seem like much, but when your crew consists of people who civilized life would never accept into its ranks, it makes all the difference to know that the person you entrust your very life to will never abandon you. He leaned back into his chair, hearing it creak dangerously as he put more pressure on it. I treated them like family because I wanted to know what it felt like to have people who would never betray you no matter what your circumstances. If you were hurt, sad, angry, drunk, sick, or even dying, they would still stand by you. I succeeded, and I never regretted it. Kenneth was silent as he digested his servant's words. He himself had made many acquaintances over the years, fellow magi in their studies, important businessmen, high-ranking officials, and he realized that the only reason they had truly worked with him was either because he was one of the finest minds in his field or they wished to take advantage of his influence and wealth. The number among them who would have done so if he had neither money nor status could be counted with a closed fist. It was a sobering realization to understand that he was practically alone on the planet. Even his own family only associated with him when they needed to, having taught him to the letter what it meant to be a magus. Yet, the answer he had sought still eluded him. "Why are you so curious to know?" Lancer asked, his voice bringing him out of his thoughts. "I didn't take you for the kind of man who cared about what those beneath him thought." Kenneth sensed some slight mockery in that last part, but paid it no mind. Deciding he practically had nothing left to lose, knowing he had thrown away his pride when he had asked his servant in the first place, he answered truthfully, "I have been having second thoughts about what I want to use the Grail for. I wanted to use the Grail to bring me fame and glory, but after seeing your life in the dreams, I wanted to make my wish have more meaning than that." He then took a breath to gather his thoughts, then continued, "But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't decide it on anything else. I tried reading an old favorite book of mine, even reading the radical thesis that one of my students had given me on Magus bloodlines." He didn't mention that he thought that Waver might have actually been onto something when he reread it, because there were some things a man like Kenneth just couldn't admit to, but that still failed. "So I decided I would ask you, the very person who had created these self-doubts for me, why you chose what you did, hoping that I could divine some answer from you." Here, he gave a brief bark of self-mocking laughter. "And yet, I feel no closer to discovering it now than when I began." Lancer was silent, then stood up. "Perhaps you should stop trying to figure what you could want, and focus on what you do want." Kenneth rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Genius. And what do you suggest I do want? Fame? Glory? Power? Love?" He had meant the last as just a throwaway remark, but Lancer seized it. "Why not love?" His master stopped, opened his mouth to release a sarcastic reply, then closed it just as quickly as he began to process exactly what Lancer had said. "I'm already engaged to Soliyui." Lancer raised an eyebrow. "Really? Not to be rude, but she doesn't seem to be so happy about said engagement." "It's an arranged marriage," Kenneth responded with just a hint of sadness. "She never had a choice in the matter." Lancer scratched the back of head. "That would explain the occasional angry look, the willingness to jump to our aid when you're angry, and why she doesn't mind disagreeing with you." He then looked at Kenneth questioningly. "Do you love her? Why do you care? You wouldn't have attempted to make her that breakfast that one time otherwise." Kenneth gave his servant a glare, then sighed. "Yes, I do love her, but she doesn't. She believes I'm a coward, foolish, overconfident, and a bigot." Lancer didn't bother to say that those 4 words actually described his master pretty well, at least at one point. "Then why not use the Grail to wish for her love?" "No," Kenneth immediately replied, showing a sense of resolve that Lancer had never seen. "If I will earn her love, I will do it out of my efforts, not because of a wish. I want her to love me, but not like that." Lancer looked at his master one more time before getting up with a sigh. "Then I have nothing else to suggest for now, master. Perhaps inspiration will strike you as we fight Archer tonight." With that, he left the room, no doubt to grab a drink. Kenneth continued to sit, his mind once again attempting to decide what he wanted with his wish, mentally cursing himself and Lancer for not providing any real help. To hell with it, he finally decided. "I'll think about it later. I have a battle to prepare for." Rooftop. Castor stood on top of the building, taking a moment to just watch the sunset. He grinned to himself, remembering with nostalgia similar moments he spent in his past life. The grin slowly started to turn into a frown as he remembered the events of that day. "Castor," his master's voice rang out, drawing him out of his moment of self-reflection. He turned, noticing her standing behind him. "Do you mind if I join you?" He flashed his trademark smile. "Why not?" He then sat down, patting a place for her to sit as well. Soliyui hesitated for a moment, then walked over and sat down beside him. Castor looked at her, able to tell what was bugging her. "Mad about not coming with us?" Soliyui sighed. "I know why Kenneth doesn't want me to come, but I want to. I want to watch you fight, to watch a true battle between servants with my own eyes and my own wish on the line." Castor smiled as he looked back at the sunset. "I know how you feel. I get that feeling every time I saw my friends fight a battle without me." He looked back at her. "But he's right about this. You can't exactly fight back in the battle we're about to go into. It's safer here for you. Besides," he continued, the smile getting even larger, "you know how it's going to end. We're going to kick Goldie's ass and come back victorious." "How do you do that?" Soliyui asked. "Do what? Keep that positive attitude, no matter what happens. You could be facing Hell's legions themselves and still crack a joke about it." I did that actually," he replied nonchalantly. ignoring her expression of surprise. But that's just the kind of guy I am. I still have a hard time wrapping my mind around that, honestly. You defeated an wind assassin, stopped an evil demon's revival, fought a literal Iron Man, and stopped one of the most powerful wizards in the world from reviving a dark force. That's all you've seen so far? Castor asked incredulously. I think you're only a fourth of the way there. Soleyua just stared at him in disbelief. Was he really serious that there was more? Don't worry, he added, noticing the look. You'll probably see it all soon. She just stared at him for a moment longer, then shook her head with a small smile. His optimism was truly infectious, and some of her darker thoughts were already fading away. By the way, I've been wondering something. What? What does Caneth mean to you? Soleyua looked back at Castor, unprepared for the question. He looked back. I mean, you usually give him angry looks when he's not looking, and I know enough about him from your memories to know why you don't like him. But I've also seen him smile his brightest when you're around, and he did make you breakfast that one time. Ah yes, that was another question that was floating around in her head recently. What did Caneth mean to her? At one time, he had been someone she hated, being forced to marry against her will because of her father. He was overconfident, cowardly, and arrogant. Everything she despised in other people, men particularly. But after a time, he had shown another side of himself. His manner was less quick to anger, and he actually seemed to have more respect for her than before. The air of superiority to others was still there, but it was far less pronounced. His overconfidence had stopped showing as often, and his manner had become more subdued. Not to mention the breakfast moment, which was the closest he had ever come to showing true concern for her. Soleyua was silent for a moment, then answered as truthfully as she could. I don't know, honestly. I hated him when we first met, and I still do somewhat. But at the same time, he's no longer that man who makes me sick every time I look at him. So you love him? I tolerate him, with some level of respect. Castor grinned at that, and went back to watching the sunset. Soleyua shook her head and joined in. It truly was beautiful, a deep scarlet like Castor's deadliest flames. And a part of prayed that it wasn't an omen of innocent blood being spilled. Nighttime, penthouse suite. Thank God, Avenger said to himself as he watched the moon rise in the night sky. I know I said I'd wait till tonight, but it feels like 6 or 7 weeks in reality. He glanced down at himself to see if he looked presentable. Normal wear, perfect. Hat stylish. Glasses, still awesome. Guns. He looked down again, a slight frown on his face as he checked his black pistol, the Jackal. The setup just felt incomplete without the Cassul accompanying it. Oh well, that Rin girl will take care of it. Besides, I was beating enemies apart with one gun long before I started using two. Turning around, he turned off the TV, which had just started go into a coverage of a fire which had completely consumed some old manor, and opened the door. Time to fight some servants. Tosaka Estate. Tokiomi sat in his study, his normally ever-present glass of wine untouched from when he had last poured it. Drinking wine was the last thing on his mind this night. Sakura was dead, so what cause was there to drink? Tokiomi was not the kind of man who drank away his sorrows. He looked down on such people, considering them fools and uncouth. He was also not the type of man who allowed his emotions to get the better of him, be it anger, sorrow, or happiness. He preferred to justify his actions with practicality and facts. The Matsu Manor was still the home of Korea, as much as the master of Berserker might deny it, and therefore could still serve as a potential base of operations for him. With Soken's death, the chances of him using it were much higher, and who knew exactly what artifacts of power the old worm might have left behind. As much as he appreciated Korea's aid, Tokiomi couldn't leave his enemy such a valuable resource. Yes, his reasons for burning the entire Matsu Manor to the ground and scattering the ashes were entirely logical and practical, and had absolutely nothing with the raging emotions that threatened to send him into a spiral of depression. Either way, the act of burning down the manor still hadn't changed things. His daughter Sakura was dead. He hadn't told Aoi or Rin about it yet, but he knew he couldn't keep it a secret forever. They would begin to wonder the moment they saw the news broadcast about the manor's destruction, and he had no idea how to break it to either of them. He shook his head, then glanced over towards his wine glass. Sometimes, he briefly thought to himself as his hand began to stray towards the glass out of habit. I truly wonder if alcohol helps with sorrow on some level. A brief fluttering at the edge of his senses was his only warning. Tokiomi's eyes widened as he felt his wards dispel in the presence of some extremely powerful magecraft. Castor. He just managed to erect his own shielding before an explosion engulfed his entire study. Fuyuki Church. Assassin stood up from his sitting position on the floor, making a gesture for Kirii to cover his Sharingan. His master had done well so far, having shown the capacity to use it for up to 10 minutes at a time without needing to stop to recover. I'm afraid this is where we must cut the lesson short. Kirii looked at him in mild surprise as he did as motioned. Why? Tokiomi Tosaka is under attack. It wouldn't be right to let our ally fight alone now, would it? Assassin responded as he began to teleport away, the action making it clear to Kirii he was to stay here. He did not mind. He understood that he wasn't ready yet, nor was he particularly eager to have a repeat of his last experience. Remember to stay linked. As you command, Master Kirii, was the reply as his servant completely vanished. Outside the Tosaka Manor. All right, Castor cheered as he raced out from his cover at the edge of the clearing. Let's do this. Idiot. Kenneth yelled after him, completely forgetting the fact he was supposed to be hidden. You're supposed to wait. Too late. He's gone. Lancer responded unhelpfully, watching Castor clear half the courtyard. I'll go back him up. Yes, please, you do that. His master responded with an irritated sigh. Just make sure Archer doesn't skewer him. Right. And with that, Lancer was charging after him. Kenneth sighed to himself. It had been the plan to overwhelm Tokiomi's wards with Castor's magic, and then launch a concentrated attack on Tokiomi's study before the other Magus could recover. The plan had then called for them to wait and see if Archer turned up before striking, during which the two servants would fight him while Kenneth himself dueled Tokiomi. Keyword had been wait. Unfortunately, Castor wasn't one for such plans and charged in recklessly. Now, both servants were charging into the unknown, with no idea of whether or not Archer was even. The familiar whoosh of opening portals and twang of fired weaponry filled the air. Lancer, having heard the warning signs, thrust out his fists, his shockwaves successfully deflecting Archer's hail of deadly rain. Kenneth looked about for a moment, then caught sight of the golden-armored servant, his arms crossed in front of his chest as more weapons filled the air about him. The battle was about to begin. The blonde master shook his head, then, making sure his concealment spell was still active, began to make his way to the manor. Today has been rather entertaining. Archer mused to himself as he watched Castor and Lancer prepare themselves. First I watched Tokiomi burn some worms to ash, then I begin bug-killing duty. Then Tokiomi burns a mansion down, and now I'm fighting a pair of foolish mongrels. What'll I see next? Hey, Castor yelled out, snapping him out his reverie. Touring his head, Archer looked down on Castor, who stared back with a determined expression. He smiled in spite of himself. He would take great pleasure in breaking this one. Suddenly, Castor smiled and raised a hand in greeting. How you been, Goldie? That was a close one. You should watch where you're aiming. Archer's smile faded. Forget about breaking him. He dies now. He fired 24 weapons without hesitation. This was no random collection of inventory, however. Each weapon in the swarm had high anti-magic properties, and at least half had particularly high anti-fire properties as well. Archer had no intentions of having a repeat of what happened with Berserker in their first battle. Unfortunately for Archer, he was forced to watch his treasures scatter like leaves in the wind in front of Castor before being sent flying himself by a second shockwave from Lancer. Concentrating, he summoned a defensive noble phantasm, which broke his fall and took Castor's fire breath attack before dispelling. You mongrels! Archer yelled as he fired a dozen more weapons at Castor and Lancer, who dodged and deflected them respectively before releasing their respective long-range techniques. Once again, he summoned a defensive noble phantasm to deflect the attacks. This stalemate continued for about another 2 minutes, firing and deflecting from both sides. All of Archer's efforts to skewer his enemies were ruined by Lancer's shockwaves deflecting his treasures, and all of his enemies' efforts to kill him were stopped thanks to his defensive noble phantasms. Not this time, though, Archer thought to himself as he finally mentally found the item he was looking for in his vault. When he had stated at the banquet the number of items housed in his treasury had long ago surpassed his knowledge, he hadn't been lying. However, as his treasury's caretaker, he was capable of summoning any item from within as long as his demands were specific enough. If he demanded a weapon capable of killing his enemies quickly, the gate would provide, and show him every item that could do so. A demand along the lines of a weapon capable of killing someone like Lancer quickly and making it past his barriers was more specific, and therefore would provide a much smaller choice in armaments. True, the process actually went quicker if he knew the name of the weapon he was searching for, but he only knew the exact names of roughly 60 or so of the tens of thousands stored, and the demand process worked well enough anyways. Besides, he rarely bothered to use the weapons for their special abilities themselves anyways, so those had been memorized more out of boredom than anything else. He found 5 weapons that would suit his purposes. Keeping his defensive shields up, he summoned the 5 about him before taking one of them into his hands. The demonic, red spear glowed brightly in the moonlight, and he nodded his head in appreciation, the movement obscured from his opponents due to their attacks battering his shields and the translucency of the shields themselves. Lancer was getting impatient. He knew that, as Kenneth had planned, Castor and himself were following the plan to AT. Archer was completely helpless against his own shockwaves destroying his main method of attack, and the best he could do was deflect everything the two of them were throwing back at him. The main plan was, if they couldn't defeat Archer, simply hold him off until Kenneth could infiltrate the manor and kill the Tosaka. Kenneth had remained confident throughout the planning period that he best Archer's master in a fair duel. Lancer had to silently admit that while Kenneth occasionally showed an arrogance rivaling that of some of the world nobles of his world, he had the power to back it up. Anyways, once Tokiomi was dead, Archer, without a master, would be easy prey for the combined might of the two servants. Independent action be damned. Lancer himself, as well as Castor, weren't completely on board with the plan. They were straightforward fighters, preferring to fight and win head-on in a fair fight, nothing to do with deception and cloak and dagger. Neither of them liked the idea of just serving as a distraction either. Regardless, the plan was working just fine so far, so he couldn't argue with that. He shook himself out of his thoughts as he heard the familiar whoosh of Archer firing his gate. Right on cue, for weapons, one aimed at Castor and three at Lancer, rushed out to meet them head-on. Seriously, doesn't he have anything new to show us? Lancer thought as his body responded instinctively, his shockwaves striking Archer's treasures. What Lancer didn't expect was the weapon's responses. The golden projectile fired at Castor exploded, releasing a powerful blast of lightning which immediately attempted to shock Castor into oblivion. Unknown to either of them, that particular weapon was Vajra, the weapon appearing in the Vedic mythology of ancient India, the manifestation of the god Indra's lightning. Destroy it, and the lightning within would immediately fry any foolish enough to be too close. The three weapons fired at Lancer, an axe, scythe, and scimitar respectively, were deflected by the shockwave, but immediately changed course to come flying back at him at the speeds of a fighter jet. I really need to stop pushing my luck by thinking things like that, he thought to himself as they came closer, his eyes narrowing. Some sort of tracking weaponry. He smiled grimly as he began charging his Bicinto with his power. Let's see if they can track when blown to pieces. It took 1 second for the items to reach him. More than enough time. He swung as they neared him, the white light of his weapon striking the scimitar and shattering it. The sheer force of the swing was even enough to deflect the other two weapons, which immediately swung around again to strike from two different directions. It took half a second this time. Better, but not quite enough. His Bicinto met the axe and shattered it as easily as the scimitar, but the scythe came at an angle which allowed to avoid the worst of the resulting force wind, and actually managed to hit him and draw blood. Luckily, it only struck him in the side of his left leg, and not even hard enough to come out the other side. It hurt his pride more than his body. Meanwhile, Castor's mind raced as the lightning prepared to engulf him, already realizing he couldn't dodge or gather enough magic to deflect it in time, before grinning. All right, if I can't do any of that, he thought as he opened his mouth as if to exhale flames. Let's see if I can do this. Instead of exhaling, he inhaled, drawing the majority of the lightning into his mouth and converting it into prana. He nearly choked as the lightning inside of his mouth still shocked him and continued to do so as it dissolved, while his body spasmed in pain as the remaining lightning shocked him on the outside, leaving some minor electric burns. But it was preferable to the alternative of being blown to pieces. I really should stop doing that to any magic other than fire, he thought to himself as the spasming finally stopped. It's not good for me. Archer narrowed his eyes at the sight of both his enemies still alive, then hefted the spear. He honestly didn't expect the attacks to work, but he hoped that they would do a little more than that. He was also even more incensed at the sight of not only Lancer destroying his treasures, but Castor having the gall to eat one of them. Even so, they had been a useful distraction. Taking aim for Lancer, who as of this point was still in the process of crushing the axe, he began to call out the name of the weapon, even though part of him wanted to turn it on Castor. Gi Balg, the legendary cursed spear which would always pierce the heart of its target, held by the legendary Siuchulin. It was true, while the ability to use its legendary one-hit kill was beyond him due to not possessing enough familiarity with the lance itself or being its true wielder, it still had an unbelievable amount of energy and power available to it that allowed it to do so. The ability to use the lance as a javelin, which would release that power in a massive explosion, on the other hand, was well within his skills. Archer doubted that either of his opponents knew enough about its legend to realize the significance of it anyways. He himself only just learned it. Whenever he chose to wield a weapon specifically, his treasury would immediately tell him the item's name, its legend, and most importantly, how to use it to fullest extent available to him. Bulb, the crimson spear of death responded to the name, glowing with a bloody light as it left his hands and streaked towards Lancer. By this point, he had just ripped the scythe out of his leg and smashed it to dust. He heard the shout and turned to face what would become his oncoming death. Immediately, he released a shockwave, which the lance completely plowed through like tissue paper. Not hesitating for a moment, Lancer then did the only thing he could think of that might work. Charging his Bicinto with his power, he then swung it with all his might against the cursed spear. Unstoppable force met immovable object. Gi Balg, a blood-red light of raw destruction, met the full strength of the Gurugura no Mi-empowered Whitebeard, who had long stood as a wall of pure power. Red and white light briefly warred with each other before becoming a massive explosion which engulfed the entire courtyard for a good 5 seconds. When it was over, Archer and Castor saw no movement from the dust. A little earlier, inside the manor, Kenneth blew a hole in the Tosaka manor with volumen hydrogram, deciding the time for subtlety had long since passed. He knew that Lancer and Castor could take care of themselves against Archer, but now was the time to deal with his master. A part of Kaneth actually couldn't help but be eager. From what he understood, Tokiomi Tosaka was the most powerful and respected magus competing in this war aside from himself. It would be an honor and privilege to fight someone else of high standing. This was actually one of the things he had been truly looking forward to during the early days of the war. A part of him even hoped Tokiomi hadn't been injured during the surprise attack. Not because he was overtly concerned with his well-being, but it wouldn't be right to begin a proper duel without both of them in ready condition. There were standards men like themselves followed, after all. I am Kaneth Archibald L. Malloy, the ninth head of the Archibald family and master of the Servant Lancer. Kaneth shouted as he reached the center of the seemingly empty main room, several minutes later. Tokiomi Tosaka, come out here so that we may do battle. The winner shall receive the honor and privilege to continue vying for the Holy Grail. Of course, by winner, Kaneth meant himself in every sense of the word. There was silence for a long moment. Then he heard the telltale sounds of feet walking. Turning his head, Kaneth beheld the sight of Tokiomi walking down a flight of stairs, cane in hand and solemn expression on his face, seemingly no worse for wear from the explosion in his study save for his clothes being ruffled. I am Tokiomi Tosaka, current head of the Tosaka family and master of the servant archer, the man replied calmly. I welcome you to my home, even if you have made a mess of my study, wall, and courtyard. Well then, with the formalities out of the way, I suppose we can get started. Kaneth replied with a smirk, some of his former arrogance coming back to the fore. Let's have this duel commence then. I'm afraid I'll have to decline your gracious offer, Archibald, came the surprising blunt reply. I would recommend you leave while you have the chance. You are currently outmatched. Kaneth's smirk slowly morphed into a scowl. Did this Oriental believe he was his superior? Don't believe I am some third-rate magus, Tosaka. My skills in magecraft are your equal, if not your superior. You either underestimate me or overestimate yourself to believe I will fall so easily. Tokiomi shook his head, sighing in a way that could interpret it as a gesture of pity. It appears that you have drawn the wrong conclusion. I do not doubt your abilities as a magus, and I willingly admit you could likely defeat me in combat. Then what do you mean? Kaneth asked, before grimacing from a pain in his marked hand. Looking down at it, he noticed they were flashing, coinciding with the moment Lancer was stabbed in the leg. His heart began to sink as a feeling of dread began to worm its way into his stomach, recognizing the signs as the fact his servant was in danger. That feeling only grew as he looked up and saw the servant assassin standing alongside Tokiomi Tosaka. I was referring to your servant and his ally. Present time, outside. No. Castor thought to himself as he tried to see some form of movement in the dust cloud, some sign of his partner's survival. He saw none. No, come on Lancer. You're better than that. You're not lame enough to die without a fight. Castor cried out, a part of him hoping his voice would stir some response. Again, he saw nothing. Brief flashes of memory came to him. The sight of his guild, reduced to ashes by the breath of the Dragon King. His best friend Grey, frozen solid and shattered by some demon. Urza, her life being sucked away by a dark wizard's power. Lucy, as she stood helpless in front of slashing talons. All because of him. Now, had another had joined their ranks? Dimly, he heard Archer's voice. Good riddance to that old fool. The dimness began crystal clear in a heartbeat. Immediately, he turned around, releasing a blast of fire from his mouth like the dragon who taught him straight at Archer, vengeance and anger burning in his heart. How dare he make light of his comrade's death? Never again. Castor thought to himself as he attacked. I won't let my comrade's death go in vain again. Archer immediately deflected with his shieldings. Unfortunately, this particular shielding was especially useful against magical attacks only, as Archer assumed that Castor didn't have the physical strength to directly pose a threat to him anyways. Archer found out firsthand how dead wrong he was when Castor's fist tore through it like tissue and plowed into his armored gut. If it wasn't for the fact he wore that golden armor, which also provided improved magical resistance and protected him against B-rank attacks, that fist would have gone straight through him. Even so, the punch was still enough to send Archer flying into the manor, where he crashed through the wall. The only thought on his mind as he smashed into said wall was, when did he start shooting fire and lightning out of his fist? Castor looked down at himself in surprise, just noticing himself what Archer experienced firsthand. In his anger, he hadn't even realized he activated lightning flame dragon mode, but the lightning surrounding his form was proof enough. The faint whoosh sound was all the warning he got before several more weapons nearly skewered him. Thanks to his increased speed, however, he avoided such a fate. He then looked back at the hole in the wall, only to be greeted with the sight a very pissed-off Archer coming out, the air behind him literally filled with so much weaponry that it looked like a solid wall of steel. Now comes the part where I kill you, mongrel, he stated calmly, as if it was the most obvious fact in the world. And then I will mount what's left of you as a trophy on my wall. Castor gave him the middle finger, but there was no humor in his voice. Give it your best shot, Goldie. Archer obliged, firing en masse at Castor. His opponent charged directly into it all, his prana burst activating, his fire and lightning blasting all about himself as a literal magic shield. So intent upon facing each other, neither of them noticed as the dust settled. There was no sign at all of Lancer's body or even any remains. But more importantly, neither noticed the red-clad form of Avenger smiling as he finally stepped off of his vantage point on a tree to join the fight. Guess I'm gonna have more fun than I thought. Same time, within the manor. The room where the two masters was completely silent. They both simply stood in their respective places, simply staring with surprised eyes. But it was not surprise directed at each other. Rather, it was at the sight of a bloody and battered, but still very much alive Lancer. The servant, quite plainly, looked like shit. His left leg still bled and his cloak was ripped, along with what appeared to be ash streaks all over. But the sight that caught both of their attentions was the condition of his right side, particularly his right arm. It literally looked like someone had tried to put it in a meat grinder, but the blades couldn't quite tear all the way through, only taking his skin. His arm was even worse off, with the entire thing looking like it had been given second-degree burns before sliced with lawnmower blades all over. Still, it was hard to tell the exact damage due to the blood that covered it, which continued to drip onto the ground. His bicinto was completely wrecked, the blade practically melted and the staff portion having lost a third of its length, ending in a jagged point. Despite this, he was still alive, if not completely recovered from whatever happened to him. That was actually part of the reason both masters stared at him in disbelief, as his injuries were severe enough to kill most servants. The other part was that neither of them had expected him to appear at all. He had, quite literally, appeared just as a massive explosion rocked the entire manor grounds. Only Assassin had noticed one of the command seals on Kenneth's hand disappear. Apparently, the blonde-haired magus had managed to summon his servant to his side without voicing the command by using one of his seals subconsciously, if the surprised look was any indication. Interesting. To be able to do so without even so much as saying his servant's name could only be done if the master had a sufficiently strong enough bond with his servant. From what he had gathered, Kenneth wasn't such a man. Perhaps in the heat of the moment, while he was still feeling the pain from the seals, Kenneth had thought of Lancer, and, since he had been in a life-threatening situation, it was enough to summon him? Regardless, this meant there were two masters down to one command seal, and both were in the same room with him with the only other servant half dead. He briefly entertained the thought of killing them all here and now, grateful that Kirai's ability to link with his mind to see his actions didn't allow him to read his thoughts. Assassin, Tokiomi's voice called out, breaking him out of said musings. You can stop standing there and kill them now, please. Oh well, he still needed Tokiomi anyways, in the grand scheme of things. Kenneth and Lancer were dead weight in the long run. Assassin jumped off and drew his canine knife with his left hand, and Kenneth, realizing what was about to happen, sent Volumen Hydrogram in desperate effort to slow him down. In a moment of whim, Assassin decided to deal with the powerful mystic code with his Rinnegan, remembering how he decided to deal with Kiritsugu and Korea and how that had ended up. Raising his right arm, he concentrated. Then the entire arm from the elbow down transformed into a futuristic arm cannon, like he was some sort of cyborg. Shura no Ko, Azura attack. With that, a blast of pure chakra left it and blew Volumen Hydrogram to pieces in the time it took to blink. When Kenneth attempted to call the mystic code back together, he realized with growing horror that it was moving far slower than it should have. Ah yes, he loved that. If used properly, chakra could be a blade, useful to sever connections, be it nerves, chakra connections, and, with some modifications, even cut magic bonds. His cannon blast had more or less completely severed the magic bonds inside the blob of mercury, leaving it as nothing more than liquid metal. The fact it was still able to come together and be manipulated, albeit much slower, was a true testament to Kenneth's mastery of his craft and the work he put into making the code. Not that it mattered in the end, though. Assassin then allowed his arm to turn back to normal and raised his knife. After all, it still wouldn't save Kenneth's life either way. The next thing he knew, he was smashing through a wall, his chest feeling like someone rammed a raisin gun into it. If it wasn't for the fact he still had the Azura Path's power activated, and therefore possessed enhanced durability, he probably would have had crushed every organ in his upper chest save his heart in the process. Nothing to worry about in the long run, but an annoyance nonetheless. No you don't, masked man, were Lancer's only words as he assumed a battle stance, his left arm glowing with his power and his right still gripping his wrecked weapon. Assassin allowed himself the moment to dust himself off before coming back in. I really should have learned from my life's mistakes. You never turn your back on the enemy unless you know they stopped breathing or there's nothing left of them. He swung up his arm in cannon form once again and fired as Lancer swung his fist. Their attacks collided, creating a brief explosion. Assassin threw his knife at Kenneth, but Lancer intercepted it with his bicinto staff and charged him. Assassin lifted his right arm, having changed it back to normal, and summoned one of his chakra rods, preparing to clash with Lancer's weapon, which he had switched to his uninjured hand. The two rods struck, and Assassin's eyes widened under his mask as his rod shattered under Lancer's blow. Those chakra rods were as strong as steel, and Lancer only had one arm. He quickly summoned another one, and it too shattered under Lancer's blow. Trying a different tactic, Assassin thrust out his palm. Mazo no Kasari, demonic statue chains. So saying, he released his chakra chains, intending to bind Lancer and finish him with a point-blank cannon shot. His chains, strong enough to hold an existence on the level of tailed beast at bay, only held Lancer for a second before they shattered, the white light fading from Lancer's body as he swung again. Looks like I underestimated just how powerful his seismic abilities really are, Assassin admitted to himself as he parried again, shattering his rod and summoning two more. In my world, he would have been in existence on the level of the great Hashirama Senju, or at least Madara Uchiha, in his prime. He narrowed his eyes as Lancer's swing came closer. But to hell with playing around. Let's see how he'll handle Shinra Tensei. But before either could take another swing at each other, they were interrupted by another wall exploding with Archer and Caster coming flying out of the smoke as if they were thrown there. Man, I hope you have insurance on this place, Tokiomi. You're gonna need every cent. Everyone just stared as Avenger casually strolled through the hole in the wall, as if he did this on a daily basis. The fact that Avenger had some blood on his mouth was enough indication as to how that happened. He himself was wearing his black straitjacket, his glasses and hat completely missing and his hair flowing behind him in a non-existent breeze. Of course, it was obvious he hadn't been having an easy time either. He was missing his left arm from the elbow down, and his entire body was covered in burns and slashes, with some of them healing far slower than they should have been. In particular, there were 3 glowing swords sticking out his chest, and when he pulled one out, the wound was smoking. Another was the mini-fire happening in his hair, and the big kicker was the side of his left eye looking like it had been gouged out with a serrated dagger, and the wound seemed to be glowing. Despite all that, he still wore that damnable smile on his face. Well, I was hoping to just fight Archer tonight, but I guess luck's looking out for me today. The 4 other servants just stared at each other for a brief moment before coming to an unspoken, unanimous decision. As if sensing what was about to happen, Kaneth and Tokiomi both made a strategic retreat from the room through different doors. Not a moment later, and without any preamble, all 4 servants rained holy weaponry, fire and lightning, shockwaves, and pure energy blasts respectively down on the mighty vampire. Kill Avenger first, then each other. Mackenzie household. Why are we going out at midnight? Waver screamed as Ryder dragged him outside wearing nothing but his pajamas. I thought we agreed we were going to stay inside for a night. Yes, we were. I especially wanted to try out that new video game I bought this morning. Ryder responded cheerfully as he summoned his chariot, then grew serious. But there are more important things to deal with right now. Even as we speak, every servant outside of our alliance have gathered together and are fighting each other. Waver stared at Ryder in surprise. How could he tell? Ryder seemed to sense his confusion as he threw him into the chariot. Berserker may have the best ability to sense the other servants, but even normal servants without presence detection can sense their fellows, especially when a large group of them are fighting at the same time and making no effort to hide their presence at all. As if to punctuate his statement, they caught the sight of a brief flash of fire some distance from them. WL, shouldn't we wait for the others? Waver asked nervously, realizing they were about to get involved in 3-way, potentially 5-way crossfire. No worries, Master, Ryder said in cheery tone, which didn't alleviate Waver's worries at all. I called them using that phone number they gave us before I grabbed you. Wait, how did figure out how to use the phone? The same way I hooked up the game system. Hard work and determination. Ryder then jumped into the chariot, but before they took off, they both heard a horn honk. What the? Waver managed to get out as he looked over the chariot edge, seeing the vehicle in question. Ryder just smiled. Well, looks like we're not going in alone tonight, Master. They really work fast. One of the Mercedes' windows rolled down as it drew up to them, and they were greeted to the sight of IRI waving at both of them, while Saber kept her hands on the wheel. Need a ride? Einsburn Manor. You're certain? Kiritsugu asked as Berserker looked up from using her presence detection. He was having her confirm what Ryder had just told him, in his own way of speaking, over the phone. Yeah, Ryder's right. Every other servant is at the Tosaka Manor, and Ryder's heading over there now. What about Irisville and Saber? Korea inquired, putting on his jacket as he walked into the room. Didn't they both go into town to scout? Yeah, don't worry, Berserker responded. They're heading over there too. Soul transformed into his scythe form, which Berserker grabbed. Well, we better not waste any more time, he added as he did so. You 3 go on ahead, Kiritsugu responded as Mia holstered a duffel bag. Mia and I will catch up. Korea stopped for a brief moment, looking at the bag leerily, then walked out with his servant and her weapon. We're heading to the hotel? Mia asked as the 3 shut the door. Right, Kiritsugu responded as he began to walk towards the door himself. Stick to the plan. At worst, this'll force both Lancers and Caster's masters out into the opening. At best, 2 other servants will be out for good. Right. An air of anticipation filled the air as they left the manor, as all 5 realized this was the true battle of the war. And all had a feeling, a premonition, that at least one servant wouldn't be walking away this time. Outside Fuyuki City, Tosaka's safe house, Rin woke from a fevered dream, clutching the silver cross in her right hand. She looked about in shock for a moment, then calmed as she realized where she was. She was home, or temporary home, actually, with her mother. She wasn't being raped by some cruel king. She wasn't on some war-torn battlefield, wearing a black suit of armor and running through an enemy with a spear. She wasn't standing in front of a crowd of peasants, watching them with a detached look as they groveled in front of her. She wasn't slaughtering her own subjects in the name of the greater good. She wasn't torturing her enemies by impaling in such a way that it avoided their vital organs, keeping them alive for days until blood loss killed them. And she certainly wasn't kneeling in front of the executioner's axe, then drinking the very blood from a battlefield. She shuddered. She could still feel the sudden surge of power and strength as she changed, becoming something more than human. What had made the dream experience worse? She had actually begun to enjoy the feeling before waking up. Now, she just felt fear and disgust. What had it all been about? She looked down at her cross, which gleamed in the moonlight. Did I just see Avengers Past? A part of her wanted to throw away the cross at the thought, but another part remembered the words she had spoken before and stopped her. She had promised to become a magus the likes of which hadn't been seen before. She couldn't just break a promise like that. She had her pride as a Tosaka. Also, a part of her was curious as to what had happened afterwards. It's really saying something about my mind if I can be curious after all that, she thought to herself, then wiped the sweat on her brow away. She then decided to use an old breathing trick to calm herself down, then go back to sleep. It took her 5 minutes of continuous breathing to finally get to that point. Then who knows how long to finally drift off into true sleep. And to her relief, only pleasant dreams greeted her for the remainder of the night. Author note. And cliffhanger. Sorry for cutting it off here, but I decided that I might as well save the true battle for the whole next chapter. I hope people enjoyed the moments of character building with Kaneth and Soli Ui, as well as the battle at the manor. Yes, I may have taken some creative liberties with how exactly Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon works, but I like it. Even if it does make him even more overpowered, considering the competition, he needs it if he want to remain one of the most broken servants. As for Assassin, well, I said he had access to the 6 paths, didn't I? I figured it's about time I showed some of those techniques in action. Finally, Rin's seeing Avengers Past. But how? She's not his master, so why? That will become a semi-important plot point later on, but not right now. Soul, the question now is, who's gonna die come next chapter? Avenger. At least one person will be dead when all is said and done. Who can guess the unlucky victims? Oswald. Either way, we will endeavor to grant all of you readers a worthy battle. Just as a hint, can you say, Ionian Hitoroi versus Vampire King, Army of the Dead? Anyways, keep reviewing, favoriting, and following people. I will see you all next time when I bring the first ultimate battle of the war. Chapter 16, The Vampire and the Emperor. Nighttime, Tosaka Manor. Tokiomi Tosaka liked to consider himself a logical man. As a highly respected magus, he always approached a problem, be it magical, personal, or academic, with logic, looking at it from all points, considering each alternative, and acting on the best course of action. Occasionally, some emotional feeling would play a role in it, but he tried to avoid that as much as possible. Whenever he did so, things started to burn. So, when the problem could be summed up in the question of how do I properly deal with 5 servants, 2 of which are my allies, fighting each other in 3-way death match where 4 of them. A Sumerian king with a world's worth of weaponry, a dragon-taught wizard who can breath fire and lightning, a pirate emperor who could destroy a building by sneezing, and a masked ninja who can apparently turn his body intangible and is a cyborg, have all ganged up on the 5th, who happens to be an immortal almighty vampire carrying a gun, and are destroying my home in the process. After carefully considering all of his options in the space of 3 seconds, he came to a perfectly logical conclusion. Stay out of the way and pray they don't completely demolish the entire place. And also personally vacate the premises, just in case they do. Which is why Tokiomi found himself out of breath and leaning on his cane outside the manor, having made a rather undignified run out of his home just before those 5 servants went at it. Physical activity and fitness were never really high on his list of important things to do, so even that short run had taken a lot out of him. Maybe I should add cardio to my to-do list. Taking a moment to catch his breath, he turned to look back at the manor. Surprisingly enough, it seemed just fine. Oh wait, there goes the roof. I really need to see about the insurance policy on the manor. Tokiomi Tosaka. Surprised at the sound of someone calling his name, he turned to be greeted by the sight of Lord Elmalloy, who was in the middle of catching his breath, apparently having made the same tactical decision as himself. Tokiomi gripped his cane firmly. While Kaneth's mystic code was more or less out of the fight, he still had other magecraft at his beck and call. Still, had Kaneth wanted, he could have just attacked him while he still didn't see him. That he didn't suggested that he wasn't interested in a fight. What is it that you want? Kaneth looked him in the eyes. It's obvious that Avenger poses the greater threat here. I wish to propose a temporary ceasefire until he is dead. Blunt and to the point. He'd been expecting something a little eloquent from the blonde magus, but these were desperate times. Therefore, similarly blunt and to the point response was needed. Very well, but I believe our servants have already taken that matter into their own hands. He didn't get any farther when the entire manor exploded. Tokiomi unashamedly gaped at the sight, while Kenneth added his own opinion to the mix. Yes, because a destroyed house is clearly a sign that they're making great progress. This is bullshit. I swear this is definitely karma for destroying the Mato Manor. Tokiomi mentally raged. He had a feeling Zoken, wherever he was having a blast with this. Somewhere else in Fuyuki. Oh ho, now this is irony. Zoken chuckled to himself as his worm familiar showed him the manor's destruction in all its glory. It was almost worth getting blown to pieces to watch that. Back at the manor, just before exploding, Avenger was sent flying back by another Gurugura no Mi empowered strike from Lancer, who followed it up with a second to keep him moving. Archer immediately took that as his cue, firing 20 holy weapons directly into him from the opposite direction, effectively canceling his forward momentum. Avenger flinched as the blades immediately went to work, purifying him, burning his skin and internal organs with their touch. They weren't done yet though. Out of nowhere, Assassin popped up from the ground beneath him like some sort of mole and shot him in the face with that annoying arm cannon, sending him flying upwards. Caster jumped into the air over him, gathering lightning in his left hand and fire in his right for the big finale. Oh shit. Lightning Flame Dragon's brilliant flame. Caster roared before smashing them together. The contact of the two magics made them go out of control, and they did what any two extremely powerful spells do when uncontrolled and unable to overpower the other. They made an extremely large, sparking explosion with him, Avenger, in the epicenter. Before the explosion was even over, Lancer was already moving. When it was over, he swung his fist into the burned, almost unrecognizable mass that was Avenger and released his power through it. The resulting blow directed into Avenger would have reduced the pyramid to rubble, and it made the crater caused by Caster even bigger, even creating a massive fissure in the ground which spread from the crater throughout the room. The blow managed to tear Avenger apart from the point of impact, his chest, and shattered every bone in his body while practically disintegrating the bones at the center of the punch. By this point, Avenger lost some teeth and his patience. He summoned his familiars from his blood, having 4 black dogs attack Lancer the same way they did to that fake servant from several nights ago, while transforming his flesh and blood body to a more intangible form. Of course, Lancer was no Grand Fisher. Swinging his Bicinto staff, he impaled one of them on it, before blasting the other 3 away with his shockwaves. However, it was enough time for Avenger to finish transforming. He became a mass of shadows, striking Lancer with blades fashioned from said shadows and drawing blood from his chest and arms. He quickly moved out of the crater, only to see Caster, strangely enough without the lightning present about his body, preparing another shot. Fire dragons. Rule war. With that, flames expelled from Caster's mouth, which Avenger countered with his own power. For a brief moment, fire and shadow warred with each other before Avenger swallowed Caster's flames and moved to grab him. To both of their surprise, however, it was Archer who came to Caster's aid, slicing through Avenger's shadow tendril with some sort of holy sword. Assassin then jumped between them, his hands held out in front of him as if he was demanding them to stop. Avenger didn't realize the significance of the gesture, but Archer did. Quickly, the Golden Servant surrounded himself and, reluctantly, Caster and Lancer, who had just emerged from the crater, with a defensive shield, just before Assassin called out the next attack. Shinra Tensei, heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent god, and then the entire room exploded. With Ryder and Saber. Ryder and Saber, along with their masters, made it to the manor at that very moment. All took a second to just gape at the destruction. What surprised them wasn't the explosion itself, but rather how it appeared. There wasn't any smoke or fire. The explosion literally looked like the air inside the place just expanded so rapidly and with such force that it blew it apart. However, it was the servants who recovered first. Irisfield, stay back. Saber yelled as she opened the car door and jumped out, her armor flashing into existence. Master, stay with Saber's master, Ryder said as he, gently, threw Waver out of the chariot next to the Mercedes before ordering his oxen onwards to follow said servant. The two crossed the street to the manor's ruins in an instant, ready for anything. Even so, the sight they beheld still made them stop for a moment. What appeared to be a ball of light was off in the corner, which began to fade and revealed the sight Archer, Caster and Lancer, alive and unharmed, from the explosion at least. Assassin was standing in the center of the room with his arms still outstretched, which honestly looked rather ridiculous, and Avenger was nowhere to be seen. Unless one took what appeared to be dark masses of stuff and imagined it was part of his body, then he was actually everywhere to be seen. Well, Assassin sounded sheepish as he looked around. Maybe I put a little too much power in that shot. What just happened? Saber asked as she looked around. Oh hey, Saber, Caster cheerfully said as he waved at her. We were just in the middle of killing each other. Then we decided to kill Avenger first before he killed all of us. Yes, and speaking of which, Archer began before swinging the sword still in his grip directly at him. Let's finish this. Right. Castor swung up his hands, grabbing the blade to prevent it from caving his skull in two. Lancer immediately swung his own weapon at Archer, who let go of his sword and barely managed to duck under the blow. Assassin immediately joined in, shifting one arm to cannon form as he blasted Lancer away from Archer, then summoned a chakra rod to deflect Saber's attack. Her eyes narrowed. We still a score to settle, Assassin. He smirked underneath his mask. I wouldn't have it any other way, King of Knights. With that, his arm shifted back to normal, and then the familiar warping from his mask hole appeared. However, this time, he didn't disappear into it, but rather let something emerge from it. The object in question was wide fan with a purple tint and black border and tomo design, and had a long handle with bandages wrapped around the base, as well as having a long chain attached to it. Said chain seemed to wrap around right arm. Saber's knowledge from the Grail filled her in on it. A gun by? She asked, puzzled by the choice. Such an item was mostly for ceremonial use, and at best was used by samurai officers to communicate with their troops. True, this one appeared to be of much higher make than the traditional wooden ones, but even so, it wasn't what she expected him to use. Yes, not the most traditional weapon, but this has served me well in combat. Assassin responded as he assumed a fighting stance. Shall we begin? Saber let her actions speak for her, charging straight at him. Her blade clashed with his war fan, and to her surprise it stood strong and firm. She brought her blade back for another strike, and Assassin took the moment to summon another black rod and swung at her. Their weapons clashed, and Assassin was secretly happy to see that his rod still held firm. The two then began to swing their weapons at each other, and they were at a stalemate. While Saber was Assassin's superior in technique and skill and managed to deflect and dodge all of his attacks, Assassin had the advantage in the gunbai as a shield, and his intangibility made any of Saber's blows that made it through ineffective. At least until a certain freight train named Lancer smashed his gunbai and sent him flying. All right, that's really starting to piss me off, was his only thought as he landed back on his feet. Saber looked at Lancer, annoyed by his interference. I didn't ask for your help, Lancer, as useful as it was. Watch your mouth, brat. Saber's eyes narrowed at the word. I was fighting him first. People. Assassin interrupted them in his goofy voice, causing them to look at him. I assure you that there's no need to fight over little old me. Can't we just treat this like water under the bridge and be friends? Both of them simply raised their weapons. First come, first served? Fine by me. Ah, come on. Before they act on that decision, though, a familiar voice stopped them cold. In that moment, all felt a familiar and unwelcome emotion briefly overpower their emotions. Enough. Hold still, lizard. Archer roared as he brought down his new sword on Castor yet again, who dodged and swung his fist straight into his gut. Suck it, Goldie. The pink-haired servant yelled as his blow connected. What Castor got was Archer's own armored fist in his gut, as the armor once again protected the blonde servant. The blow sent Castor back a bit, which was all the time Archer needed to fire several more projectiles. Castor managed to dodge all but one, which cut into his arm, albeit not deeply. Damn, Castor thought to himself as he gritted his teeth. He had used up the last of his lightning flame dragon mode in his second-to-last attack on Avenger. He couldn't activate again so soon without straining his prana reserves to the point he wouldn't be able to fight after it ended. Without the increase in speed brought by it or Lancer helping to divert some of the fire, he was at a serious disadvantage against Archer. Sensing an opening, Archer attempted to capitalize on it by burying Castor in a mass of steel. Before he could fire, however, he was interrupted by mooing. He turned his head, just in time to see the Gordius Wheel's oxen lift their hooves to crush him. Without an instant's hesitation, he raised another shield. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't quite fast enough. Ryder's noble phantasm struck him like a train, smashing through his barrier and sending him tumbling away. The only reason he wasn't reduced to paste under the wheels was the fact that the shield absorbed some of the attack, and its shattering managed to get him out of the direct line of fire. Still, Archer felt he had just had an elephant run over him that put down extra weight with each step. Castor was surprised, but he wasn't about to waste an opportunity. He raced forward with his fist on fire, intending to end it. Thanks, Ryder. Don't mention it, he replied with a grin. Just remember you're fighting me next. He grinned. You got it. He then turned back to the task at hand, pulling back his fist as he neared Archer's prone form. Fire Dragon's Iron Fi. He didn't get any farther before a spear pierced his shoulder. A spear held by a still prone, very angry, yet very smug Archer. Enough. At that word, Ryder just managed to jump out of his chariot before portals opened directly over and rained weaponry down it. In an instant, the oxen were transformed into porcupines of steel, and the Gordius Wheel itself a pile of wooden kindling. As the final nail in the coffin, a Vajra flew down last and reduced the wreckage to a fire. Archer turned his attention back to speared Castor, who was in the process of casting another spell. Archer swung up the sword he had managed to hold on to throughout the fight, intending to gut him like a fish. Ryder rushed towards them both. drawing his sword as he prepared for combat. Yet, like the other 3 servants, all stopped when they heard his voice. And all, however briefly, felt the same emotion as their 3 counterparts fighting their own battle. Enough. With the other masters. It is said that in the human soul, there is always a part of it which is wild. A part that remains left over from the dark ages of man, when humans fought beasts with tooth and claw, before fire was used to cook meat and give light, a time that men believe, or hope to believe, progress and civilization have made them forget. But it never left. It lies dormant, sleeping like a great animal in every man's, woman's, and child's soul. Normally it lies like that, but on occasion, when exposed to sufficient stimulus, it reacts, releasing the pent-up, primal emotions of those times, different depending on the circumstances. Iri, Waver, Kaneth, Tokiomi, and even Kirii through his link with Assassin, all felt theirs react at the same time as they stared into the ruins of the manor. And as they watched a black, shadowy something gather together, they all instantly realized what they, along with their servants, were feeling. It was pure, unadulterated fear. With Korea and Berserker. Are we almost there yet, Maka? Sol asked as they closed in on their destination. Almost, Sol. Berserker then turned her attention to Korea. This is it, Master. Are you ready? Korea fought down a brief sense of dread. He knew that this was going to be the most dangerous fight yet, not just because all the servants would be gathering, but because he would near the action with the other masters, rather than hiding in the shadows alone. Even so, his confidence in his comrades managed to win out. I'm ready. Just be careful, both of you. Berserker noticed his tone. Are you all right? You seem kind of distracted. Korea was silent. True, part of his distraction was because of sense of dread of the upcoming fight, but there was another part involved. That part was for Sakura. He had heard about the Matu Manor burning down, and apparently no one had been found in the remains. Originally, he was going to check the situation out himself, but he had been stopped by a worm familiar sent by Zoken, who assured him that Sakura was safe. Part of him was loath to trust anything the old bastard said, but Sakura was Zoken's leverage over him, not to mention that she was important to whatever mad schemes he had planned. If he said she was safe, then she was safe. However, he neglected to say where they were. Keeping secrets from unnecessary ears, Zoken said. Still, he put on a straight face, pushing those thoughts from the forefront of his mind. I'm fine. Don't worry. No sooner did he say those words that a sudden feeling of dread and fear spread over them, and it was coming directly from the site of the Tosaka Manor. Master, Berserker spoke up, all note of cheerfulness gone. Sol and I are probably going to use our most powerful technique when we fight. If we do, I need you to stay near Lady Irisveal at all times. I have no idea when your body might start to fail. Korea, still recovering from the sudden, overwhelming sense of fear, only nodded dumbly. Manor grounds. Well. Avenger's voice boomed out as his body gathered not quite back together. It still resembled a mass of red-black shadows, though the assembled servants could still occasionally see his face and clothes. The gang's almost all here. Castor gaped unashamedly at the sight, while the other 5 simply watched with some morbid fascination as his body continued to shift in place, as if it couldn't decide whether or not to complete transforming or not. Avenger continued unabated. All we need now is Berserker, and the whole fucking family will be together again. And speak of the devil, no sooner had he said that when there was a flash of light behind him before he was bisected yet again, and the servant Berserker stood behind him in all her slaying glory, Demon Hunter glowing in the moonlight. Without stopping, she quickly ran away from his 2 halves, and stopped by Saber. So you guys have been having fun, Sol quipped from the scythe. Trust me, you didn't miss anything, Saber responded, ignoring Lancers and Assassins' befuddled stares at the talking weapon. That wasn't very nice, you know, Berserker, Avenger said chidingly as he put himself back together. But now that you're here, we can get to the climax of this battle's story. The air immediately seemed to still, as if in anticipation of what was to come. Releasing Control Art Restriction Systems Level 0. Approval of Situation A recognized. Commencing the Cromwell Invocation. Ability restrictions lifted for total use until the enemy has been rendered destroyed. The moment he said that, Berserker saw the last lock on his soul snap off, and she was greeted to the soul equivalent of a black hole of madness. The sheer level of anger, hatred, sadness, and madness she sensed literally almost made both her and soul collapse from the pressure. Saber actually had to shake her to snap them out of it. While the other servants couldn't see the changes in his soul, they definitely saw the changes in his body. Avenger's entire form exploded outward as if a bomb had been activated. His shadows, blood, began to spread out from the center where a mound of darkness still stood, and all manner of things began to emerge from the shadowy blood as it continued to spread out. All manner of groaning, screaming, definitely human things. It was Ryder who recovered first. This isn't good. If he finishes transforming here, there won't be a city left to fight in, much less anyone left to fight. He thought before coming to a decision. I guess I have no choice then. Without a word, he concentrated, calling upon his own ace in the hole. The other servants were distracted from their growing horror at watching Avenger when they felt a burst of wind come from Ryder, his cloak bellowing out behind him. "Everyone get ready," he called out. "What do you think you're doing, Ryder?" Castor yelled at him. "Nothing much," he replied as he smiled. "I'm just changing the location of this fight." Wadash was all Saber got out before there was a sudden sense of displacement as the entire grounds was engulfed in a burst of bright white light. When it faded, all the servants and the masters at the scene had vanished as if they never existed. Waver looked about, confused. The last thing he remembered was standing next to Irisveal and Korea before a white light made everything disappear. Now that he could see again, it was rather obvious they were somewhere else. The first clue he got was when he saw not only Iri and Korea next to him, but Tokiomi Tosaka, and here, he gulped nervously, Kenneth Archibald as well. All the servants, including his own but save Avenger, were standing next to their respective masters with the exception of Castor and Assassin, who were by the later two masters. Everyone, however, had the same look of confusion. Well, he assumed that Assassin did as well, on their faces just like himself with the exception of Ryder, who was just grinning. The second clue he got was the fact that it wasn't even nighttime anymore, much less that the location was far drier. They were literally standing in the middle of a desert at high noon from the look and feel of the place. Yes, feel as in he could literally feel the heat of the sun at his back, the arid winds in his face, and the grittiness of the sand under his hands. "All right, Ryder, where the hell are we?" Castor finally said, the first to put what everyone else was thinking into words. "This, Castor," Ryder responded, gesturing with open arms to the wasteland, "is the place where my glorious armies once rode in life. A place that all the heroes who stood with me through joy and sorrow will never forget." "A reality marble," Waver heard Iri whisper. "That's impossible." A mental image materialized into the real world. "How is that possible?" Kenneth called out. "A reality marble is literally one's own inner world materialized and projected onto the real world. No normal human could possibly create something like this. It would take a being on the level of a dead apostle ancestor or a magi who has spent his entire life researching the phenomenon to create one. Indeed, it would, Master of Lancer. No normal human being, or even most servants could create such a thing alone. However, Ryder spoke as all began to hear what sounded like marching in the distance, and when they turned they saw dust clouds, indicating something was coming towards them. "I can make this world as real can ever be, for it still exists within our hearts." And with those words, the clouds faded away, and the gathered masters and servants looked upon a sight they would never forget. A massive army marched towards them, but an army the likes of which this earth had not seen in centuries. An army which swept across continents during life, and no matter what they faced, enemy or fortress, it was powerless before them. "Behold my peerless army," Ryder exclaimed proudly. "Their bodies may return to ash, but their spirits still hear my call. These men are my legendary heroes, my loyal followers. They're my true friends, breaking the rules of space and time to fight once more at my side. They are my treasure within treasures. They're my right to rule. They make up the ultimate noble phantasm I possess, Ionian Hittyroi." In rows they came, armor shining, shields polished, lances held high, swords sheathed in beautiful scabbards, horses without saddles yet their riders still on, as if they used the finest seats, swift of foot, sharp of eye, strong of arm. Each a warrior, a comrade, a friend. And each held the same look in their eyes, be they old or young, strong or frail, fool or wise. It was the look of admiration, of men willing to follow their king to the ends of the earth. An army that had never known nor would they ever know defeat. There was only the joy of meeting an enemy whose ferocity overcame theirs, to know that they could it once more, again and again until they triumph. "This," Ryder finished, looking at Saber, who stared upon the army of warriors in stunned silence greater than all the others, "is where you are wrong, King Arthur. The king cannot be alone, for there is no purpose in a king that gives his everything to the country. That is because, as one, the countless voice of the warriors roared. King and country are one." Raising his hand, Ryder beckoned the cavalry forth as he mounted a mighty black stallion. "From the moment you separated king and country, you rejected both. How can a country prosper if the king lives in suffering?" Saber began to open her mouth, but Ryder continued, as if sensing what she would say. "Indeed, my country was destroyed after my death because of my own carelessness. But do I regret it?" He then turned to face his men. "But do we regret? Would we change if given the choice?" To such a rhetorical question, only an absolute answer was given. "No." Ryder turned back to her with a smile. "You see, Saber? Now, watch as I show you just how we, who have walked together on the battlefield, shall deal with Avenger." Finally, everyone turned their gaze from Great Army at his words to directly across from them, perhaps no more than 2 kilometers away. There, the black mass of shadows which represented Avenger laid, and seemed to have grown almost 20 times its original size since, but several minutes ago. "I was thinking about just attacking during your whole admiring bit." but decided to wait until you were finished with your admitting inspiring, yet totally cliché speech. Avenger's voice boomed out, tinged with smug amusement. Now it's my turn. To attack. Assassin called out. Hell no, Avenger yelled back. To make my own speech. With that, the submerged forms within the shadows finally began to breach the surface, forming their own vast army. Once again, the servants and their masters stared in stunned silence. But whereas the sight of Ione and Hitoroi had been a silence of awe and marvel, the sight of this one brought a silence of revulsion, fear, and anger. Behold, my undead legions. Avenger roared from his position in the center, the black shell which had surrounded his form beginning to break away. Their bodies long since decayed, their minds shattered in madness, but their spirits forever bound to my will. These humans are my legacy, my own Wallachian army, my slaughtered peasantry, the Turkish janissary, war horses, and the countless fools who believed they were strong enough to challenge me. Forever a part of me, doomed to suffer in my curse for all eternity. They are my source of life, the proof of my existence. The black shell broke away, revealing Avenger in all of his glory. He now appeared to be roughly 45, and his black clothing was completely gone, replaced with heavy, crimson medieval plated armor that surrounded his whole form, complete with a tattered black cape billowing out behind him. His hair had grown yet again, reaching down to knees, and he now had a thick beard and mustache. At his side, a long claymore sword laid in its rather plain black sheath. The most startling change, however, was the fact that the damnable smirk which had been forever present was completely gone now, replaced with a calm look. Somehow, that look just made it even more terrifying when he began to speak yet again. They are the ultimate noble phantasm that I possess. Vampire King, Army of the Dead. The army literally looked like something out of the zombie apocalypse. All manner of humanoid figures, be they man, woman, or child, medieval or modern, knights or soldiers. Practically every different type of human race, age, and occupation was among the shambling mob. They swayed in place, their red eyes staring unseeingly and tortured moans of pain and horror, creating a symphony of madness that sent a shiver through the gathered people. What made it worse? The realization that all of them had literally been imprisoned within Avenger's body for who knows how long, and that they were the true reason he had never died, no matter what they hit him with. Those creatures were literally his life source, only being free when he used them to repair the damage done to him. The realization made all of them equal parts sickened and angry at the sheer callousness of it all. But none felt as strongly as Ryder and Lancer. They, who spent their entire lives among their subordinates, saw them as comrades, earned their undying loyalty, grew to trust them with their lives, and share all the good and hard times with them. The words subordinate and comrade meant something sacred. To see someone who would not just willingly, but almost gleefully slaughter his own warriors for power and gain was, in their minds, the lowest brand of scum in existence. Ryder nearly spurred his horse onwards to charge, and Lancer looked but a moment from joining him, but Assassin held them back. What do you two think you're doing? What does it look like? Lancer snarled. We're about to show that Vampire King the fight he's been waiting his whole life for. Assassin, despite his mask covering his expression, made his voice ooze sarcasm. And what hope will you two have? One who still can't use his right arm, and the other who has only a horse to ride? Even with your army, look at his. Ryder's numbers only in the 35,000 range, while Avengers reach into the millions. Millions. Do you truly believe you have any hope of winning alone, much less by charging straight at them? Ryder was silent, then sighed. Assassin was right, after all. Charging straight in at the enemy wouldn't work here, especially if the enemy's numbers were significantly larger by a factor of at least 50:1. What do you have in mind? Assassin turned and gestured to all of the group. All right, people, he said in that irritatingly tone of voice. I need every servant to step forward so we can discuss my plan that will ensure that most of us will survive this nightmare battle. Masters, please stay where you are, as your servants will reveal to you what you need to do after this. The next few seconds were quick, as all the servants, however reluctantly, gathered around Assassin to hear his plan. When he was finished, everyone had differing opinions. Ingenious. Insane. Amusing. Suicidal. Risky, but doable. Are you high? I love it. All right then. Assassin exclaimed gleefully, still in annoying mode. Let's do it. Then he dropped it. And try not to die. With that, Archer concentrated and summoned a new item from the Gate of Babylon. The object was a golden and emerald arc, a high-tech Indian noble phantasm that would make even Area 51 pale-faced and fueled by a solar crystal. It was the Vimana, a flying contraption passed from Babylon to India and recorded in the two epic sagas, Ramayana and Mahabharata. It was a breathtaking sight. Archer began to board it, but stopped and called out to his master. Tokiomi, come with me. Tokiomi was speechless for a moment, on account of the fact he never thought Archer would have ordered him to board one of his noble phantasms with him, but recovered quickly and followed Archer up onto it. The Ark, its passengers now on board, began its ascent. As it did so, Assassin quickly raced away from the rest of the group to a point about 20 meters away. There, he stopped before making several signs with his hands, creating several small flames on each of the fingers of his right hand. Quickly, he then smashed his palm on the ground. Uchiha Kinjin, Uchiha Flame Formation. A large, cylindrical barrier of red flames sprang to life about his body, effectively cutting him off from the outside. Within, he quickly cut the palm of his right hand again, then made several more hand seals, culminating in smashing his hand on the ground. Kuchios. Pain Rakudo, Summoning. 6 Paths of Pain. Meanwhile, Saber, Berserker, Caster, and Lancer had returned to their masters to give a brief explanation as to the plan. While some of them, namely Kaneth, thought it was madness, they allowed them to do so, as it was the best chance they had for winning. Warriors, Ryder shouted as he quickly rode back in front of his army, which had finally reached just behind the gathered masters and servants. Our enemy is the servant, Avenger. As you can plainly see, he has decided to bring his own warriors to the fore. He is without a doubt the greatest enemy we have faced yet, but shall we falter? No. Shall we turn tail and run from his superior numbers? No. Shall we cower before his identity as the greatest vampire? And lo, by this point, the other 4 servants took their positions at the head of the army. He desires to see the greatest of humanity's warriors? Then let us show him how we earned that title. Ryder held up his arm, and the 4 immediately began to go to work. Release the Wind King. By Saber's command, invisible air once again broke apart, revealing the holy light of Excalibur to all. The Sword of Kings shined brightly, as if ready to show its beauty to the world at but a word from its master. Soul Resonance. With those words, Berserker's body became wreathed in blue energy before changing a pitch black. Her clothing changed, becoming a black ballroom dress with black high heels and what appeared to be small black bird wings in her pigtails. Soul also changed, the entire scythe turning black with the only break in the color being the lower part of the blade, which had become, of all things, a keyboard. Rayaraha, Caster's body remained the same, but once again the aura of flame and lightning surrounded him. Gurowa, Lancer's entire body now emitted a white light, identical to the aura that denoted the usage of his powers. The sheer power that the 4 were releasing in such close proximity to each other actually began to crack the ground beneath their feet. Ryder grinned at the sight, then turned back towards his men. We are but thousands against millions. He is stronger, faster, more powerful than us, but we have what he will never have. We have courage, honor, dignity. We embrace our humanity, whereas he chose to abandon it. Ryder turned to face Avenger, who watched it all with an impassive face, but the smallest of smiles began to worm its way in. Behold, Avenger, you desire to face the chosen of humanity? Then we shall answer. What say you, my comrades? Yes. Ryder finally drew his sword. Then charge. Berserker and Saber reacted at the same time. Swinging their weapons back, they both roared out the names of their attacks. Excalibur. Kishin Hunter. Golden light and lightning blue energy came blasting out of their weapons, crossing the distance between the armies in an instant, striking the front ranks before Avenger. The attacks plowed into the undead army before exploding in corruption-cleansing power. Thousands of unfortunate souls perished under the combined attack, their spirits finding rest in the holy light. But for every one killed, there were at least 20 more to replace them. Immediately, like water when disturbed, the mass began to fill the gap. Before they could get far, though, the ranks were disrupted once more, but not by the opposing army. Rather, on the right flank, holy weaponry rained down like divine judgment courtesy of Archer, sitting on his golden throne like some god. His aerial bombardment cut the army into 2 parts, with the right flank unable to rejoin the main group and provide reinforcements. As for the left flank, 6 figures, 4 male and 2 female, did the exact same thing. Each one was different as night and day. The first was a blonde woman with long hair and wore a short-sleeved black and purple blouse and black pants, both of which had a design similar to clouds on them. Purple fingerless gloves, a chain of blue beads wound around her left hand, and some manner of forehead protector. The next appeared to be a child with a head of messy, light gray hair, pink pupilless eyes, and what seemed to be a stitch-like scar running from under his left eye, all the way down his cheek. He wore a gray, sleeveless shirt with a forehead protector attached to the front, short-sleeved mesh armor over which was a green poncho, and a turquoise sash around his waist, paired with a green apron over his pants, and a staff-like pole weapon with uneven-sized hooks with a green flower on the larger end. The third was an older man with red hair, mustache, and beard which tapered off to a point. He was wearing a large headpiece consisting of a 3-pointed crown-like ridge, bearing both his forehead protector, a ring, and a prominent black piece of armor running across his cheeks and the bridge of his nose. He wore a long-sleeved light red shirt and pants, with mesh armor shirt and fitted black suit underneath, along with calf-length sandals. The fourth was the largest of the group, easily rivaling Ryder in height. He wore red samurai armor that completely covered his form save his eyes, a red kasa, straw hat. On his head, a white cloth which covered both sides of his face and top of his head. His forehead protector was worn on his forehead under the hat, and over his armor was a black sleeveless GI and black gloves. The fifth was a tall, thin young man with pale, narrow golden eyes and brown hair that reaches to his shoulders, which had a side parting that let a large portion of his bangs cover the left side of his face. He wore a long, light blue kimono adorned with a small emblem of 3 bubbles on the back, and a pair of gray pants underneath, with an orange sash. The kimono hung loose, exposing his chest, in which was bamboo jug and pipe. The other woman, wore an orange clip in her short, spiky mint green hair that matched her eye color, which was also orange. Her outfit consisted of a short sleeveless white midriff shirt with fishnet armor underneath, long white armlets, and fishnet shorts with a short white apron skirt over it. Her forehead protector was worn on her right arm. Completing the picture, she also carried a cylindrical object in red wrapping on her back. All, however, shared a key characteristic. Their left and right eyes were the exact same as the eyes of Assassin. They were Assassin's 6 paths of pain, which allowed him to control up to 6 bodies at once, as if they were his own. With their Sharingan eyes to allow them to predict attacks and the Rinnegan eyes to grant them shared vision, along with the unique and deadly abilities that made them famous in life, they were the second ultimate, weapons in his arsenal. However, they had limits. The prana required to control 6 other bodies at once was massive, and thus weren't very practical for long-term fights. While Assassin could control them while fighting on his own, they had to maintain some level of autopilot, and might not be able to react in time. Even with the eyes boosting their abilities, all that ability to predict and see the opponent's movements were useless if they weren't fast enough to act on the information. And sadly, while those flaws weren't very obvious in his world, against empowered warriors like the other servants, even he would have been hard-pressed to win without being one, and his paths hadn't received servant power boosts. In fact, they were actually weaker than last time he used them due to incidents. As such, even all 7 against 1 servant would be risky if he was dealing with another servant at the same time. Alternatively, Assassin could take direct control, boosting them to even higher levels of ability, at the cost of his own individual body being unable to react to any attacks on it. That was why he had erected the barrier to protect himself while he directed his paths personally. He wasn't about to risk his allies killing him while his mind was elsewhere. Hell, even a normal master could kill him in this state. But here and now, against an army from hell, he couldn't have asked for a more useful ability. Regardless, with the left and right flanks of Avengers' army distracted and unable to come to the rest's aid, Ryder could finally begin the true attack. Even within the barrier, Assassin still heard Ryder give the order, annihilate them. And with that, the army of the king began to their long-awaited charge. Avenger felt the death of every one of his ghouls as they were destroyed, as all were a part of his body. Archer and Assassin were doing everything they could to whittle down his numbers, but the losses were like trying to relieve a dam of water by making small holes in its face. It got rid of the excess, but nowhere near fast enough to make a difference. Hearing a roar, he turned his attention back to the mighty Macedonian army, with 5 servants leading, as they charged straight into the center of his ghouls. He had to admit it was a decent plan, keeping the majority of his reinforcements closed off while the main group smashed his reduced forces. Even so, those reduced forces still numbered in the hundreds of thousands. If they couldn't cut through to him before their momentum was broken, they would lose any chance they had of victory. It was a race against time, whether they would make it to him before his ghouls managed to get around Archer and Assassin's delaying efforts to completely encircle them. Ignoring the brief shudder of excitement as they prepared to close to clash with his army, he sent a mental message to his ghouls to attack before gripping the handle of his sword. Today was truly a good day to die. The 2 armies smashed into each other in a clash of steel and flesh. The Macedonians struck like a hammer, and the servants were the chisel, piercing the ghouls' wall. On the right side, Berserker and Saber struck like lightning, their blades flashing in and out as they found their targets, purifying them with their holy light. They were dancers in a hall of death, striking with precision. Saber's moments were like a ballerina's, graceful and beautiful as she cut down what might had once been a knight on horseback. Berserker's moments were similar but more wild. She struck more on instinct and more forcefully, and there was slight mad gleam in her eyes as she literally plunged her hand into a white-cloaked ghoul. Hee hee. She giggled as she brought Soul down on another ghoul, beheading it. What do you want to lose now? A leg? An arm? She punctuated each word with another swing of Soul, killing more ghouls. We're gonna have so much fun. Berserker. Saber responded as she put her hand on the mad servant's shoulder while she chopped another ghoul apart. Compose yourself. Yeah, Soul added. I can't have you losing it here. However, their words only distracted Berserker, causing her to get stabbed in the shoulder by a spearman ghoul. She didn't even look as she crushed his skull with her fist, instead observing the hand now covered in her blood as if it was the most interesting thing in the world. My blood is black. Isn't that weird? She quipped almost absent-mindedly as she kicked another ghoul in the gut. Saber simply shook her head and turned back to her work, punching a ghoul in the face while castrating another. By the power of my command seals, I order you, Berserker, to compose yourself. The voice of Korea Matu rang out in Berserker's mind, snapping her back to reality. Concentrating, she quickly played a few notes on Soul's keyboard blade, sending out sound waves which forced the undead back. Master, are you alright? Berserker asked mentally as she continued to slice ghouls apart. I'm fine, he responded tiredly over the link. Almost blacked out 3 times and coughing up blood, but IRI's been holding me together. We'd better hurry up and finish this up then. Soul added. Just do what you need to do. Korea finished before cutting off. Berserker looked at Soul briefly, then went back to tearing apart ghouls with Saber. On the right flank of the army, Caster and Ryder smashed the enemy to pieces. Whereas the female servants focused more on technique and precision, they relied on their superior strength to do the same. Ryder rode upon his black steed, Bucephalus, striking down every enemy who stood in his way, his eyes alight with fire. With his sword and bare arms covered in the black blood of the deceased ghouls, he was like some legendary god of war and victory, crushing those foolish enough to stand in the path of his conquest. With a sound halfway between a roar and laugh, he swung again, splattering the brains of another enemy. Caster struck with equal parts speed and strength, his body a blur of fire and lightning as he used his magic to tear apart everything in his path, like the dragon he so proudly called father. Quickly, he took a breath, and, not even bothering with the incantation, released his dragon roar to incinerate a large group of enemies. The conversation was also a little different as well. Caster, 40 already. I'm on 78. What? I won't be beaten by a youngling. Yes, comparing kill scores in the middle of a zombie apocalypse. Typical male behavior. Gururara. Lancer stood at the front of the charge, swinging his Bicinto staff as he smashed aside every ghoul that dared to get in his way. His presence was the most crucial, as he was point of the spear that would shatter this wall. His shockwave abilities made him the perfect fighter to lead the charge, constantly smashing away the enemy and maintaining the needed Macedonian momentum. Come on, you dead brats, he roared as he swung his fist, practically disintegrating the ones at the center of the blast as he rushed forward. It took an entire army, its top generals, and a traitor's greatest fighters all at once to kill me, and I was already half dead when it happened. Being at the front of the charge also meant that he would be the one who would likely take the most damage. Considering he had received the greatest damage of all the servants, he had a feeling this might have been intentional on Assassin's part. As if to illustrate that point, several zombies unloaded their pistols into him, and another managed to stab a lance through his arm. He plucked it out and killed said ghoul and several others before throwing it away. Doesn't matter, Lancer thought to himself as he got closer to where Avenger was. Being at the front means I'm the one who gets to fight Avenger first. I have no intentions of dying here to a damn vampire. Once more he swung his Bicinto shaft, scattering the enemy, and finally breaking through to the clearing where the Dark Servant finally drew his sword. Avenger, he roared as he swung his shaft down, his weapon making contact with his enemies. Tokiomi looked down upon the battlefield from his vantage point on the Vimana. From the position they were in, he could see how the odds truly were. Avenger's forces appeared as a sea of red and black spreading as far as his eyes could see across the desert, looking like ash which had found its way to blanket the sand. A silver boat representing Ryder's army was currently fighting its way into the Black Sea quickly and savagely, intending to reach the center where the lone figure of Avenger waited. He could also see like a golden wall how Archer's bombardment kept the right flank from rejoining the main group, preventing reinforcements, and he saw swift moving dots releasing water, lava, wind, steam, lightning, and bubbles, on the left flank doing the same, courtesy of Assassin. A part of him actually wondered why Avenger simply stood there waiting for them to break through his line and attack. Was he really that confident that he could defeat 5 servants and an army all gunning for him at once? Then again, if his legions was any indication, an army coming at him was completely in his ability to handle, as was any 3 servants from what he had seen. Regardless, he also realized how advantageous this position was. If Archer used that noble phantasm here and now, he could annihilate Avenger and all of the remaining competition without any fear. He wouldn't even have to hold back, as the reality marble would contain any and all damage within it. I have no intentions of using EA here, Tokiomi, if that's what you're thinking. Archer's voice rang out, as if he could read his thoughts. Tokiomi turned about in surprise, yet kept it from being shown. Archer simply sat there on his throne, watching the battle with a surprising intensity. My king, I had no intentions of. Do not waste my time, Tokiomi. Archer's voice cut him off. I will not use it, and that is final. Tokiomi briefly thought about pressing the point, then sighed. Very well, but may I ask why, my king? Admittedly, this would have been the perfect place to use it. A world created by a single desire and dream, to unite the world through conquest. What better place to use a weapon meant to shatter dreams than the literal manifestation of one? And what stopped you? That did. Archer replied, gesturing towards Avenger's army. That hideous thing is a sacrilege upon such a beautiful place. With such a foul blot upon this painting, it's not worth destroying, not even to be rid of said blot. He then sat back in his chair, once again turning his attention back to the battle below. When it is dead and gone, then I will use EA, but only then. The way he finished made it clear that the conversation was over, and Tokiomi obeyed. He would simply have to trust the others to destroy Avenger. Said servant smiled as he drew back his blade and swung again. The impact with Lancer's weapon creating a massive shockwave that prevented anyone from getting too close to the warriors. His ghouls were currently keeping the others out, leaving him to deal with the wounded servant. Even so, he could already tell that the other four were almost here anyways. Can't have that. Now can I? He mentally thought to himself before ordering his ghouls to do everything in their power to keep them busy. It wouldn't be for long, but he intended to finish this fight first. And what a fight it was. Lancer, despite having only one arm truly effective in combat, and covered in more injuries than any other servant, was still keeping up with him after he had released all the way. He swung his blade under Lancer's attack and stabbed him in the chest, but the mountain of a servant simply shrugged it off and smashed him away with a punch to the chest, leaving the sword buried in his own as he charged again. Lancer swung back his fist, already charged with his power, to which Avenger responded with his own armored one. The two blows struck, each powered by the full might of their masters, against each other, and it was Avengers who gave out, armor splitting and bones shattering under the blow. Without stopping, the vampire used his free hand to pull out his jackal, shooting Avenger in the chest and watching the bullets tear through his enemy's form. 5, 6, 7 times he hit Lancer, the rounds going through his chest, and at least 2 striking his heart. Lancer only swayed for a moment before hurling the shaft of his weapon through Avenger's stomach, then pulling the sword out of his own chest. Avenger was impressed. That attack would have put down even Father Anderson, yet he was still moving. Looks like I might have underestimated how strong he really is, he thought as he pulled the shaft out his stomach, using what souls he had left to heal himself, grimacing to himself as realized he was running low. That was the greatest weakness of Vampire King, Army of the Dead. In exchange for releasing all the souls he had ever consumed in the form of a massive army, it left him as vulnerable to damage as any other normal vampire. True, he still left a few over for healing, but it was the only time he could die. But despite himself, he couldn't find it in himself to care. He hadn't felt such a surge of excitement since his final battle with Alexander Anderson. In fact, he would be willing to say that he enjoyed this fight even more so. OSG headquarters. Anderson sneezed as he was trying to finish blessing his holy bayonets. Earl looked at him with a curious expression. Anderson, you alright? You never sneeze these days. Nah, just had a feeling someone was talking about me. Back to the fight. Come on, Lancer. Avenger roared as he threw the shaft away. Is that all you have left? Lancer simply smashed his fist against the ground, creating a massive quake which made cracks begin to appear in the desert floor. He smashed again, and they got bigger. He smashed a third time, and the cracks became massive fissures, dropping hundreds of Avengers' familiars into them. However, the cracks were made in such a way that Ryder's army were spared. Whoa! Berserker yelped as the ground beneath her shook, right before opening up. Quickly, she turned Soul into his flight form, escaping the fate that befell the ghouls beneath her as they fell into the chasm. Berserker! Saber yelled as she landed back on safe ground. Are you alright? We're fine. What was that? Saber looked over to where Avenger was. If I had to guess, I'd say it was Lancer. Ryder! Castor yelled as he watched one of his enemies literally fall into a fissure that formed underneath it. What's going on? It's Lancer. Ryder responded as he drew back from falling into one crack. He's fighting Avenger and breaking the marble apart. However, he knew there was a method to the madness. Lancer knew that Ryder's army was the key, as they were the reason the reality marble was able to stay manifested. As long as enough of them were still alive, the marble would remain, at least until Ryder's own prana ran out. Unfortunately, his army was beginning to tire out. Of his 35,000, already 5,000 had met their end. While they had managed to kill at least 21,000 of Avengers' forces, he couldn't maintain the marble much longer, especially since he now had to concentrate to keep it from shattering under Lancer's admittedly helpful techniques. Obviously, the best way to deal with this was to rush to where Avenger was and finish him. However, the Ghoul army was doing everything in its power to keep them from doing that. Also, the Macedonians had lost their momentum, due to Lancer breaking through and confronting Avenger before the rest of the army could follow after him through the gap. Now, the gap had been refilled, and Saber and Berserker couldn't use their techniques to blast a hole through as they were too close to Lancer to risk it. Lancer, Ryder thought as he swung his sword again, cutting down a spearman but not before it managed to stab him in the arm. You're on your own now. Said servant was currently getting a gun pressed to his chest and shot with it. Even so, he still fought, smashing his leg into Avenger's breastplate, warping it, and sending Avenger back. He then hefted Avenger's sword and crossed the distance, attempting to draw blood with it. Not so fast. Avenger responded as he dodged the blow and swung his own fist, connecting the metal gauntlet with the side of Lancer's head. The blow literally sheared off part of Lancer's face, taking his left eye and left side of his mustache. It didn't so much as slow him down. With another punch from his wounded arm, Lancer sent Avenger flying away again. Avenger responded by summoning his most powerful familiar, Baskerville, to his side before having it attack Lancer. The large dog with shaggy black fur, multiple red eyes, and a large, fangy mouth charged and bit deeply into Lancer's wounded arm before tearing it away. Yet he still kept coming. "I won't die," Lancer growled out before swinging his sword arm directly at the hellhound. By the hands of a mutt. The great beast didn't even have time to whimper before the sword, practically glowing with Lancer's power, was run through its chest. What followed was the dog literally exploding as the shockwaves contained within the blade were used to literally expand within the creature, destroying it from the inside out. Lancer turned to face Avenger, who watched the scene with complete surprise. Without a word, the mighty one-armed servant charged straight towards the vampire, who threw aside his gun and assumed a ready stance. "Come on, Lancer," Avenger roared as he got closer. "Show me what humanity's really capable of." The two struck each other like thunderbolts, both yelling out their battle cries as they did so. Lancer's sword, brimming with his energy, ran Avenger through the chest into his heart. Avenger's came in the form of his hand, straight as a blade, plunging through Lancer's chest, plowing through his heart and out his back. At that very moment, the legions of ghouls simply stopped fighting, several frozen in mid-strike like in a paused movie. The other servants simply stared at their frozen images, surprised by the sudden change and curious as to what would happen next. The answer was not long in coming. The entire legion burst into flames, their bodies dissolving into nothing in an instant. Everyone watched as they burned, noticing that the expressions on some of them were almost peaceful. When the flames died down, Ryder finally deactivated his noble phantasm, allowing his warriors to rest. Like a mirage, the image of the desert wavered as if in heat before dissolving. The group found themselves once again in the ruins of the Tosaka Manor and on the ground. Even Archer and Tokiomi, with all the servants standing by their masters once more. All save one. While Castor was next to Kenneth, Lancer was missing. Berserker was the first to notice. "Hey, where's Lancer?" The question trailed off when the group caught sight of something in the center of the manor. As their eyes adjusted, they beheld an unbelievable sight. Lancer, covered in all manner cuts, burns, gunshot wounds, missing part of his face and his whole right arm, and with a massive hole through his chest, stood over the shattered, bleeding, and dissolving body of Avenger. And all could see the vampire was smiling. "Yeah, looks like it's the end for me," he whispered, yet everyone could still hear his voice. "At least, I got my wish. I finally died at the hands of a true example of humanity." With that, and a genuinely peaceful smile on his face, he dissolved into black mist. "Well done, Emperor of the Seas." And so Avenger, known in life as Alucard, the king of vampires, the monster of Helsing, and Count Dracula, died. Slowly, Lancer turned to face the group, showing the full extent of his injuries to them all. He opened his mouth, and everyone heard him. "And so it ends for me as well." With that, Lancer's body began to dissolve as well, no longer able to manifest due to the sheer amount of damage he took. Yet, even despite the fact he had taken damage sufficient enough to kill 3 servants, he still managed to stand tall and proud. "Lancer!" Kenneth yelled as he and Castor ran towards him, desperate to do something to help him, though he knew that there was nothing he could do. Lancer smiled as they got closer. "Stop looking so glum, Master." He spoke in an almost fatherly tone as they stopped just in front of him. "You can't die here," Kenneth said as he watched Lancer's legs dissolve. "How can you get what you wanted if you die here? How will I find what I want if you die?" Lancer responded, still speaking in that fatherly tone. "You'll figure it out. I think what you're looking for doesn't need a holy grail, anyways." He turned to Castor. "Castor, I wish you the best of luck. I enjoyed our drinking sessions." He then looked up to stare at the other servants, then raised his voice. "And so 6 servants remain to fight for the grail. I wish you all luck, but do not forget that only one will claim the grail for themselves. May fortune smile upon you all." By this point, he was only ahead and quickly dissolving now. His thoughts turned back to his life, when he had sailed with his sons in their many adventures, and also to the one he couldn't save. "Forgive me, my sons. In the end, I couldn't keep my final promise. May you all someday forgive me." His body was almost completely gone at this point. "And you as well, Ace." And so Lancer, known in life as Edward Newgate, Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors of the seas, wielder of the Gurugura no Mi, and father to his men, died. Fuyuki Hyatt Hotel. Sola Ui looked down at her command seals with decreasing tension. About 20 or so minutes ago, they had begun to glow and burn the back of her hand, and had only increased in pain as time went on. She assumed that it was a sign that Castor was in danger, and had mentally debated whether or not to summon Castor back to her. She had just been about to do so if they hadn't just started to stop glowing almost 3 minutes ago. She assumed, therefore, since they weren't gone, the plan had been successful. They had beaten Archer and Tokiomi and were coming back even now. There is a fire on the lower levels of the building. For your safety, all tenants are to evacuate the premises now. Yes, I understand. Thank you. Sola Ui replied as she put the phone back down, her mind racing. Could it really be a fire? Or is it an attempt to draw me out of the building? She briefly looked at the door, mentally debating the pros and cons. Assuming it was an attack, she was safer behind the bounded fields and magical protections on the top floor, as an enemy would have to fight their way through all of them, and she would know beforehand. True, a servant could do so quickly, but she still had her command seals to summon Caster. But what if they anticipated her to do so? If it was the Magus killer, a sniper could be waiting for her to make a move. She could be put down before she could even think about summoning Caster. Then again, it could be exactly what it sounded like, a fire on the lower levels. After a minute, she made up her mind. She grabbed her coat, opened the door, and decided to risk going out in the open, immediately preparing a command seal. Kiritsuga stood outside the hotel, staring up at it. He and Mia had tracked down the location of Kaneth and his finances location during their time out to get Saber's vehicle, and finding it had been almost laughably easy. What manner of idiot uses his own credit card under his own name to get a room in a fancy hotel when he's involved in a secret war? It was like he was daring anyone to attack him. Regardless, while Kaneth himself was apparently away, his finance Sola Ui was here alone and without her servant, making it the perfect opportunity to deal with another opponent. He had Mia watching the hotel from afar while he had planted explosives in the building. When activated, the entire building would collapse and no amount of magical protection would protect enemy from a 150-meter drop to the ground. Even so, he couldn't do it while there were other people in the building. While it was true he would willingly sacrifice others to achieve his goals, he only did it if it was necessary, and even then, he always tried for the fewest possible amount. As such, he had caused the fires in order to have the hotel be evacuated. He was lucky. Apparently everyone but Sola Ui herself was accounted for, and he had already taken care of that. Just to make sure though, he pulled out his phone and called Mia. All clear on your end. In position, came the reply. Just give the word. Right. Kiritsugu then dialed another number and activated the explosives inside the cars in the building. Sola Ui was currently on the 10th floor when the bombs went off. The last thing she saw before using her command seals and blacking out was the sight of the ceiling and floor collapsing around her and the sensation of falling. Kiritsugu watched as the building collapsed, then redialed Mia as he walked away. Well, confirmed. Target never left the building before the explosion. Good. He replied before looking over at a sobbing child, her mother attempting to comfort her. For a brief moment, he felt pity for her, then sighed. The job never got easier, even after so long. He turned back to the phone. Mia, withdraw. The sound of gunfire greeted his ears. Author note. Man, I'm making a habit of creating these cliffhangers, aren't I? Now 2 servants are gone. I hope that battle was awe-inspiring. Looks like Team El Meloy is in trouble. First Lancer dies. Now Sola Ui is in danger. Kiritsuga finally got to blow a building up, but now Mia's in trouble. Will she die next? Sol, stop asking questions, they'll find out later. Assassin now has his 6 paths, but don't worry. I have a plan for them. Avenger, at least I died with dignity. But I'll still be here until the end of the story. Oswald. Next time, we go into what happens to Kaneth, Sola Ui, and Mia. Until next time, my faithful readers, keep favoriting, following, and reviewing. Chapter 17, The Plot Thickens. Tosaka Manor Ruins. Kaneth Archibald El Meloy, former master of the Servant Lancer, simply stared at the spot where his servant had vanished. His servant, who, after finally succeeding in killing the mighty vampiric servant Avenger, finally succumbed to his own injuries and faded away. A part of him didn't want to believe it, was in complete denial of the fact he was without a servant and therefore unable to compete in the war. The lack of seals on his hand, however, were all the proof he needed. He was snapped out of it only when he heard Caster gasp, turning just in time to see him disappear as if he teleported. He wasn't expecting that, which means he didn't do it voluntarily, but the speed at which he did so means that must mean Sola used a command seal. He thought sluggishly, Lancer's loss still mentally reeling. He then snapped out of it when he had his next thought. Wait, but she would only do that if she was in danger. He then stopped when he realized something crucial. He was a servantless master, and his only other ally was gone to save his master. And he was surrounded by those who were just now his enemies. He turned around slowly, waiting for the inevitable sound of a blade or some form of projectile going through him and watching his blood bled out on the ground. He was greeted to the sight of something he wasn't expecting. Only 2 other people were in the imminent vicinity with him, and that was Waver Velvet and his servant rider. Assassin was nowhere to be seen. Archer and Tokiomi were gone. Korea and Berserker were on some sort of flying stick in the sky, and the sound of a car driving away meant that Saber and Irisveal were gone. What? Kaneth began, but was stopped by his former student. Apparently, no one thought you were worth killing the way you are, so they just let you go, Waver explained. And since any master without a servant is technically under the church's protection, He trailed off. Oh right, Kenneth remembered one of war's rules. The church was considered neutral ground, and therefore was a place for those masters who had lost their servants to seek sanctuary. But that still left the question. Then why are you two still here? We thought it best to escort you to said church, Ryder replied, his voice lacking some of its usual cheer. Consider it a show of good faith that no one, such as assassin, will put a knife in your back while we're around. Even so, you don't look like you want to be here, either of you, Kenneth replied, looking at Waver and noticing his uncomfortable expression. Assassin just up and vanished. Tokiomi and Archer left claiming you weren't worth killing. Berserker and her master didn't know what to do with you. And I think Saber and her master just didn't know if they should help, was Ryder's reply. So that left us to do the job. Doesn't mean we have to like it. Kenneth was highly tempted by his pride to just refuse and go by himself. He didn't need anyone for a babysitter, much less his former student. Luckily, reason won out. He knew that Assassin would probably put a knife in him, if only because he was now an unknown factor in this war, and thus a loose end that had to go. The church, at least until he could make contact with Soli Ui and Castor again, was his best bet for protection. Of course, he actually needed to get inside the church first, and his best bet of getting there in one piece was standing in front of him, as much as he hated to admit it. Fine, he growled. I'll go with you. Waver nodded, still looking uncomfortable with this, and turned around to start walking. Kenneth was suddenly confused. Wait, why don't we use that flying chariot of yours? Archer blew it up, Ryder responded, also turning around to start walking. So we have to go the old-fashioned way. Kenneth sighed and started to walk as well. But before he could get far, he was stopped by Ryder's voice from behind him. In actuality, it was my master who willingly volunteered to take you to the church, Ryder said seriously. I was surprised by his willingness to do so, considering what he told me about you, but I will honor his decision. Kenneth felt Ryder's hand fall onto his shoulder. However, if you even think about harming him, I will personally break you in half. He squeezed it for extra emphasis. Understand. Kenneth, feeling fear the likes of which rivaled that he had felt from Avenger, only nodded dumbly. Ryder took his hand off his shoulder. Good. Now we understand each other. Waver's voice rang out. Hey, aren't you guys coming? We'll be right there. Ryder called back, the cheer in his voice having returned, before astralizing. Kenneth took that as his cue to start walking again, his mind wandering back his concern for his finance. Soli Ui, please be safe. Fuyuki Hyatt Hotel, ruins. Silence reigned in the wreckage of the once proud hotel. Smoke still drifted upwards from ground zero as small fires were in effect all over. Even so, no one had yet gathered enough courage to venture into the ruins to search for bodies of anyone unable to get out in time. Which is why no one was there to witness the sight of a pink-haired figure blasting his way out of the wreckage in a burst of fire, cradling something distinctively human in his arms. Castor quickly raced away from the scene and didn't stop until he was several blocks away in an alley. Only then did he put his master down to get a good look at her condition. She was lucky. Had she not already had a command seal prepared and ready, Castor never would have made it in time. Even so, her injuries weren't anything to sneeze at. She was covered in dust and had several cuts all over her body, including several which cut into her clothing. Her left arm and both legs looked to be broken from something, probably part of the ceiling, falling on her. The injury that worried him the most, however, was the piece of metal sticking in her right side. He couldn't tell if it was deep or not, but he also knew that he couldn't remove it, not without her losing a lot of blood. She also had blood coming from her head. From the looks of it, she had a concussion also. Damn it, he whispered to himself. First he was summoned by a serial killer, then Lancer died. He had no idea what happened to Kenneth, and now his master was in danger too. Was the universe just trying to get him? The sound of Soli Ui coughing shook him out of his thoughts. The fact she was breathing steadily and her pulse was strong were proof enough she would live if he hurried. Quickly and carefully, he picked her back up. Now, I think they might have said something about a backup base somewhere. Where'd they say it was again? Near Fuyuki Hyatt Hotel ruins. Mia hid behind a steel pillar in an under-construction building, her pistol at the ready and her senses on alert. She cursed herself for not paying attention to her surroundings. She had gotten sloppy, letting an enemy get the drop on her. Going so far as to destroy an entire building to eliminate a single master? Her enemy spoke out, whether to her or simply to himself, she didn't know. I can't believe a mage would do something like that. Mia briefly looked down at the ground, noticing her submachine gun with a black key still embedded into it. Kirii Kodamine's trademark weapon. She couldn't believe that it was truly him that had attacked her. After watching him being shot with the origin bullet from Kiritsugu, and knowing from personal experience any mega shot with that weapon was done for, she had completely assumed he was out of the war for good. Her hesitation when she saw him cost her the split second he needed to throw his key at her and dodge her incoming fire. Then again, I suppose he is excellent at outsmarting mages. Isn't that right, Mia Hizo? Knowing better than to rise to the bait, she continued to be silent, mentally considering her choices. Straight-up combat was out from the start, and a surprise attack was useless with only a pistol and him knowing she was there. Don't make me stand here and do all the talking, woman. Kirai spoke again, annoyance creeping into his tone. One word from you will suffice. Logically, there was no way to win here. Tactical retreat was the only option. Tell me, where was man who should have been here instead of you? He finished as he threw something in his hand away. Unknown to her, it was one of Kiritsugu bat familiars. Mia had her move, quickly jumping out from her hiding place and firing as she moved towards another one. However, she wasn't quick enough, as another knife struck her hand, sending her gun away and cutting into her hand. Still, she made it to the next pillar, clutching her hand and panting. Not bad at all. Kirai admitted as he started walking towards her, having dodged her shots. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised, as you did hold your own for a while the last time we met. He then undercovered his Sharingan eye, allowing him to see where she was by observing her body's energy flow, and then summoned 3 black keys to each hand. But this time, it really is over. Before he could throw them, however, the sound of a rolling canister interrupted him, right before said canister erupted into a cloud of gas, blinding him. Mia took this as her cue to escape, quickly racing for an incomplete elevator shaft and jumping in. However, Kirai's Sharingan allowed him to see her running for the exit, and he managed to throw one of his keys. It took Mia in the shoulder, but it didn't stop her from still jumping down the shaft. Kirai quickly made it through the mist, but she was already gone. Lowering his guarded stance, he walked forward and picked up the gas grenade. There's no way she threw this. He then made his way towards the shaft, noting with satisfaction the blood stains that showed his aim was true, and looked down it, seeing no sign of her. He then recovered his eye. No matter. Just the fact that someone was here to save her is proof enough this risk was worth taking. It was true that Assassin had told him to stay put, but he had chosen to disobey and go out for the night. He hadn't actively been looking trouble, but when he saw that the Fuyuki Hyatt Hotel, the location of Masters Kenneth Archibald L. Malloy and Soliui Notary Sophia Ri, was being evacuated for a fire threat, he knew that only one master would use such a tactic. Kiritsugu Amiya. Normally, he wouldn't have bothered to do anything, but according to what Assassin had shown in the link, Saber was over by the Tosaka Manor, meaning Kiritsugu was without his servant, and therefore on equal ground as himself. Realizing this was the perfect opportunity for a confrontation, he had immediately begun scanning the nearby buildings for a possible area for his enemy to be. It would have to be a location near enough that he could observe the target building, yet far enough to avoid ready suspicion. In addition, it would be best if said building was clear of any residents who might take notice of him, perhaps one under construction. The building he was in fit all that criteria, and his efforts had borne fruit, if not the type he had been expecting. I thought I requested that you stay at the church. Assassin's voice rang out as he materialized right next to him. I suppose that I couldn't stand being cooped up there any longer, Kirai replied simply. But to other business. What happened? Our link broke around the time you started fighting within Rider's Ionian Hitairoi. An unfortunate side effect of using the full extent of the 6 paths technique, his servant responded. But as to what happened, to put it shortly, Avenger was destroyed along with Lancer. And then Castor disappeared, right after Rider and his master offered to take Kenneth to the church for sanctuary. Well, Kirai finally said as he digested the information, looking towards the wreckage of the hotel. I know where Castor went then. Can you sense if saved his master? Unfortunately, no. I can't confirm if Master Soliui survived since I can't sense her energy, which could mean that she's dead or Castor rescued her. Assuming he did, he likely took her somewhere she could heal. Not a hospital, as that would be a perfect place to be attacked. Perhaps a secondary base? Kirai nodded. It's possible. Tokiomi prepared something similar in the event the manor became useless. Of course, assuming he failed and she is dead, he has shown the ability to survive without a master for an unspecified length of time. He might go back to Kenneth when he realizes where he was taken. True as well. Kirai was silent, then came to a decision. I assume you're aware that the church is officially neutral in this war. Of course. I want you to eliminate Kenneth Archibald L. Malloy, but in such a way that indicates he brought it on himself and broke the rule of the church as a sanctuary. Eliminate him? A former master out of the war and seeking sanctuary. Tokiomi, and by extension myself, want no loose ends. Take any actions you deem necessary. As you wish, master. Shall I bring you with me back to the church? No. Kirai replied, already turning to walk out of the room. There's no need for Kenneth to see me and assume that I was your master. Very well. Assassin complied as he began to teleport away. I shall follow your orders to the letter. Therefore, you cannot blame me for what actions I will take, master. Once again, the unfinished room was empty. In an alleyway, Mia hissed in pain as Kiritsugu applied an antiseptic to her shoulder after removing the black key. After she had jumped down the shaft, she had caught a cable, which she used to navigate down to where Kiritsugu had told her to go if things went south. Granted, it was much harder with the blade in her, but to remove it without immediate medical attention would have been dangerous. So, she had grit her teeth and dealt with it as best she could until she met Kiritsugu halfway down, who had helped her the rest of the way. Now, here they were, just like the old days, fixing up the other's wounds. A part of her still wished it was those days, before Kiritsugu had met and fallen in love with the Lady Einsburn. Was it Koto mine? Kiritsugu asked as he reached for some bandages in a bag. He hadn't gotten a good look when he threw the gas canister, only knowing that the attacker was a man. Yeah, she responded, shaking herself out of those thoughts. Came up right behind and caught me off guard. My fault. I made an amateur's mistake. Don't blame yourself. Neither of us could have suspected him to be able to recover from an origin bullet. He himself still couldn't believe it. It shouldn't have been possible, yet he trusted me as word at the same time. After seeing Assassin again, he had assumed that he had found a new master or that Kirai had retained enough ability to supply prana, not that the man was up and about like normal. Did you notice anything different about him? Only that he was wearing an eye patch over his right eye and his body's left half looked slightly wider than before. Wasn't much to go on, but it would have to do. Kiritsugu finished bandaging Mia's shoulder and stood up. Let's go, in case they try to find us. Mia nodded as she put her shirt and jacket back on. To the manor? Right. We've done all we can for the night. They then started to walk towards their hidden car with Kiritsugu in the lead. Just like the old days. Mia stopped that train of thought instantly. The past was the past. Only the present and future mattered. And for the man she felt the closest thing to love towards, she would do everything in her power for him to ensure that present and future were the ones he dreamed of. And no one, not even an insane priest, would stop her. With Saber and Iri, the ride back to the Einsburn Manor was strangely quiet. Both servant and homunculus were silent, one wrapped in her own thoughts and the other unable to decide how to open a conversation that wouldn't be awkward. Surprisingly, it was the former who spoke first. If you're worried about how I'm doing, Irisville, I assure you, I'm fine. Saber spoke abruptly, keeping her eyes on the road. There's nothing wrong, so you can stop spending all of your brain power on how to make the question not sound awkward. I wasn't going to ask about that. Iri replied quickly, embarrassed that her efforts to do so had been that transparent. Yes, because I suppose your constant glances at me out of the corner of your eye were clearly coincidental. Iri began, then slumped in her seat in defeat. Okay, I was worried about you because you haven't talked once since we left. Does it have something to do with what Ryder said and showed us? For a moment, it looked like Saber just wouldn't say anything, but then she started speaking again. It's just, well, seeing Ryder's ultimate noble phantasm, the physical manifestation of his dreams and beliefs, was like a punch to the face for me. Seeing his army, a vast horde of warriors who stood by him to the end, who never regretted the path they walked or would ask to change it, it was like looking at the antithesis of everything I've ever been taught and believed in about kingship, about my regrets, and how a king must stand alone. But what about your Knights of the Round Table? They served you loyally and stood by your side, even during the Great Betrayal. How are they any different from Ryder's forces? True, however, Saber responded. Not one of those brave warriors received their just rewards in the end. Can I really proclaim he was wrong? I, who was ultimately defeated, whose dream for Camelot to succeed failed, and now live with the regret of failed promises? Iri was silent, and the drive continued for a while longer. Finally, she spoke again, and this time with conviction. I think what you're losing sight of, Saber, is that Camelot did not succeed for a time. Rather, it succeeded for all times. Saber glanced at Iri, confusion on her face, as she continued to drive without looking at the road. What do you mean? You succeeded for all times because your actions brought the hope of salvation to your people, and they have remembered it forever after. Camelot still stands to them, and to countless peoples that you never had the opportunity to lead, as a symbol of hope and virtue, of the greatest ideals to which the collective of mankind can aspire to. You never reached that utopia you sought, that is true, but a utopia is just that, no place, unreachable. But you and your knights struggled and fought and bled and died for it as no others have before or since, and that hope that you brought to humanity justified and validated everything that you've ever accomplished, and why you and your knights have been forever remembered in history and legend. How many people in this world know the names of those who fought and died alongside Iskandar, the king of conquerors, aside from a select few? But Lancelot, Gawain, Percival, Galahad, even Mordred? There are few who do not know the legend of King Arthur who have not heard at least one of these names. Even the decisions you made during your rule, your belief in the equality of all people, especially in political, social, and economic life, and renouncement of brute violence as a means of controlling the people, arguably changed the British national character in such a way as to lead to the triumph of the rule of law, the elevation of every single individual of the realm as bearing rights worthy of consideration, the ideal of the government as the servant of the people, leading to the Magna Carta, the supremacy of Parliament, and ultimately to modern democracy. You didn't just give every person the hope of salvation, but you created a chain of events that made it possible for everyone to work toward it rather than simply waiting to be given it. For example, the second Camelot of the United States was born in such a hope, and though it too failed, it survives in hope and memory, and the concept that it represents, stretching back to the round table, your round table, remains waiting for another moment to flourish. In that way, Camelot is also responsible for the wonders of the modern world and the great accomplishments of the normal people, deprived even as they are of the power of magecraft. Saber was silent, amazed by this information and the fact IR seemed to have such an in-depth knowledge of all this. She knew that the homunculus was German, not British, and therefore she hadn't believed IRI would have such an in-depth knowledge of her reign. So surprised by this, she didn't notice that she almost hit a truck until it honked its horn. "Look out!" IRI screamed, stopping her speech for a moment. "Sorry," Saber said as she got back in her lane, making sure to keep one eye on the road while turning to look at IRI again. "But what about what Ryder said? Are you saying he was wrong too?" "No, I'm not." Noticing Saber's surprised look, Irisveal elaborated. "Of course Ryder has his fame and glory as well, and the undying boon of his close companions. His way of kingship clearly accomplished much, and he will never be forgotten by humanity any less than you will. He offered no long-lasting ideal to the world, but he didn't and doesn't care about that. The world remembers the pains and struggles and triumphs that he led his followers to, not some ideology. His followers remain forever with him, ready to accomplish great feats in the never-ending journey toward Okeanos. Ryder cares more about that than he does about his physical legacy, and regrets nothing that followed in his wake. His ties to his companions, as he showed with his reality marble, are his greatest treasures, the physical manifestation of his beliefs, just as Excalibur is your symbol, the physical manifestation of your ideals. So you're saying that we're both right? I'm saying there is no objective way to say that he is wrong, any more than there to say you are. You could both be right or wrong at the same time. Just as he will never give up on his companions and the dream of seeing the furthest edge of the world, so too will you never surrender your belief in salvation. Both of you accomplished great things, and both will be remembered for them, because of your adherence to different values. Saying that one is right and one is wrong would belittle accomplishments that simply cannot be devalued. So the truth must be that both of you are worthy." Saber was silent for a long time after IRI finished, so long that they actually pulled up to the manor by the time she spoke again. However, her voice had lost the icy tone it had earlier. "Thank you, Irisveal," Saber said with a genuine, brightest smile IRI had ever seen. "Your words have helped me greatly. I think I truly see how my wish would change history if it succeeded." "So you're going to change it?" Saber's smile faltered slightly. "Maybe. I understand what my wish's consequences can do, but I don't think I can bring myself to change it now. If I do so, it would be undeniable proof, to me at least, that Ryder was right and my beliefs that the king must serve the country were wrong, and I can't accept that line of thinking, at least not yet." IRI sighed as she opened the door. "I suppose it's your choice in the end, and you must ultimately be the one who decides what to do with your wish. But thank you for listening to me anyways." "No, please, it was my honor to hear what you thought about it all. You've given me new insight I never had before, and I must thank you for that." As the two started to walk towards the manor doors, IRI giggled. "Actually, you're thanking the wrong person. I just recited an article I found on the internet once that talked about you and Iskandar. Homunculi have surprisingly good memories. If we want to remember something, we won't forget it easily." Saber looked at her as they neared the doors. "Really? I suppose that would explain why the words didn't sound like your own completely. Can you tell me who wrote it?" IRI opened the doors as she answered. "It was someone with the pen name Cavalier." Saber smiled as she entered after IRI. "Then I have much to be thankful for to this Cavalier." Her smile faded when she saw IRI stumble for a moment, quickly moving to catch her. "Irisveal, are you all right?" IRI, who had just started to sweat and looked rather pale all of a sudden, shook her head as she disentangled herself from Saber. "I'm fine. I just don't feel well right now." Saber raised an eyebrow in questioning, but didn't press matters any further. She then noticed Soul walking towards them. They must have gotten back first, then. "Hey, you guys all right?" he called out as he got closer, noticing IRI's pale look. They waved him off, and he shrugged his shoulders as he walked away. Saber looked at IRI once last time. "Are you sure you'll be Dash?" "I'm fine, Saber," IRI interrupted, stopping Saber. "But thank you for your concern. I'm just tired is all." She then walked away. Strange. She didn't act like that earlier, and she never showed a hint of tiredness until right then, Saber briefly thought to herself, before shaking her head and walking away. "Well, I suppose if it's important, she'll tell me later." Somewhere in Fuyuki, the journey to the church was even more silent than the one which had just taken place. Of course, this silence was more attributed to the distrust and fear between the masters of Rider and Lancer, rather than simply any non-awkward way to open a conversation between two people. Finally, though, the silence reached a breaking point, and one of them finally spoke up. "So," Waver started to say, "I guess this means you're out of the running, huh?" Probably not the best way to start a conversation. "Is that?" Kenneth began, his temper finally beginning to boil over. "All you could think of saying?" Waver made a small, eep sound, but Kenneth, finally allowed an opportunity to vent his frustrations, started speaking in earnest. I was one of the 7 magi chosen to compete in this Holy Grail War to win an almighty wish-granting artifact. I've crossed an ocean, lost my original catalyst, and summoned a heroic spirit of legend completely different from what my backup catalyst should have summoned in order to do so. I was the most qualified to do so, my magecraft clearly superior to everyone else here, my upbringing clearly higher than anyone else as well. Here he stopped shouting, regaining his composure and speaking again, albeit no less strongly. And what happened? I learned that the one who stole my catalyst just so happened to be the very student I had tried to teach an important lesson to. I found myself unable to decide just what I truly want with the Grail. I lost my servant, who might have been able to help me with that little problem, so I won't be able to act on that wish even if I did figure it out. Here, his voice started to rise again, and as the final nail in the coffin, my fiancée may or may not be in danger, and I can't help her. He shook his head and turned away. It's as if the universe is trying to play a cruel joke on everything I've ever done. Hell, I found myself rereading your little thesis on bloodlines, and saw there might be something to it after all. Waver had been listening in silence as Kenneth ranted, actually starting to, slightly, feel sorry for him. But that last bit really caught his attention. Wait, you said my theory had promise. Kenneth looked back at him, wearing that familiar look of a teacher who has to explain something to a slower student all over again. Out of everything I said, that what you wanted to know about? But I thought you said you thought it was the biggest pile of foolish writing you ever saw back at the clock tower. You're paraphrasing. I never said it was the biggest pile of foolish writing I ever saw. And yes, when I originally looked at it, I chalked it up to rubbish. I took a moment to actually look at it during my time here, and it holds surprising merit. A part of Waver was peeved that Kenneth had basically just said, I didn't even bother to read past the first page of your thesis before I threw it away. But the fact that he had reread it and actually thought it had merit made Waver realize that it had the potential to revolutionize the Magus world. He could actually have something worthwhile. But that led to the question, how did you still have my thesis with you? Here, Kenneth had a puzzled look on his face. Actually, I have no idea. It was in my luggage when I unpacked, and I didn't put it there. Perhaps my fiancée did. Kenneth's mood, however lighter it had managed to become, instantly plummeted back down. My fiancée. I'm sure she's all right, Waver replied, trying despite himself to cheer his former teacher up, however awkward it felt. I mean, the way Castor teleported away means she called him to her side, right? Right. That means whatever happened to her, she has her servant by her side, and I think he's one of the strongest of the remaining 6 servants. So I think she's fine. Kenneth was silent. A part of him wanted to dismiss his former student's words, but he also knew that Castor was definitely one of the strongest servants left, and he held true loyalty to Soliui. If she was in danger, he would do anything in his power to save her. Yes, I suppose she is. Then he thought of something. Why are you in this war anyways? Was it some effort to prove that you were right? To show up your betters? Waver looked worried for a moment, but then shook his head and stared at his teacher with a determined expression. Yeah, it was, but not anymore. What? I started this war for that very reason. But after seeing Ryder's life and dreams, seeing the kind of man he was, I've decided that my wish will be bigger than that. I don't what yet, but Ryder and me will face all the obstacles this war can throw at us, overcome, and survive them. He then looked at the area behind him where Kenneth knew no doubt Ryder was in atrialized form, watching them like some great guardian angel. And with Ryder by my side, I know I will. He said softly. Kenneth was silent. Even he could see Waver Velvet was no longer the studious, yet slightly whiny boy who graced his classroom. He briefly wondered if Waver saw him any differently as well. It would appear that we both have something to owe to our charismatic servants. Ryder spoke up. Master, we're here. Both masters, current and former, looked up, noticing that they were in front of the church. Well, that was quick. Waver finally said, summing up their collective thoughts. Kenneth shook his head, then began walking towards the entrance. Indeed. Anyways, this is where we part ways, Waver Velvet. All right. Waver replied hastily, then started walking away, keeping his head facing towards Kenneth. I guess, good luck to you. Kenneth stopped right in front of the doors, then turned around to stare at his former student. Thank you, Waver, and your servant, he finally said, in a grateful tone. I wish you both luck as well. He then reached into his pocket and pulled out a glass vial, throwing it to the young master, who barely caught it. Before Waver could completely process that statement in action, Kenneth had already opened the door and entered the church. He looked down at the vial and recognized to his surprise. It was the sealed form of Volumen Hydrogram, but why would he give it to him? Is that really the blonde asshole I remember? Waver wondered to himself as he stared at the church doors. It's like his personality turned over a new leaf. Well, master, we should get going, Ryder finally said, snapping Waver out of his thoughts. Huh? Oh, right, Waver replied, walking away from the church while pocketing the vial. How little either of them knew they were walking away from a soon-to-be murder scene. Within the church. Hello, Kenneth called as he shut the door behind him. The entire church appeared to be empty. The candles were lit and the lights were on, but there was no one around. Father Kodomine, are you here? Kenneth called again, his voice echoing throughout the room. There was no answer incoming. Where is he? He thought as he looked about, confused. The meditator should be here at all times. Did he leave for an errand and I missed him? Is someone there? A voice called out from a back room. Hold on just a moment. I'll be there shortly. Well, I suppose that answers that question, Kenneth thought to himself. Sure enough, a few moments later, the figure of Rise Kotomine walked out of a back room to greet him. Forgive me for the delay. I was in the middle of some paperwork before you came in, he said as he stopped in front of Kenneth. Now, is there anything I can do to help you? I am Kenneth Archibald L. Meloy, former master of the Servant Lancer, Kenneth replied. My servant has been lost. I have forfeited my rights as a master and cannot continue the Holy Grail War. In accordance with the treaty, I ask the church to shelter and protect me for the remaining duration of the war. Rise was silent as he digested his words, then nodded. Your request is accepted. In my role as judge I, Rise Kotomine, shall guarantee your safety. He then held out his hand. This place shall remain a sanctuary for you until the war's end. Kenneth held out his hand and clasped the old man's own. Thank you for this, Father. He trailed off in confusion as he looked down at the offered hand. It was bare skin. So why did it feel like it was gloved? Wadash, was all Kenneth got out before he looked up at Rise's face, only to be greeted with the orange mask of assassin. The moment he looked into the red eye in the mask's only eye hole, he felt his world turn blurry and began to lose consciousness. I may not be able to kill you under the sanctuary's rules, he heard Assassin say as he passed out. But nothing says anything about killing you when you break those rules. Tosaka backup base. Rather Spartan in terms of decoration, don't you think, Tokiomi? Was Archer's only comment as the two entered what was to be their new base until the end of the war. It was located not far from where the Tosaka Manor was, in order to remain near what was one of the potential areas the Holy Grail could manifest. Tokiomi ignored the statement as he looked about the place. Despite himself, he couldn't fault Archer's words. The entire place was basically a three-room house, consisting of a bathroom, a bedroom, and one kitchen which you walk right into. It was, as Archer had said, rather lacking in terms of decoration and was rather small, looking more like a bunker than a house. To be fair, he hadn't at all expected to have to resort to using this place, but it was sufficiently stocked to last the war's remaining period. Regardless of that, my king, I'm afraid that this will have to do until the end of the war, Tokiomi responded. Forgive me that it isn't to your tastes. Surprisingly enough, Archer simply shrugged. No matter. I have no intentions of staying here myself anyways. Tokiomi looked up, confused. What do you mean by that? Archer just looked at Tokiomi with a small smile. Don't worry, Tokiomi. I will still be able to aid you quickly if you need it. But, here, he turned back towards the entrance of the base. I'm afraid I have some things to do for the rest of the night. If you will excuse me. Before Tokiomi could say anything, Archer had already dissolved into gold dust. Once again, the red-clad Magus was alone. I'm beginning to wonder if the route is really worth all this trouble, was his only irritated thought. Shaking his head, he moved towards the bedroom to go get his first real night's sleep in a while. Dreamscape. Sola Ui looked about a familiar place, realizing that she was once again in Castor's memories. Well, if I'm seeing his memories, at least it means I'm not dead, she thought to herself as she looked about, catching glances at murky figures every now and then. I guess I can just sit back and watch the rest of his life. As if reacting to her words, the murkiness faded away, allowing Sola Ui to see more of her servant's past. After the events of the Tower of Heaven, Castor and company had returned to Fairy Tale, only to discover that an old enemy, Gajiel, had joined the guild. However, events eventually made that insignificant. They were forced to save the town from the betrayal of four of Fairy Tale's best mages, the Thunder God tribe, led by their leader, Laxus, the grandson of Makarov. Fairy Tales become a joke in Fiori. I'm going to take over and make this place the strongest of all the guilds. However, with Gajiel's aid, Castor was able to defeat Laxus, even after the later attempted to destroy them with his lightning dragon slayer powers and destroy the town with the same spell Makarov used to finish Jose, ending his mad dream and making him realize that nothing really needed to be changed at all. As Laxus left, he was sent off with everyone, even his grandfather, showing that they all were still looking out for him. Afterwards, Team Natsu were sent to join an alliance of official guilds to defeat the Dark Guild Oration Cease, who planned to revive an ancient weapon by the name of Nirvana. Together with their allies, who included former enemies Lion and Shirley, part of the group who tried to revive the demon Deliora, and a young blue-haired girl named Wendy, who happened to be the Sky Dragon Slayer, along with her own talking cat Carla, they set out to fight the Dark Guild. Seriously, is there a Dragon Slayer for every element? Sola Ui briefly wondered to herself. Next thing you know, there'll be one for water or poison. However, Oration Cease struck first, kidnapping Wendy, defeating the Alliance, and poisoning Urza. The Alliance then split into several groups, fighting off the other Dark Guild's Oration Cease brought with them. Eventually, Castor reached where Wendy was, only to meet someone he, and Soliui, thought was long since dead. Jalal. Indeed, the former master of the Tower of Heaven and one of the 10 wizard saints was alive and well against all odds, standing over a crying Wendy. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. This man, he saved my life. He saved my life," was what she kept repeating in the corner. Castor didn't bother to ask questions, immediately attacking the blue-haired mage. He got a blast of magic to the face for his trouble. Strangely enough, the leader of Oration Cease, Brain, got the same treatment before Jalal walked out. Regardless, Castor eventually got Wendy to Urza, leaving Gray to fight one of Oration Cease's fighters. They healed her, but then they were separated again. However, Castor eventually made it onto the Awakened Nirvana, where he fought Cobra, oh come on, Poison Dragon Slayer of Oration Cease. While he ultimately defeated his fellow Slayer, the poison he was infected with paralyzed and almost got him killed when Cobra attempted to strike him down when they hit the ground. However, he was shot in the back by Brain, in a classic case of "you have outlived your usefulness." Ungrateful bastard, Soliui muttered to herself, disgusted by the betrayal. However, Castor was saved by his allies, and they eventually managed to learn how to destroy Nirvana. However, in order to do so, Castor was forced to fight Zero, the true master of Oration Cease. While originally he stood little chance, unexpected help came from Jalal, who had lost his memories and had been convinced by Urza to help him. While Castor understandably didn't trust him at first, only after Jalal took a blow meant for him in a manner almost identical to Simon did Castor finally accept his help. "I'll believe in the man Urza believes in," were his words as he gave Castor the power necessary to once again use Dragon Force. Empowered once again, and after a grueling battle, Castor defeated Zero and stopped Nirvana with the aid of his comrades. Afterwards, Jalal and the members of Oration Cease were arrested by the Magic Council, despite their efforts to stop them from taking the former. However, Wendy and Carla joined Fairy Tail, bringing the number of Dragon Slayers to 3, not counting the banished Laxus. Soliui watched as they went on even more adventures, from fighting a mechanical dragon to going to an alternate dimension of their world, reuniting with another old friend long since thought dead. However, it was once it was time for the S-Class trials that she truly started to take interest once again. During this time, Team Natsu, which now included Wendy and Carla, along with the Master and several others, all went to Tenru Island, Fairy Tail's holy ground and resting place of the first guild master, Marvis Vermilion, to take part in the S-Class trials, where the victors would earn the rank of S-Class Wizards, a prestigious rank held by 4 members of the guild. Unfortunately, things went to hell around the halfway point. First, it started with a weird black-robed, black-haired guy who cried upon seeing him, claiming that he wanted to see him, Castor. Then said guy released a wave of deadly magic that killed all the trees around them, but just turned Castor's scarf black, then disappeared. "I can't believe that bastard. How on earth is black on black fashionable? He nearly got killed, and he's concerned about his clothing style?" Then it really got bad when a dark guild known as Grimoire Heart invaded Tenru Island, in pursuit of said wizard, who was actually the Black Wizard Zeref. Castor and company fought against the enemy, with Castor fighting some grunts before moving on to a yellowed-haired mage named Zankro, who was Fire God Slayer, a mage who produces black flames, and one of the 7 kin of Purgatory, Grimoire Heart's elite. While originally unable to defeat him normally, due to Zankro's flames being stronger than his own, Castor eventually found Master Makarov lying gravely injured and found the strength necessary to defeat Zankro, eating his flames by draining away all of his own magic power to create a vessel for them. "Are you trying to kill yourself, you fool?" Makarov yelled as he threw Zankro in the air. "I don't want to die, nor do I want anyone else to die," Castor replied calmly. "That's why we're all going home together, to Fairy Tail." He then summoned the black flames into his left hand and his normal flames in his right. "Let's see how you like the taste of the flames of a dragon and a god. Dragon God's brilliant flame." With that, Castor defeated his enemy in a single blow, and the counterattack truly began. Castor helped Lucy with another one of the 7 kin, reunited with Wendy, and then were saved from another of the enemy mages by Gildarts, the strongest member of Fairy Tail. Afterwards, the 3 teamed up with Urza and Gray, and together with Happy, Carla, and Panther Lily, Gajiel's new cat, they attacked the Grimoire Heart airship to fight Master Hades. During the heated battle, which all of their previous ones seemed puny in comparison, the 5 fought Hades, only to be defeated by the former second master of Fairy Tail, and would have been killed by him had Laxus himself not made a timely return to help out. While the two were seemingly equally matched, eventually Laxus was overwhelmed, prompting him to give Castor all of his remaining magic, allowing him to enter what Soliui realized was his Lightning Flame Dragon mode. This is the Lightning Flame Dragon 100-fold payback. With his newfound power, Castor completely crushed the old master, finishing him with his Lightning Flame Dragon's roar, powerful enough to destroy half of Tenru Island. and he was still alive and able to fight despite that shot. This guy has to be something on the level of a true ancestor to survive something like that, was Soleil's only thoughts as Hades released even more of his power, casting the forbidden spell Nemesis, causing the rubble from the battle to come to life and begin to attack them all. Exhausted and almost out of magical power, Castor and company still fought their seemingly hopeless battle. However, through the efforts of the cats and that of one of the seven kin of Purgatory gone rogue, the tables were turned and Castor ultimately defeated the master of Grimoire Heart with his final technique, Dragon Slayer's secret art revision, Crimson Lotus, exploding lightning blade, forcing the enemy to retreat. Victory had been achieved, and everyone from the guild had survived. Everything was okay. Then a giant black dragon by the name of Acnologia came down on the island, attracted by the fighting which had been going on, and proceeded to kick everyone's collective asses before nuking the entire island to hell. What the hell? Soleil, a thought to herself as she watched the mighty dragon fly off. Everything was going great. Then all of a sudden that dragon's all like, you know what guys? Fuck you. And blows them all up. That literally came out of nowhere. However, she saw that actually Castor and the rest had survived due to the efforts of the spirit of Marvis Vermilion, who cast one of the greatest magics available to fairy tale mages, Fairy Shield, at the cost of sealing them off from the outside world for 7 years. When they got out, they were 7 years younger than everyone else in the guild, which had fallen on hard times and now was considered the weakest guild in all Fiori. The team quickly set about fixing that, first by beating the snot out of the guilds that beat up Fairy Tale in their absence, then fighting a revived Oration Cease, to moving on to compete in the Grand Magic Games. They decided to spend the 3 months before the games training to catch up with the other mages who have had 7 years to prepare. They ended up blowing it on a party in the spiritual realm, but thanks to Jalal, who had broken out of prison, and 2 former members of the Seven Kin of Purgatory, they managed to find a way past that through usage of a magic called Second Origin. Afterwards, they competed in the games, and while they originally did poorly due to outside interference, they began to build up their reputation with the crowd as unstoppable, eventually culminating in Castor and Gajiel fighting the White and Shadow Dragon Slayers of Sabretooth, the guild which had risen to the top in Fairy Tale's absence. In the end, it was Castor who defeated both Slayers in combat. However, eventually they were drawn into a plan by the kingdom that would allow travel to the past and defeat Acnologia by killing the Black Wizard Zerif by usage of an item called the Eclipse Gate. Then things started to go wrong, culminating in Lucy being held hostage, meeting a future version of Lucy from the future where the gate was opened and an army of dragons came through, then meeting a future version of the Shadow Dragon Slayer, whose name was Rogue, who came from a future where the gate was closed and Acnologia took it over, and who tried to kill present Lucy, but killed the future one instead, to the gate opening and summoning 7 dragons before being closed, to every dragon Slayer, even Cobra, fighting said dragons, to ultimately befriending one of the dragons, whose name was Atlas Flame, due to his bond with Castor's father, to finally destroying the Eclipse Gate, sending future Rogue and the dragons back to their own time periods. Time travel really is confusing. I mean, what if he had killed the present Rogue? Would he cease to exist? Or because he came from an alternate timeline, he would still be alive? Soleil thought to herself, then shook her head, deciding that time travel logic was just too confusing to properly get a handle on. However, Rogue had left a message that in 1 year's time, the Black Dragon of the Apocalypse Acnologia would return, and they would be powerless to stop him. Regardless, Fairy Tale was declared the victor of the Magic Games, regaining their title as the strongest guild in all of Fiori, plus the hefty prize money of 30 million jewels. Castor and his friends went on many more adventures, from saving a village of giants to stopping a guild of literal demons at the cost of Gray's life. However, the 1-year mark passed, and just as future Rogue said, Acnologia returned. While Castor and company had grown much stronger since Tenru Island, Acnologia had only been playing with them during that battle. When it came to the actual battle with him, he stopped holding back. The guild was reduced to ashes against his power, despite the guild members managing to escape, and even with the aid of Laxus, Wendy, and Gajiel, Castor was powerless to stop him. In the end, only Wendy and Gajiel had the strength to get away, Laxus having given his life to protect them. Castor stood alone against the power of the Dragon King. In that moment, Castor used the remaining magical energy left behind by Gajiel and Wendy to enter Dragon Force once more, and also activated his Lightning Flame Dragon mode on top of it. The two potentially most powerful existences among their separate kind faced each other on that day, and Castor, injured, burned, bloodied, and broken, stood one more time to use his most powerful technique, igniting his entire body with both fire and lightning. Despite the fact he would die from the stress he was putting on his damaged body, he poured all of his remaining power, even his very life force, into one final attack. Dragon Slayer's secret art revision, hidden fire form, Crimson Lotus Phoenix Lightning Blade. With a roar not unlike the dragon he called Father, he rocketed towards the Dragon King at speeds not even he could match, aimed directly towards his heart. The blow, with the magic forming into the shape of a mighty spear, smote Black Dragon across the chest and face, the explosion of power doing what nothing had ever done before. He had scarred the Dragon King for life. As Castor fell, his life fading from his final effort, he watched Acnologia rage at the insult of a mere mortal human doing what none had done before. A large burn scar etched permanently across his chest and face, destroying one of his eyes and piercing his dragon scales, upon which few attacks ever did more than cause burn marks. "Damn you, human!" the king raged as he held a palm to his face. "You dared to strike the one true king? Your insignificant friends will pay for this." Castor would have said some creative insult, but as he couldn't find the strength to form words, he settled for the middle finger. As his life faded, he thought he caught sight of the members of his guild, having returned and actually forcing the dragon back, the scar in his chest the new weakness they aimed for. Natsu. Solo Ui watched as Lucy, crying and missing her entire right arm from the elbow down, stopped in front of Castor, cradling his head in her arm. "You can't die here, you just can't." Castor managed one final smile as he looked up at the face of the woman he had called teammate for so long, a smile the dying used to tell their loved ones that everything would be okay. "Hey," he whispered, causing her to stop crying for a moment. "Stop crying, all right? You really want that to be the last thing?" "I see." His mind flashed back to Gray, Urza, and everyone who had died due to Acnologia's rampage. People who didn't deserve to die yet. "I wish I could have saved them all," Castor thought as he faded and stared at Lucy's face, whose tears had at last stopped. "And maybe, nah, I don't think she would have been interested in a guy like me anyways." And so the man known as Natsu Dragneel died. Solo Ui awoke with a gasp, quickly looking about in confusion. Her confusion and panic only increased when she realized she couldn't move anything from her head down, as if she was strapped down. Where was she? The last thing she remembered was falling, then hitting something hard. Hey, master. Take it easy." The voice of her servant quickly shook her out of her fear, and she obeyed his voice, taking a moment to calm down. Even so, she looked around frantically, finally coming to rest on Castor's approaching form. Her eyes widened when she got a good look at him and noticed two things. Firstly, Castor himself looked like a mess. He had several cuts and scrapes on his body, but what caught her attention was the dried black stuff all over him, especially on his arms and legs. Secondly, and that was the more troublesome notice, Lancer and Cainith weren't with him. She understood that he must have reacted to the command seal, and therefore was the one who reached her first, but she would have expected the other two to have caught up with them, especially since she now realized they were in their backup base. "Castor, what happened? And where's Lancer and Cainith?" Castor was uncharacteristically silent for a moment, something which worried her, before speaking. "Well, I managed to get you out of the ruins of the destroyed hotel and carried you here. I treated and bandaged your cuts and your head injury as best as I could, and I even managed to fix your side injury." Solo Ui looked down at herself, realizing she was strapped down to the bed and covered in bandages, and was also not wearing any clothing save panties. She looked back up, blushing up a storm. "Did you?" Castor at least had the decency to look embarrassed. "Yeah, I kinda had to undress you mostly to get all the cuts." She would have said something, but a brief pain in her side made her stop. Looking back down, she noticed one particular area on her right side with a lot of bandaging. "Yeah, I was forced to burn the puncture hole from the piece of metal that lodged in there when I removed it shut to keep you from dying of blood loss. I cleaned and dressed it afterwards. And the straps. That was to make sure you didn't start spasming in pain while I was working." Castor responded quickly, as if worried she got the wrong idea. "I applied painkillers, but I wanted to be safe." Solo Ui, it couldn't help but chuckle a little bit after hearing quick response, but quickly grew serious again. "And what about Cainith and Lancer?" Her eyes narrowed in worry as Castor suddenly turned serious again. "Did something happen?" Castor was silent for a moment longer, then spoke. "Well, when we went to fight Archer, Assassin, and Avenger joined the fight. Then the other servants joined in. Then we all teamed up to fight Avenger, and Lancer killed him. But..." Solo Ui had a feeling she knew what he meant, but she had to be sure. "But he died of his injuries afterwards. Cainith is no longer in the running for the Grail, and I don't know about him, because the last I saw of him, he was staring at the spot Lancer disappeared. I've been taking care of you since." Solo Ui was silent as she digested this information. Lancer had always been kind to her, and her heart sank with the knowledge of his passing. However, she knew that Cainith had a bit of a bonding with the old servant that went deeper than that. Not to mention that without him, Cainith could no longer have his wish. However, she had a feeling she knew where he was. If he's not here, he's probably at the church. It's a sanctuary for masters who lost their servants, so he's probably waiting there for us to contact him. Solo Ui finally said. "As long as he stays there, he's safe. So what do you want to do? I mean, he's not in the war anymore." Solo Ui took a moment to think about what that meant. She was the one with a servant now, not Cainith. She could just leave him there and win the war for her own benefit. She owed no true loyalty to him, and nothing was stopping her from going her own way. "Yet, after I've sufficiently healed, we'll go to pick him up," she finally replied. He was the one originally chosen by the Grail. He has the right to see it with his own eyes. Castor nodded. All right then. He started to walk off, but was stopped by Soli Ui, clearing her throat. Oh, and Castor, thank you for saving me. He turned around, noticing she had a bit of a blush on her face, and grinned. No problem. Fuyuki Church. Father, are you there? Kirai called out as he entered the church, looking about in confusion. Despite the fact the lights were on, there was no one around and no one answering his call. That confused him. Even if his father wasn't here, he would have expected Kenneth Archibald L. Malloy to be here already, if only because the Tosaka Manor was a shorter distance from the church than the Hyatt Hotel, and he personally hadn't made any effort to hurry his way back. Father, there was something unsettling about this silence, almost as if the entire place was holding its breath and waiting for something to happen. Kirai looked about in confusion before moving towards the back rooms, wondering if anyone was there. The first door he tried was to the bathrooms, but no one was there. He then moved towards his chambers, but again, there was no one there. Finally, he walked towards his father's chambers. Noticing the lights were on due to the light coming from around the door, he assumed that someone was inside. When he opened the door, on the other hand, the sight that greeted him made him recoil in shock. His father, Risei Kodomine, was lying in a puddle of his own blood dead, a hole in his chest showing where a bullet had shot through his head. Across from him was the body of Kenneth Archibald L. Malloy, whose hand still gripped the revolver that had done the deed. The cause of his death was a knife through his chest. Assassin's knife. Speak of the devil. Assassin was right behind him when he turned around to call him. What happened, Assassin? Kirai less asked and more ordered, his mind still reeling from this recent sight. Kenneth happened, Master, Assassin responded. When I arrived here, I saw him speaking with your father. Due to the fact I didn't want to reveal that you had ordered me to assassinate him, I decided to wait until Kenneth was finished speaking with your father and alone before finishing him off. Kirai sought to keep a rising bit of anger under control. But I miscalculated, he finally said. Your father offered him a drink, and the two went here, to your father's studies, so I decided to wait for him to come back. The next thing I knew, I heard a gunshot. He looked away from Kirai's face, as if ashamed of himself. When I got here, I was just in time to watch your father fall to his knees clutching his chest. I didn't hesitate as he turned to face me, surprise on his face. As you can plainly see, I finished him quickly enough. Kirai was silent for a long moment as he digested Assassin's words. He knew that he wasn't lying, as he knew from his memories when and how Assassin lied. He was telling the truth when he said Kenneth shot his father. How did he get the gun? According to what I found out about him, Kenneth always carried one Webley .38 Mk4 on his person at all times. Apparently, he brought it from Britain, as this gun is practically impossible to procure anywhere else. Why did you not say anything about it in your reports to me? I assume it wasn't important. Due to him being a firm user of magecraft, I believed he would never stoop so low as to use such an item. True, I too thought he was firm in his belief magecraft is superior to modern weaponry, Kirai finally said as he walked over to where his father's body laid. What a hypocrite. That said, his primary objection to modern weaponry seemed to be their use in what he had expected to be a test of magical firepower, Master. Likely, he planned to implicate Kiritsugu Amiya as the true murderer. Assassin then looked confusedly over at Kirai. What are you doing, Master? Kirai paid him no mind, turning over his father's body and finding what he thought would be there. On the ground, etched in blood, his father had left him one final message, JN 424. Kirai then stood up and reached for a Bible located on his father's desk. Opening it, he flipped the pages until he found the proper page and verse. John 4 verse 24. God is spirit, and his worshippers must worship in spirit and in truth. With that, the command seals on his father's arm flared and disappeared, only to appear on his own arm opposite of the one with assassins. I am the new bearer of the command seals. This was my father's final gift, the message only I could know. Kirai stated as he put down the holy book and looked back down at his father's body. He died still caring about me to the end. Assassin was silent as he watched his master's body shake slightly, then atrialized when he saw the tears fall. There were no words needed. Atop the Fuyuki church, Assassin appeared atop to the church, thinking about what he had just done. It was true. He knew that Kirai would have immediately seen through any lie he would have said, due to being familiar with how he lied from the dreams. So he hadn't lied. He simply withheld some portions of the truth. Events had transpired exactly as he had said. The only thing he had left out was that he hypnotized Kenneth to do it. He took a moment from his reflection to stare out across the sky. It had once been a symbol of hope to him, the hope that he would someday be reunited with the woman he loved. Now, it was another reminder of everything he had done in pursuit of a mad dream. And now, once again, he found himself ruining other people's lives, all to achieve his own goals. He could have killed Kenneth right then and there and moved on. However, he saw an opportunity for Kirai to realize how he truly felt and took it, even if it meant killing Risei Kodomine in the process. Now, Kirai had access to all the spare command seals, and thus had an advantage no other master had. Also, with his father's death and realizing how he felt about it, which Assassin had little doubt would be very similar to how he felt when his wife died, Kirai would be ready to risk his remaining sanity for what Assassin had in store for him. Well, I must admit it, that was very moving performance. The voice of Archer rang out. Assassin looked about, but it appeared that the golden servant was conserving his strength, refusing to manifest in his physical form. But even so, was killing the old priest truly worth it? It will aid Kirai in his road of self-discovery, not to mention it gave him an advantage over the other masters, Assassin replied smoothly. Isn't that what you wanted, Archer? The servant of the bow chuckled. Can't deny that, can I? I suppose I'll see him in the morning after he brings the news to Tokiomi. That will be an interesting conversation. The voice began to fade away. Good night to you, Assassin. When Assassin could no longer feel Archer's presence, only then did he himself take his leave. For the sake of my world's future, and for my master's own well-being, Assassin thought to himself resolutely, as astralized once again, I will do whatever it takes, even if I must cause my master pain. Author note. Damn, I am one evil bastard, aren't I? Now Kenneth is dead, so how will this affect the remaining combatants? One thing I can say, we're getting close to the end. Now alliances are going to start shaking up and more servants are going to die. Just stay with me for a while longer, people. Soul. Also, that little speech IRI launched into, that was more or less taken directly from a little thing X read by a person whose pen name is indeed Cavalier. So, if you're reading this, Cavalier, then we thank you for such an awesome piece of writing. Until next time, remember to review, fave, and follow. Chapter 18, Dreams and Betrayal. Morning, Fuyuki Church. I regret to inform you, Master, that my father Rise Kodomine was murdered by former Master Kenneth Archibald L. Meloy last night. Kirai informed Tokiomi when the latter had come to the church to have a personal meeting with Rise. While Assassin did succeeded in eliminating Archibald, the fact remains that the command seals were lost with my father. Tokiomi gripped his cane so tightly that for a moment Kirai thought it would break under his grip. Damn it, his master growled out, his patience having worn thin over the last few days. How could so many things go wrong in so little time? What gains we may have in the war are completely one-sided by our losses. If I may be so bold, Master, Kirai replied in a soothing tone. Perhaps we're looking at this in the wrong way. True, we have lost both the manor and the church's support, along with more personal losses for both of us. However, we still have our servants, and of the other remaining 4, only Castor could possibly stand a chance of winning alone, and even he couldn't if both Archer and Assassin fought together. Tokiomi was silent for a moment, then he sighed. Yes, you're right, Kirai. Forgive me. The past few days have been stressful for me. I understand. The red-clad Magus then placed a hand on the priest's shoulder, noticing how he flinched at the contact. I am truly sorry for the loss of your father. And I say that, not simply as a teacher to his student, or even as another comrade who understands the loss of a friend, but as a man who understands the loss of a family member. Kirai was respectfully silent as his master continued. Even so, I cannot imagine what it must be like to lose a person who has been with you your whole life like that. Father Rise was a dear friend, almost a second father to me. Kirai nodded his head, briefly touched by the sincerity of his tone, then placed the conversation back on track. What is the plan now? Tokiomi let go of his shoulder before speaking. As you recently informed me, the hotel in which Archibald and his finance Soliui were staying was destroyed, yet you have no confirmation that Castor is gone. It is likely that they had some form of a backup base, in which case if Castor saved his master, he likely took her there to heal. I want you to have Assassin begin searching the city, preferably the abandoned areas, find them, and, if possible, annihilate them both. We can't afford to have the most powerful remaining enemy servant forge an alliance with the others. What of the alliance of Korea Matu, Karitsugu Amiya, and Waver Velvet? We must be on guard, but they are not our greatest concerns. We will move our own base of operations here to the church in secret to keep them confused. Not even the famed Magus killer would be so bold as to destroy the place of sanctuary for masters. Master Tokiomi, Master Kirai, Assassin said as he materialized in the room, having been there the whole time, silently observing. If I may, it would appear that Waver Velvet's alliance with the others was merely until Avenger was annihilated. Now that has been done, it is likely he may seek a new alliance, perhaps with Castor, but this also will leave him vulnerable for a time. Both were silent until Tokiomi nodded. Impressive thinking, Assassin. If you happen to see Ryder and his master during your scouting, feel free to finish them as well if possible. His Ionian Hitai Roy is potentially the most dangerous noble phantasm among the other servants, so do not hesitate. The masked servant bowed before warping away. Kirai then turned back to his ally. Is there anything else you need? No. Thank you, Kirai, Tokiomi replied as he prepared to leave the room. I have other business to attend to today. Personal business. Remembering that his younger daughter was dead, Kirai didn't attempt to stop his teacher from walking out, simply bowing respectfully. When Tokiomi shut the door behind him, The familiar figure of Archer in his casual wear appeared, having been watching the whole conversation while astralized. "Why did you not tell Tokiomi?" he asked casually, as if the two had some secret known only to them. "Tell him what?" Kirai responded icily. "Tell him that you are in possession of the spare command seals, is what?" Noticing Kirai's surprised look, he chuckled. "Assassin told me everything, but I suppose that it isn't surprising. Your father always did seem to believe you were a pious of God." Kirai responded in a neutral tone. "Yes, my father left me the command seals. I simply didn't deem it the right time to reveal them to Tokiomi just yet." "Then when will be the right time?" The priest turned to leave, already done with this conversation, but stopped when he heard Archer's next words. "Assassin also told me that you actually wept at your father's passing. Was that true as well? Because you did a fantastic job of hiding it from Tokiomi." "Of course it was. I wept both in sadness and fury against his killer. I am still furious to no end." Archer raised an eyebrow. "Furious, you say?" he asked as Kirai reached a hand for the doorknob. "Are you furious because you were unable to kill him yourself?" He immediately disappeared as Kirai turned about quickly to face him. Kirai was silent as he stared at Archer's former place, his mind playing over that last comment again and again. "Are you furious because you were unable to kill him yourself?" The worst part was he couldn't deny it. A part of him had wanted to see his father's death with his own eyes, and felt cheated that he had only seen the results. It reminded too much of how he felt when his wife had died. As for not revealing the command seals to his master, he honestly didn't know. When he had received them from his father's last message, he knew he should tell Tokiomi, if only to show that they were still in their possession. He could have used them to restore Tokiomi's own lost seals. But something held him back. The right time, he had said. The right time should have been when Tokiomi was lamenting about their loss. Yet he hadn't spoken up, instead staying silent. They had been his father's last gift, his last prayer for his son and master to win the war. Was that why he hadn't revealed the command seals to Tokiomi? Because they were the only inheritance he had left from his father and therefore had sentimental value? If that was the case, it only made him feel worse that a part of him still wanted to kill his father with his own hands. Even after all this time, I am still no closer to understanding myself, Kirai thought to himself. I enjoy the suffering of others, yet I know it is sinful and wrong. I feel sadness from my own father's death, yet irritation that it was not I who did so. I have no idea why the Grail chose me as a master, yet the fact I was chosen is proof that I desire something. He stood in front of the door to leave, his hand unable to make the effort to open it as his mind raced with these questions and more, but finding no answers. Why must this all be so vexing? He all but shouted in his mind. Master, are you all right? Turning, he realized Assassin was behind him, staring with what appeared to be a concerned look. I'm fine, Assassin. Why are you here? The masked figure shrugged. There's no need for me to go out myself. I've sent 2 of my 6 paths to the city in disguise to watch for Caster and Ryder. If they spot either, I will immediately know and deal with them accordingly. He replied nonchalantly, then grew more serious. I also see you're still conflicted, and I've decided to settle the issue that you face with yourself once and for all. Kirai looked at Assassin with a wary eye, not letting the small hope of finally understanding himself light up. Really? Exactly how would you do such a thing? Assassin simply pointed at his mask's eye hole. I will use a special jinjutsu, Izanami, to cast you under hypnosis. In your dream world, I will manipulate the images and offer guidance as you look deep within yourself. Days within that world would seem as minutes, and it wouldn't take long in real time for you to understand yourself. Kirai was silent. He had never seen such a technique being used by Assassin at all during the events of his life. The closest jutsu that came to mind was Izanagi, but another more worrying thought was further ahead in his mind. What is this? Izanami. Izanami, along with its counterpart Izanagi, are the most powerful ocular jutsu of the Uchiha clan. Izanagi allows one to cast a jinjutsu upon themselves, removing the boundaries of reality and illusion, allowing the caster to literally reject injuries and even death as mere illusions. Essentially, a jutsu that alters destiny. Assassin held out his left hand, as if he was trying to physically illustrate the point. Now, as for Izanami. Here, he held out his right hand, to provide the comparison of the jutsus being a pair. It can best be described as a jutsu that decides destiny. How? To begin the technique, after selecting any arbitrary moment, I use my Sharingan to remember the physical sensations both of my body and yours during that instant like a photograph, represented as A. I must then intentionally replicate the same sensation and in the same way, memorize that instant with my Sharingan, represented as A. Izanami overlaps and connects these 2 identical bodily sensations, A and A, as well as the flow of time between them, creating an infinite loop of events that entraps your consciousness. Is it only one moment? I can also use my Sharingan to remember multiple sensations, represented as B, C, and so forth, and those sensations will also be used when Izanami is activated. I also don't necessarily need to replicate A with A to initiate Izanami. I can also replicate B with B, or C with C as well. The more sensations I memorize, the better my chances would be to initiate Izanami on you, and the more sensations you will experience each time you repeat a loop. I suppose then that I would faced with memories of times I felt joy at others' sufferings? Kirai asked for clarification. Indeed, I've seen your memories and dreams, and so I know which ones to show you. Wouldn't this destroy your Sharingan eye? Kirai added, remembering the scene where Assassin had been forced to use Izanagi to survive. It had cost him the permanent sight of his right eye. Assassin shrugged. Yes, but I have no intentions of using my real eye for this. A simple replacement will do just fine. Made sense. Assassin wasn't the type of person who would waste an advantage for such matters. How do I know that you'll be able to use it properly? And why didn't you so much as mention this before? As to whether I can properly use it, I possess many of Madara's memories when he showed me his past. The knowledge on how to perform it is located in them, even if he himself only used it once. As to why I never revealed I could use it, here, Assassin's body shifted, indicating a sense of nervousness. I only wanted to use it if you truly needed it. Even with my knowledge of the technique, preventing me from accidentally destroying your mind in the process, I will still be dragging up the darkest parts of your psyche. Your mind may not be able to handle what you see. Not everyone who has their true self laid in front of them can handle what they see. It could potentially change or even break you forever. What do you mean? Izanami was meant to show people that sometimes fate cannot be changed. If you face what I will show you, you will be unable to leave the illusion until you accept whatever it is your true self is. If you don't, the loop will continue until you accept you cannot truly change no matter what, even if you disagree with what you see. There it was. Assassin downright admitted that he might be completely broken by whatever his soul reflected. Logic dictated that he shouldn't do it. Tokiomi still needed him. His father had given him the seals in order to see the war through to the end. His battle with Kiritsugu Amiya was still unfinished. Doing this could ruin any chance to do any of these things. He could just say no, could just open that door and leave. Go back to being the loyal ally of Tokiomi Tosaka, hoping for a chance to face the Magus killer in combat. And yet he couldn't make his hand turn the knob. Despite himself, he needed, to see what lied in his soul. If he could finally understand himself, he could discover his wish and actually use the Grail. He could finally face the world secure in the knowledge that he knew his place. He would be able to face Kiritsugu Amiya with a sense of satisfaction, as he found himself without need of his enemy's aid. And in that moment, Kirai Kodomine made the choice that would set him down a path that he would follow to his eventual end, whatever and whenever that was. Very well, Assassin. When would it be an appropriate time to try this time loop technique? Behind his mask, Assassin smiled, but it wasn't a satisfied one. It was the grim smile of a person who knew another was walking down a path of no return, yet could do nothing but hope he made it out mostly intact. Well, in that case, I believe that the proper time. Mackenzie's residence. To cancel our alliance with the masters of Saber and Berserker is now, Master. Ryder finished as he took a bite out of a saltine cracker while playing Admirable Tactics, the melancholy of Dr. Portia, on his game console. Avenger is now dead, which was the main reason that we joined them in the first place. The time has come to seek new alliances. Waver sighed as he put down a biography of his servant, looking up at Ryder with sleepy eyes. Ever since they had got home, he had found himself unable to sleep properly. One simply didn't just watch a battle between the armies of man and hell and then walk away like nothing happened. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw warriors fighting groaning and screaming scepters that burst into blood when killed permanently. Unable to sleep properly, he had spent the night analyzing Cainith's volumen hydrogram, attempting to figure out the basics to use it. It was slow going, as while he himself was familiar with the theory behind mystic codes, he lacked the experience to fully utilize it. In addition, he had realized that the magical bonds within the Mercury had been severed at some recent point, which meant he would have to start from scratch in order to use it by rebuilding those bonds. After messing with that for a few hours, he had finally put that down and started reading some books he had brought, and that was what he had been doing until Ryder said those words. I don't know, he replied hesitantly. I mean, we still have Archer and Assassin left. I don't think we could hold our own against either of them alone. His mind briefly flashed back to the sight of Archer raining weapon upon weapon down from on high, as well as the massive flame barrier Assassin threw up before summoning 6 fighters to do battle for him. Ryder didn't seem perturbed by that statement, which is why I believe we should now seek an alliance with Castor. What? Ryder turned away from the television to face him. Indeed. After all, we did guide Archibald to safety, did we not? Castor's master is allied with him, so they would be open to an alliance with the master who protected him, wouldn't they? Ryder turned back to the game. Besides, Castor has experience fighting Archer, so that's also a plus, and this way, the sides are even. Waver was silent, pondering his servant's words. Everything that Ryder had just said was true, and they would have to cut ties with Saber and Berserker eventually. Castor was certainly a powerful fighter, especially for his class. Ryder had seen Castor fight during last night's battle, and he hadn't hesitated to recount every detail of the dragon wizard's exploits to a tired Waver as they had returned from the church. There was still one problem, though. You know, we actually have to find Castor and his master first before we can do that. I really don't want to tell Berserkers and Saber's masters that I'm cutting off our alliance, then get stuck because we couldn't find Castor before someone else did. Ryder grinned as he turned the TV off and stood up. Well, no time like the present to get started. It was a testament to Waver's tired state that his mind only just began to process the implications behind that statement before Ryder grabbed him by the back of his shirt and began dragging him out. Wait, Ryder, what are you doing? What else? We're going out to find Castor. The two stopped when they heard a loud growl come from somewhere nearby. Looking around for the source, Ryder's gaze lit on Waver, who grinned sheepishly. All right, after breakfast. Noon, Sola Yui's hideout. Sola Yui hissed in pain as she put on her shirt, refusing Castor's help and ordering him out of the room as she slowly worked the article of clothing on. Normally, someone who had just had a building collapse on top of them last night and suffering several serious injuries wouldn't be getting dressed for a trip to the city, but Sola Yui was no ordinary person. She had spent quite a bit of time last night after waking up healing her injuries with her own magecraft, while Castor had slept, accelerating the restoration process. By morning, she had the majority of her injuries healed, with the most serious no longer life-threatening or too deliberating. Even so, her side still ached, as her efforts to put on a shirt were proving rather well. In addition, she was exhausted from her constant casting, so logically, she should have been sleeping off the effort. Are you sure about this, Master? Castor asked from outside the door. I mean, I can just check on Kenneth myself. Wouldn't take that long either. Of course, she wasn't exactly thinking logically right now. Of course I'm sure, she called back as she moved on to putting on a pair of long pants, not wanting to show the bandages still on her legs. I just want to see how he's doing with my own eyes, that's all. Is that it? Castor called back, a bit of a teasing tone entering his voice. Or is there some other reason you look like you were going to use a command seal to make me take you? She blushed when she heard that. And no, she called back quickly, hearing Castor's laugh through the wall. Idiot, she growled quietly, thinking that I'm doing this because I like Kenneth, which I don't. She wasn't lying. Her reasons for going with Castor to the church, as she knew if Kenneth was alive he was there, were simply because she was worried about him. She would have expected him to send some form of message by way of familiar or some similar method by now. She also knew that he would have sent it to the hideout, as the destruction of their hotel was clearly not something he could have missed. As she had told Castor, her feelings for Kenneth were platonic, not romantic. She certainly thought better of him than when they had first met, enough to feel concern and even feel glad while around him, but she never thought of him the same way he did her. She honestly didn't believe she could ever truly find happiness with him in marriage, no matter how he treated her. She shook her head, putting such thoughts out of her mind as she slipped on a pair of shoes. Such things were irrelevant right now. What was relevant was finding Kenneth. She opened the door to be greeted with the sight of Castor, wearing his own casual wear. Ready? He asked, that ever-present smile on his face. Sola Yui felt her spirits rise slightly at the sight. Yeah, let's go. Today might actually be a good one. Outside Fuyuki City, Tosaka's safe house. Such thoughts were far from Tokiomi's mind as he stood in front of the door to where his family was staying for the duration of the war. His mind was flooded with multiple troubling thoughts, all of which demanded his attention. The death of his daughter, the destruction of his manor, Risei's death and loss of the spare command seals. The past few days truly hadn't been kind to him. The only positives he could readily come up with were that Avenger and Lancer were dead, and, since his manor was one of only 4 places the Grail could hope to manifest in Fuyuki, there was no less place to worry about securing, as he was certain that whatever the other servants did while in the manor temporarily disrupted the concentrated magical ley lines underneath it. Due to that, the Grail wouldn't be able to manifest there for this war. However, he could only find the strength to deal with the problems one at a time. But standing here at his destination, he doubted he even had enough to do that. He shook his head to clear away such thoughts, and, taking a deep breath, he knocked on the door. When it opened, he was greeted to the sight of a disheveled and tired-looking Rin, who, despite her appearance, immediately brightened up and wrapped her arms around him the moment she saw him. Father, you're back. For a moment, he felt his spirit lift as he returned the hug. Then he let go to enter the house, Rin trailing behind him. Once inside, he was greeted by Aoi, who hugged him as well. When she let go, he could see the worry in her eyes and the unspoken question that he knew he would have to answer. As if understanding his inner dilemma, Aoi thankfully turned to Rin. Rin, could you leave the two of us alone for a minute? Looking at the two of them for a moment, Rin obeyed, though Tokiomi could tell it was reluctantly. When she left, shutting the door after her, he turned to his wife, who saw the unspoken question in his eyes. She's fine, just a nightmare she had last night, she replied. Then her voice grew concerned. I saw what happened to the Matam Manor. What happened? There it was, the question he had been dreading to answer since yesterday. Even now, after having carefully thought through his response hours ago, he still had to take a moment to collect his thoughts, gesturing for her to take a seat while he did so. I decided to pay Zoken a visit to check up on Sakura's training, he began, having taken a seat in the chair opposite of her. When I arrived, I discovered that she had been. Here he trailed off. What? What happened to her? Aoi asked, her voice becoming slowly higher and faster with worry. Could he tell her how he had been so wrong? She deserves to know, he reminded himself, then sighed out loud. She deserves to know everything. And so he told her everything. Everything that Korea had told him that night when Rin was in the hospital. About how Zoken had lied about Korea watching over Sakura, Korea's journey to the manor to confront Zoken, and the deal he made with him to save her, which explained his new appearance. He then went into detail about how he himself had went to the manor to confirm these rumors, how Zoken did so, and they fought, ending with Zoken's death. Finally, he spoke. Here, his voice finally began to crack slightly, of how he had found Sakura's body, being devoured by the worms as Zoken's last spite, and how he had burned the entire manor down in a rage. However, he left out the exact details of Sakura's training, particularly the part about being violated by the worms. There was no reason to make Aoi even more horrified and angered than she no doubt would be. Throughout it all, Aoi had been silent, her body movements speaking for her. Her eyes had gotten progressively wider, her crossed hands clenched her arms tighter, and her face went from surprise to disgust to finally sadness. Near the end, she had also begun to take deep breaths, as if the knowledge of what he was saying was suffocating her. And that's what happened, he finished, immediately regretting the almost callous way that it sounded. I'm sorry. Aoi was silent, her eyes shut and her body slowly shaking, though whether it was from sadness, anger, or some combination thereof he didn't know. Finally, she spoke quietly. You promised me she would be all right. She might as well had stabbed him in the chest with a rusty dagger. Aoi, and no, she yelled, immediately standing up, her eyes open and blazing with such anger that he would have sworn, if looks could kill, that he would be a smoking crater in the ground. You promised me that she would be all right. You said that she would be safe. She punctuated her words as she walked towards him, right until she was standing right in front of him and looking down. There, the fire in her eyes started to die down, replaced with grief. Now she's gone. Such a kind soul. Tokiomi couldn't help but think. Even when pushed to anger, it often faded from her system as quickly as it appeared. She was simply incapable of keeping it in and holding on to it. He thought about protesting, thought about making excuses, claiming he had been misinformed, that Zoken had lied just that well. But he said nothing, for everything she said was true, and it would only make things worse for both of them. Instead, he stood up, allowing Aoi to hold him, and watched as she sobbed into his chest. My daughter is gone, she whispered again as she continued to cry unashamedly. I'll never be able to see her face again. She felt rather than saw her husband's arms wrap around her. I know. I'm so sorry. And in that moment, Tokiomi finally let the tears that he had held in for so long fall. He didn't sob, didn't make any such noise. But Aoi still felt the wetness of his tears touch her hair, and in that moment, she felt her remaining anger dwindle. She couldn't forgive, not yet, but she could let her hate go. And unknown to both grieving parents, the young girl listening behind the door wept silently with them, one hand clutching her silver cross. Einsburn Manor. Kiritsugu, Mia, Iri, and Korea stood over a map of Fuyuki, taking note of several important areas. While at first glance it appeared they were going over areas to locate potential servant hideouts, particularly casters, it was actually a much different reason. Enemy servants were involved, yes, but they were obstacles and threats, not the targets. Are you sure this route's secure? Korea asked as he looked at the marked lines on the map. I understand that it's quite far from both the Tosaka Manor, the ruins of the hotel, and Waver's location, but it still doesn't account for Castor's potential hideout or assassin's involvement. True, Kiritsugu replied. But if Castor is still alive, he'll likely be in the sparsely populated areas. Even if he isn't, Berserker's presence detection will be able to detect him if he gets too close. Besides, Iri added as she pointed a finger at the route, in particular the direction it took. Since the route takes us through the more populated areas, the others will be less likely to attack. The only one who would likely risk it would be Assassin. As for Assassin himself, Mia continued, nothing we do can completely stop a threat from him. His teleportation ability means he can be practically anywhere, and since Berserker can't sense him if he is using it, he could literally appear on top of us, and we wouldn't know it until he's there. The four were currently going over a route to a new location for their base. The manor was known to practically all the remaining participants, and it was a literal red target for an enemy attack. Considering that the other two manor houses were more or less decimated, it wouldn't be a stretch to think that they were gearing up for a final attack to blow this one up too. Fortunately, Kiritsugu had already prepared the secondary base. All that had to be done now was decide on a route, and they could leave the manor behind. The change in base would put the others off, at least for a while, giving them time to prepare for the final stages of the war. Still, something was bothering Korea. Is it right for us just to up and leave without telling Waver or Ryder? I mean, they're still technically our allies, right? The two women were silent while Kiritsugu explained. True. However, remember that our alliance with them only extended until Avenger was defeated. With both his and Lancer's deaths, the balance of power is shifting. Avenger was the glue that no doubt kept everyone allied with someone else. It's highly likely that they're both out there now, searching for any other servants. Who? The white-haired man inquired. Berserker and Saber are here, and Assassin and Archer aren't going to let anyone else into their alliance. The only one left is Castor. And that's who I imagine they're searching for. Whether to fight or ally with, I don't know for sure. All I know is that Ryder and his master are loose cannons here. We can't risk it if they suddenly decide that the alliance is off. If it's going to break, it'll be by our terms. He then looked back down at the map. Either way, I'd say we've come up with the best route possible. When do we head out? Mia asked. Tonight. Noticing everyone's confused expressions, Kiritsugu elaborated. If we leave now, there's little chance of an attack, but if anyone's watching us, especially Assassin, they'll know and may risk an attack before we get to the populated areas. We're at our most vulnerable on the move. If we wait until night, anyone watching us will likely think we're resting from last night and strike fast. In which case, we'll be on home territory and ready. He then wrapped up the map, signaling an end to the discussion. Korea turned to leave, but stopped at a sharp pain in his gut. Clutching his side, he stumbled for a moment, only to be caught by IRI. Are you all right? She asked, her voice tinged with concern. Without waiting for a response, she was already casting her healing magic on him. I'm fine. That was a lie. Ever since last night, his body had been aching and having brief spasms of pain all the time, far more intense they once had been. And they were occurring more frequently. I guess Berserker wasn't lying when she said that my body might not be able to handle their full power, he bitterly thought, though the bitterness was directly towards the pain, not his servant. Slowly, he stood up, the pain having been muted, but not gone. Even with the Lady Irisfield's healing, I don't think I'll fully recover. Nodding his thanks, he left the room. He just missed Iri herself almost collapsing on the floor, only stopped by Kiritsugu. Are you all right? He mimicked her words perfectly as he lifted her slowly. I am fine, just a little tired. Her effort to assure him didn't quite work. You need to be careful with how much magic you use now. The process is accelerating, even with Avalon. She smiled at his concern. I know, but I can hold out for a while longer yet. Slowly, Kiritsugu helped her to her feet, upon which he let her go. Giving her husband a quick hug, Irisfield too left the room. He turned to Mia, who, despite appearing outwardly calm, he could tell she seemed to be asking an unspoken question. No, I'm not going to fall to the ground for you to catch me. Dreamscape. Kirii Kodomine looked about the area. He was in equal parts wonder and nostalgia. Even now, he couldn't quite believe it. The room, the lights, the bed, the faint smell of perfume. It was all identical to that night so many years ago. The night his wife had taken her own life for his sake. Assassin had done his job well. The last sight he had before waking in this dream world was Assassin's Sharingan turning a dull white, which meant the Izanami was successful. Now, he was stuck here until he came to terms with who he was. He felt his body move without a thought, his mind absently noting that it was going through motions identical to his memories. Once again, another piece of proof that Izanami was working perfectly. He found himself in front of his daughter Karen's bed, only two at the time, where he looked down at her sleeping form. Her innocent sleeping appearance, practically identical in every way to her mother Claudia, briefly tugged at his heartstrings. He relived the moment, watching as, in one of his rare moments of true happiness at something other than others' suffering, he brushed some of the silver hair away from her face, feeling something resembling joy at her slight subconscious squirming at his touch. He remembered this moment. This was the night he chose to take his own life, having concluded that his birth and existence were some kind of mistake, as he felt despair at the fact that, despite his wife understanding him more than any other person in existence, he still couldn't find it in himself to truly love her, nor had she succeeded in filling the void in his heart. He had come here to bid her goodbye before he was to die, as it was a natural duty to tell her, whom he made his wife as an experiment, of his end. Before he did, he had decided to pay his young daughter, in whose suffering he also took joy in, albeit far less than any other, a final visit. Kirii felt a brief pang of sadness for her as he turned to leave, knowing what she would discover in the morning. However, he steeled himself as he opened the door to his wife's room, the woman he had tried his hardest to love for 2 years. In terms of appearance, she was the older spitting image of their daughter, with only one gold eye truly seeing, the other covered in blindness. She was on her deathbed by this point. After only 2 years together, nothing more than skin and bone and unable to stand up on her own. They had married knowing that she wouldn't have long to live, plagued with terminal illness, but they had done so regardless. He still didn't know if he chose her because of that, or if that had been his only choice. She had loved him, truly loved him despite everything, and in their time together had grown to understand him better than any other. Despite that, he still derived pleasure from her suffering, and the fact that the sight of her at that moment brought some happiness sickened him even now. He knelt down next to her, seeing all of love she held for him even to the end shine through her eye. At the same time, he also saw resignation, as if she already knew why he had come. Finally, he relayed the simple fact he had come to. I could not love you. Any other woman would have felt anger, disbelief, sadness, and/or a host of other emotions at the simple and blunt way he said that, as if she was nothing but an experiment that failed, which in essence she was. However, Claudia wasn't any other woman. She had understood his intentions, and so felt no such emotions at his words. No, you do love me. And with those words, he watched as she literally stabbed herself in the chest with a hidden knife, as if she had always intended to do so. He looked down as he felt tears fall from his face as they once did, and saw her face twist into a smile as she passed away. He understood why she had done so afterwards, the first time. She believed that his crying had been because of sadness, and one can only feel sadness if they felt attached to what they were crying about. The fact he had shed tears was proof, in her dying mind, that he had loved her, and therefore felt regret at her death. In truth, it was because then, and still was now, he didn't kill her with his own hands. Now, however, that sadness was tinged with annoyance that this experience had come no closer to helping him than before. I wonder what other experiences Assassin dredged up for this little memory trip. He briefly wondered to himself as he felt his surroundings shift about him. Hopefully, they will be more successful. Church, afternoon. Assassin stood in front of his motionless master, knowing his mind was currently wandering the endless passages of his enemy. He knew it would take some time before Kyrie came out, and he knew that he himself might very well be dead by that point. Sighing to himself, he quickly removed his now blind Sharingan with a sickening pop from his skull, crushing it. He then placed his real one back in place, sighing to himself as he felt the connection work and sight return to his right eye. Quickly making several hand signals, he placed a boundary jutsu about the room, which would alert him if anyone attempted to enter, even if the person in question was a servant. Making several more gestures, he prepared a special Jinjutsu that would activate the moment anyone but himself entered the room, trapping them long enough to deal with them properly. As a third precaution, he booby-trapped the door so that anyone who wasn't Tokiomi or some ally would get a small, concentrated explosion to the face. Finally, he summoned one of his 6 paths, the Three Tails, and gave it specific instructions to stay out of sight and deal with anyone who wasn't supposed to try and open the door. Overkill? Perhaps, but just because one is paranoid doesn't mean people aren't out to get him. Satisfied with his preparations, he left the room, leaving his master in relative security. Now all he had to do was, hello. He stopped when he heard a voice from the church lobby. Now who could that be? Hey preacher man, are you here? Oh yes, the unforgettable voice of Castor. How could he have forgotten? Well, this wasn't unexpected, Assassin thought to himself as he quickly decided on how to proceed. It would have been stupid to believe that Kaneth's allies wouldn't check up on him. Coming to a decision, he quickly made the necessary hand signals. Thank God for the little things. With Soli Ui and Castor, master and servant stood in the church lobby, wondering where the priest was. No answer had been given to their calling, and the entire place looked like it was abandoned. The candles were unlit, the only light coming through the windows, giving the feel of an old, somewhat spooky place. Of course, of greater concern to Soli Ui, it was the fact that Kaneth wasn't anywhere in sight. She knew for a fact he had to be here, if he was anywhere. Otherwise, the alternative was that he was. Welcome. The two visitors immediately turned towards the source of the noise, Castor immediately lighting his fists on fire. The lights came on at that very moment, revealing the source of the voice to be Kyrie Kodomine, his hand on the light switch. The man then turned his attention to Castor. Forgive me for startling you, he began in a voice that didn't sound very sorry at all. But I must remind you that the church is a neutral place. I would ask that you cease your aggressive stance, he added with a brief gesture to the flames, before you break that rule. Soli Ui relaxed slightly, then placed her arm on Castor's shoulder. Castor glanced back at her for a moment, then allowed his flames to dwindle away. Excuse me, but I am Soli Notary Sophiri, master of Castor, she began, deciding that if the man in front of her knew about the rules of the war, then he obviously was someone related to the church or perhaps even a master. Might I ask who you are? The man briefly bowed his head. A pleasure. My name is Kyrie Kodomine, son of Rise Kodomine, who happened to be the mediator of this war. He asked for my help in watching over the proceedings, on account of his age. He then looked up. And what would one of the remaining masters and servants be doing in this neutral place? If you seek sanctuary or intend to end your involvement in the war, then I may offer my services. She noticed the way he said happened, but didn't pay it too much mind, deciding to cut to the point. We are actually here to speak about something else. Have you seen a man named Kaneth Archibald El Meloy, the former master of Lancer? We had an alliance with him, but haven't heard word since last night. We would like to know if he came here. The brown-haired man was silent for a few moments, his face betraying nothing. However, right when the silence was about to fall into awkwardness, he spoke. Yes, the man that you speak of did come here. He was escorted by Ryder and his master, as a matter of fact. All right then, Castor interrupted, though it wasn't filled with as much enthusiasm as Solui expected. So where is he? Dead. Everything became completely silent. Solui blinked once, then twice. Her mind had just gone completely blank. Castor's response, however, was far more animated. What do you mean he's dead? He yelled at the priest. You just said he arrived here safely. I did, Kirai replied calmly, seemingly unfazed by the servant's anger. However, Kenneth then proceeded to murder Father Risei, my father, in order to prevent anyone from receiving spare command seals, which are the mediator's choice to give. That shut Castor up, but it seemed to be the key to Soluyui's silence. How? It was a question with two meanings. The priest, understanding both, reached behind him and lifted a bag. Within it was the revolver that Kenneth had used. This was the murder weapon. I take it you're familiar with it. She was. She had always wondered why on earth he had carried a gun with him all the way to Japan. Still, she nodded. I happened to be sleeping when it occurred, so I don't know all the details. All I can tell you is that I awoke when I heard gunshots. When I made it to my father's study, I saw him on the ground bleeding out while Kenneth stood over him. Luckily, he wasn't prepared for me being there, which allowed me to finish him off personally. I want to see a body. Castor finally replied, his voice making it clear he didn't believe it. A shame. Kirai replied in a tone that once again indicated he wasn't very sorry. I have already disposed of both bodies. You're welcome to check the morgue if you like. You? Castor looked like he was about to punch the priest in the face, only stopped by Soluyui's hand on his shoulder. Let it go, Castor, she told him in a quiet tone. If what he's saying is true, he's the new mediator of this war. Indeed, Kirai replied, his voice finally changing to a more sympathetic tone. I am sorry for your ally's death, but my grief at my father's death is far greater. I see, Soluyui replied, her tone still flat and emotionless. I am truly sorry for your father's death. Thank you for your time. She then turned around to leave, walking towards the entrance. Castor, however, didn't follow suit, instead looking at Kirai with narrowed eyes. His nostrils flared for a moment, as if taking in his scent. You're a master. It was statement, not a question. Kirai shrugged, then lifted one of his sleeves, revealing 2 command seals. Indeed, but it appears I will have to surrender that right soon. It isn't right for the mediator to be involved in the war. I don't think Assassin will be happy to hear about that. The priest raised an eyebrow. If I so desired, I could simply force Assassin to commit suicide. The Grail has no true appeal to me, and these seals give me that kind of power. He then smiled disarmingly. Either way, you don't have to worry about me. Castor stared for a moment longer before turning towards the door with a snort of disgust and walking. Kirai waited until they had both walked outside and closed the doors before raising his hands into a symbol. With a poof of smoke, Kirai was gone, replaced with Assassin. Transformation Jutsu, one of the most basic and useful techniques a ninja could ever learn. He then looked down at his arm before activating Kamui. Now, just need to give Tokiomi a little gift, an idea, and then I'll sit back and watch how this whole thing blows over. Outside the church, Soluyui and Castor stood outside the church doors, unfortunately unable to hear the sound of Assassin's teleportation. The latter was staring at the former, who was simply staring at the ground. Master? You all right? Soluyui looked up, and her servant saw the tears in her eyes. For a moment, she felt like yelling at him. Of course she wasn't all right. She had just learned her fiancé and partner was a murderer and now dead. How could she be all right? However, she prevented herself from doing so for 2 reasons. First, it wasn't fair to yell at him. He was simply concerned for her, and that wasn't anything worth yelling about. In fact, she would have felt worse if he hadn't attempted to talk to her. Second, as sad as she was at Kenneth's death, it also meant that she wouldn't be forced to marry him anymore. For that, she was actually a little glad at his death. She knew that last reason was petty and cruel, but it still made her feel more free than she had in months. With those reasons in mind, she swallowed the angry retort she would have made, sniffed a little, and then wiped her eyes with her sleeves. No, I'm not all right, Castor. Then she smiled slightly, more out of a way to reassure than actual happiness. But thank you for asking anyways. To her surprise, Castor then wrapped his arms about her, giving her a light hug. Hey, it's the least I could do, right? He then looked at her closely. You know, if you really wanna, you can cry into my shoulder. Despite herself, her smile slowly became genuine. I think I'll take a rain check this time, if that's all right. Castor smiled, then turned his head towards the road, the grin slowly fading. Yeah, we wouldn't want to give the wrong idea, right? Soluyui, I was confused at first, until she heard a familiar voice. Oh, don't mind us. We were just checking up on Kenneth. She turned, and to her surprise beheld the sight of Waver Velvet and Ryder, both in their casual clothing and staring at them. Waver looked slightly uncomfortable while Ryder was smiling. She quickly realized exactly what sort of position that she and her servant were and hurriedly disentangled herself, Castor doing the same. It's not what it looks like, she hurriedly babbled out, feeling a blush spread over her face. We were just having a bonding moment. Waver supplied helpfully. Yes, exactly, she replied, seizing the idea like a lifeline. Nothing else. Her mind then registered what Ryder had said. Wait, you're checking up on Kenneth? Well, Waver began, rubbing his head. We did bring him here, and I felt like checking up on him. He didn't add how he figured that the best way to see Castor and her was to come here. I felt her spirits deflate slightly. Well, he's not going to be available. Huh? Both Ryder and his master asked at the same time. What do you mean? She looked at Castor, who nodded. She sighed. Well, evening, Tosaka's safe house, outside. Tokiomi stood outside his family's safe house, looking back one more time before walking away. He had done all he could to comfort Aoi before leaving, but he knew that she wouldn't just recover from the news of Sakura's death like a brush on the shoulder. She needed time to heal, but as much as he wished he could help her do that, there simply wasn't time. So, he had left, trusting that Rin would be able to help her mother. He knew it was cruel to leave her to care for her mother. She herself didn't know what was wrong, but he had faith she could do it. He knew that she had the potential to be a far greater magus than he ever could be. After all, he might not even survive the war to give her comfort at all. He stopped when that thought crossed his mind. No, he couldn't think like that. He had to win, if not for his honor's sake, then for Sakura and Rise as well. To be a magus is to walk with death, he reminded himself as he walked down the road. Doesn't mean you have to forget those dead, of course. Well said, master. Tokiomi quickly snapped out of his reverie, only relaxing when he saw the familiar figure of Kirai, Kodomine, walking towards him. Still, the sight confused him. What was he doing here? Forgive me for startling you. The priest continued as he came closer. But I have something important to tell you. The red-clad magus raised an eyebrow. And that is, assassin has located both Ryder and Castor. Those 7 words immediately had his attention. That quickly? Indeed, Kirai replied. In fact, he only needs the word and he will be able to finish them both at the same time. Tokiomi smiled, forgetting to ask about how quickly Kirai had found him. Finally, things were going their way. Very good. I will summon Archer to his side, and together they will eliminate both of them. But then he heard his student's next words. Actually, it might be best to send Archer to the Einsburn Manor. Tokiomi stopped, then looked back at Kirai. Really? I would like to hear your reasoning. Ryder is still allied with Saber and Berserker. According to Assassin's intel, Berserker appears to have some sort of advanced presence detection skill, which allows her to sense whenever a battle between servants is taking place. The moment they realize Ryder is under attack, both of them will immediately head straight for his location. Then, we will have all 4 remaining servants fighting us at once. Tokiomi could see the logic behind that. As powerful as both of their servants were, Saber and Berserker were nothing to underestimate either. All 4 together could potentially defeat them. However, what makes you think Assassin will be able to fight both Ryder and Castor? Ryder's Ionian Hitairoi isn't something that can be beaten easily alone, even with Assassin's 6 paths. Do not fear, master. I spoke with him on that very subject, and he told me he has the capability to deal with it. And what is this capability that he places so much faith in? A technique able to destroy half or even all of Fuyuki in a single blast. Tokiomi blinked once. He wanted to dispute that claim, stating that no assassin in history ever had such a capability. However, he reminded himself Assassin had done the impossible before and that he wasn't from this world. Had he not, after all, controlled 6 bodies separate from his body and used techniques capable of wiping out armies just last night? He settled for a sigh. Very well. However, Archer is another matter. He seems set on being the one to kill Ryder, even if he also seems set on fighting Saber as well. And that, Kirai interrupted as he lifted his arm, is where this comes in. Tokiomi felt time slow as he gazed upon the sight of both of Kirai's remaining command seals. Surely he couldn't mean. I can grant you one of them, he continued, confirming Tokiomi's suspicions. One should be enough to convince Archer to strike at the manor, correct? Kirai, why would you? Tokiomi was flabbergasted. He knew his student was obedient and loyal, but he didn't expect him to just give up one of his seals for his sake. Assassin will obey me loyally, even with 1 seal. However, Archer will require more than that. Kirai noticed his still hesitant expression. Do not worry, master. If this succeeds, only our servants will be left to take the grail. And we both know that is how we intended it from the beginning. Tokiomi was silent for a few more moments, but actually found himself agreeing with his student. It was a gamble, to be sure, but it also had a chance for a huge payout. Very well. Tokiomi agreed as he held out his own command seals. Let us begin. Kirai nodded his head. Thank you, master. Faster than Tokiomi could even process, Kirai swung his own other hand upwards, a knife in its grip that wasn't there a moment ago. By the time Tokiomi did process it, he was aware of a loss of feeling in his right hand. The source of that loss was due to said hand flying in the air before being grabbed by Kirai. But it's almost sad at how easily manipulated you are. Kirai, what are you dash? He didn't get any farther, because his eyes looked into Kirai's at that moment, noticing that they had turned red. Or rather, one of them had. He briefly felt a sense of fear before his mind became clouded. Assassin looked at Tokiomi's motionless body for a moment, then turned away satisfied. He was truly surprised at just how easy it was to put someone of this world under Jinjutsu. Though considering that techniques of his level were impossible to properly prepare for, he supposed it shouldn't really be. But on to other matters. Assassin looked down at the remaining seal on Tokiomi's severed hand, then to the two on his own arm. Calling upon the memories he had obtained from Kirai's studying of the war, as well as a handy bit of magic from Kenneth, he set to work. Fuyuki City. Archer stumbled for a brief moment in the middle of the sidewalk, clutching his chest. It suddenly felt almost as if someone had severed the connection between himself and Tokiomi. Wait a moment. Dimly, he heard someone walk up next to him and put a hand on his shoulder. Hey buddy, you alright? He stopped for a moment, then pushed away the offered hand, huffing to himself as he began to walk away without a word. Hey, thank you would have been nice, came the annoyed voice of the man. Damn fool, Archer thought to himself irritatedly. Who was he to think he could yell at me? He was fortunate that I didn't kill them the moment he laid a hand on me, much less yell. The mongrel's actions aside, however, Archer couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. That moment when he felt the master-slash-servant bond sever, that wasn't a figment of his imagination. Despite that, now that he rechecked it, he saw the string, for a lack of a better term, between them was as strong as ever. Suddenly, as he turned a corner into an alleyway, preparing to astralize, he felt a burning feeling of a command seal and heard the strong, commanding voice of Tokiomi Tosaka. By the power of my command seal, I order you, Archer, to go to the Einsburn Manor, find Saber and Berserker and annihilate them by whatever means necessary. Now, caught off guard, he found his body already dematerializing in response. Anger replaced shock. How dare Tokiomi give him such an order, and in such a superior tone? Gritting his teeth, he began to willfully stop himself, deciding to show that fool who was the superior one here. The command seal and his own will ward briefly for control of his body, and for a moment, his will began to win out. He felt his body stop astralizing and begin to reform. Just as he was about to go directly to Tokiomi and show him just why one doesn't order around a king for no good reason, he felt the burning of a second command seal. That caught him off guard, because he was only supposed to have one left. By the power of my second command seal, I order you again, Archer. Go and eliminate Berserker and Saber. Now, one command seal Archer could handle. 2. Spoken with such force and power, and himself not at all expecting it. No chance. He felt his will crumble as once again he began to dematerializing, this time unable to stop himself. Fine, he thought coldly as he vanished. I'll do what you want, Tokiomi. But I will show you personally what it means to break my trust when this is over. No one tramples over my pride and gets away with it. As if in response to his thoughts, he heard someone through the mental connection created by the command seals. His eyes widened when he heard, though it wasn't so much the words as the voice. I don't think so, Gilgamesh. That wasn't the voice of Tokiomi Tosaka. I'll make internal difficulties. Edgar Silverstein was a hard man to anger. He always prided himself on his ability to keep a level head in any situation. Even when he was facing down an undead king, an army of rabid wolverines that wanted to rape him as much as eat him, or an angry schoolteacher. Easily the worst of those experiences, he faced it all with calm, clear determination. Therefore, when a single lawyer under his own employment was capable of doing what none of the others came close to doing, it spoke well how impressive of an arguer that person happened to be. Trix, I understand you're sick and tired of constantly getting drawn into legal matters with us practically once every 4 days, and I apologize for that. But keep in mind it is I who pays you generously to do so, not to mention provides you room and board. Trixie is well aware of everything you do for her, Commander. The source of his growing anger responded heatedly. And she would be wise to remind you it is because of Trixie that half the organization hasn't been arrested for multiple criminal charges, both normal, magi, and church-related. It is a wonder half of the group, who aren't even under the rankings of normal for this universe, weren't being jailed for lifetime sentences before I got here. OSG's one and only lawyer, the self-proclaimed great and powerful Trixie Barr, wasn't exactly the definition of normal, even if she wasn't quite as an extreme example as most. She was in roughly her very late teens to early 20s, had white skin, dark grayish-violet eyes, as well as white hair with pale cornflower blue stripes running through it. Said hair was tied into a ponytail that reached down past her shoulders to her waist, while a single bang hanged over the right side of her face. Her attire was a brilliant azure business suit with a similarly colored skirt, a white undershirt, as well as thigh-high boots and fingerless gloves that were a deeper shade of azure. Emblazoned on the pocket on the right side of her suit was a symbol of a light blue, star-filled crescent moon and yellow wand crossing over it. However, the biggest part of her attire was the purple wizard hat and cape, both covered in stars and other celestial symbols, that were laying on a rack in the corner of the room they were in. Those were the most important items in her possession, the only things she had left of the world she had came from. She would die before she gave them up. For a moment, Edgar just entertained the thought of destroying them both, just to see what she would do. probably blast him to pieces with her magic in a burning rage after having a massive emotional breakdown. Of course, before he could even seriously consider doing it, the door to Trixie's office slammed open to reveal Lynn running in with a bunch of paperwork in her hands while babbling at high speeds. Hey Ed, Sorai Tobarjine Walio were working with Trixie. Hey Trixie. But we have a problem in Fuyuki. 2 Manor Sanda Hotel have been blown new panned. Whoops. Before she could get any further, she tripped and spilled all of the papers, folders, and clipboards out of her arms. Crap. Trixie simply made a motion with her right hand. In an instant, everything Lynn dropped stopped before hitting the floor, surrounded by a pale, light grayish magenta glow. Without looking, Trixie made another moment with her hand, and everything immediately reorganized itself on her desk. Lynn grinned sheepishly as she looked at the neat pile. Haha, thanks Trixie. The white-haired magician, as she preferred to call herself, allowed herself a genuine smile. No problem, Lynn. Turning back to Edgar, clearing her throat in the process, she began to continue her rant. Now, Trixie usually would take the cases without complaint, but giving Trixie a case where she has to defend Michael, of all people, along with Franklin, Tucker, and David at the same time? That's just. Hold a moment, Trix, Edgar interrupted her, before turning to Lynn. What were saying when you barged in? Slower this time. Lynn took a moment to collect her thoughts, then began speaking again. Well, T just reported in from watching Fuyuki. Trixie raised an eyebrow. You sent Freelancer T to Fuyuki during the war? Without official permission from the association or church. Does the Atlas branch know about this? She, as well as Chrissy, is to remain on standby until further orders. Can't afford to be slow on the response anymore. Trix, not since last time. And no, this is completely off the books. One of the favors she owed us. Edgar responded with a pointed look, indicating he didn't want any more interruptions. Trixie huffed, but obeyed. Continue, Lynn. Earlier today, the Matu Manor was burned to the ground. Nothing was left of the place but ash. T says it was a deliberate action. Edgar raised an eyebrow. The destruction of buildings during the war wasn't improbable, even if servants weren't supposed to fight in heavily populated areas with plenty of potential targets for a missed attack. The destruction of one of the founding family's households? That wasn't something you expected during the war. It was almost by unspoken degree among participants to leave those buildings alone, as they were sacred places to the ritual by virtue of being the founders' homes. Even so, not impossible. Why was that so important that T decided to mention it in her report? And then this evening, the Tosaka Manor was completely demolished. Chrissy states this was because all the servants were fighting at the location, which resulted in the deaths of Avenger and Lancer. Then, a hotel that was apparently the base of the masters of Lancer and Castor was blown sky-high not long afterwards. Okay, that was probably why. Lynn shrugged her shoulders. Things are getting pretty hectic. Edgar sighed. That was an understatement, and that wasn't taking into account the thoroughly wrecked parking lot earlier in the war with the crushed vehicles. Whole-scale destruction of living space property was not the proper way to hide the war from the public. Christ. Trixie spoke up, her voice tinged with concern. What about innocents? None, luckily. Apparently, the hotel was cleared out before coming down, like the demolisher didn't want a whole bunch of innocent deaths on his hands. The manors were always clear. The only people there were masters and servants. The magician/lawyer nodded and looked at Edgar, her tone somewhat hopeful. That's good news at least. The leader of OSG resisted the urge to smile. Trix could be a complete arrogant pain, but she did care about other people under her brash personality. It was why she stayed a member after all, aside from her mad skills at both being a lawyer, prosecution and defense, and a rather talented magic user. It was also why Lynn and her often hung out in their spare time. Of course, there were more important issues to address right now. What about Zoken Matu? I was under the impression that piece of shit was still sulking around. Lynn noticed his choice of language, but didn't mention it. She knew that he had a history with the old Matu. No idea. Apparently he's dead, but T couldn't find any conclusive evidence. He's not as long as Korea Matu is. Trixie shook her head. One reason I hate people who put their consciousness into familiars. She muttered quietly. What do you know about Logan and Enhance? Edgar continued, sharing the settlement. Any closer to getting official permission? Lynn scrunched up her face in annoyance. I called them before I came running to you. Logan was in the middle of a heated shouting match with old Vice Director Bartholomew Lorelei. Something about not letting a bunch of psycho extra-dimensional mercenaries getting involved in a ritual involving Magi and the church. Trixie rolled her eyes. She's been sore with us ever since we stopped her from actually killing TRHVM and Orton Ross after that incident with the 5 ancestors, half the burial agency, her vampire hunting brigade, and our drinking party. What was so hard to understand about the fact that our base isn't a playground for their feuds? We didn't even kill anyone. Lynn smiled. Good times. You know, besides the whole reviving their almighty maker. And Enhance. Edgar pushed, trying to get the conversation back on track. Admittedly, the sight of the usually stoic Lorelei screaming in terror when Logan decided to fight in dragon form and threw her into the drinking barrel still brought a smile to his face. Even so, Lorelei did everything in her power to have them shut down afterwards. Had Zeltrek and several other sources not had their backs. He was apparently speaking with our good friend Miriam Solomon. Progress is actually going better with them. He's spoken with Seal? He's tired to avoid her ever since the incident, remember? Edgar sighed, then rubbed his forehead. Well, just tell them all to keep at it, all right? Right, Lynn said as she quickly raced back out of Trixie's office. Edgar turned back to the room's owner. Now Trix, I understand that you've had problems with Michael, as well as the other three, but dash. It's fine. Edgar stopped when he heard her say that. Without a glance at his surprised face, she was already up and packing up her business bag, while taking her boots off and switching for a pair of high heels. Huh. Trixie says it's fine. She will do the job, as usual. She replied calmly as she continued to pack several papers. You're obviously stressed out more than usual. The last thing Trixie wants to do is cause more when it could be avoided. After all, it's my job to take care of the legal headaches, isn't it? He noticed the slip-up in her third person near the end, but didn't address it. She was right in the end. Trixie was like a godsend, keeping the damn rule keepers off his neck while he dealt with more important matters. Makes me wonder how I survived before you arrived. Trixie flashed him a smile as she grabbed her hat and cape. If it wasn't for the rest of us keeping the legals and paperwork away, you would have committed suicide long ago, she replied as she stopped in front of the doorway. Just promise me you won't do anything rash, okay? Quite a few times, Edgar got the feeling that Trixie enjoyed his company far more than she would ever willingly admit. It was kind of cute, seeing her blush when he offered her compliments. He was also one of the few people she ever dropped the third-person bit around, aside from Lynn. Of course, he made sure to make it clear to her pretty early on that he wasn't one for relationships since his wife died, so she had stopped her flirting long ago. You just focus on getting them out in one piece. Huh. Your lack of confidence in the great and powerful Trixie will soon be proven false. She shouted dramatically, all sense of her previously quieter mood gone. Trixie will bring them all back without any major repercussions whatsoever. With a flourish as she vanished in a puff of smoke. Edgar shook his head as the smoke cleared, his mind already returning to more unsavory thoughts on Fuyuki's situation and its past ones, both the Third War massacre and the Second War's failure. That was the first time he ever met Zeltrek. He looked down at his right hand, remembering the feeling of losing it against the servant saber. Siegfried had been a truly worthy warrior, both as an enemy and ally. He clenched it tightly. I can only pray that things don't end up like last time. Author note. Another chapter done. Sorry for anyone hoping to see more of Kiritsugu and company here. They'll have their scenes next chapter. That was always a question with me in the anime. Why didn't Kirii reveal that he had the spare command seals to Tokiomi? I mean, he was still loyal to him, even if Archer was quickly changing that. I would expected him to reveal them, or at least use them to restore the command seal Tokiomi used in the beginning of the war. So, I decided to add an explanation. Kirii didn't reveal he had the spare command seals because they were the last gift his father left him, and they had some level of sentimental value, at least at first. Practicality replaced sentimentality when he faced Kiritsugu in combat. Might be a little weak, but it makes him a slightly more sympathetic character in my mind. Unless there was an actual reason and I just missed it. In which case, I'll live with it because it's my story. Even so, that hasn't stopped Assassin from taking two of them while Kirii's under Genjutsu and taking Archer over from Tokiomi. This is going to be potentially one of the most controversial parts yet, but I promise that you guys are going to like it. As for the Omake, I won't be surprised if anyone recognizes the newest member of Ordinus Sancti Gladius. If you do and wonder why, it was a moment of pure madness. But as for more serious matters, what ties do Edgar and Zeltrek have to the previous wars? That bit's for later. Next chapter, Archer vs. Berserker and Saber. Assassin vs. Chapter 19, Wrath of the King. Einburn Manor, evening. Korea leaned against the wall of the room he shared with Sol as he fought the urge to puke all over the place. He felt like complete shit, even after his healing session with Irisville earlier today. However, it hadn't become a cause for concern until dinner, when the sickness had come over him out of nowhere. He had to excuse himself from the table, his stomach already heaving. Luckily, before he lost the battle of wills, Sol, who happened to arrive in time, handed him the trash can. Said servant looked away as his master proceeded to unload his burden into the unlucky can. Half-digested food mixed with blood and worms fell into the trash, luckily out of his sight. The smell, however, was not. Damn, don't you think you need to see IRI, master? Sol asked with a queasy expression as the smell hit him like a ton of bricks. It almost smelled rotten. This kind of qualifies for a checkup, don't you think? Korea by this point had managed to get his problem under control. Still felt like crud, but nowhere near as much. No, he tiredly replied. Her healing magic's been helping, but it's not enough. The worms are getting more restless. It has to do with us using the black blood and giving in the madness yesterday, doesn't it? Korea saw there was no point in lying. Yeah, that did a real number on me. Even with Irisville's magic, it's like trying to use bandages to plug up a bunch of big holes in a dam. My body's already breaking down. I don't think I even have a week left at this rate. Sol was silent for a long moment, then finally spoke. Well, we don't need a week to get the grail, I guess. The way he said it indicated he was trying to put in some humor and maybe hope in the situation. But still, you should try to dash. An explosion cut him off. Korea shot up, all sense of sickness temporarily forgotten. What was that? I don't know. Master. Sol. Berserker's voice cried out. Let's go. The two males didn't hesitate, immediately running out of the room and making their way to the lobby. Once there, they caught sight of Berserker, the moment of which Sol immediately transformed into his scythe form, letting her grab him. Korea, meanwhile, took stock of his surroundings. Saber was already there, clad in her silver armor and holding Excalibur. Mio was holding a suitcase and standing next to Kiritsugu and Iri, who happened to be pale for some reason. However, he pushed the questions out of his mind as he looked at them. What's going on? We're under attack by the enemy. Mio replied as another explosion rocked the room, several different bits of furniture failing down from the wall in response. Whatever hit us was a long-range weapon, which means it's not Ryder. How on earth did they get through the bounded fields so fast? Sol asked from where he was, glancing at everyone with the scythe eye. I thought we would have gotten a warning at least. Apparently, whoever it was simply teleported right into the middle of the field and started attacking before it even registered his presence. Saber responded as she looked up at a crack that was starting to appear in the ceiling. Considering that said enemy was detected, yet chose to attack from a distance with projectiles, I believe it's most likely Archer. Come out, Saber, Berserker. A familiar voice roared out. Are you heroes, or are you simply too afraid? Speak of the devil. Berserker deadpanned, then looked at the rest. We need to get out of here before he decides to just bury the manor and weaponry or collapse it on top of us. Kiritsuga nodded. All right then. Saber, Berserker, head on out. Kill Archer if you can, but if not, just delay him. He then turned to the humans in the room. While you three are fighting, the rest of us will escape out the back. From what I've seen, he prefers to aim for whatever's in front of him and catching his attention. So basically, we're the sacrificial squad that makes that heroic last stand against insurmountable odds while everyone else escapes. Sol summed up with sarcasm. Exactly. We'll call you back when we're far enough away. Kiritsugu replied with complete seriousness. Until then, do everything you can against Archer. Berserker and Saber just looked at each for a moment, then nodded their heads and turned to leave. Before they did, however, Iri stopped them. Wait, Saber, she called out, stopping the female knight. You'll need this. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, but Kiritsugu immediately understood. For a moment, he looked ready to intervene, but stopped. Iri knows what she's doing, he thought to himself, and it's our best bet for them both going from just surviving to actually winning. Iri placed her hands near her stomach, as if planning to catch something. Suddenly, a golden light enveloped her abdomen as something began to literally emerge. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, but it was Saber's who was the widest. It was a golden scabbard decorated with blue enamel that seemed to glow in the light of the room, seemingly illuminated from a light within itself rather than any outside source. It was, in a word, beautiful, with the script of the fairies engraved upon its center. And it was a dead ringer for the blade that lied hidden within Saber's invisible air. Avalon. Everyone save Iri and Kiritsugu looked at Saber, taking their eyes off the scabbard. She, however, didn't seem to notice, staring at it like it was an old friend that just decided to pop back into her life. You mean the legendary scabbard that heals all wounds, protects the wielder from any harm, and even grants immortality? Berserker asked. That Avalon? One and the same. Kiritsugu replied. It was the very same catalyst that we used to summon Saber in the first place. And now, Iri finished as she placed it into Saber's hands. It's time to return it. Her hands curled about it, but she then broke her gaze with it to look at Iri. So that's how you survived Kiriai's attack. Avalon healed you. Every time Iri was injured, the scabbard used its power to heal the damage, Kiritsugu responded. And now it's your best chance of beating Archer. Saber looked like she was about to ask something, but another explosion, much bigger this time, rocked the room and interrupted her. I'm waiting. Okay, Sol yelled out. We can discuss the whole scabbard inside your body thing when we're done, but we have a situation here. Sol's right, Kiritsugu added. You need to go. Now, taking that as their cue, Berserker and Saber immediately, and reluctantly in Saber's case, turned around and ran out of the room, Saber buckling Avalon to her side. Once they were gone, the remaining residents immediately began to leave as well, with Kiritsugu supporting Iri, who had gone paler upon removing the scabbard. Mia held the two bags in her hands, while Korea simply followed them while holding his side, which had begun to hurt again. As they made their way out, 3 more explosions rocked the manor, and a massive crash was heard from somewhere behind them. They could only pray that their servants would stand a chance. Outside the manor, Archer's eyes narrowed in annoyance as he fired 4 more of his weapons at the manor, watching as they impacted with it and caused the left wing to collapse in on itself. As useful as an anger reliever the practice was, he now was growing tired of this shooting game and was tempted to just fire everything he had in the gate at the manor. Archer was, in a word, pissed. Not only had he been forced to attack this place like some dog by assassin, that traitor, but his prey didn't even have the courage or decency to come out and face him. True, his anger at that was less the fact they were taking so long to respond, and more that the longer they took the longer he would have to wait to kill assassin. But that was beside the point. "Come on out, mongrels," he quietly snarled. "I was sure you had more spine than th-." He jumped from his perch from atop a tree as a blue-white crescent of energy sliced through it, but a moment later, landing on his feet, he immediately summoned a blade, a falchion, from his arsenal, using to just barely parry a blow from his second attacker. Quickly jumping back, he began firing projectiles rapidly into his surroundings, clearing out the trees to catch a better view of his enemies. After a minute or so of firing, he finally stopped and looked about. Every tree in almost 200 meters was either completely reduced to splinters or simply damaged to the point that it couldn't serve as cover. More importantly, though, he could now see his opponents. The first one, which he recognized as Berserker, was further away, her blade covered in the same blue-white light as the first attack, which was currently in the form of a halberd. Aside from some scratches on her face and tears on her clothes, she appeared to be fine. The second, Saber, was closer, yet unharmed. Interesting, he thought to himself as he focused on them, his lips curving into a small smile. "So, you've finally come to face me." "I'm surprised, Archer," Saber replied as she continued to hold a ready stance, "that you would go as far as you did to simply announce your presence. I would have thought you would come right up to the doors and announce your arrival proudly, rather than attack from the shadows like assassin." At the mention of assassin, Archer's face immediately changed from amused to cold anger. "Do not compare me to assassin. Even so, how I chose to fight you is none of your concern. Let's just say I'm in a hurry to finish this." He then took a moment to look about, as if searching for something. "Besides, I'm curious. Where are those brave humans who stood by your side for every battle until this point? Have they finally lost their nerve?" "This fight is between you and us, Archer," Saber replied coolly. "Leave our masters out of it." "So, both of you fighting me alone while your masters escape?" he asked as he opened the gate once more, allowing the air behind him to once again fill with weaponry. "How gutless of both of you." "Wait, how does fighting you to buy time for our masters gutless?" Sol asked as Berserker gripped him tighter, ready to start fighting again. "I thought that was the opposite of gutless. Because mongrel, suicide is the coward's way out." With that, Archer fired his projectiles, and Saber and Berserker charged. Fuyuki Church. Assassin took a moment from his current task and looked down at his hand, staring at the single command seal that remained. He had to admit he was impressed with Archer. He didn't think it would take using 2 command seals, in addition to Tokiomi and his own considerable will enforcing them, to force the King of Heroes to do as he desired. Even then, the Golden Servant had managed to retain a surprising level of free will. In fact, he had little doubt that if his own will wavered for an instant, Archer would seize on it like a lifeline and use the opportunity to strike back in some way. "I've underestimated you, Archer," he thought to himself as he returned to the task at hand. "Which is why I won't be taking any chances." Coming to a stop in front of a room, he opened it and placed his burden down on the couch. The body of Tokiomi Tosaka, his eyes clouded in hypnosis, but his breath and heart still working, laid there as silent as death, his skin unnaturally pale. Tokiomi was a key piece in what Assassin had planned. It had been an idea that had started growing once he learned that Kenneth Archibald L. Malloy had altered the summoning ritual, allowing a third party to serve as the prana battery while the master still held the command seals. This also allowed the master full usage of their magical abilities without fear of quickly running of prana, due to also providing for the servant. So, when he had hypnotized Kenneth that night to kill Risei Kodomine, he also made sure to have him tell him exactly how he had altered the ritual. When he had taken the last command seal from Tokiomi, he had performed the altered ritual to perfection. Now, Assassin was the one who commanded Archer, while Tokiomi served once again as his prana source. As an added bonus, he could even add Tokiomi's will to his own to enforce the command seals. Of course, this was not without disadvantages. If Tokiomi managed to break the contract, it would fall on Assassin alone to provide prana to Archer, which could cause negative effects on Kirai, since he would have to provide for 2 servants now. Also, if Tokiomi managed to analyze the alterations enough, he could potentially take the seals back from him, and one angry Archer would be on his ass instantly. Therefore, the best way to solve this was to keep Tokiomi under a Jinjutsu, preventing him from doing any of the above. Taking a moment to look at the red-clad Magus, briefly wondering how he would have felt if he could see himself now, the once proud head of the Tosaka family, reduced to this state, Assassin left the room, locking it behind himself. Now then, he mused to himself as he turned on his heel towards the exit. It's time to find out the deal with Ryder and Castor. Mackenzie residence. Waver Velvet sat on top of the roof of his grandparents' house, staring up at the stars and taking a moment to think to himself. Below, he He could still hear the sounds of Ryder and everyone else having a great time. He, however, couldn't bring himself to do so. Now, he wasn't angry or depressed, nothing like that. Rather, if anything, he should feel happy. He and Ryder, after searching the city for Castor and his master, had finally found them at the church. Once there, after a somewhat awkward beginning, they had actually broached the subject of an alliance, and they had said, "Waver Velvet." A female voice rang out, one that was most definitely too young to be his grandmother. "Are you up here?" Turning his head, he saw Solii standing near the entrance to the roof, looking somewhat hesitant as her gaze fell on him. Ah yes, they had actually accepted the terms. In fact, in celebration of this, Ryder had somehow convinced him to take them all back to the Machinize for a celebration. He had done his best to tell him, in the most animated terms, that they didn't need to do that, and while Solii had backed him up there, both she and her servant turned traitor the moment food and a warm place was mentioned. Then again, after hearing about where they had been staying last night, he reluctantly agreed. "Yeah," he replied, then added, "And you know you can just call me Waver." "Oh, of course," she returned, looking around as if she shouldn't be up here. Strange, he thought to himself before saying aloud, "Are you okay? If you want, you can come out here. No point in just standing in the doorway." He stopped after he said that. Since when did he talk to girls like that without awkwardness? He briefly prayed Ryder wasn't rubbing off him. For a moment longer, she stood there, undecided. Then, whether motivated by the fact he had given permission or simply because she realized how awkward she must have looked standing there like an idiot, she came out and sat down on the roof. Not right next to him, but still pretty close. They sat together briefly in a very awkward silence, so Waver decided to open with something. "So, the Mackenzies all right?" She turned to look at him, a small grin on her face. "They've been fine. In fact, they've been amazing. Providing food for us, total strangers, all the while with a smile on their faces. You're lucky to have found such kind people as your temporary grandparents." Surprisingly enough, after a quick blast of hypnotism to make them think that Solii and Castor were two entirely different people, both of the Mackenzies had actually been happy to see them. They had provided food and even room to sleep for both of them happily, claiming it had been a long time since they had such company. "Yeah, I'll have to do something to thank them when this is all over," Waver responded as he looked back up at the stars. "So, is everything all right?" Solii was silent for a moment, and Waver mentally kicked himself. Of course she wasn't all right. Her fiancé was dead, so how could she be? "I'm fine," she replied quietly, but not angrily. "If you're wondering about Kenneth, don't worry. I'm over it." He looked back over at her, confusion on his face. She noticed and elaborated. "Before you ask, what Kenneth and I had was an arranged marriage. I didn't love him, whatever his own feelings for me were. I still don't love him, if you're wondering about that also." "But why?" She turned to look him full in the face. "Why? Because I want the man I love and marry to be of my own choosing, not because it was arranged. My sorrow for Kenneth's death is because he proved to me he wasn't as horrible or callous as I once thought. I grieve because I didn't take time to know the true man." She stopped for a moment, then turned away, speaking so softly he almost didn't hear. "Perhaps if I did, I might very well had grown to love him." Waver was silent. It was true. He did know that Magi often married not out of love, but for the potential for strong children. He himself had never bothered to think about it fully, considering where his family was in terms of that totem pole, very low. So his parents had been a little different in that regard, but the truth was he simply never experienced love himself to be able to properly judge what she had said. Maybe someday. He shook himself out of that train of thought, speaking aloud. "Well, I guess I can't judge. I mean, I thought he was a total jackass. Solii actually laughed slightly at that. "It's all right. I know what he did to you, about your thesis." "Oh." Waver let loose a relieved sigh. "Yeah. The whole reason I joined the war in the first place was because I wanted to get back at him for insulting me. But when Ryder and me escorted him to the church, the last thing he did for me was to actually admit he thought it was interesting." She looked back at him, surprise evident on her face. Waver grinned. "Yeah, that was my thought too. But he did, and he even gave me this." He then pulled out the vial containing volumen hydradrum. "Although it's broken right now, I still need to fix that." She stared at the vial for a moment, then at him, then back to the vial. "He gave it to you? Just like that? Literally threw it to me right before he went into the church. Wow. I didn't think he would ever just give up his specialized mystic code like that, even if it was damaged." Waver looked down at it. "Hey, you never know. Maybe he thought it was a peace offering, a way to make up for insulting me. Or maybe he just wanted to watch you squirm as you desperately tried to figure out how to make it work for you." He stopped at that. "Okay, that's actually probably what he wanted to do." Solii laughed at that, a genuine laugh, and Waver actually found himself joining in after a second or two. It was strange. Just a day ago she was the ally of potentially his greatest enemy, and now she was his new ally. Fate really had a way of playing her cards. Meanwhile, Grail Space. "Achoo, what the hell's up with you?" Reaper asked all the world's evils. "You don't even have a nose to sneeze with, much less anything to smell in this place." "Sorry, Could have sworn someone decided to call me a girl. Well, technically you don't have a gender in this state. So why would that even matter? I guess you're right about that. Back with the Mackenzies. Hey Waver, Ms. Soliui. A voice called from behind them. Turning around, Waver and Soliui beheld the sight of a slightly tipsy Glenn Mackenzie. What are you two doing up here all by yourself? We're having a great time down below. Come on back and join the fun. A smile then came across his face. Unless you two were planning on having a great time of your own. Soliui immediately stood up, her face changing a deep red, and began to walk towards the entrance. Gee, great idea, Mr. Mackenzie. I need to watch Castor anyways. You see, he can't drink too much, or he starts to get out of hand. You know how it is. Her voice trailed off as she passed the old man and headed back down. Waver followed suit, his face just as red, if not more so. Grandpa, we're not together like that. I mean, we're friends, but nothing like that. Glenn simply smiled again as he followed him back inside. Well, I admit she is a little older than you, but I don't see a problem in that. At least, not until you're 20. Grandpa, what? My older brother married a woman who was older than him by 10 years. Unknown to everyone on the rooftop, a shadow watched silently from only 2 houses away. The armored form of the Five Tails watched in silence as the roof was vacated, then disappeared. Its destination, Fuyuki Church. It was almost time to strike. Einsburn Manor, forest clearing. As with most great plans, Saber and Berserker began their offensive actions by running as fast as they could away from a pissed-off archer. I thought we had a plan. Saber yelled as she deflected an axe from cleaving her face off. That plan ended when Archer blew the forest away. Berserker screamed as she avoided a spear aimed for her heart. We can't use guerrilla warfare when there's no cover to use. The two had spent a good 3 or 4 minutes just trying to survive the onslaught of legendary weapons raining on them, using a combination of speed and skill to dodge and deflect attacks whenever necessary. Saber made great usage of her prana burst in that first regard, whereas Berserker relied on her black blood to enforce her limbs to allow her the strength to better perform the later one. Even so, they couldn't keep this up forever. Archer, for his part, was getting more annoyed than anything. Normally, he would be basking in his own glory, taunting his opponent's obvious inferiority while raining down massive amounts of weaponry on them like a vengeful god. Unfortunately, while he still took some enjoyment in his superiority, a good portion of his mind wanted to get back to more important things, like drinking wine, corrupting the minds of susceptible people, and wringing the neck of a certain traitorous masked ninja. As such, in a surprising break from tradition, he decided to just finish this and get on with those important items. Concentrating, he opened the gate even further, increasing the weapon rain by a factor of 3. That, he decided, should take care of this problem. Saber's eyes widened at the increase in weapon amount, her surprise nearly costing her as a sword managed to stab into her breastplate. Luckily, it didn't pierce the skin underneath, but it did get her mind back on track. This is bad, she thought to herself as she removed the blade and hurled it at Archer, only to watch it be deflected by another weapon. We need to attack him directly before he just overwhelms us with sheer numbers. Fortunately for her, Berserker was thinking along the same lines. Demon Hunter. The A+ noble phantasm cut through Archer's hail of weaponry like a scythe through corn. While the Golden Servant avoided the attack thanks to his shield noble phantasms, Saber used the break to get to where Berserker was, hiding in the outskirts of the clearing, and took a moment to look over her current state. Berserker was doing rather well, all things considered. She was lacking in any major injuries, and what injuries she did have, in particular a long gash along her right leg and a deep cut on her left arm, were covered in her black blood, effectively sealing them. We need a plan, Saber told her bluntly. And I've got one. Placing a hand on Saber's shoulder, she spoke quickly. Don't freak out with what I'm about to do. When you feel something weird, don't fight, let it in. What are you? Saber didn't get a chance to finish as she felt something, for lack of a better word, brush up next to her. However, this wasn't feeling as in a physical sense. This was as if something was trying to touch her naked soul itself. Instinctively, she recoiled, then, remembering Berserker's words, slowly relaxed next to it. It was soft, almost like feathers. She felt it wrap around her like some protective shell, then stopped when she heard Berserker's voice. All right, we did it. However, her voice was off. It was like she wasn't speaking with her mouth, yet she could still understand the words anyways. You did that rather well, Saber. Didn't think it'd work the first time. Berserker. Saber then realized her voice was the exact same way. What's going on? Don't worry about that right now. Soul yelled, now's the time to move. Obeying without a second thought, the two servants jumped out of their cover, just in time to watch Archer blow it to splinters. Archer didn't let up, however, firing several more directly at them. The two quickly began to dodge once again, but Saber felt different. Before, she was relying on both her instinct skill and her prana burst to avoid the attacks, the speed at which the weapons fired preventing her from actually seeing them come at her and forcing her to rely on her other senses to dodge. But now, she could actually make out the movement of each individual weapon to the barest detail. In fact, She was literally able to watch them just barely miss her body and impact with the ground, only to disappear back into the gate to be fired again. Combined with her previously mentioned skills, she was now avoiding them with almost graceful ability rather than hurried movements. Still, it felt unnatural, almost as if someone behind the scenes was manipulating her movements, like some sort of puppeteer. She knew whatever caused this had to do with Berserker, but she wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. As long as they won, she could worry about it later. Good to hear. Berserker, Saber cried out in surprise, nearly costing her as an axe chopped off some of the hair on the left half of her head. Before she could react, her body moved to avoid another sword from stabbing her in the neck, almost as if something truly other than herself was controlling her movements. Oh, sorry about that. Berserker's voice rang out sheepishly, yet when Saber turned her head to look at her, her mouth was closed. Didn't think that you'd freeze up like that. Berserker, what the hell is going on? Saber thought to herself, wondering if she was just going insane. How was Berserker talking to her? Well, you know Soul, and I sometimes yell out Soul Resonance when we're about to attack. Berserker replied as Saber noted absent-mindedly that their bodies seemed to be avoiding Archer's attacks by themselves, without any input from them whatsoever. That's more than just a battle cry. It's the main component of our fighting style. Basically, Soul and I transfer our soul wavelengths between ourselves to increase our power. The higher the resonance rate, the greater the power we put out. I see, Saber replied, taking a moment to avoid a spear that came a little too close. And what happened with us is the same thing. Basically, normal soul resonance is between a Meister and his or her weapons. However, it's possible to perform it between two or more different people who aren't weapons as well. This is referred to as a chain soul resonance. Our souls are currently linked, which is why we're actually hearing each other's thoughts. And the reason our bodies are fighting without us paying attention is... That would be me. Soul's voice rang out for the first time since his yell earlier. I've been working hard to keep you both alive and your connection stable. For a moment, Saber thought she saw Soul, dressed in a black and red suit, sitting in some dark room with a piano and playing a strange song upon it. A song that spoke of both madness and courage at the same time. Normal chain soul resonance requires the participants to have some form of connection, such as being friends or knowing each other on a personal level, as well as having sufficient knowledge of each other's souls, Berserker continued. Unfortunately, we've never had time to bond like that between us. Then how are we doing it now? Luckily, Soul came up with an alternative version of it, which keeps the participants linked by usage of sound as a medium. All it requires is for the participants to make initial contact, and Soul takes over from there. So that's why he's playing right now, Saber mused to herself before responding. But where did he get the piano? This is my soul, Saber, the weapon responded as he played. I can make whatever I want appear in here. A piano? That's easy. Still, this alone isn't going to let us win. Exactly. Saber could almost see the invisible smirk on Berserker's face. One of the best parts of Chain Soul Resonance is that we can communicate without worrying about anyone hearing us. And I have a plan. Interested? Dazzle me. While this unseen back and forth continued between the two servants, Archer found himself growing more and more annoyed. All his efforts thus far to eliminate both servants were proving fruitless, and every moment wasted meant another moment assassin could slip away from him. I grow tired of this dance, he thought to himself with finality. If these fools intend to waste my time like this, I'll disperse of the games myself. With that thought, he immediately held out his hand, intending to summon worth the second greatest of his treasures to the fore and crush these mongrels to less than dust. Only for those mongrels to come charging towards him, weapons at the ready. Not even batting an eye, he foregoed summoning the key in favor of concentrating his fire upon his oncoming opponents, increasing the gate's output, and even further. Wave upon wave of golden armaments flew down on his opponents, appearing almost as a sea of shining metal. They impacted with the ground, reducing the dirt to craters and craters to less than that. Lesser beings would and had died in that sea, lost as the might of an army unforgivingly crushed them to pieces. However, the two young women who faced him were like ships in that sea, fighting against the flow, slowly but surely overcoming nature's might as they pushed on. It was as if they were two bodies with one mind, bobbing and weaving in sync, deflecting in ways to ensure that neither was hit, and even protecting the other from otherwise certain harm. Once again, the blade of Berserker shined with the light of Demon Hunter, catching his attention, and he watched as she swung back, already throwing up his shield noble phantasms to block the blow. However, in his haste, he neglected to watch the actions of her comrade. Even as the barrier formed about Archer's body, Saber swung her sword, releasing invisible air. The wind about Saber's blade was more than simply a sheath for concealing her blade. It was a noble phantasm all of its own, and had power appropriate to this task. Invisible air was less a sheath and more a contained typhoon, a storm compressed down into a space the size of her blade to increase her cutting force and to hide the truth of each movement. And just as she could release the air gradually, in a repelling barrier to drive back foes, to give herself time to charge Excalibur's power. She could also release it all at once in a single, unstoppable bullet. The offensive form of Saber's first noble phantasm, Invisible Air, Strike Air, the hammer of the Wind King. The force of the mana and the speed of the wind made it an impact not much different from a wrecking ball flung by a tornado, able to crush buildings and uproot forests. Archer's shields had been fast enough to deflect a surprise attack from Ryder's Gordius wheel when it was almost on top of him, and under normal circumstances, likely could have stopped even a weapon of such an amazing speed. Under normal circumstances, though, they likely would have been focused on her attack specifically. Completely unprepared for the far faster attack, Archer's shields, caught half-formed, shattered from the wind's impact, impacting with Archer's armored chest. The strike sliced in like a razor and then hammered in like a battering ram simultaneously as the storm raged around him, even succeeding in scattering the weapons about him like leaves. Despite being unable to reach the flesh beneath, a testament to the armor's strength, Archer's form was still sent tumbling backwards from the sheer force like a cannonball. But even as he did, Berserker came down on him like a vengeful angel and swung her blade, striking his left hand. At first glance, one might assume Demon Hunter's greatest strength was in its ability to fire projectiles of energy, considering that they were strong enough to be able to deflect Archer's weaponry and even explode. That was a mistake. The moment the energy left the blade, it was already dissipating, removed from both its source of power and link that kept the Meister and weapon's energy together. This instability of power was the reason the waves exploded when they struck a target, but it also meant that the power was actually weaker than before. Also, the projectile form of the Noble Phantasm relied on explosive force to overwhelm the target, which, while useful in some circumstances, did little good against extremely powerful shielding or armor. As such, the Demon Hunter was at its most dangerous when it was used directly on the target, as the user could focus his or her energy into a razor-thin edge, perfect for piercing through armor like butter. Thus, it was no surprise that while Archer went one way, his bleeding left hand went another. The armored gauntlet fell to the ground, already dissolving into energy. Archer himself came to stop as he fell to the ground, rolling in the dirt and landing in a very undignified heap, the red half-cape on his armor actually covering part of his face. As ridiculous as the image presented was, Berserker didn't hesitate. Swinging Soul upwards, she boosted her resonance rate with Soul even further, transforming him to his Kishin Hunter appearance and summoning her true Black Blood Ball gown. "Berserker, hurry!" Saber cried out, seeing that Archer was getting, albeit unsteadily, to his feet, summoning his shieldings about his body again. She herself didn't make a move, knowing that she would only get in her ally's line of fire if she did. Berserker, however, saw him get to his feet and grinned despite herself. She didn't know how powerful those shields of his were, but she knew that even those couldn't survive an anti-fortress Noble Phantasm. "Let's finish this, Soul." "Got it." Kishin Hunter. The power of her strongest attack raced forward, blue-white energy crackling the air as it crossed the distance between her and Archer in an instant. She and Saber watched as it impacted with his shields, and both felt their spirits soar as they cracked and prepared to shatter. There was no way that he could survive. Suddenly, the blast of energy stopped, as if it had struck an immovable wall of force. Saber and Berserker stopped and stared, simply too surprised to react to the, by all rights, impossible sight before them. The power of the Kishin Hunter seemed to shudder in place for a moment, before exploding away from Archer's position back to them. Shaking themselves from their stupor, Saber and Berserker jumped back, avoiding the backlash of energy as it dissipated. "Berserker, what's going on?" "I don't know. I've never seen anything like this." The dust from the explosion finally settled, allowing the two of them to get a good look. What they saw was, in a word, shocking. Archer stood in the center of the area, having not even moved an inch from his previously prone position. In his right hand, the sky-blue falchion which he had drawn at the beginning was straight in front of him, the blade literally looking as if it had never been marked once. Unknown to either of them, the blade Archer had used was a Nespit, or rightfully dubbed the Blade of Subservience. While the sword itself was mundane, within the blade was a hole, in which was a ring of untold power that gave the weapon magical properties. The ring was said to be able to have any magical ability or enchantment that the user said it had, allowing for infinite combinations to create the perfect magical object. Unfortunately, it was limited in the form of a sword. While it could still take on any magical property one gave it, it sacrificed all other things for that property for a certain period of time. For example, one could tell the blade to always land a killing blow, but it would lose all realms of defense in the process. Or in Archer's case, tell it to grant him an absolute defense to one attack. Now, however, it had no realms of offense, rendering it effectively useless to his purposes for the remainder of this battle. Unmarked sword aside, what caught Saber and Berserker's attention, however, was his attire. The golden armor that covered his body, now with a noticeable gash in the chest area from where Strike Air had hit, was still on him, but it had two key differences. The first difference was the head area. While just moments ago it had been completely bare, now a mask of pure gold and marked with the same symbols as the armor covered Archer's upper face. The mask lacked any eye holes, yet he was clearly staring straight at them, implying that it might have some magical properties. The most striking feature, however, was on the center, upon which was a demonic red eye. Despite the fact it was carved into the mask, it looked so real, and it almost felt as if it was looking at them. The second difference was that all the black parts of his armor were now glowing the same red color as the eye symbol on the mask. In fact, on his neck and even going up to his cheeks were similarly colored tattooed lines. Damn it, damn you all. The golden servant snarled, his voice betraying the sheer hatred and malevolence he felt as stared upon them. Face beneath the mask contorted almost beyond any recognition with fury, blood flowing freely from his stump of a left hand. His right hand threw the weapon away in disgust, reaching behind him to draw a new sword. At least, Saber assumed it was a sword. Whatever it was strange by any standards. The blade was a long, black cylinder with red cuneiform, with both the tip, grip, and handguard appearing to have been crafted from the same gold that made up Archer's armor. What caught her attention, however, was not in the weapon's appearance, or even the fact that the blade was in fact nothing of the sort, being completely blunt as far as they could tell. No, what caught Saber's attention was the fact that she, and from their connection, Berserker and Soul as well, was afraid. Just staring at the weapon in Archer's hand, to look upon the strange symbols so like those on his armor and skin, inspired a sense of fear in her she hadn't felt since looking upon Avenger's full release. But while the fear Avenger inspired had been one stemming from her sense of morality and humanity, the fear she felt now was that of the unknown. This thing was not of this earth, crafted by hands even more alien and ancient than the blade she herself now gripped in her own. That fear only grew when she realized the blade had split into 3 separate segments, each rotating counter to each other and gathering crimson red power together. You are not worthy to see this. Animals, mongrels, waking EA, in the presence of such trash profanes it. Without hesitation, Saber began charging the power of Excalibur, able to tell even without the link that Berserker was doing the same with Soul. They acted with the knowledge that the next move could be their last. But there is no other fitting punishment. Archer continued as he lifted the weapon called EA to the heavens, crimson energy swirling about the blade like a vacuum, wind howling like 1,000 lost souls in answer to his call. There is no other end I can grant either of you to grant you the suffering you deserve. Your souls, your very existences, will be erased by the sword of rupture, and there is no escape for either of you. As one, Saber and Berserker finished charging their attacks, and as one they drew back and swung, putting all the power they could spare behind the blow. Excalibur, Kishin Hunter. Gold and blue-white light merged as one, becoming a storm of power as it streaked like lightning towards the golden servant. Power sufficient to destroy a town in an instant, the strength of an atom bomb condensed into a single blast, came upon Archer like a hungry lion. Too late. Enuma Elish. If Saber and Berserker's attack was a storm, then Archer's was a maelstrom. Light erupted from the blade in his hands, taking the form of a reddish torrent before clashing with the light of the 2 anti-fortress noble phantasms. For a brief moment, the 2 forces were deadlocked, energy so devastating that the dirt beneath turned to glass before shattering from the force. However, that moment passed, and the power of EA overwhelmed that of its counterparts like a wave swallowing a drowning surfer. Before either Saber or Berserker could react, it came upon them like the specter of death, and both knew only oblivion. With the masters, Korea gasped as he fell to his knees, groaning as his body became racked with pain the likes of which he hadn't felt since the beginning of his training with Zoken. His body literally felt like it was on fire from the inside, as the crest worms within ate away in order to produce the mana needed to maintain Berserker's existence, as well die when the purifying effects of her anti-demon wavelength feed back into him. It was pure, unadulterated agony. It was also a testament to his strength of will that he didn't just break down and scream until he was hoarse. Even so, it didn't stop him from just collapsing behind the group, unable to carry on walking. Jay, just go on. He wheezed out between clenched teeth. I'll just slow you down. Kiritsugu simply stared at him for a moment, then nodded to Mia. For a moment, the white-haired master assumed that meant to go on. That theory was quickly disproved when Mia set down one of her duffel bags and hoisted him up on one shoulder, supporting him. Kiritsugu shouldered the dropped bag himself, not seeming to mind the extra weight as he once again began to guide IRI, who was actually sweating by this point. What are you? We're not leaving you behind, Kiritsugu replied as he turned around. If anything happens to you, Berserker's out of the fight, and Saber can't hope to hold off, let alone beat Archer by herself. Actually, perhaps I can be of assistance, a disembodied voice rang out, seemingly coming from every direction at once. It wouldn't do me good to see my nephew die here and now, after all. Where are you? Kiritsugu called out, one hand already on a concealed pistol. Come out where we can see you. A dark chuckle. As you wish. In front of them, the form of Zoken Matu materialized, smiling that damnable smile. Just making a little checkup on Korea, if you don't mind. He is rather important to me. Bullshit. Korea mumbled, unable to build up enough energy to even put tangible malice in his voice. He was feeling worse by the second. Once again, the old man chuckled. I'd expect nothing less from you, Korea, but back to the matter at hand. He then turned to Kiritsugu. I commend your wife's healing magic. She's actually been able to keep his body together rather well, considering what the crest worms must do in order to generate prana. However, his body is breaking down faster than she can heal, and unforeseen complications with Berserker's fighting style have accelerated that process. At this rate, he won't survive past tomorrow. And what does this have to do with you? Kiritsugu replied, briefly contemplating just shooting him dead before discarding that thought. If Zoken could survive his manner being reduced to ash, he could survive a bullet. I somehow doubt you came all the way here just to chat about your nephew's eventual death. Simple. I want you to give him to me. Like hell. Korea spat, coughing up blood as he did so. Zoken shrugged. Or you can just die knowing you failed your life's mission and your servant's dream, and by extension doom your allies to fail as well. I'm surprised, Korea. I thought you were more selfless than that. Was Korea's only reply as he gritted his teeth. He was torn between his hatred for Zoken and his desire to save Sakura, but he knew exactly which would win if it came to a head. If he died, Sakura would be even worse off than before, since he had given her hope and now tore it away. Such an action could even be interpreted as a consequence of what would happen to any who defied Zoken. Sakura was his reason for living. He couldn't do that to her. Despite that, part of him still wanted to say no, if only so that he could give the final middle finger to his uncle, but the old worm also already knew which he would choose anyways. Fine, I'll go. Disentangling himself from Mia, who actually did help him, Korea mustered the inner strength to walk to Zoken, who was but 7 feet away. Korea, you don't have to. Iri began, but Kiritsugu stopped her. Let him go, Iri. We can't help him the way he is now. Kiritsugu muttered to her, before raising his voice to the shambling master. I take it you'll join us when you're ready? Of course, Korea replied as he finally made it to Zoken, collapsing to his knees as he did. I'll be there. Zoken smiled darkly at Korea, then placed a hand over his chest as he looked back up at the others. I thank you all for your cooperation. When I'm done, he'll be as good as new. A sudden buzzing filled the air, and a swarm of insects surrounded the two maidens. When it was gone, so too were they. Though he'll probably wish I just let him die before it's over. With the servants, Archer looked down at the prone bodies of his opponents, his anger at being injured in no way being sated. The simple fact that their injured bodies were still there, much less the fact that they were still filled with breath, only made him angrier. These fools dared to fight me, to injure me, to even go so far as to mock me by surviving EA's magnificence. He asked himself quietly as he stepped forward, weapon still gripped in right hand. I'll show them. Granted, even in his rage he hadn't used EA's full power. That would have been the equivalent of killing a fly with a nuclear missile. It had been a low-powered shot, only perhaps 1–2% tops of its full capability. Even so, that kind of power would have destroyed a servant on the level of Lancer instantly, and without any fuss, not to mention overpower even a weapon of the likes of Excalibur. That therein was the reason for their survival. Their last resort, using their respective most powerful attacks, had clashed with his own attack beforehand. While separately, even anti-fortress noble phantasms of that caliber wouldn't have saved them, Archer had underestimated how powerful the two attacks together had been, generating a force greater than either could have ever made alone. That underestimation of power, while ultimately failing to stop EA, had been enough to disperse enough of its force to make it survivable. Still, had either of them not been wearing armor or had such a powerful defense, Blackblood, it would have killed them regardless. Facts aside, it didn't change anything in his mind. They had survived the force of the power of creation, and that could not be allowed to pass. Wrathful as he was though, he couldn't bring himself to finish them with another blast. Using EA twice on the same opponents, much less opponents unworthy of being struck with it the first time, was too much of a crime against his pride for him to commit. On the other hand, he reasoned to himself as he walked towards their prone forms. Running them through while they were on the ground and helpless was perfectly acceptable. He stopped as he reached them, taking a moment to take in them appearance. Berserker appeared to be the more heavily injured. The black dress that had covered her body was gone, tattered remains of it still clinging to her normal clothing. She was covered in both dirt, and he saw several now closed wounds, all of which covered with her black blood. Even so, at a glance he could tell that she had a broken arm, and one of her legs looked to be out of commission. Saber had fared better, though not by much. Her silver armor was more or less shredded, with only the gauntlet of her sword arm still in one piece. Her leg and other arm pieces were battered and damaged, while her chest piece was only intact on the right side. Her blue dress was torn in several places, but it still remained. Her body, while covered in dust, strangely lacked the injuries that marked berserkers. In fact, he couldn't see any broken parts. That little fact was quickly pushed to the back of his mind, however, as his gaze set back on Berserker. Immediately, thoughts on how she had been the servant who had defied him almost from the very beginning came flooding back to the fore, especially the loss of his hand. The decision of who would suffer the most was made without hesitation. You die first. For a moment, he reached down with his left arm before remembering he didn't have a left hand to grab her with. Narrowing his eyes in annoyance, he concentrated for a second, mentally summoning another treasure from the gate of Babylon. Without a thought, he lifted EA, successfully blocking Excalibur's strike. He then looked over at Saber, clothing still destroyed, but now quite awake and moving, and shook his head. A sneak attack? I expected better of the King of Knights. Saber didn't respond, instead disengaging and activating Prana Burst. In an instant, she had Berserker over one shoulder and was some distance from their enemy, her eyes directly on EA. Archer scoffed. Please, Saber, neither of you are worthy to face EA's power a second time. I have principles to uphold after all. Can't be using my second most prized treasure like some common tool, now can I? He noticed the slight relaxation of her stance, then decided to add, after all, you lost the moment I summoned my armor anyways. Saber was about to respond, but was interrupted by a groan. Looking at her comrade, she realized that Berserker was beginning to wake up, so she carefully set her down. Are you alright? Feel like someone ran me over with a truck, Berserker groaned, then came back to run over me again. Saber then held out her hand, allowing Berserker to grab it. What about Soul? I'm alive, the scythe added, still a little dizzy though. The two servants then turned towards Archer, who seemed to be patiently waiting for them. Have anything left? Saber whispered. Nothing. We've used up too much prana. We can't even use Witch Hunter now. Soul replied. You? Maybe one more Excalibur blast. Using Avalon to heal injuries takes energy. Well then, Archer's voice rang out, breaking up their conversation. Shall we finish this? Yeah, except for one thing. Soul asked. What's with the new getup? I get the mask, but what about the red lines? None of the three liked the smile that crossed Archer's face at that question. I'm glad you asked, actually. You can take the knowledge to the grave with you. He gestured to his armor. This armor, as you may have guessed, is a noble phantasm. My final one at that. Normally, I prefer to use it in its sealed form, as I don't like activating it due to the side effects. But for you, I'll make an exception. I asked about what it is, not its life story. Archer stopped, then began again. In that case, his tone now filled with annoyance, I'll keep it brief. Once activated, this armor projects a field of prana around my entire body, protecting me from attacks. Consider it almost like a bubble of water. Magic attacks, like water, are absorbed by the shield to be converted to prana, while physical attacks lose power and are slowed by the shield, reducing their strength when they hit the armor. The red lines you see are the inscriptions that allow the shield to form about me. Where there is a red line, there the shield covers. And the mask? Part of the armor. This is what protects my head, permanently merged with the skin on my face to avoid being blown off. While I can't see you physically, I can sense the OD and mana in the environment thanks to it, painting me an accurate picture of everything. You're being awfully calm and generous, going into such detail about such a powerful noble phantasm, Saber noted. Are you truly so confident in its power that you would so blatantly tell us everything? Archer shrugged. What does it matter? This shield is the ultimate defensive noble phantasm in existence. Nothing you have can pierce this barrier, and even if something does succeed, it'll weaken and stopped by the armor. The ultimate twofold defense. It doesn't matter if you know how it works, because you can't touch me anyways. He then lifted his left arm, creating another portal to his treasury. And just to complete the set, a long, golden chain with a pointed end meant for piercing targets emerged from the portal, coiling about his left arm like some metal snake before coming to rest over the hand stump, with the end positioned like some hand blade over it. This chain was Enkidu, the golden chains of heaven, the anti-divine noble phantasm capable of binding gods in its grip. Using this chain, Archer captured the bowl of heaven that had caused 7 years of famine in Uruk. It was the noble phantasm that bore the name of his one true friend, the one person he ever saw as an equal, and was the one noble phantasm that he valued even more than EA itself. Be proud. You two are the first to make me to use all 3 of my treasures since my greatest comrade. Author note. Cliffhanger. Yes, before anyone asks, the battle with Archer versus Saber and Berserker will conclude next chapter. Also, Assassin will finally attack Rider and Caster. Who will live? Who will die? Also, if anyone needs a mental image of Gil's mask, think Yasha from Azura's Wrath. Awesome game, by the way. The 2 masks are identical, with the exception of the eye I added to Gil's. Once again, thank you to everyone who has taken time to read this story. You guys inspire me every day to write. Keep viewing, faving, following, and reviewing my readers. Until next time. Oh yeah, I'm having trouble coming up with a worthy name for old Gil's noble phantasm armor. So if anyone has an idea, please leave it in either a review or PM me. If I like it, I might very well use it and give that person credit. Chapter 20. The Conqueror's Dream, A Father's Wish. Author note. Hello everyone. Welcome to the next installment of Fate, Zero Sanity. Disclaimer. Please refer to chapters 1 to 11 for the disclaimer. Anytime I need to add something else to it, I'll mention in the needed chapter. Also, I have decided on the name of Gil's final noble phantasm. I will credit the contributor at the end of this chapter. Nurgle, the Shield of Union. Avenger. Let's get to it. Fuyuki Church, night. Assassin sat in a meditative position front of the cross on the altar of the church, his mind occupied with disturbing thoughts. One of his paths, the Two Tails, had been sent to watch Archer in his efforts to destroy Saber and Berserker and find out any new weaknesses that hadn't been known earlier about all three. This way, no matter which side won, he would know everything he would need to know in order to prepare a foolproof plan to finish them when the time came. The thing that disturbed him currently was the existence of Archer's final noble phantasm, the golden armor. A simultaneous physical and magical defense in one, it was a truly daunting armament. What worried him was the fact that such an armor could very well allow Archer to kill him, as he doubted that if Archer could somehow break his control, which was completely plausible since he only had one more command seal, that anything in his arsenal could actually hurt the servant of the bow with that sort of defense, save two things. And both those things had the potential to destroy Fuyuki if he used them. At the very least, Berserker and Saber had no chance as of this point. Archer would crush them both like flies and return triumphant. What he did afterwards could be dealt with afterwards. He stood up as the Five Tails returned from its scouting mission, breaking from his thoughts and curious as to what news it had brought him. Without a word, the path stood right in front of him, and he responded by placing his hand on its head. While it was true the paths all shared simultaneous vision with each other and him through the Rinnegan, it was only possible for Assassin to see what they were seeing if he currently bothering to observe. If his mind was occupied with other matters or his attention elsewhere, it was completely possible to miss seeing what they saw. Luckily, he was also capable of seeing through the path's memories, making up for that. He had to have some form of physical contact for that to work though. In an instant, everything his path had seen was transferred to Assassin's mind. He looked over it, analyzed it, and came to a conclusion. With a quick hand seal, he summoned the other paths save the Two and Three Tails, and then walked towards the exit. Time to go. Einsburn Forest. The three servants stood facing each other, all silent as they waited for the other side to make a move. Saber and Berserker were preparing themselves for a charge, already recognizing it would be suicide to allow Archer to make the first move. With such a powerful defensive noble phantasm protecting him, another strong enough to overwhelm their respective most powerful phantasms together, and now a third, unknown chain noble phantasm, it would be foolhardy to give him the opportunity of the first strike. Of course, the truly logical thing to do would be to simply run for their lives, but then Archer would simply follow like a vengeful spirit, or even worse, go after their masters. They couldn't risk that. Not to mention, their pride as heroic spirits, warriors who had faced insurmountable odds before, would not allow them to even if they wanted. Ready? Saber whispered. Not really, but who cares? Berserker responded. Archer, for his part, simply stood there with a smile on his face. Although he willingly admitted that he didn't like using the final form of his armor, Nurgle, the Shield of Union, he did enjoy the sense of power that it gave him. It made him feel like a true god, rather than simply two-thirds of one. The mask alone was almost worth the cost of using it, as its ability to grant all-seeing vision was truly beautiful. With the ability to sense mana and OD in exchange for normal vision, he could see far better than he ever could with his eyes. He could see the individual makeup of the dirt beneath his feet, the bark formation of every tree in the vicinity, including the ones behind him, every moment of his opponents. It would be impossible for even Assassin to escape his sight. A frown creased across his face, replacing that smile. Speaking of Assassin, without a word, Archer fired Enkidu from his arm. Saber and Berserker braced for the strike, until they realized that he wasn't even aiming for them. Instead, he had fired it at an inconspicuous spot about 50 meters to their left. However, the chain had covered that distance in less time than it took to blink, and the unmistakable sound of blood spurting meant that it hit whatever he was aiming for. Instantly, the chain came back, dragging a humanoid form with it, and as he nonchalantly stabbed it with EA as it came hurtling towards him, Saber and Berserker briefly feared it may have been one of their masters. However, as they got a good look at it, they realized with relief that it wasn't the case. Relief quickly turned to shock at who it really was. Run clean through the stomach on EA's blade, which was currently rotating inside the wound to grind her insides to mush, was the body of the Two Tails. Despite this, she was still attempting to move her left arm to strike him, unable to use her right, because it was where Enkidu had pierced clean through and wrapped around, leaving it useless. Archer put an end to that when he pulled EA upwards in a left diagonal moment. The strange weapon, despite having no edge to speak of, did the logical thing any sharp blade would, and even added a more gruesome extra to the norm. The weapon tore through the two-tail's skin, bone, and muscle like butter, but the rotating blade added the gruesome extra by mutilating everything it passed through like a drill going sideways through rock. It made for an interesting shower of blood and body matter as it passed through her left shoulder. Without losing a beat, he then smashed her body into the ground with Enkidu, the force of which actually made both a small crater and what few of her bones that hadn't been broken break with a very audible snap. He then quite casually and without any emotion placed his boot on her head and pressed down. One of the other useful things about Nurgle's magical shield was that it prevented pesky things like blood from splattering on his body and armor. It really saved on keeping clean. Turning his attention back to his opponents as he recoiled the chain about his arm, already disinterested in the now headless corpse, he began to speak. Sorry about that. Now, how shall we dash? He was greeted with Soul's blade, making a beeline to his neck. The scythe, instead of sending it flying off with a spurt of blood however, simply seemed to slow as it reached him. Archer responded by jumping back and swinging Ye down. How dare you interrupt me? Shut up, Berserker retorted as brought Soul up to defend, their weapons clashing with sparks. You're really just getting annoying now. Archer made to responded, but a quick signal from his mask stopped him. Throwing his left arm to the side, he blocked Saber's strike with it, then grinned. Enkidu. The golden chain responded to his command, once again uncoiling to strike the King of Knights. It struck like a snake, tip aimed for her heart, but Saber disengaged to deflect it. The chain continued to strike rapidly, constantly changing direction to hit at haphazard angles to catch her off guard. However, Saber proved herself more than capable of matching its speed with her own. Meanwhile, Berserker had her hands full trying to get past Archer's guard, but the Golden Servant seemed to have no problems attempting to control both his chain and swing Ye at the same time. However, she did have two things going for her. Firstly, there was no gate of Babylon being opened to fire on her. In fact, not once since Archer summoned Enkidu had he attempted to crush her under that familiar sea of steel, which made no sense, as he never once hesitated to use it before, even when the enemy had been this close. Why haven't you been using your gate? She asked as she clashed blades with Archer, curiosity overtaking her. I thought you would have buried us in your treasures by this point. I can't, he replied quite bluntly. In order to use Nurgle, I must unlock the armor's functions by using the true form of the gate as its key. I cannot use both the armor and my vault at once, so when one is in use, the other must remain locked. Damn, you are really confident in your armor if you just blab like that, Soul muttered. I would almost call you suicidal. Suicidal is going against someone you know you can't defeat. I'd say that describes you both rather well. They then disengaged, though Archer did so with slight level of hesitation. That was the second thing going for Berserker. Archer was no swordsman. While he did have passable skill, he clearly lacked the grace that Saber possessed. His posture lacked the perfection or the practice of an experienced fighter, and more like that of one who understood the theory but not the application. There were many openings in his stance, openings that spoke of inexperience and lack of practice. In fact, if it weren't for the 9 vulnerable armor he was wearing, Berserker was confident she could have killed him at least 6 times in the period they had fought. Quickly twisting Soul around, she attempted to catch Ie between her weapon's blade and shaft, hoping that she could pull Ie out of Archer's grip. That was foiled when Archer quite literally simply kicked her in the chest to knock her back. When the kick landed, she had been expecting the shield to feel like some sort of gelatinous mass, given that Soul had seemed to move like he was in liquid cement. Instead, it felt like that cement had decided to solidify just in time hit her, sending her crashing to the dirt. It, in a word, hurt. She didn't have time to ponder that hurt, however, as she saw Ie's rotating blade coming down on her head. Unable to dodge herself, she braced for impact. Instead, a clanging noise came to her ears. Opening her eyes, she felt them widened at the sight. Soul, who had returned to human form, was currently blocking the rotating blade with his arm, in which he summoned a scythe blade. What shocked her, however, was the fact that his scythe blade was starting to crack against it. Soul, she yelled as she got back to her feet. Get back. Unfortunately, whether because Soul didn't hear her or didn't react in time, Ie still succeeded in shattering his arm blade, but luckily missed the arm itself. Soul stumbled back, holding his right arm as the ruined blade began to bleed. The reason hit her like a hammer. If a person's weapon form was damaged in some way, that damage reflected on the physical body, which was especially evident if the weapon had performed a partial transformation. While it was true that, as a death scythe, Soul had the ability to manifest any number of blades on his body without replacing any body parts, they were still a part of him. At the same time, as a death scythe, Soul had a high level of durability as a weapon, rendering that little point null. For something to be able to damage him like that. Surprisingly, Archer seemed to be impressed. Not bad. A noble phantasm that can not only become a human, but also transform parts of its body to weapon form. You would make a fine addition to my treasury. Soul changed back to full scythe form, dropping into Berserker's waiting arms. Over my dead body, she growled out. That can be arranged. With a heave, Archer brought his left arm to bear, the chains of heaven responding. Saber was getting, in a word, pissed. She was still squaring off with Archer's chain, which seemed adamant on either stabbing her through the heart or just wrapping around her body to restrain her, then stabbing her through the heart. They were like two snakes fighting over territory, rapidly striking and dodging, only to come apart to strike again. What was getting her angry, however, was because the chain had foiled her every attempt to help Berserker against Archer, as every time she tried to get around it, it would always be back in her face. Even using Prana Burst had failed, as the chain seemed to move as fast she did no matter what. Logically, the solution would be to cut the chain in half, make it useless. However, the chain seemed to have an almost mythical quality in the fact that it never stayed still long enough to do so. It was almost as if it had a mind of its own. Every time she came close to doing so, the chain would twist into almost impossible angles to avoid it, even going so far as to once coiling about itself to form a hole that her blade passed through harmlessly. As such, the best she could maintain was a stalemate. At least, not until the chain did something unexpected. Instead of going for its usual efforts of confusion fu, rapidly changing directions mid-flight to confuse her before choosing a new attack angle, the chain simply rocketed at her at the speed of a bullet in a straight line. Unable to dodge due to sudden speed increase, Saber attempted to deflect it with her blade, as she had done countless times before. What she didn't expect was for the chain to move around her blade and wrap around her sword arm, effectively disarming her. Luckily, she managed to grab the pointed end with her free hand, keeping it from snaking any further up than her elbow, which she had wrapped it around to stop its advance. She immediately began to struggle against it, but found to her chagrin that it refused to let go. However, she realized that the chain, while certainly strong, wasn't overly so. In fact, she would be willing to bet that she could get loose if she used both hands on it. Unfortunately, the way the chain coiled about her sword arm also made it so that she couldn't let go of Excalibur, dashing that plan. Soul, get back. Looking up from her current problems at Berserker's voice, she saw Soul move back, clutching his arm and transforming back to full weapon form. Realizing they needed her help, she prepared to redouble her efforts to break free. Then she caught sight of Archer bringing his left arm to bear, no doubt to use Enkidu to bind and or kill her. Then she remembered that A, she was still attached to said chains, and that B, Archer was no doubt aware of this. Crap. Mackenzie House. Waver once again sat on the rooftop of the Mackenzie residence, silent as he watched the stars. This time, however, he had not gone in order to escape the others. In fact, everyone else was currently sleeping, having finally succumbed to the familiar feeling of tiredness. Even now, he could feel it flow through his veins, tempting him with the idea of sleep. However, he honestly didn't feel like it. The reason he had come up here was because he simply wanted a moment to think about, curiously enough, Ryder. When the two of them had originally met, he had been intimidated by the man. He was everything Waver wasn't. Tall, bearded, fearless, confident, strong, charismatic, quick to laughter, and even quicker to fight. He always carried himself with the air of a man who knew who he was, what he wanted to become, and how he intended to do it all. Waver thought that Ryder was the definition of the perfect conqueror. But as he came to know the servant, both in his actions and dreams, a different picture was painted. Ryder had become less of a boisterous servant and more like a surrogate father, encouraging Waver to man up, proudly speaking of the kind of man he would become, and even willing to listen to him without attempting to do things his way. The dreams he had of Ryder's past, leading a host of proud warriors across deserts, eating and drinking like any normal person, suffering the same hardships as his men by choice, painted him less a figure of history and more a man of flesh and blood, a being with feelings and relatable qualities. He was the kind of person someone wouldn't mind hanging around with. He's still very much the image of the conqueror, in that there was no doubt. But now he was conqueror with a human side. Got a lot on your mind, Waver? Waver turned with a start, only relaxing when he saw it was Glenn in his pajamas, but also wearing a brown coat and carrying 2 cups. Oh yeah? Hey, Grandpa. To his surprise, the old man proceeded to sit down next to him on the roof, letting out a satisfied sigh. Mind if I join you? Waver was briefly confused, then shook his head. No. Go on. The old Mackenzie nodded his head in thanks. Then, after giving Waver the cups, reached behind himself to pull out a thermos mug, which he unscrewed. Coffee. It was Waver's turn to nod, so Glenn carefully poured the mug's contents into both cups, putting the thermos away and taking back one of the cups. The two sat there for time, simply staring up at the sky. Surprisingly, it was the older of the two who broke the silence. Quite beautiful, aren't they? Waver turned to his grandfather. What? The stars, I mean, Glenn clarified, continuing to look up. It's funny how you can often forget about them in the cities, but they are quite beautiful out here. He then briefly glanced at Waver. Do you remember when you were younger? We used to come up here on clear nights and stargaze all the time. Yeah, I guess. It was kind of fun. When Martha and I first moved to Japan, we made sure to build our house up on the hills with a large skylight. so that we could easily gain access to the roof. We often dreamed of sitting up here, gazing at the sky with our grandchildren alongside us, entranced by the stars like we were. Waver found himself smiling at that, the passion and honesty that his grandfather spoke with striking a chord within. That's a nice dream. Glenn smiled in turn. Yes, it was a nice dream. But one we never thought that it would actually come true, though. Waver looked back at him, curious. Why? Slowly, alarm bells were starting to ring in his mind. Could he have? Because in all these years, never once did any of our real grandchildren come up here to watch the sky with us. Sadly, whenever I've come up here to stargaze, I've always been alone until now. The moment Waver heard the words real and grandchildren together and next to each other in the same sentence, he knew the jig was up. Glenn had, using the oldest trick in the book of making him confess to remembering an event that never happened, outmaneuvered him and revealed he wasn't really related to either him or Martha. Therefore, it wouldn't be long before he figured out that Ryder, Castor, and Sully weren't who they claimed to be either. However, he didn't feel angry at that. In fact, he felt ashamed. They had cared for him, believing that he was their grandson, and he had all along simply been manipulating them. The fact that he always did whatever he could to help them around hardly made things balanced, as it was all done because he didn't want to feel like a freeloader and make them suspicious. Either way, he had pretended to be someone he wasn't, manipulating an innocent couple's feeling for their grandkids. Waver, you're not our real grandson, are you? No, I'm not. There, no use denying it. He had done it, and he was prepared to receive anything the old man could come up with. Arrest, a stern talking to, getting punched, anything. So Glenn's next words were actually rather shocking. I suppose I should be mad at you, but I'm really not. Those words threw him for a loop. What? Never once have you or Alexander ever tried to take advantage of us, and you even help us around the house. Martha really enjoys your company, and so do I. Even your new friends are well-behaved, so I don't think any of you are bad people. Here, Glenn made a full-blown smile. In fact, you've all made our lives rather interesting and fun. Waver was speechless. He couldn't find it in himself to try and respond, to express his gratitude for Glenn accepting them. The older man seemed to notice as well, as he then put his hand on the young teen's shoulder. You four are always welcome to stay here, but on one condition. Anything. I want you to keep whatever it is you're all doing to yourselves. Please don't drag either Martha or myself into it. He then squeezed Waver's shoulder to emphasize the point. Promise me that much at least. I promise. And he meant it. Not once did Waver ever consider dragging the Mackenzies into this war. He had no intentions to start now. Glenn smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Good. He then stood up, stretching his limbs. Don't stay out too late, Waver. You'll get a cold out here. I will, he replied, trailing off as Glenn left him and opened the door back inside. Grandpa. Somehow, that word didn't feel quite so hollow anymore. Well, that was an interesting conversation. Ryder. Waver cried out, looking about desperately. Where are you? Calm down, master. I'm just in astral form right now. Ryder's voice chuckled. I have to admit, you were lucky to find such kind people to stay with. People like them make the world so much more. Waver agreed, but there was a question that was starting to build in him. How long have you been here, Ryder? I just arrived actually, Ryder began. Then his voice turned serious. We need to go. Castor and his master are already waiting for us. What? What? Assassin has sent a message. He's threatening to blow the house sky high if we don't come out and face him. Elsewhere, Zokin Matu's hideout. The location of Zokin's new base was far from high-class living. Located in the middle of the sewers, the place was barely worth being called living at all, much less a type. However, Zokin didn't exactly require food and had not for decades. He could literally survive so long as a single one of his worms was alive, and they themselves could go for days without anything. There was only one living being in the room who required food, and even she barely got enough to last a day. In a corner, that little girl, Sakura, remained huddled up, thankfully now clothed, in a troubled sleep. She had just finished one of her daily training sessions, and while she had long ago stopped screaming while in them, it didn't mean she couldn't relive them in her nightmares. As such, she didn't greet her grandfather or uncle as they arrived in a flurry of insects, though her reaction to it would have been even more silent than currently. After all, you could control how quiet you were while awake, but no such luck while asleep. Well, here we are. Home, sweet home, Zokin called out, then looked at Korea. The white-haired master was completely unconscious, only his barely audible breathing indicating he was still alive. Well, I suppose it's not Camelot, but it will do. Snapping his fingers, he had his familiars put his nephew on a table. He then looked over at Sakura, noting with satisfaction that she had just finished her session. With a mental command, a group of his familiars, the ones who had fed on Sakura today, gathered around him. He then turned to Korea, an evil grin growing. Well, here we go. Forrest, get over here. Archer roared as he fired Enkidu once more, attempting to catch Berserker and pull her in range of EA. Said servant managed to deflect it, allowing Saber to swing her blade down on it, actually scoring a hit. Unfortunately, the chain went lack at the last moment. allowing it to cushion the blow and avoid breaking. Thanks, Berserker called out. No problem, Saber replied with a slight grimace. Trust me, you don't want to be grabbed by that thing. Being used as a living flail isn't fun, despite how it looks. Berserker flinched at that. I said I was sorry about laughing. The image of Saber being thrown about like a rag doll while screaming had actually been so ridiculous that Berserker had actually started chuckling. That amusement was lost the moment Archer smashed Saber against her while loosening the chain, sending them flying back. Now, the two of them were trying to avoid getting snagged by Enkidu's chains while coming up with a new strategy. Anyway, Saber began again as she maneuvered around the chain once more. Did you find any weaknesses in Archer's defense? Soul, Berserker asked her partner, deflecting another strike. You were the one who actually hitting him. What do you think? Well, he wasn't lying when he said that shield slowed physical attacks down. It felt like moving in thick mud, Soul replied. We won't be able to pierce the armor at the speeds it reduces us to physically. And if he wasn't lying about how effective it is against magical attacks, even Excalibur won't be able to destroy it with a single blow. Okay then, Berserker replied with an annoyed tone. Anything useful? Like stuff we didn't know? Alright then, Soul began again with his own voice now irritated. I think there are only two areas we can hope to hit him at with Excalibur that can beat him with a last strike. And those are? Saber inquired as she deflected the chain again. 1. His lower face. It's the only part of his body that doesn't have the armor also covering it. If we can bypass the shield, we should be able to hurt him. He's likely aware of the fact that is a vulnerable part though, Saber replied. That won't be an easy part for me to aim for. Yeah, and the shield is actually stronger there than anywhere else on his body. I was actually moving slower there than anywhere else. Which is why I think the second one is the best choice. And that is his chest plate. That statement almost caused Berserker to get caught by the chain. Are you crazy? She responded as she deflected it at the last moment. Why would we aim for the thickest part of his armor? Because that's where the shield is at its weakest, Soul retorted, then added. At least, in one particular part. What do you mean? Saber began to ask, looking over at Archer as she did so. She stopped when she got a good look at Archer's chest plate, especially one part in particular. The area of the armor where she had struck him earlier with Strike Air was still noticeably cracked. In fact, she noticed the red symbols on that part occasionally flickered back to their original black coloration. Bingo! Those symbols are the reason the shield is even up in the first place. Any damage that the armor suffers, the shield reflects that damage in the exact same place. Plus, it's a bigger hit area than his face is. Even so, I would need to get right up next to him in order to guarantee a killing blow, Saber replied. Anything less might still not be enough. Well, I can't think of any other way that Suddenly, Berserker stumbled in mid-sentence, her eyes widening as she placed a hand over her chest. The chain immediately reacted, wrapping around that arm and pulling towards Archer, who now had EA stretched out for impalement. Saber immediately used Prana Burst to try and cut the chain, but it was faster still. Berserker was pulled closer and closer to her spinning demise, and Archer allowed himself a smile. One down. The chain abruptly stopped moving, stretched tautly between the two servants. Berserker had gripped the chain with one hand holding Soul in the other, who had driven himself deep into the ground. But that shouldn't have been possible, unless… What? Archer cried out. Saber didn't hesitate despite her surprise. Activating another Prana Burst, she brought her blade down with all her strength, shattering the divine chains. Berserker immediately brought Soul up out of the ground, once again covered in a familiar glow. Witch Hunter. The scythe blade clashed with EA, releasing a massive blast of energy. Saber was blasted back from the force, but the two clashers didn't budge an inch. You dare to still defy me? Archer roared in anger, the loss of his most precious noble phantasm making something snap inside of him. Berserker, in contrast, was the picture of calm. Yeah, I do. Her scythe shifted once again, becoming a halberd. Demon Hunter. Maka, did you feel that? Soul asked her through their connection. That couldn't have been. No mistake, Soul. It was definitely Korea. Is he trying to kill himself? You saw how he was earlier. He's pushing his body too far, too fast. Berserker gripped Soul tightly. Then let's end this for him. I'll crush you both where you stand, mongrels. Archer roared as their blades clashed. You will be nothing but dust when I am through. Berserker didn't answer, instead ducking under his wide swing and bringing Soul to bear. With a wordless shout, she smashed Demon Hunter against Archer's armor, straining to break through. It was a testament to Nurgle's strength that even that strike only left a gash even smaller than Saber's Strike Air on the armor. With a snarl more like that of a wild animal than a human, Archer backhanded her across the face with his left arm, sending her back. He was beyond furious now, beyond enraged or angry. In fact, if Archer was to describe his mood, he would likely have said he had reached the point in rage that it comes full circle, granting the person a sense of absolute calm. Right before unleashing all that pin-up hate on his enemies. Once again, the light of EA, unmarked from the clash it had just went through, began to swirl about, more power than ever before reacting to his call. A part of him screamed at the sacrilege he was committing, but he quashed it just as quickly, his mind now too focused with their deaths to care anymore. "It ends here, mongrels," he quietly stated, his voice the picture of controlled calm. "I will grant you all the honor of witnessing EA's true power, unworthy as you may be." "Saber!" Berserker yelled as she reached the knight, the howling noise coming from EA, forcing her to shout. Coming alongside Saber, she realized that her ally was simply standing there. "What are you doing?" "Trust me," she yelled back, voice almost drowned out by the wind. "Just stay close and keep your hand on me." Archer lifted the blade to the sky, crimson light and howling wind swirling about him like he was some harbinger of destruction, which in truth he was. Look upon all and behold, the true face of rupture. Enuma Elish. This time, the attack was different. While in terms of appearance, it was identical to the first strike, a red swirling torrent of destruction, it had a different effect on whatever it passed. Instead of simply destroying the ground that the attack passed along, leaving some charred remnants, the attack literally disintegrated it, consuming everything in its path and reducing it to nothing. In fact, if anyone was currently observing the attack from afar, they would have sworn that the attack literally ripped open a hole in the dimensions of space itself, an endless abyss in which all creation would be crushed into nothingness, a vast void to the very nature of the world itself. It was not an attack. It was the wrath of nature and the universe, a blade capable of performing the miracle of Genesis to destroy the old world and create a new one. The true form of EA's power as the Sword of Rupture, all directed upon the end of two opponents. However, unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, for Saber and Berserker, all they saw was the blast of red light as it came towards them. "Sayabi beer." Berserker screamed as it came closer. "You better have one hell of a plan." Saber didn't answer, only narrowing her eyes in concentration as it came closer. Suddenly, she thrust her hand forward protectively, clutching her sheath as she reached deep within herself for that familiar feeling, for the golden light of utopia made real. Avalon. At the same moment her noble phantasm was activated, Saber pushed herself forward and kicked off the ground, dragging a surprised Berserker with her. The sheath that her hand had grasped scattered into golden light and formed a barrier around both of their bodies. The blast of wind and light from EA came against it, but it was useless against any normal defense. No matter how powerful, EA would have shattered it without hesitation. But Avalon was not merely a defense, it was complete isolation. When utilized in such a manner, Saber and whoever was currently touching her were transported to the paradise of Avalon, the domain of the fairies and unreachable utopia she had dreamed of finding, so that while they stood in the real world, they existed, however temporarily, in another one. It did not defend, it rejected. And EA, for all its world-destroying power, couldn't destroy that which was no longer in this reality. Like the eye of the storm, the light of EA parted about the barrier and washed harmlessly over it as Saber and Berserker pushed through the attack, charging the stunned archer, who, in his surprise and amazement, still hadn't reacted. Saber intoned, pulling her blade back, freed from invisible air and glowing with power. "Saber!" Archer roared, bringing EA to bear, as if to ward what was coming away. It was met with a clang by Berserker's Demon Hunter, which actually shattered from the force placed behind the ancient sword. However, it was too little, too late. "Do it, Caliba." The golden sword, the greatest holy sword ever forged, a prayer named glory given physical form, thrusted forward into Archer's chest. The ultimate strike, a blade of light and prana equal to a god's magecraft, pierced the first layer of the shield of Union's protection like tissue paper, not at all slowed by the barrier. It struck against the gash in its second defense, entering through the chink in the armor to just barely make it halfway through. More than enough. In that instant, Saber struck with everything she had. The flash of light parted the barrier and golden armor, cleaving through the break like it was nothing, and utterly decimating the flesh beneath. Excalibur's power ripped through the king of heroes like a knife through rotten fruit, exploding out of his back in a shower of blood and light like a water balloon with too much pressure applied. A moment of silence descended over them all, a long stretch of quiet when the results of the battle are made clear, only to be broken by the most unlikely of the participants. "To think that two mongrels such as yourselves actually forced me to go this far, even succeeding in beating me." A small laugh escaped from the lips of Archer, in spite of his obviously fatal injury. If this had been prophesied, I would have laughed at the sheer absurdity of it and killed the soothsayer. To both Berserker and Saber's surprise, he then shook his head. "No, not mongrels. You two have proven yourselves above that name. You are truly heroes of legend." His gaze then set on Saber, her armor and dress still in ruins, holding Excalibur with tired, yet firm hands, her face the picture of a goddess of war. "Beautiful to the last." He whispered as he lifted his right hand, his remaining hand, towards her, cupping her face in his palm. Berserker made a motion to stop him, but stopped herself when she saw that Saber didn't even react, simply staring into his eyes silently. This is how I want to remember you. A long pause as the golden servant coughed and spat out some blood, taking care not to have it land on either of his former opponents. But I suppose some things are beautiful simply because we can't have them. His hand fell away as his body dissolved into golden dust for the last time. Even then, the small smile on his face, the face of one who had finally found someone to call a worthy opponent, an equal, never left, even as his mouth too dissolved. Goodbye, King of Knights, Meister of Death. It really was fun, in the end. And so Archer, known in life as Gilgamesh, the King of Heroes, the fifth King of Uruk, died. Fuyuki Docks. Waver and Ryder, both clad in their normal attire, and riding Ryder's steed Bucephalus arrived at the location Assassin wished to face them at, the very same area that the 8 servants first gathered to fight not even a week ago. Much like then, the entire area was deserted, which brought some relief to the young master's mind. Even if Assassin was willing to threaten people related to them in order to force a fight, he was willing to keep the ignorant innocents out of it. Where are Soliui and Castor? He asked as he continued to look about. Shouldn't they be here? Right behind you. Waver made a very unmanly eep noise as he turned around, only to see Castor chuckling at his expense while Soliui had a hand over her face. Sorry, couldn't help it. Castor got out. Then his face turned serious. So this is the place. I don't know. Ryder told me it was. Soliui then cleared her throat, catching the guy's attention. All right, then I guess we just have to wait for Assassin to appear. Be on your guard, Ryder added as he began to scan their surroundings. He could be anywhere, or I could be nowhere. A voice boomed out. Immediately, the group was on guard, quickly looking about for signs of their enemy. It's one of those. Show yourself, Assassin, Ryder responded. I prefer to see my opponents, especially if they were the ones who extended the invitations. A dark chuckle issued from Assassin's throat at that, but the servant himself still remained hidden. I don't know. Usually, that would go against the Assassin creed of be one with the shadows, but the unmistakable masked figure of Assassin landed some distance in front of them, right where Lancer had stood on that night, so long, and yet not so long ago. If you insist, I'll make an exception. It's rather rude to refuse one's dying request, you know. He then held out both hands at once. Servants, welcome to die. As the last words escaped his throat, several blurs landed in front of him, standing up to reveal themselves as his 6 paths, -2 of their number. This did not go unnoticed by his enemies. Castor, however, had his thoughts on other, more important matters. That was one of the lamest lines I've ever heard. Couldn't you at least put some effort in your one-liners? Funny. I remember 6 of these bodies last time we saw each other, Assassin, Ryder called out, ignoring his ally's random, albeit valid, point. You don't even have the decency to show them all now? Assassin gave a shrug. Well, can't do that. One's dead and the other's watching over my sleeping master. Can't be too careful at night, after all. He then put his hands down. Besides, for will be more than enough to finish you all. Castor snorted, then uncrossed his own arms and assumed a fighting stance. Hey Ryder, I think this guy's a little too confident in himself, don't you? Maybe we should knock him down a peg. Ryder grinned. An excellent idea, Castor. The bearded servant then drew his sword. Let's end this, Assassin. Swinging his blade downwards, Ryder once again activated the mightiest of his noble phantasms. A gust of wind and a bright light emitted from his blade, expanding to encapsulate himself, Waver, their allies, and finally their enemies in its glow. When it faded, they were once again on the endless sands of desert, the might of Ionian Hitoroi, the army of the king, marching forward to meet their commander. They were as awe-inspiring as the first time they had marched across these plains, the pinnacle of mankind's warriors, the very embodiment of loyalty and devotion. Even Assassin, who had seen sights that would drive most people insane, could not help but be impressed by the foes who stood armed against him. Despite this, outwardly he simply watched with almost a nonchalant air, as if staring down an army of thousands was something he did every day. Ryder looked down at his master, who was still riding on Bucephalus. Master, I think it would be best if you were to stay here with Miss Soliui. Assassin will not hesitate to try and strike at me first, and you being with me will only increase the danger. To everyone's surprise, and quite frankly, his own, Waver shook his head. No, I'm going with you. I'm perfectly willing to risk my life to ride alongside you, Ryder. You're not changing my mind. Ryder looked down at his master in surprise. Then his face morphed into one of pride. His master was indeed growing up strong. You will be a great man someday, Waver. I know it. Ryder then turned to Castor, who had just finished taking his hand off his master's shoulder as if he was reassuring her about something. Are you ready? The fiery servant grinned. Thought you'd never ask. With that, his body once again began emitting fire and lightning, signaling the activation of lightning flame dragon mode once again. Soliui eyes widened. Isn't it dangerous of you to use that consecutively so many times? You've used that move almost every time you've gotten into a fight. Castor shrugged. Can't help it that everyone I'm fighting is strong enough to warrant it. She just shook her head. Just be careful. Castor nodded, then gave her a disarming grin. Hey, you know me. I'm always careful. Ryder chuckled at that, then lifted his sword high into the sky, directing his next words towards his army. Then charge. And with that, the army of the king took its first steps to battle. As one, the great host roared out a battle cry, and Castor and even Waver found themselves adding their voices to the clamor as they faced down their opponent. Waver knew, if he survived this day, that cry would never fade from his memories. Assassin watched as the full might of the Ionian Hitoroi came crashing down on him, warriors screaming their battle cries as they launched themselves across the desert. Despite his own confidence in his skills, however, he had no intentions of battling through an entire army tonight. And despite the fact he had bothered to bring out his remaining paths, he had no intentions of using them for this part of the battle either. No, what he intended to do for this stage in the game was something a little more dramatic. Now, let's see if I can pull a Nagato. Quickly making several hand seals, he pressed his right hand, which had several small flames on each of the fingers, to the ground. Taju Uchiha Kenjin, multiple Uchiha flame formation. For large, cylindrical barriers of red flames sprang to life about the paths, effectively cutting them off from the outside. He then took a deep breath and concentrated, gathering as much prana as he possibly could. He cut off the connection to the other paths in order to gather it quicker, feeling them go limp within the barriers. After he gathered all of his own, he then turned his concentration to taking it from his master. Well, one of them anyways. Due to his connection with Archer, he knew that the Golden Servant was dead, Saber and Berserker having somehow managed to pull through. How they did it was unknown to him, due to Archer brutally killing the Two Tails beforehand, but it was inconsequential. Archer's death was unexpected, but it had advantages, mostly due to the fact that now Assassin had two masters, Kirii and Tokiomi. Servants were essentially soul eaters, capable of eating human souls for power. They could, if they were just that desperate, even eat their own master's souls for prana. Normally, that would be tantamount to suicide, but again, he had two masters now, and he only needed one. Briefly, he felt Tokiomi, still trapped under the effects of his genjutsu, scream mentally as his life force was drained away, all to fuel the attack he intended to use. He himself felt a pang of pity for the man, and decided to at least grant him a merciful end. Concentrating, Assassin used his connection to Tokiomi, now rapidly fading, and made a brief change to the illusion. May you find peace with this, Tokiomi Tosaka, he thought to himself. In the end, I suppose it's the least you deserve. Tokiomi's dreamscape. Tokiomi looked about, noticing a change in his surroundings, a shift in the world. For what seemed like years, he had wandered an endless, twisting maze, pushed on by a voice saying that the end was in sight. Like a blind man he had run, then walked, and finally dragged himself along, listening to that insidious voice, hoping against hope that the end was just around the next corner. Come on, come on. The exit's this way. Don't you want to leave? Then come quickly. But each time, he would be greeted by more pathways, the damnable voice always urging him on. His rational mind had long ago given up trying to stop himself, as it understood that there was no escape from this place, but didn't want to believe it anyways. Now, however, the voice was silent, yet the maze seemed no different than before. However, he didn't relax. It almost felt as if the world was holding its breath for something to happen. It was not long in coming. He, first with morbid curiosity then slowly increasing horror, watched as the strange, dreamlike maze he was in began to blacken and crumble like dust. The horror he felt came when he realized that as the maze dissolved, his body, his very soul, felt like it was fading with it. A dream, a part of himself thought, in denial as to what was happening. It's all just a dream. However, a larger part of himself understood what was happening. There was no other way to describe the sudden feeling of loss and coldness coming over him, a feeling that only grew the more the maze seemed to collapse. He was dying. Surprisingly, that little bit of knowledge didn't really affect him much. He didn't know if it was because he was just that tired of wandering this maze, that he didn't really believe it, or simply because he couldn't muster the will to care anymore. What did it matter, after all? The Grail was beyond his reach, his daughter was dead because of his mistakes, betrayed by his own student's servant, whether by Kiriai's orders or not, and now stuck in an endless illusion. It was as if life was deliberately screwing with him. Death would be almost welcomed by this point. Maybe I should just wait here, he thought to himself as he slumped down next to one of the remaining walls. Just wait for it all to end. Pathetic. Eyes snapping open, Tokiomi looked about for the source of the voice. It had finally returned, but the tone was different. Gone was the false, mocking tone, replaced with disgust. Look at you, it continued. The once proud Tokiomi Tosaka. You used to be someone who commanded respect by simply walking in a room. You're the head of the Tosaka family, one of the founders of the Holy Grail War. Tokiomi didn't answer, tuning the voice out as he just waited for the end. The voice, however, wouldn't go quietly. Where's your pride as a magus? Do you intend to just lay there like a dog? I wonder, if I just kill myself now, would it finally shut up? He thought irritably, but stopped once he heard the voice's next words. Don't you want to see your daughter one more time? Despite himself, Tokiomi found himself listening to the voice closely now. There was only one person who the voice could be referring to. Don't you want to see little Sakura again? Just like that, Tokiomi was listening. Part of him screamed not to, that the voice spoke madness, but he ignored it. He didn't care anymore. He was dying, after all. Why not lose himself to the madness if it gave him some comfort in the end? Where is she? His voice came out as a hoarse whisper, but the words were clear enough. Suddenly, as if in answer, the black floor beneath him turned white, the new color forming a path through the maze's remains. Follow the path. Once again, the urge to just sit there and waste away came to him, but he ignored it, getting to his feet, grunting in pain as he did so. How could you feel pain when you're clearly not really there? Did your mind make it real? He started to follow the white path, which always managed to keep ahead of him even when he managed to start running as fast as he could. As he followed it, the voice continued to make its opinions known. Yes, that's it, Tokiomi. Run. Your reward is near. If you took a moment to just shut up, Tokiomi thought irritably once more, I would happily accept that as a reward. Despite that, he continued to follow the path and the voice, just barely noticing out of peripheral vision that the maze continued to fade. He did, however, take serious notice to the fact that his strength was fading faster and faster. At the beginning and at his best, he was running on the path. Now he was just barely dragging himself along it. The voice, however, would have none of it. Come on, keep on going, and don't stop. Your daughter is waiting for you. Would you deny her a last request? Still, he found the hidden reserves of will to persevere in his path. He concentrated on moving forward. Extend arm, grab ground, pull forward, rinse and repeat. And finally, when he found he could go no further, he heard the voice one last time. Well done, Tokiomi. Claim your prize. Looking up from his position, having stared at the unchanging ground for the majority of the time, he beheld a new sight, a door standing in the middle of the path. What struck him first was the color. In contrast to the white, black, and gray of this world, the object in front of him was a stark red. Having looked at monochrome colors for what seemed like decades, the sudden difference in color was like suddenly staring into the sun after spending a year in darkness. The new sensation briefly overrode his senses, and he actually had to blink several times in order to adjust. When he did, he saw the second unique thing about the door. Upon it, carved into the oaken wood, was the magical crest of the Tosaka family. Gazing upon it, Tokiomi at first felt a glimmer of pride in his chest. This was the crest that his father had passed to him, the sum of the Tosaka clan's magecraft and research that had only grown with time. This would be the crest that would pass on to Rin when she came of age, and she would continue the proud tradition even with his death. A frown creased his face at that word. Tradition. As tradition stated, there could not be two inheritors of the clan's magecraft. Because of tradition, Sakura had to leave the family, had to join the Matu, and had to suffer and die because of this damn crest. For a moment, disgust entered his heart, and Tokiomi wanted nothing more than to just burn the door down with his now practically non-existent magecraft. You're wasting time, Tokiomi. If you want to say your goodbyes, do it now. The voice's words cut through his burning thoughts like ice water, and Tokiomi composed himself. The crest didn't matter anymore. What mattered was beyond it. Dragging himself forward, finding it harder and harder to do with each passing second, Tokiomi placed his hand on the doorknob and slowly turned it. To his relief, he realized it was a push door, and so simply pushed his weight against it, falling inside with a thud and grunt of pain. When he looked up, he honestly didn't expect what he saw. He was in a park, Fuyuki Park, if memory served him correctly. However, there was something different about this version of the park. The color, much like the labyrinth, was all monochrome, varying shades of white, black, and gray everywhere. The place looked like someone drew a lifelike, shaded picture of the real thing and forgot to add color, which was why the sudden flash of purple in the landscape was so noticeable. Tokiomi's eyes widened at the sudden change in color, then immediately began to move forward after it. To his surprise, he suddenly felt energy return to him the more he tried to follow it, almost as if he was going back in time to when he first started wandering the maze. He didn't spend long trying to wonder why though, too focused on catching the elusive purple shape that seemed to get faster as time went on. Wait, he called out, having gained enough strength to speak out loud again. Come back. The purple blur, as no matter how close he got, it always appeared blurry, seemed to stop for a moment, most likely shocked at the sound of his voice, before moving again. He tried a different tactic, hoping against hope that it would work. Sakura, please, don't leave. This time, the blur noticeably stopped moving. In fact, it stood rock still like it had been frozen by the name he had yelled, as if it was a word it hadn't heard in a long time. He slowly approached the figure, realizing that now the figure was beginning to come into focus. The purple he had seen had been a purple dress that the girl, for he could now tell it was a girl, was wearing. In fact, purple practically described the girl perfectly. In addition to her dress, her socks, hair, and even eyes when she turned to him were some shade of purple. The only other colors she was wearing were the black in her shoes, which which were almost purple in color as well, a little white at the ends of her dress, and a red ribbon through her hair. For a moment, Tokiomi was struck with doubt. While she certainly resembled his youngest daughter in face and build, it was like looking at an entirely different child. Her once beautiful brown hair turned to dull purple, her vibrant aqua eyes now a sad violet. Her expression gone from excitable child to shell-shocked victim. It was as if he was staring at some clone of her, tired of existing and simply wanted to die. However, that doubt was washed away the moment his eyes truly focused on the red ribbon in her hair. He could never forget the last time his daughters had seen each other, though neither knew it at the time, when Rin gave Sakura that ribbon, claiming that since it was the first ribbon the former ever made, it would only be right that the later would benefit from it. It was that hair decoration that confirmed for him, more than anything else, that the girl in front of him was indeed Sakura, and the knowledge almost utterly broke him. To see his once lively daughter reduced to a shell of her former self, to see the innocence in her completely shattered by her experiences, and to know that it was his fault that all of this happened in the first place, literally forced him to his knees. "Sakura," he whispered silently. The girl simply stared at him. He searched her face for anger, hate, sadness, anything from her expression, some clue that she felt something at his appearance. There was nothing. Her face just screamed ambivalence, as if he was there, like a random person you pass in the streets but never give a second thought, a nameless and faceless existence that didn't warrant your attention. And somehow, that hurt more than any other expression she could have given him. "Sakura, I'm so sorry." Even to his ears that sounded pathetic. "I'm sorry for everything. I'm sorry I let you go. I'm sorry I didn't listen when you cried out for me. I'm sorry that I didn't see the signs something was wrong." Every time he said he was sorry, the words just seemed to ring hollower and hollower, like the boy who cried wolf. "I'm sorry I didn't listen to your mother when she asked me to flaunt tradition and keep you. I'm sorry that I didn't listen to Korea when he first told me the truth." His voice grew more desperate and more quieter as he went on, as if understanding that hollowness and trying to drown it out. Unnoticed by him, the park itself began to fade much like the maze earlier had, much like in Sketcher who decided to erase his work. "And I'm so sorry that I couldn't save you, even at the end." He finished as a child who tears up when he explains that he did something he regrets does, yet no tears fell from his eyes. Instead, he simply stared at the figure of his daughter, as if waiting for her judgment. The world around them continued to fade, leaving only the grass at their feet and a few trees, and even those were quickly disappearing. "Please, just don't leave me again." He didn't ask for her forgiveness, as he knew he was undeserving of it. He didn't ask her to say something, as he feared what would be said. He didn't even ask for her to come forward and let him touch her, as he knew that she was no more substantial than the park they were in. He knew that this place wasn't real, and it wasn't really Sakura in front of him. He was just that desperate to see his daughter one more time and let out all that he wished he could have said to the real Sakura. So it came to him as a complete shock when she stepped forward, wrapped her arms around his kneeling form, pulled him close for a hug, and told him a single sentence. "I will always love you, Daddy." And in that moment, as the setting around them fully dissolved into a vast field of white, Tokiomi Tosaka finally let out the tears he had held for so long, drenching his daughter's hair as he returned the hug, his heart feeling, for the first time in what seemed like forever, truly happy. Fuyuki Church. In the real world, trapped in the illusion to the end, Tokiomi smiled. He still held it, even as his life permanently left his form. Back with Assassin. Assassin grimaced to himself as he felt the last of Tokiomi's life fade from his body, adding it to power he had collected. Looking once again at the screaming warriors, he estimated he had give or take 20 seconds before they reached him. More than enough. Placing his arms out to his sides as if he was preparing to perform stretches, Assassin concentrated the sea of power he had gathered together, focusing it into a weapon he could use. He imagined a bubble of force surrounding his form, prepared to expand on his command to repel all who came before him. He concentrated upon his Rinnegan eye, drawing upon the legendary power of the Sage of Six Paths once again. He opened his eyes. Shinra Tensei, heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent god. The moment Caster saw Assassin assume his stance, he immediately turned his gaze towards Ryder. Get ready for something big. He was already charging up for his own attack even as he said that, gathering fire and lightning into his hands in preparation. Ryder, though confused, nodded his head. Turning towards his soldiers, he roared, "Here it comes." His men, even as they charged, reacted immediately. All the soldiers who had shields, which were in the front of the army, immediately swung them in front of themselves as a sort of defense while still charging. It likely wouldn't do much, but it would prevent more casualties than running blindly in. However, none of charging forces were prepared that struck them. Even Caster, who had seen the technique Assassin cast before, was unprepared for the sheer power behind it. Shinra Tensei was the ultimate power of the Deva path, the ability to manipulate repulsive force at the user's will to push matter or attacks away. How powerful the force behind the attack was, and the range of it, depended on how much energy the user was willing to expend in the strike. For example, during the battle with Avenger, Assassin had used Shinra Tensei with roughly 20% of his power, destroying the Tosaka Manor with a single blast. However, in order to overcome the power of Rider's reality marble, a person's inner world given physical form in the real world, the power to destroy a building would be insignificant. Even with all the power he had gathered together plus the energy he stole from Tokiomi, while it would be enough to destroy at least half, or even all of Fuyuki, it wouldn't be enough to destroy an entire world. Only at his peak, which was obtained through absorbing his world's equivalent of Cthulhu, would he have the strength to do so. Instead, he focused all of his power in striking not the world around him, but rather the army of warriors coming at him. He remembered what Rider had proudly proclaimed when they had faced Avenger. His reality marble existed not because his own efforts, but through the combined efforts of his personal guards, all of whom shared his dreams and pledged allegiance to him after many victories and defeats. It was the product of the efforts of many, not of one. If it was a machine, Rider was the main controller and his army were the cogs in the allowing it to run smoothly. Logically then, if enough of those cogs were to be destroyed, the machine's movement would come to a halt. Hang on to something. Castor roared as he jumped in front of Rider and Waver, swinging his arms around in a circular motion. Crimson Lotus, exploding lightning blade. As he finished, a massive torrent of flames and lightning emerged from his arms, smashing against the wall of force coming against them. The two forces clashed with each other, attempting to overpower the other. Shinra Tensei's greatest weakness was the fact that it could be countered somewhat if the opponent struck back with an equal and opposite force, or if the person to whom the attack was directed could barricade themselves. If the Shinra Tensei could be considered like an expanding balloon, then Castor's strike could be imagined as an obstruction that was currently pressing against the side of said balloon and putting pressure on it, not quite breaking the barrier, but forcing it back. However, the same could not be said for the soldiers not directly behind their king and the struggling magician. The wall of force smashed into the oncoming army, literally scattering them like leaves in a tornado. It was as if they had just been swamped by the hand of God himself, sending thousands flying through the air, their bodies dissolving from the strike itself or when they impacted with the ground. However, not once did any of those warriors falter. Even as the wall of death came upon them, they continued to charge, never once ceasing their war cries, even as they were lifted, and those cries of battle became cries of fear and anger. It was a testament to the kind of men they were. They swore to follow their king to the end and beyond, even if that meant death. And with the sound like a thunderclap, the endless desert and empty daytime sky vanished, replaced with the familiar surrounding of steel and stone and nighttime sky. Assassin simply sighed as he put his arms down. That attack had taken more out of him than he could have thought. Concentrating, he reconnected with his paths, their barriers destroyed by the attack, and forced them to stand up again. Time to end this. On Rider's side, Waver opened his eyes slowly, taking in the unbelievable sight before them. He honestly didn't know what amazed him more. The fact that Assassin had been able to stop the Ionian Hetairoi, or that Castor had managed to save their lives. Castor, Soliyui's voice rang out, shocking him out of his stupor. He had almost forgot about the pink-haired servant in the aftermath of Assassin's strike. Looking over the black steed's head, he beheld an unforgettable sight. Castor, his arms outstretched in a manner out dissimilar from Assassin's previous pose and chest heaving, stood in front of them, his head still upwards and staring at Assassin with a determined expression. Despite the fact that last attack must have taken a ton out of him, if the fact that his lightning aura was gone, he still looked ready to kick some ass. "I'm good," he panted. "Nothing to worry about here." Even with that reassurance, Waver felt the grip of fear overtake his heart. Their ace in the hole was gone, and Castor, despite his words, didn't look like he could stand up any longer. Assassin, on the other hand, had his four paths ready to attack, and was still standing tall. The odds were against them. A part of him wanted to run, but to run would mean risking the Mackenzie's lives. Waver couldn't and wouldn't do that, but what else was there to do? Waver. At the mention of his name, Waver turned to look at Rider, whose face was more serious than he had ever seen. Without any warning, Rider lifted him from his seat and placed him down on the ground. "Wait, what are you doing, you idiot?" Waver yelled as he landed on his feet, turning to his servant. "I thought we were going to do this together." Rider, for his part, simply stared at his master, his face never once changing. Under his gaze, which seemed so far away, Waver felt his indignance fade away, to be replaced with worry. "Rider, I just remembered, there is something important I must ask of you," Rider finally said, his eyes focusing on him. "Master Waver Velvet, would you be willing to serve as my retainer?" Waver's eyes widened, his mind attempting to comprehend the words that were just spoken. His servant, the Alexander the Great, the second greatest conqueror the world had ever known after Genghis Khan, the man who forced all of known Asia to its knees, was asking him, a lowly magus, to be his retainer? That was the equivalent of a king asking a peasant if he wished to serve as his closet confidant. For a long moment, he simply stood there as his mind finally caught up to speed, and when it did, he He could feel tears beginning to emit form in his eyes. "Why you?" Waver began, his voice choked with sobs. "You are my king, sire. I will serve you with devotion, to have the honor of leading me. Let me dream what you dream." Ryder smiled. "Very well." He then sat up straight in his saddle. "As king, it is my duty to inspire others to dream. And as my retainer, it is your sacred duty to see my dream to the end and share it with future generations." Waver found himself listening with rapt attention, and Castor, Soliui, even Assassin himself, found themselves doing the same, drawn to the words that the great king spoke of. "Now live Waver. See all of this through, live long, and tell everyone you meet of how your king comported himself, of the last charge of his Kandar." Waver found himself nodding his head, his eyes filled with tears. Then, realizing something important, he lifted his hand, revealing his command seals. "By the power of my first command seal," Waver spoke in a loud voice, forcing all traces of sadness out of it. "I order you, Ryder, to defeat Assassin." The first seal briefly flashed, then faded. "And by the power of my second command seal, I order you, Ryder, to survive this battle." The second seal, like the first, flashed, then disappeared. Waver then let his hand fall, the light from the remaining seal fading. Ryder looked upon Waver one more time and smiled. "I will do as you command, my friend." However, as he turned to order Bucephalus forward, he was stopped by Castor. "Did you really?" he panted. "Think I was going to just let you go alone?" The pink-haired servant then stood up tall. "We're partners after all, and partners look after each other, don't they?" Ryder was surprised at first, but it faded to a content look. "It would be my honor, Castor." The two servants turned their gaze to Assassin, who through it all had simply watched. "All right, it is time to go busk Alphys." "Castor, hell yeah." And so the servants of the steed and magic charged, their hearts and minds prepared for battle. As for their enemy, he continued to stand there as his paths assumed their battle stances. Why had he not struck them down while they were talking earlier? Firstly, it was because he still needed to regather his power. Every moment they spent talking was another moment for him to strengthen his connection to the paths and prepare a new plan. But more importantly, a part of him didn't want to destroy the last moments that Ryder would have with his master. He knew that the bond that the two shared was less that of servant-master and more like teacher-student mixed with father-son. It wouldn't be right if he didn't give them a moment to say their goodbyes. Also, he genuinely wanted to hear the end of Ryder's speech. His talk of dreams and passing them on to the future generations, it reminded him much of another person, so long ago. "My dream is to become the greatest Hokage that ever lived." Naruto Uzumaki. Assassin wondered to himself, recalling the name of his greatest obstacle and the boy who represented everything he had cast away. "I wonder what you would have done if you had known the man known as his Kandar, King of Conquerors." He shook his head as his enemies came closer. The ifs could wait for later. He had a grail to win, and no one would stand in his way. Author note. Once again, another cliffhanger. Sorry everybody, but I realized I couldn't fit any more in this chapter. So, the battle between Archer versus Saber and Berserker has ended. I hope that it satisfied everyone, and I also hope Archer seemed in character at the end to the fans of the VNs. Heads up, just for those not in the know, Enkidu's strength increases the greater the target's divinity rank is, so it's really just a very strong chain to a normal servant. That's why Berserker was able to resist getting pulled after she recovered, and how Saber was able to cut through it, albeit after using Prana Burst to increase her strength. Also, Tokiomi met his end in this chapter as well. I'm sorry for anyone who thought that the whole mine sequence was a little long, but I deemed it appropriate. As for his meeting with Fake Sakura, I want you to keep in mind that he knows he's dying as of this point, so he has really nothing to lose breaking down and crying. I also hope that everyone felt at least a little sad at that point. Come next chapter, the battle between Assassin versus Ryder and Castor meets its conclusion, and Kirai finally awakes from his visions. What has the Izanami-induced trip done to his mind? Find out next chapter. Also, the name of Archer's final noble phantasm is Nurgle, the Shield of Union. The description was coined by Evander Advent, who stated it would be a good counterpart to EA's Sword of Rupture, as, to quote his review, "Rupture is destructive and rips things apart while Union is constructive and brings things together." Union also describes its twofold anti-magic and anti-physical properties and how they combine together to make a near-ultimate defense. So, thank you for that, Evander Advent. As for the name itself, Nurgle, it's actually the name of the Mesopotamian god of plague, war, and the sun in its destructive capacity, which serves as an interesting counterpart to Ea, who was the god of the Abzu, the name for fresh water from underground aquifers that was given a religious fertilizing quality, crafts, water, intelligence, mischief, and creation. I thought then it would be ironic to give a defensive noble phantasm the name of a destructive god, just as an offensive noble phantasm was given the name of a creation god. Once again, thank you everyone who took the time to read this story so far. Please continue to read, follow, and favorite. Your approval fills me with happiness. Fate, Zero Sanity. Chapter 21. Kirai's choice, caster's power. Fuyuki Church. Kirai Kodo Mine awoke. There was no dramatic music, no sudden explosion of awesomeness. He simply opened his eyes, looking about the room like a blind man who had just been given sight. He quickly lifted his hands and touched his skin, then his clothes, as if to confirm they were still there. He then moved on to touching objects in the room, taking several moments to feel the wooden desk under his fingers, smell the faint sweetness of the scented candles. Finally, he opened one of the cabinets of his room and removed a bottle of wine, taking but a moment to uncork it and pour himself a quarter of a glass of the red liquid. Taking a small sip, he let it sit in his mouth, savoring the flavor before swallowing and letting it trickle down his throat. There's no doubt about it, he thought to himself as he looked down at the remainder of the drink. This is reality. He then downed the last of the wine, putting the bottle and glass away in several swift motions. Afterwards, he took a seat on the couch, simply sitting there as he let his mind wander. On a whim, he glanced at the clock on the far wall, noting the time and comparing it to the last time he looked, just before Assassin cast the illusion. A few hours, his mind questioned as he did the math. It felt like decades. Indeed it had. Assassin hadn't been lying when he said it might take several loops before he figured it out. Kirai had literally gone through at least 5 continuous loops of a condensed version of his 25-plus years of life. He had seen the night his wife had died, his struggles to accept himself, his efforts to fill the void in his heart. He had suffered every injury as if it was new, both those brought on him by others and his own self-inflicted tortures, both physical and mental. Burnings, flesh ripping, skin shaving, bone dislocating, abstaining from eating during missionary pious acts. He had relieved all the nights spent praying and studying the way of God, becoming a priest, and his training to become an executor. But most importantly, he had relived the moment he realized that nothing could ever fill that empty void, nothing save the pain and suffering of others. However, all those repeated cycles hadn't been for nothing. He had went in there searching for who he really was. And he had found it. He couldn't exactly state where he had finally come to the realization, but he had finally found it. And that, quite honestly, was simple. He finally understood that he wasn't a normal person, far from it. He was an evil person, but not what some would call a villain. He wouldn't murder a person simply for the hell of it, only if he had reason to and enjoy their suffering on the side. He was deviant, yet not inhuman. He still felt disgust at true acts of depravity, like those that Zoken Matu inflicted upon his granddaughter Sakura. He was not quite sane, yes, but not quite insane either. The insane don't care what others think of them after all. He was not a sociopath, for while he certainly enjoyed others' pain, he still had a moral compass and genuinely despised the fact he enjoyed evil. He was a man that enjoyed evil, but yet couldn't revel in it as he still both had a conscience and knew it was morally wrong. And since nothing else save that could bring him happiness, he was effectively a being without purpose in this world, someone who needed others to give him anything resembling purpose. The fact that that purpose was to cause them pain was simply an unfortunate circumstance of fate. At one point, he likely would have cursed himself to know that everything he had done to deny his true nature was all in vain. Now, however, it also meant he had a true reason for fighting this war. And in that moment of clarity, he finally realized and accepted his true self. And, like a man who searches everywhere for the key to his locked door only to finally realize it was hanging around his neck the entire time, he broke Izanami's loop for the last time, leaving him in the position he was in now, sitting on a couch. But now, before he could act on his new discoveries and his wish, he needed to see his servant. He lifted his sleeve of his left hand, revealing his remaining 2. He allowed them to activate, their red glow marking his skin. By the power of my command seal, he intoned silently, not in the mood to play around. I order you, assassin, to come forth. As the seal faded, he looked up as he heard the familiar sound of his servant teleporting into the room. Assassin, he began as his servant fully materialized. Forgive me for that, but I... Whatever else Kirai might have said was forgotten as he got a good look at his servant. Assassin literally looked like he had just went through hell on a battlefield. His entire body was covered in burns and slash marks, though the former was far more prominent than the later. His right arm, the artificial one, was completely gone, leaving only a stump which occasionally leaked white plant matter onto the ground. On the right side of his chest, which was charred black, was a hole clean through, almost as if something blunt, like a hot piece of metal, had been forced through his body. His stance was exhausted, as if any moment would collapse in a heap on the ground. However, what surprised him most was the fact that the ever-present mask on his face was gone, as if it had been completely shattered, revealing his half-scarred face to the world. What happened to you? Kirai finally asked, then turned his gaze to a more troubling sight, specifically the fact that the moment the teleportation was over, Assassin had immediately clapped his remaining hand over his Sharingan, which was bleeding heavily. And what happened to your eye? Assassin grimaced, though it appeared to be less out of pain and more out of annoyance. The unmasked servant sighed, then plopped down on a seat. Well, sometime earlier, Fuyuki Docks. Rider and caster roared out their battle cries as they charged Assassin and his paths, their only thoughts to defeat their enemy. Assassin, for his part, watched them come closer, then gave the mental command. Go. As one, the four paths raced forward, the four tails taking a central position in front of Assassin, while the other three assumed stayed behind it. Quickly making three hand gestures, the red-haired path breathed in. Yotan, Shakugaryugen no Jutsu, lava release, scorching stream rock technique. From his mouth, a large quantity of lava was expelled, which quickly solidified into multiple boulders of molten rock that were sent flying towards the two warriors. Undaunted, Rider swung his sword down, cleaving one in two with a mighty stroke. Caster raced in front of him, his fists alight with fire. Swinging quickly and effectively, he punched each and every one of the melting rocks, shattering them apart. Come on, he roared. Is that all you've got? As if in answer, all save the five tails raced forward to meet them, each making signs with their hands. The four tails finished first. Yotan, Yokai no Jutsu, lava release, melting apparition technique. He released a large amount of lava from his mouth upwards in an arc, which spread into a broad, thin sheet as it traveled through the air, preventing Caster from jumping away to avoid it. Instead, the pink-haired servant gritted his teeth and breathed in. Fire Dragon's roar. Lava and fire met up, briefly clashing before the later broke through the former. It was a testament to Caster's remaining strength, as well as how strong normal servants were to the paths, that his fire hadn't been quenched by the hotter, more solid lava. The Seven Tails was next. Hiden, Rinpungakure no Jutsu, secret, hiding in scale powder technique. She exhaled a large quantity of what appeared to be fine powder from her mouth, which suddenly lit up the docks like the noon sun. Rider immediately covered his eyes, blinded by the explosion, and Bucephalus stopped moving as well, blinded and frightened by the sudden flash. The Seven Tails immediately moved to intercept him, but was stopped by a fist to the face. That won't work on me. Caster's voice rang out triumphantly as he sent her flying. His sense of smell had saved the day, allowing him to figure out where his opponents were even with his vision blocked. He quickly jumped behind Bucephalus, applying the fast way of getting him moving again. He slapped him on the ass. Hard. Sufficient to say, it got the horse moving again, luckily towards Assassin. Caster then took a deep breath, actually taking all of the powder into his mouth before releasing it towards the Seven Tails. White Flame Dragon's roar. His flame breath, now with the powder inside to give it a blinding flash effect, struck the Seven Tails with all its fury. Unable to dodge, the green-haired girl could only futilely struggle as she was consumed by the inferno. He turned to the last path, only to see it was playing a pipe. Suetun, Hamatsu no Jutsu, water release, bubbles technique. Dozens of bubbles came spewing out of the pipe, surrounding Caster's body. The servant of magic was confused at first, then chuckled. You know, for a moment I actually thought it was going to be something danger dash. Then the Six Tails snapped his fingers. The bubbles promptly exploded, creating a cloud of smoke that completely encompassed Caster's form. He came tumbling out, covered in more explosion marks, only to be struck by the Four Tails' fist, now covered in lava. The blow sent him back even further, taking him to roughly the halfway point between the two sides. He suddenly felt a burst of power and looked up, his eyes widening at the sight before him. The two paths in front of him had changed their appearances. Their eyes and the insides of their mouths had turned a stark white, and entire bodies were now covered in a visible dark red, almost black layer of prana, with 4 and 6 tails of energy rising behind them respectively. In terms of specific appearance, however, the Four Tails body had gained an ape-like shape, while the Six Tails looked more akin to a slug of sorts. That power, however, was no joke. It was enough to make craters appear in the ground where they were standing, and Caster could feel his hairs stand on end. But it wasn't in fear. It was anticipation. He got back up, ignoring the pain of the burn on his chest as he faced the charging paths, making fire surround his fists once more. All right then, I'm all fired up. Rider opened his eyes as he heard Bucephalus whine. Realizing that the flash of light from before was gone, his eyes already readjusting to the dark. He also realized that he was careening almost uncontrollably at Assassin and, more specifically, the red-armored warrior in front of him. Oh no, he thought, realizing what was about to happen. Desperate to avoid it, he prepared to pull back on his horse's reins to try and divert Bucephalus from the Five Tails position. Said warrior didn't give him the time to even try and slow his steed though. Cocking back one arm, the Five Tails literally punched Bucephalus in the chest, his fist tearing straight through the poor horse's body without pause. Rider jumped off his faithful companion and returned the favor. Swinging his sword down, the King of Conquerors put all his strength behind the strike, not even giving the path time to try for a second attack. The keen edge cut clean through the Five Tails' body, armor, clothing, muscle, sinew, and bone all parting under it without pause. With a mighty heave, Rider removed the blade from his opponent, swinging the blade once more. The Five-Tail's body hit the ground only 2 seconds after his head did. He briefly glanced towards his faithful steed, only to watch as it dissolved as his men did. Turning his gaze upwards, Ryder beheld the sight of Assassin holding his gun by, making a come-hither motion with his free hand. With a wordless shout, he charged, anger filling his heart. It's amazing the number of ways a person can kill themselves. From poisonous snakes to having sex, burning alive to choking on marshmallows, explosions to wrathful women, there are an almost infinite number of ways a person can die. Castor found himself in the interesting position of about to become the first person who ever drowned on dry land because of bubbles. Once again, the Six Tails had released a host of bubbles, firing them from its mouth, but instead of exploding when he touched them, he had somehow got one around his head. Now said bubble was drowning him in its water supply. Fucking bubbles, he thought irritatingly to himself. Quickly lifting one of his flaming hands, he punched the bubble's barrier, breaking it and freeing him. Taking a deep breath, he hurriedly raced away from the rest of the bubbles before releasing another fire dragon's roar to destroy them. Out of the smoke came another deluge of lava, which he just managed to jump over. Unfortunately, he missed the form of the Six Tails, cloak now a dark blue, over him, once again expelling several bubbles. This time though, when Castor touched one, he found his entire body surrounded by it, without an explosion or drowning. What the dash, was all he got out before he suddenly felt his feet start burning. Looking down, he realized that the bubble was now slowly filling with greenish liquid. He also saw that his feet were starting to change color, as if they were being corroded. Like hell I'm going out like this. He swung his fist back, smashing the barrier with all the force he could muster and hissing as the acid stung his hand even through the flames. Apparently, the entire bubble's insides were acidic. Even so, he managed to pop it. But apparently, fate was being a cruel bitch today. Not even able to catch his breath, he found himself face to face with the Four Tails, whose mouth was wide opened and glowing with a red light. Shit dash. A burst of red cut him off. Assassin and Ryder. A clang was heard as Assassin and Ryder swung their weapons at each other again, both combatants struggling against each other. With a quick moment, Ryder brought his blade down again and again on Assassin's guard, which refused to bend no matter what. However, even a blind man could tell who was winning this fight, and it wasn't the one with the mask. Ryder was utterly decimating his opponent. His physical strength, already superior to his opponent's, was enhanced by the power of his master's command seals, which compelled him to draw upon previously untapped reservoirs of strength in order to achieve his objectives, defeat Assassin, and survive the battle. While under normal circumstances Assassin would be the one with the advantage in speed, literally running rings around him, the extra power Ryder received actually made him almost as fast as his opponent, or at least enough to react to his attacks. However, despite the ease with which he was deflecting Assassin's steadily weaker blows, Ryder was troubled. What is his game? He hasn't attempted to use his intangibility at all during this fight. He wondered as he dodged another swing. Did that last attack really take so much power out of him? As if in answer, Assassin disengaged from combat and jumped back, making several hand signals. Throwing his mask off, the Servant of Shadows breathed in and exhaled. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. A blast of flame emerged from his mouth, racing straight towards Ryder and blocking him from sight as it consumed him. Assassin stared into the flames, as if daring him to emerge unharmed. Ryder took that as a challenge. Eyes widening, Assassin watched as Ryder emerged from the inferno, his body covered in burns, hair singed and cape on fire, but grinning like a madman and screaming like one too. So surprised by this was Assassin, he didn't react until the Servant of the Steed had cleared the worst of the remaining flame. And by then, it was too late. Ryder struck like a thunderbolt, bypassing Assassin's two slow efforts to guard, his sword cutting straight down Assassin's still natural-born flesh. A flash of blood emerged from the wound like a geyser, Ryder's blow having cut right through Assassin's heart. Hearing the song of victory in his ears, Ryder looked Assassin in the face, his mask coming undone from the strike. The smiling, scarred face looking at him was not the one he saw the night of the banquet. A young, childlike face, marred by the stitch-like scar running from under his left eye all the way down his cheek, greeted his gaze, light pink, pupilless eyes staring into his own. The hair, formerly black, now was changing to light gray. The gunby in the figure's hand disappeared in a poof of smoke, replaced by a large, hook-ended staff with one end being larger than the other, with a green flower located on said larger end. It was the Three Tails. The smile plastered on its face was that of someone who just told a joke only he knew the answer to. The song of victory came to a screeching halt when Ryder realized the crucial truth. He had been had from the beginning. Ryder, he faintly heard Waver yell, as well as the familiar sound of teleportation. He turned as fast as he could, sword at the ready. Too late. Ryder stopped as he felt cold steel pierce his chest. Did you really think I would die that easily? Assassin asked from the other end of the black rod. His expression, while still covered in with the mask, almost screamed mockery. Shame on you, king of conquerors. Castor and the paths, same time. Castor extracted himself from the rubble of the several shipping containers with a groan, that last shot really having taken a lot out of him. He was literally running on almost empty, his reserves down to the red. He couldn't even use Lightning Flame Dragon mode anymore, since that drained too much strength to safely use now. Of course, there was always that. Bad idea, he quickly thought to himself. If I use that here, I could probably kill Waver and Soli UI. He then looked up, noticing the two paths gathering more energy into their mouths, the balls now black. It didn't take a genius to figure out who they were aiming for, and with the kind of power being charged, he realized he couldn't dodge it either. Then again, he grimaced. I guess they're not leaving me much choice now, are they? Concentrating, he focused on his hand, and then remembered. He thought back on all the good times he had with his guild and his friends, fighting Gray, getting scared of Urza, goofing off with Happy, spending time with Lucy, and all the times he spent with them, the good and the bad. And, like a dark scepter on his past, the memory of being unable to defeat the Dragon King and save his friends' lives, as well as Lucy's tear-stained face, came to him the strongest of all. As he continued to reflect on the past, his hand began to glow with a golden light, and the more he remembered, the more solid and real the light became, until finally taking the form of a golden flame in the palm of his hand. This was the Flame of Rebuke, a spell that supposedly manifested the sins of the user in the form of flames, and passed those sins onto whoever accepted them. For Castor, there could be no greater sin than failing to save the people he loved, which is why they always formed whenever he thought too long about them. However, as painful as to remember them was, it was the only way to use his greatest noble phantasm. He looked down at the golden flames in his hands with an almost reverent expression. All right then, he whispered to himself, let's show these guys the true power of dragons. He brought the flames to his mouth, consuming them with a single bite. The two remaining paths fired their respective balls of prana at the same time, intending to obliterate him where he stood. With a single kick, he sent both balls of energy, each with sufficient power to destroy a skyscraper, into the sky where they exploded harmlessly. Waver and Soli UI, who had both been watching the battle with bated breath, unashamedly let their mouths fall open in shock. Did he just? Waver asked hesitantly. Yeah, Soli UI replied, though her tone carried a hint of pride. With a? Yeah. And the dash? Yeah. Castor looked up at the paths, who, despite their faces being obscured by their cloaks, were staring dumbfounded at him. Castor's body had undergone several alterations. His body was now covered in reptilian, scale-like growths, and his teeth had elongated into sharper points. Most noticeably, the very same golden flames he had consumed now surrounded his body like a shroud, briefly taking the shape of a great dragon. He grinned with his new sharp dragon teeth. I'll end this in 10 seconds flat. Suddenly, he noticed Waver's face pale out of the corner of his eyes, then heard him scream. Ryder! At Waver's shout, Castor turned just in time to see Ryder be stabbed in the chest, his eyes widening in surprise. Before he could do anything, however, the Fourtails punched him in the face, trying to send him flying away. He didn't even budge as he looked at the path, his eyes devoid of any sense of humor. Guess I'll just kill you first, huh? Ryder and assassin. Clever, Ryder coughed, replacing your real body with one of your fakes to fight for you, even having it act your part perfectly. You were never there the entire time, were you? The black rod which had pierced his chest was connected to a faintly glowing, white chain which wrapped around Assassin's arm. Said chain also branched from the rod to wrap around his own chest and limbs, preventing him from attempting to swing his blade into Assassin's face. Even as he strained against them, even with his command seals providing a boost to his power, he could barely make them budge. Yes, I'm just full of surprises, Assassin calmly replied, unfazed by his efforts. The masked servant then lifted his arm, summoning another rod. Now, just hold still, and I promise to make this as quick and painless as possible. The red-haired servant looked resigned, then suddenly changed his expression to a mad grin. I think I'll have to say, no thanks. Assassin didn't even get a chance to respond as he was hit from behind by something moving at high speeds, sending him flying away from Ryder's body. The chain followed shortly afterwards, severed by Ryder's sword. As Assassin attempted to turn his head in the direction of the attack, he got a good look at what had hit him. It was the body, well, half the body, of the Fourtails, chakra cloak gone, which was already dissolving into dust. Wait, if it's here, then where's the 6-? He wondered as he looked up, then stopped. Oh. Said path was currently being incinerated by Castor's flames. Literally, the flame shroud around his body was burning the last path to ashes, acid cloak and all, while Castor himself was pulling the black rod out of Ryder's chest. Well, so much for those. Assassin thought to himself as he got ready for battle. But at least I don't have to worry about dividing my chakra anymore. It was true. He only meant for the paths to distract, maybe even weaken Castor while he dealt with Ryder, but he felt confident he could deal with both of them at once regardless. The only thing he was worried about was Castor's new noble phantasm, something he had never seen up until this point. It was likely more powerful than his lightning flame dragon mode though, considering he had used that almost constantly throughout the war, yet only now used this. Well then, he thought as he saw the two turn towards him, knowing that this time there would be no retreating. Let's see if it's up to snuff. You alright? Castor asked Ryder as he removed the rod in his chest, wincing as blood started to pool out of it. The black object hadn't gone straight through Ryder's body, but it had stabbed through his chest cavity and almost burst out of his back, piercing a lung in the process. Luckily, it had missed his heart. That doesn't look good at all. I'll be fine, Ryder mumbled before hacking up a wad of blood. It'll take more than this to kill me. He then glanced around. Now where's my... Castor interrupted him, handing the object in question to him grip first. Here, used it to cut those chains. Ryder took it, nodding his head. Many thanks. The two then faced Assassin, who now held his true gunby in his right hand. There was no mockery in his stance, no sense of silliness in the way he looked at them from behind his mask. There was only simple calmness. Castor then released his flames, once again forming a dragon about his body. Let's go. Once again, the two servants charged. Castor reached Assassin first, crossing the distance in milliseconds and swinging a leg up to strike. As expected, the blow phased right through Assassin's chest, doing no harm at all. Undaunted, the fiery servant continued to deliver a flurry of quick punches, kicks, and even flame attacks from his shroud of magic, all phased through the masked servant's body without any resistance. Even so, Assassin's eyes widened at the sight. He's fast, he thought as another kick went through his head. He makes Saber look like Lancer in comparison. He couldn't even attempt to use any offensive techniques, as to do so would mean turning solid for a crucial moment. Wait. Quick as a snake and still intangible, Assassin swung his left arm towards Castor, who flinched as it came towards him. That flinch cost him a moment of hesitation, but that was all Assassin needed. Solidifying his form, Assassin forced his right arm to transform. The arm suddenly grew several long, sharp wooden spines along its length, effectively turning it into a living mace. The arm smashed into Castor's body, ignoring the flames that immediately began to lick onto the wood, and sent him flying back, drawing blood in several areas. Quickly looking down at his now burning arm, Assassin used Kamui, warping the flames into his alternate dimension. However, in the process, he had forgotten about Ryder. Those precious seconds Castor had spent attacking him fruitlessly and then being knocked back had given the injured servant time to arrive and attack, and he couldn't have picked a better moment. Whenever Assassin used Kamui for teleportation or intangibility, he could only use one of the two at a time. If he was intangible, he couldn't warp himself or attacks away, and if he was in the process of teleporting himself or something else, he couldn't phase through attacks. Even then, he couldn't switch Kamui between intangibility and teleportation on a dime. There was always a slight delay time between the two modes before he could use the opposite. Of course, the delay time was only roughly half a second. Most servants couldn't capitalize on such an opening under normal circumstances, and even Saber, the fastest servant outside of himself under said circumstances, would be hard-pressed to do so. However, Ryder, empowered by two command seals, magic bordering on a miracle, coming down on him when he least suspected it, and catching him off guard, that equated to enough. Ryder's mighty swing struck Assassin's right arm at the shoulder blade, carving it off like a butcher to leave a mere stump. Surprised by the sudden pain, Assassin hesitated for a split second, enough time for the servant of the steed to slice into his chest with a second swing, leaving a shallow gash. It was when he tried for a third shot that his luck rang out. With a resounding clang, Assassin's gunby intercepted Ryder's blow and held its own. Assassin's eyes burned with anger as he looked at his opponent, annoyed that he had let himself grow careless not once, but twice now. With a grunt of effort, he managed to deflect Ryder's strike, only to come face-to-face with Castor's flaming fist. He immediately thrust out his remaining hand. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Mazo no Kasari, demonic statue chains. Even as Assassin went flying back from the strike, the chains emerged from his hand, binding Castor's limbs and sending him flying after him. As they both landed, Assassin quickly finished binding Castor's body with another chain, leaving him tied up. Hey, let me out of here. The pink-haired servant yelled indignantly. I'm not done with you. Oh, shut up, Assassin muttered, then turned his attention to Ryder, who was barreling towards him like a battering ram. I'll deal with you in a moment. Assassin raced towards Ryder, then used his powers to phase right through him, startling the bearded warrior. He didn't attack, however, deciding it was too risky like that. One of his favorite things about Kamui was the fact that he could store just about anything he wanted inside of its dimension. And just as he could store anything, he could also eject it at any time he wanted to with varying degrees of force. This mainly was meant for himself during teleportation, but when he felt like it, he could also firing all manner of deadly items of various proportions and or quantity with relative ease and at a moment's notice, giving opponents little to no opportunity to react accordingly. Essentially, his own bastardized version of the Gate of Babylon. With that familiar sound, Assassin began ejecting multiple shuriken, some small enough to twirling on the finger, others large enough to completely obscure a fat man from sight, and then fired them straight at Ryder. Most would have simply stopped to stare in shock, or at least try to run away from the spinning death charging them. However, he King of Conquerors didn't waver. Straight into the host of steel he ran, still screaming his battle cry, swinging his sword faster than either caster or assassin thought possible. Some shurikens struck his blade and were deflected, and some of the larger ones even shattered on contact, breaking apart before his fury. Others sliced by his legs or arms, two succeeding in slicing some of his hair off, and one smashing through his armor into his side, piercing his stomach. Yet through it all, he did not waver, and after what seemed like an eternity to onlookers that was really seconds in reality, the mighty servant finally reached his opponent, lifting his blade for a final strike. It never came. Erupting from ground all around them, massive tree roots tangled around Ryder's form in an instant, stopping his moment and completely halting his blade's arc. The steel edge hovered just barely a centimeter above Assassin's mask, unable to move any further. No amount of force would make it go any further. Looking down, he realized that Assassin's left foot was literally planted in the ground, its color now the very same as the roots that surrounded his body. He hadn't noticed because he was too busy deflecting the shuriken from Assassin's last attack, and thus it played right into Assassin's hands for the third time tonight. Damn, Ryder coughed. Your bag of tricks really is endless, isn't it? Assassin was silent, then forced a wooden branch to emerge from his shoulder stump, grabbing it with his right hand. Pulling it out, it morphed into a long, sharp-ended spike. Mokutan, Sashiki no Jutsu, would release, cutting technique. With that, Assassin plunged the wooden stake into Ryder's chest, aiming specifically for and piercing his heart. Before Ryder even registered the pain, the branch multiplied rapidly from the inside, forcing 4 individual spikes to burst out of his side, back, and chest, and left arm in a grand shower of blood. Ryder felt his life slip away, knowing that this was the end. He couldn't say he was happy with this events, as this world truly amazed him like nothing else, and the fact he wouldn't be able to experience more of it, while conquering of course, did indeed left a bitter taste in his mouth. At the same time though, he was at least satisfied with what he had seen and done in the time he had. He had become acquainted with the modern world, especially video games, changed a young man's life, and faced against some of the mightiest warriors in existence. Besides, he supposed there was a certain novelty in dying by the hands of Assassin, a man who had literally obtained the power of God, and yet still managing to badly injure him. Forgive me, Waver, he thought as he faded. I couldn't fulfill my orders from you, nor see you become a great man in your own right. However, he still found the strength to smile, even if it was a bloody one. But I know you're ready for this world. Show them all what it means to be a retainer of a king. Still smiling, Ryder, known in life as Iskandar, King of Conquerors, Alexander the Great, died. Waver stared at the spot where Ryder had been but a moment before, his mind unwilling to believe what he had just seen. Ryder couldn't be dead. He was Iskandar, the King of Conquerors. His king. He couldn't die, he wasn't dead. However, the sudden jolt of pain from his hand shook him out of those thoughts. Overcome with a sense of dread, he didn't look down, fearful of what he would see, the confirmation of the terrible truth. But look, he did. Only the bare skin of the back of his hand greeted his gaze. He continued to stare at the bare spot, as if doing so would force his seal to reappear, but blank it remained. He can't be, he whispered in denial, then started to shake his head, his body quivering. He can't be. He was stopped by the feeling of someone wrapping their arms around him. Turning around, he realized it was Soliyui, looking down at his face with pity and sadness. She didn't say anything, but her eyes spoke volumes. Waver looked at her, suddenly feeling slightly warm. I dash. A dragon's roar interrupted him. Castor strained against his bonds, attempting to shatter them with his strength or melt them with his flames, but all his efforts were futile. Nothing he did seemed to work, and for a moment, he actually considered just giving up, feeling his dragon force run out of power. Then he watched Ryder die. Like Waver, Castor watched with shock and disbelief, but those emotions quickly turned to something else entirely. Rage. Wrath like he hadn't felt in years coursed through his veins, and he immediately redoubled his attempts to break free, his anger serving as a suitable fuel for his flames. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr The chain strained against his efforts, then shattered, the links actually melting from the heat of the flames. Through red eyes, he saw Assassin turn his attention to him, surprise evident in his stance as he caught sight of his current condition. However, he didn't bother to try and say anything witty. Castor only had one goal: kill Assassin. Forcing his shroud to take the form of a dragon once again, Castor prepared his final attack. Hidden fire form, Crimson Lotus, Phoenix Blade, he roared. Then, faster than Assassin even thought possible, charged forward, smashed through the wooden barriers that had been formed like tissue paper, and uppercut him in the face, shattering his mask and striking the right half of his face. Assassin didn't even get a chance to instinctively activate Kimui. That's how fast Caster moved. The blow sent him rocketing into the air. Then Caster followed up with a headbutt to the chest, sending him even further into the sky. But Caster wasn't done yet. Using Prana Burst, he jumped up into the air, actually outspeeding and ending up above Assassin's flying form. He gathered all the flames around his body into his right fist, cocking it back for the finisher. Fire Dragons. Now Assassin tried to use Kimui, but realized with a start it wasn't working. What? He shouted in his mind. How dash? He stopped as he realized two things. 1. Caster had smashed him in the face at the beginning of the attack, specifically the right side. 2. He was only seeing Assassin's fist out of one eye, and it was his left one, not the Sharingan. "Shit," he shouted, activating his Rinnegan. Iron Fist, Caster roared, smashing the attack straight into the right side of his chest. They were a good 30 to 35 meters off the ground when the blow landed. Assassin hit the ground less than a millisecond later, sending up a cloud of smoke nuclear style. There was a sickening thud as Assassin's body hit the ground, shattering solid concrete and steel like glass and carving a deep crater 12 feet into the earth. Assassin screamed as he struck the ground, feeling something shatter as he began to carve a path into the concrete, only to stop just as quickly. But he tried to look on the positives. After all, the fact he could feel pain and scream was proof he was still alive, no? Before Caster had landed the final blow, Assassin had managed to activate the Azura Path's power, which, in addition to granting him those hand and cannon blasts, also transformed his body into a living mass of mechanized armor. Thanks to this, he could take high levels of brutal punishment that would incapacitate even himself under normal circumstances, in addition to survive otherwise fatal damage thanks to being essentially a cyborg. He would have preferred the Deva Path repulsion abilities, but using its powers on such a large scale as he did earlier meant a long cooldown time. He couldn't even use them at all for the rest of the night. Nagato himself, who had mastered and polished the Deva Path's powers to a shine and to the point where Assassin was a mere apprentice in comparison, couldn't use the technique on half the scale he himself used for at least 5 minutes. Still, the Azura Path's powers were rather useful in the event his intangibility failed him. Even so, he had been lucky. Caster's final strike, regardless of his increased defenses, had still managed to pierce his body clean through. The only condolences he got was the fact that Caster punched his right side, which was artificial, rather than his left side, which still had his heart. He somehow doubted he would have survived long even with his cyborg insides without his life-giving organ. The other was the fact the Azura Path had allowed him to survive impact with the ground, without which he would have broken every bone in his body. However, it didn't much change his current position. He was buried in rubble, couldn't move his left side anymore, and his Sharingan was useless now, so he couldn't phase through the wreckage or even beat a tactical retreat by teleportation. Just to spite him even further, he realized that Caster was coming down on him like a vengeful demon, fist alight with fire for the finisher. As he currently was, he realized there was no way out. The only thing that could possibly save him now would be the Deva Path's power, and once again, he still couldn't use it. Luckily for him, salvation came in the form of a familiar, if unexpected, source. By the power of my command seal, he heard the voice of his master in his mind state, his tone brooking no objections. "I order you, assassin, to come forth." "Master Kirii," he croaked painfully, then barely stifled a second scream of pain as his Sharingan eye, badly damaged, forcefully activated, teleporting himself away from the fight. He was still grateful for the option, though, despite the nerve-rending pain, since it would have been impossible otherwise. He just had to hope he wouldn't end up stranded in his alternate dimension with no way out. The last thing he saw before darkness filled his vision was Caster's furious expression as he came down on him just a little too late to stop him. Fuyuki Church. And that's how it happened, Assassin finished. Quite frankly, had you not called out that order when you did, I would have been dead on that field and you short one servant. Kirii, for his part, was silent, simply digesting the information he had been given. While he admitted that it could have gone better, Assassin had at least managed to take another servant out of the game. Even so, what do you make of your eye? Kirii asked. Will you be able to use it anymore? Assassin was silent for a long moment. No. Really? That Caster doesn't play around when he gets serious, Assassin confirmed as he reached into his right eye socket and plucked it right out. The eye was more or less nothing but smushed jelly now, Caster's fist having done a serious number on it. His forced activation of it at the end hadn't helped matters either. My Kamui is inaccessible from this point onwards. There actually had been a moment when he was afraid he would pass out from the pain and his eye would just give up on him permanently while traveling through his alternate dimension, leaving him trapped there forever. That hadn't happened, but his Mangekyo Sharingan was too badly damaged to heal, even with the Senju cells inside his body, and was now useless to him. He will pay dearly for this, he finished as he crushed his eyeball in his grip. That much I can promise. Kirii grimaced, but was satisfied with that answer. Standing up, he nodded to Assassin. Very well then, he began. It would appear that you had things more or less under control while I was out of it. I suppose I will have to contact Tokiomi soon and let him know what happened." So saying, he began to leave the room, his actions indicating that Assassin was free to go, but the later cleared his throat loudly, stopping him. "Now that's not fair. I told you all about my near-death experiences, and you don't even bother to tell me about your discoveries?" he asked innocently. "Tell me, what did you discover about yourself?" Kirai was silent for a long moment, then answered, "I am a person devoid of any sense of self. I can only find purpose through my fellow human beings, and only bringing pain to them can do that. Yet I still understand that bringing suffering to others is wrong as well. And the reason you seek the Grail now? I want to know just why I was born this way. To only enjoy evil, yet also having a normal conscience to prevent me from ever feeling satisfied or proud of it. I want to find answers for my existence, to know what is my true purpose for living. It's not to cause others suffering, for if it was, I would be indifferent, even happy about the pain I cause, not hearing a little voice in the back of my head saying this is wrong, putting a damper on my mood." Kirai then turned to leave once more. "I want to know why God saw it fit to create someone like me." "Interesting, but tell me something, Master," Assassin stated as he began to materialize. "If that's the case, what will you do if the answer you get isn't what you expected or wanted?" Kirai turned to answer, but too late as Assassin had disappeared once again. He had to settle for staring at the chair in which Assassin had occupied, which now had both some blood and white plant matter leaking all over it. "Then I will do what I believe is right," Kirai finally answered, then opened the door. "Before I contact Tokiomi though," he thought to himself, "I will have to clean that up. I will not have my room smell like someone just died in there." He then looked down the hall. I believe the cleaning supplies were over there. He stopped thinking as he reached the front of the door. Why is it locked? Another part of the church. Assassin grunted as he lifted Tokiomi's lifeless body over one shoulder, already regretting the loss of his Mangekyo Sharingan. He could have simply teleported Tokiomi's corpse away to his alternate dimension and disposed of it in a convincing manner. Now he here was, lugging around a dead man with one arm, while still bleeding and almost on the verge of collapse, which he had to get out of the building without his master seeing him. In retrospect, he probably shouldn't have brought Tokiomi here, the very place where his student was staying, but he honestly had hoped that Kirai would remain under his enemy's effects long enough to dispose of Tokiomi's body when the time came. He really was slipping. He had gone from the magnificent bastard who had become God to a somewhat competent planner who had made such a big oversight. Regardless of his threat decay, he now had to figure out a plan. He still had his spirit form, but he couldn't carry objects with him in that state, like books or bodies, so he now ran the risk of having to drag Tokiomi's corpse through the building. For a moment, he contemplated using the Naraka path to summon the King of Hell and store the body, but he decided against it. He had used too much power already, and his reserves were running on the bare minimum. There might be enough left to use the other ability of the Azura path, but the sound of an unlocking door solved the question for him. Turning around, Assassin was greeted to the sight of a shocked Kirai Kodomine, who had just opened the door and was now staring at him, or specifically, the body draped over his shoulder. "Assassin," he slowly began, "what is that? Rather, who is that?" "Damn," was Assassin's only thought. Outwardly, he simply laid the body back down on the couch, allowing Kirai to get a good look. He watched as Kirai sucked in a sharp breath. "How did this happen?" he asked, though the tone made it clear it was an order. Assassin's mind raced, searching for a proper solution. The lack of any injuries, physical or magical, made it clear that whatever happened to Tokiomi was not done by a normal person, so logically it would have to be a servant, most likely by eating his soul. And among the remaining servants, none of them save himself would have done so willingly, even if they could if forced by a command seal. Wait. Seizing an opportunity, Assassin began. "It was Berserker's master, Kariya Matu. Shortly after I placed you under Izanami and prepared to confront Rider and Caster, Tokiomi decided to kill two birds with one stone by having Archer attack the Einsburn Manor and eliminate Saber and Berserker. The analogy he used for it was, I believe, the best way to win a game of chess is to flip the board. Somehow, though, against all odds, the two servants managed to kill Archer. How? I don't know the exact details. The path I sent to watch the fight was killed shortly after Archer released his final trump card. All I can say is the reason I discovered his death was when I encountered Tokiomi later on, who was gripping his hand in pain, only to let it go. The seals were no longer apparent. Why were you not with Archer during the attack yourself? I was busy preparing for my battle with Rider and Caster, of course. I always kept one path around Tokiomi and Archer hidden, so I was aware of their plans, and it followed Archer to the manor, which is how I knew about the battle itself. Where does Kariya come into this? Apparently, both he and Kiritsugu weren't content with simply letting bygones by bygones. Apt, since Archer destroyed almost half of the manor during the battle. Using Berserker's presence detection, their servants hunted Tokiomi down and dealt with him, with Berserker's weapon being ordered to devour his soul by Kariya. However, it was likely a command seal that made them do it, as the weapon's eyes were glowing red when he did so, proof of his master's influence. And you were aware of that little detail how? Another of my paths I sent to watch Tokiomi, he replied smoothly. If you recall, my paths are incapable of fighting servants one-on-one, and they were very quick and efficient with their work. By the time I was informed by the path, as I wasn't focusing on what it saw, it was already over. That's also how you saw Tokiomi's seals were gone. Exactly. I was actually intending to dispose of his body quietly, but I decided to wait until after I had dealt with Ryder and Castor. Also, I had hoped to do so when you were still unconscious, as I didn't want you to know of his death so soon after your father's. Kirai looked at his teacher's form, still rather unconvinced. I didn't believe that even Korea wouldn't wish such a fate on someone, even if it was Tokiomi Tosaka. You would be surprised about what people can hide from others, even themselves, Assassin replied, trying not to wince at the irony in that statement. Kirai said nothing, leaning down next to his master's body and placing a hand over his chest. There was no denying it. The body was cold, the heart still. Once again, someone close to him was dead. And once again, he felt disappointment and sadness at not doing the deed himself. Before he could mentally berate his nature again, though, he felt a strange lump under the body's red jacket. Curious, he reached a hand into it, removing a small, black box. Standing up, he stared at it for a second, then opened it, gazing upon the object inside. It was a small blade, a dirk essentially in form, with a brown-black handle, grip, and pommel, in which was a red jewel. Upon drawing it from the brown sheath, he saw that the blade itself was a blue-gray, which was clean and polished to a shine. The red jewel in the pommel was small, but rather pretty and had the kanji for the word Azoth carved into it. All in all, save for the jewel, a rather plain, if beautiful blade. What's that? Assassins asked, surprised at the fact he hadn't noticed it when he had brought Tokiomi's body here, though he wasn't exactly trying to search him at that point anyways. An Azoth dagger, Kirai replied. A common mystic code in the Mages Association used as a tool for performing magecraft. Parents or teachers often give them to students at coming-of-age ceremonies as gifts. Even so, they're mostly ceremonial in nature, but can still be used to kill. He looked down at his teacher's body. He must have meant to give it to me for studying the family's magecraft. There was a moment of silence, Kirai wrapped in his thoughts and Assassin simply waiting on him. Finally, the former spoke up. Take his body and put it somewhere safe, he ordered Assassin. Somewhere that I can reach it, but secret from others. You don't wish to dispose of your master's body? I will personally lead the funeral service for him when the war is over, Kirai replied. Once you've done that, Assassin, you're free to go and rest. I have plans in the morning that I will need you for. Assassin nodded. As you wish, master. Concentrating, he activated the Azura path for the last time, drawing upon its capabilities. From his remaining arm, 2 more formed over and under it for a grand total of 3. Carefully lifting the body once more, Assassin walked towards the door, which Kirai opened for him. Well, he thought sheepishly to himself. That probably could have gone better. Kirai watched Assassin's retreating form, then looked down at the seals on his arms. Upon his left, the single remaining seal that marked him as Assassin's master still remained, and upon his right the seals that he received from his father also shone. However, he was looking at them for a specific reason. That reason was for the missing 2 upon his right. Really, Assassin, you could have put at least a little more effort into your lies, he muttered. He had almost been fooled too. Up until the very end, he had believed everything that Assassin had stated. No doubt at least some of it had been true, as Kirai was well aware of the fact that the most convincing lies were the ones with a grain of truth sprinkled within them. Assassin's mistake had been saying that it was Berserker's weapon who killed him by eating his soul, apparently under the influence of a command seal. Firstly, there was nothing that suggested a struggle on Tokiomi's body, no marks or some such, anything to indicate a struggle. Even against a servant and surprised, he would have expected Tokiomi to have gone down with a fight, yet nothing showed that it happened. While he would have believed that Korea would have his servant kill Tokiomi, even use a command seal to force them to, he also knew that even someone like Korea would never wish such a fate upon another, nor force someone to carry out that fate. In fact, none of the remaining servants or masters would have willingly done so. Therefore, it could only have been one other person. Someone who Tokiomi could trust, get close enough without superstition, and kill him quickly enough to avoid a struggle. Of the 3 members of their alliance, only Assassin could have done such a thing willingly and actually be in a position to do so, and only he could have taken those 2 command seals, since no other knew that he himself had them. However, there would have been no point in doing so if Archer was dead, which meant that the betrayal had to have happened before his end at Saber and Berserker's hands. Kirai was willingly to believe the part about ordering Archer to the manor, but he had a feeling it had been Assassin, who had stolen the remaining command seal from Tokiomi before killing him, who had done the ordering. It had taken looking at his arm to confirm it though. There was no way Archer would have willingly accepted another servant as his master, and 1 command seal wouldn't have enough to force the proud warrior to do so. 2, on the hand, would. Still, it didn't explain the smile on his dead master's face. Kirai shook his head. It didn't matter anymore. and while he was angry with Assassin for lying, he decided not to do anything about it. After all, he now had a true wish he wanted granted, which would have immediately placed him on the path of conflict with his master if he was still alive. Somehow, he doubted he himself would have hesitated to put the dagger in his hands and Tokiomi's back, literally and figuratively backstabbing his mentor, if he thought that his teacher would have tried to sabotage his chances for the wish-granting artifact, accidentally or not. True, he was still sad about his teacher's death, but Assassin had eliminated a potential problem, so he was also grateful. Now then, he said out loud as he grabbed several cleaning supplies, not forgetting the original reason he had come here. It appears my battle with Kiritsugu Amiya will be coming soon. Author note. Ouch, looks like Assassin's out one trump card for this war, but on the plus side, Kirai's back and has actual motivation to win. Hope people liked how the Assassin versus Rider and Caster turned out. Probably different from what a lot of you expected, huh? By the way, for anyone that's sorta annoyed with how Waver broke down, keep in mind the only reason he kept a stony exterior up in the anime was because Gil would have killed him if he showed even a shred of weakness. After Gil left, he proudly broke down and cried. Since Assassin didn't exactly end up doing things that way, there was no reason to hold back. Anyways, come next chapter, events are set for the true final battles of the war. For servants remain, but only two will stand before the Grail when all is said and done. Who will live and who will die? Regardless, I'm looking to end this within another 3 or 4 chapters, so get ready for the endgame. Keep reviewing, favoriting, and following, people. X the Reaper, signing off. Chapter 22, Calm Before the Storm 2. Fuyuki City, Northern Miami Town, morning. Saber looked around the Japanese-styled courtyard, carrying 2 suitcases in her hands as she entered. The place that Kiritsugu had chosen for their backup headquarters had actually been bought by the Magus several days prior to the war's beginning. Located dangerously close to both the Tosaka and Matu manors, Kiritsugu had chosen it for the simple reason that the choice was so unpredictable that anyone would choose to be near 2 of the other masters. Of course, considering the fact that both of the said manors were in ruins, that factor had more or less become obsolete. It was a large, old-style building located on the northern end of the suburban area of Fuyuki City, where the traditional Japanese-style houses were. The house itself had previously been largely unused, but due to its rare style that set it apart from the more standard old style of Miami, it had never been torn down, even if it could use a fixer-upper. All in all, it was a rather plain, Japanese-style building with a classical elegance, nothing like the grandness of the Einsburn Manor, but it would serve its purposes. Despite the beauty, though, Saber couldn't help but feel some sense of sadness. She had hoped that Berserker and Soul would be here to take in the sights with her, but events had decided against that. After the chaotic events of last night, Saber and Berserker had used the Later's presence detection to find their masters, only to learn that Korea had to leave alongside Zoken Matu. Before Berserker or Soul could scream about how they could let him go like that, they had been informed of their master's condition and that Zoken was his only hope of survival. At that point, Berserker and Soul took their leave, stating they were going to find him. They promised to meet up with them at some point, but they didn't specify when. Still, Saber wished they were here anyways. They had been the closest thing she had come to have to friends in all her life, both her original and current. They treated her as an equal and yet also casually, not caring for appearances, which was more than could be said for even her closest comrades among the Knights of the Round Table. True, Berserker sometimes talked too much about books, and Soul could be an idiot, but they were good people, people who willingly entrusted their lives to her during battle. To be separated from them now actually made her realize how much she had come to depend on them for happiness. They had always managed to get at least a grin out of her with their actions. Around them, she felt more at ease than she ever had as a king. It was a breathtaking new experience. To know that their masters, and by extension their own, life was hanging in the balance, forced to rely on a monster in human form's aid. Well, it made her at least a little worried. Stop that, Saber chided herself, they'll be fine. They promised that we would see them again, and we will. Then a dark thought came up. Of course, they could come back as enemies just as well as allies, you know. Unfortunately, that much was true as well. Zoken could try and steal the command seals from Korea, and Berserker would be forced to obey if he did so. And even if he didn't, there could only be one winner of the Grail. Assuming one of the other servants didn't kill them first, they would have to face each other, not as friends, but enemies. What now worried Saber was she didn't know if she could actually muster the will to kill them, and whether they could do the same for her. Saber, are you okay? It was to be expected, she supposed. After Berserker had left, Saber had taken a good at IRI, and it hadn't been good. She had been extremely pale and being supported by Kiritsugu alone, looking for all the world like a plague victim. Fearing the worst, Saber had given back Avalon, allowing it to work its healing properties upon her. It had worked, to an extent. IRI was now able to walk again and regain some of the fire she had during the earlier days of the war, but Saber had been warned that it was only a temporary measure at best now, only able to slow her illness. Eventually, whatever she was suffering from would overcome even the scabbard's healing abilities. Still, if it helped keep Iri well, Saber was willing to do so. I'm fine, Saber replied, just taking in the sights. Iri smiled. Yes, it is rather beautiful, isn't it? I wish Berserker and her master could have seen it though. Iri's smile faded slightly at Saber's words. She placed a hand on the King of Night's shoulder. Don't worry, I'm sure they'll be fine. Kari is stronger than he looks, and with Berserker and Soul by his side, there's no way he'll fail. Saber smiled slightly at that. Yes, I suppose so. She then looked up, noticing Mia, who had 2 suitcases in her own hands, and staring at the other 2 women, her expression only slightly different to indicate annoyance. Quickly picking up her pace, Saber moved to join her. Where's Kiritsugu? Iri asked as she joined the 2. Kiritsugu has begun setting up a bounded field around the residence, Mia replied. He also asked me to remind you to set up a magic circle in the storehouse, she continued, gesturing to said building, which was located at the edge of the lawn. Thank you, Mia, Iri replied, then grinned. But first, let's unpack. The other 2 women resisted the urge to roll their eyes at her enthusiasm, but complied, opening the door to their new base. Mackenzie residence. Waver Velvet slowly shook the veil of sleep from his mind as he stared about his room with bleary eyes. Sunlight drifted through the nearby window of his room, signaling the start of a new day. Despite this, Waver plopped back his head down into bed, too tired to try and get up yet. The warmth of the blankets was too enticing to get out of, and the surprisingly warm pillow next to him was too comfy to remove his arms around. Wait a minute, he thought drowsily. My pillow's right where it's supposed to be, and it's not this large. Suddenly, his mind started to clear at that thought. And come to think of it, what am I doing in bed? The last thing I remember was the battle at the docks and dash. Like a gunshot just went off next to his ear, Waver's eyes widened, and he sat up in bed, his mind racing. Like a tape on fast forward, everything came coming back. The threat, the Ionian Hitoroi, the massive sphere of destruction, the paths being destroyed, Ryder being impaled twice, the blood spurting from his wounds, the sound of Castor's roar, assassin getting smashed into a crater. Slowly and trembling, Waver brought his hand to bear, staring at the back of it. The unmarked skin greeted his gaze, and Waver realized, without a shadow of a doubt, that Ryder was indeed dead. For a moment, he was tempted to break down and cry all over again. Suddenly, a memory stopped him. He saw Ryder, looking down on him from Bucephalus, and smiling that almost fatherly smile. As king, it is my duty to inspire others to dream, and as my retainer, it is your sacred duty to see my dream to the end and share it with future generations. Those words stopped him. He remembered how Ryder had faced his final charge with dignity, and how even then at the end, he could just barely see the smile on his face. But most importantly, he remembered his king's final words. Now live Waver. See all of this through, live long, and tell everyone you meet of how your king comported himself, of the last charge of his Kandar. That was what Ryder wanted. He wouldn't want him to lay down crying his heart out like a child, but to stand and continue on as a man. He wiped the tears from his eyes and found it in himself to smile at the rays of light that shone through the window. And in that moment, the boy known as Waver Velvet, who entered the Fourth Holy Grail War for fame and respect, had become the man known as Waver Velvet, who had sworn to fulfill the last request of his king. Wait a minute, he suddenly wondered to himself. Where's Castor and Soliui? Suddenly, he felt that thing he thought was a pillow next to him move. Slowly turning his head, Waver saw the form of Soliui, Inutari Sophiari, sleeping next to him, a peaceful smile on her face. The fact that she and him were still fully clothed, only missing their shoes, was the only reason his scream, a not very masculine one at that, only woke her and not the entire household. It would appear he still had some ways to go before he was truly a man. So, Waver, now much calmer and sitting down on the floor, began slowly. That's what happened. Soliui, sitting up on his bed and fully awake, nodded her head with a sheepish, if slightly sad smile. Pretty much. She had just finished telling him about how, after Assassin had vanished from the docks, Castor had collapsed and turned to spirit form, having exhausted too much prana to safely stay materialized. This had forced the 2 of them to make their way back to the Mackenzie Salon, though it would have been more accurate to say that it was Soliui who did most of the leading. He had spent the trip in a state of shock, moving listlessly and just going through the motions, not putting any effort into it at all, and simply following her. Luckily, they managed to make it back without any difficulty, and the elderly couple was still fast asleep. Soliui had used the key they gave Waver to get inside, and more or less dragged him to his room. Once there, he had simply taken off his shoes. Then the crying started again. Soliui admitted that she didn't know what prompted the fresh wave of tears from his eyes, be it that it had taken that long to fully register that Ryder was gone, some fresh sadness, or the fact he was now somewhere safe to let it all out. But let it out he did. Tears fell like a faucet fully opened, and for a while, she simply stood there and let him get it out of his system. But I just couldn't leave you in that position, she added. Finally, she had had enough of watching him just sit there and cry all alone. So, She done what she did at the docks. She walked towards him, sat down like to him, and pulled him into a hug. Unlike at the docks, though, he had gripped her in a vice grip, unwilling to let her go. Still, she didn't try and fight it, simply allowing him to cry into her chest. After some time had passed, he had finally stopped crying, drifting off into sleep. Even so, his grip hadn't loosened at all. She hadn't felt like disturbing him from his sleep, and he looked so peaceful, so she had decided to sleep in his room for the night. "So that's why you still there in the morning?" Waver asked one last time for confirmation. "We didn't do anything last night, did we?" She felt her cheeks redden as she hastily shook her head. Of course they hadn't. It wasn't like they could undress and dress themselves in their sleep, and the way that Waver had gripped her, not in any lewd way at that, meant they couldn't have moved to do so even if that was possible. Still, that wasn't to say she hadn't enjoyed it either. His face was rather cute while he slept, and even his little drooling problem had been rather endearing. "Stop that," she thought quickly, just barely keeping a blush from crossing her features. "He's younger than you, after all. Don't be an idiot." "Well, that's a relief." Waver sighed quickly. "I mean, just imagine if the Mackenzies had seen us. Or worse, people at the clock tower knew." He had meant it as a joke, and Soliyui found herself laughing at it, if only to cover up her own embarrassment. "Yes, we would never hear the end of it. And father likely would have had you crucified head down if we had." That thought aside, their moment of good cheer was shattered by a familiar chuckle. "Well, good to see you guys woke from your lover's nap." "Castor." Soliyua, I yelped as she looked around the room, realizing that she couldn't see him at all. "How long have you been here?" About the time Waver screamed like a little girl who wetted the bed, came the nonchalant reply. "So what's up?" "I still can't materialize, before you start asking." Waver looked around confused. Isn't Castor going to materialize?" Soliyui resisted the urge to slap herself. She forgot that when a servant was in astral form, only their master could communicate with them. "He can't." Noticing Waver's face hadn't changed, she elaborated. "Remember, I told you that he used up so much energy last night that he had to return to spirit form. He still hasn't recovered enough to take physical form again." Waver's face changed from confused to concerned. "But I thought you once told me that his scarf helps provide prana in addition to your own. If he still hasn't recovered." "Yeah," Castor admitted, which Soliyui repeated for Waver's ears. "I went a little overboard with my last attack. If I didn't have my scarf, I probably would have dropped right then and there from prana exhaustion. Don't worry though," he added quickly. "At this rate, just give me till tonight, and I'll be ready for what comes next." Waver's concerns didn't leave, but he let it slide. There was something else he wanted to talk about right now anyways. "About that," he began. "Yes, Waver." Soliyui asked encouragingly, noticing his tone was like that of a schoolboy about to ask to go to the bathroom, but didn't want to be embarrassed around his peers. "Well," he stalled for a moment longer, then sighed. "Just ask and get it over with. Do you remember the exact formula for whatever Kaneth did to make you a second prana battery for Lancer?" Soliyui was confused, and through her link with Castor, he could tell he was as well. Still, she answered truthfully. "Yes, I do. And the reason you want to know is, would it be possible for you to alter your current contract with Castor so you were still the one with the command seals, but I also served as a prana battery too?" Soliyui felt her eyes widen in surprise, though she supposed she shouldn't have, as there could have been only one reason why he would ask about that specific formula. But that the question? Well, yes, but why? For a moment, a part of her, the suspicious part of her, thought he wanted to so he could take control from her and use Castor to fulfill his wish for the Grail. She quashed that treacherous and foolish thought. She knew Waver well, both from her own interactions with him and those with his servant. He would never do something like that, and to do so now would be nothing but a betrayal to the king he swore to follow. Waver began, then sighed. "I just want to see this thing through to the end. I couldn't leave Fuyuki without the knowledge of who won the Grail, the thing Ryder and me fought for, and I want to see it with my own eyes, even if it means I'm not the one who'll use it. Besides, you both saved my life last night. Assassin probably would have killed me along with Ryder at the very beginning if Castor hadn't been there." He looked up at her, his face resolute. "The least I can do for you in return is give you a better fighting chance. I also gave you a place to stay, but this is my chance to make one final difference in this war." He then held out his hand. "Please." Soliyui was silent. She searched his face for any sign of hesitation, and she found none. She looked up to where Castor stood, unseen, and looked for anything advice. All he gave was a nod. She sighed. "All right, I'll do it." Waver smiled, but before he could say anything, there was a knock at the door. Both of them quickly stood up, and then the door opened to reveal Glenn Mackenzie, holding a cup of coffee and still in his pajamas. He looked at them both for a moment, then grinned. "Sorry about that," he said. "I just heard some noise from in here and thought I would check it out. Good to see you're both up, though." Hey, Grandpa." "Good morning, Mr. Mackenzie." He nodded, then his expression turned thoughtful. "By the way, where's Alex and Natsu? I haven't seen either of them in their rooms." Waver stopped for a moment, his expression turning downcast. "Well, Alexander had to go. He got a call last night and had to leave immediately. Doesn't know when he'll come back." He sends his thanks for everything though. Soul Yui quickly stepped up the slack. Natsu went to see him off, but he wouldn't be back till evening. Said he had some things to take care of first. Glenn seemed to understand, or perhaps even got the hidden meaning behind the words, and offered them both a sad smile. Ah yes, I know how it feels when someone has to leave in a hurry without saying goodbye, but don't feel bad. I'm sure you'll see old Alexei again sometime. He then turned to Soul Yui. As for Natsu, tell him there's some drink left here if he's still out of it when he gets back. The old man then began to walk away. By the way, forgot to mention Martha's downstairs making breakfast. Come on down and enjoy. The two looked at each other, then followed after him. There would be time to do everything they needed to do later. Besides, after everything that happened last night, breakfast sounded pretty darn good. Zoken's hideout. Berserker looked around the place that her presence detection skill had brought her and Soul. Taking in the sights of their temporary, she prayed to God and whatever other deities out there that was the case. Base. When they had first arrived, following the soul wavelength of their master Korea, she had actually hoped that for once she got the soul she was supposed to be following mixed up with some other poor saps. The place was more or less what one got if someone took the basement of the Matu Manor, expanded, and put a sewer in it with all the filth that came with the image, and you had something along the lines of the place they were in. The only positives were that there were no rats or filthy creatures like that at all in here, and that the areas they were in were actually clean. Of course, the former lost some of its positive when one knew exactly how those filthy creatures weren't a problem. She walked by the corpse of one rat, its half-eaten form still being fought over by several of Zoken's familiars. The worms dug into the flesh, showing surprising levels of strength as they tore pieces off and consumed them quickly. The display almost made her wish that the rats were crawling around. At least they were natural residents of the sewer and overall harmless, unlike the worms that were clearly unnatural even to the untrained eye and had teeth that could tear through flesh like a piranha. The fact that they also resembled a certain part of the male anatomy, if said anatomy had teeth, was something she didn't want to think about at all. All in all, the place disgusted. No, repulsed her, and if it wasn't for two specific reasons, she would have taken Soul, reduced the place to rubble, and go on a worm-killing spree before planting her weapon into that old bastard Zoken's face. The first reason was that Korea was in critical condition. Providing that last burst of prana to them both during the battle with Archer had been due to Zoken giving him fresh crest worms filled with prana, but the process had left him even weaker and unconscious. He was literally holding on due to nothing but willpower and just plain stubbornness. And as much as she hated to admit it, only Zoken had the capability to save him. As for the second, hey Maka. Berserker looked up at the voice of her partner, shaking her from her thoughts. Soul strolled towards her, one arm in a sling and a bandage about his head. She grimaced at the sight. Archer's ancient weapon had been far stronger than she could have imagined, capable of damaging Soul's arm blade, and even knocking him out of Demon Hunter. Any damage that a weapon managed to receive in their transformed state was reflected upon their human form, which was why he was currently bandaged up. True, he could just revert to spirit form, but the only times he ever did so was when she did, and in this place, he had been adamant about staying around. Still, she couldn't blame him. Hey Soul, she replied. You okay? He snorted. Peachy, I'll be ready by nightfall. He then looked down by his side. But in other news, someone wanted to see you. She followed his gaze, her eyes settling on the second reason she hadn't tried to kill Zoken during their stay. The young, pale form of Sakura Matu stared up at her with empty eyes, her gaze that of someone who was resigned to whatever fate had in store for her. The second reason was because Zoken held Sakura's life in his hands. At a mere command, he could have the worms inside her body start to eat her from the inside out. If there was one thing Korea wanted more than to see Zoken dead, it was Sakura alive. As such, their hands were tied. Although, Berserker doubted that Zoken would really be willing to eliminate his trump card unless absolutely necessary. But she also knew that he would be far more likely to do so to Korea if he had to, since ultimately Sakura's life meant more to him than Korea's in the long run. Hey there Sakura, Berserker said with a smile, trying to sound encouraging. It's been a while since we've seen each other, huh? I guess, the purple-haired girl responded, her voice lacking even the sense of curiosity that had been in it when they had seen each other back during the war's beginnings. What's going on with Uncle Korea? She spared a quick glance at Soul, who nodded. He's resting. Last night took a whole lot out of him. Is he going to die? Berserker's eyes widened, not so much at the words than at way she said them, like it was a question she already knew the answer to. Of course not. What would make you say something like that? Grandfather said that he probably won't make it. Sakura responded. And he never lies. Your Uncle Korea won't die, Sakura, Soul responded with conviction. And your grandfather won't let him, no matter how he may personally feel about him. He's right, Berserker supplied encouragingly. He's got too much of an important task ahead. Plus, she had a bit of a gut feeling that the only reason Zoken was saving him was so it would make it even harder for Sakura if he died. If that was the case, then she was going to laugh in his face when they brought the grail back, right before putting the scythe in him. And besides, she added with a bit of light tone, don't you remember what you made us promise? right after we first met." Sakura looked surprised, the first real showing of emotion she had displayed the entire conversation. Then her face scrunched up as she thought back. "Teich, then promise me you won't let anything bad happen to him, all right?" "I will. You said that you would protect him," Sakura replied, her face slowly morphing to one of hope. "And that nothing bad would happen to him. Your uncle's one of the bravest men I've ever seen," Berserker continued, her voice filled with conviction. "Going as far as he has for you. And he will pull through, because that's what he promised, isn't it? Maybe when we get back, we can go play in the park again, just like the old days. And we'll be right by him when he does, protecting him all the way," Soul finished. "Because that's what friends do." And for the first time since they arrived, and quite possibly the first time in days, Sakura smiled a truly bright smile. "Thank you." They smiled back, their hearts once again firm with purpose. They had to win the Grail, not just for their master's sake, but this little girl's as well. However, their smiles faded slightly when they realized that, if they failed, the girl whose flame of hope they had just been rekindled would sputter and die out, quite possibly forever. Korea ran. He kept running, shutting his eyes, trying to avoid the images flooding his sight. Images of Berserker and Soul consumed by some sort of black mud, their arms reaching out to him in fear and despair. Zoken laughing his head off as the chittering sound of his worms filled his mind, the sight of Aoi, staring mutely ahead, dead to the world. But worst of all was the image of Sakura, older, but with white hair like his own and wearing a black dress, crimson lines crisscrossing her lower fact, surrounded by the very same black mud that swallowed Berserker. It was literally coming out of her, surrounding her like some sort of evil pet. But the worst part was her eyes. Crimson eyes like the lines on her face, they stared directly into his eyes. And he could see only one thing in them. "Hate. You never came back." Then he heard a voice that he had never heard before, but knew wasn't a figment of his imagination. He knew because its source suddenly appeared right in front of him, dissipating all the images he had been running from. It was so unlike anything he ever even seen that he knew it wasn't a figment of his imagination. Clad in purple and red armor with a cyan cape flowing behind him, the figure wore a skull-emblazoned helmet upon his head, hand resting on a gray staff. His red eyes, like those of a demon's, stared at him, then bared his white teeth at him in a smile. "Is this what you would have her become?" Korea awoke with a start, his chest heaving in and out. Biting back a scream of fear, he quickly examined his surroundings, realizing with a start that he was hanging in midair suspended by chains, bare-chested, and wearing only his pants. Where Dash? He wondered. Then it all came rushing back. Collapsing in the forest, Zoken's arrival and offer, a feeling of movement, then nothing. Well, you finally decided to wake up," came a familiar voice. Korea turned his head, seeing the figure of Zoken walk out of the shadows, by his side a fairly big black worm. "I must admit I'm impressed. I never would have thought you would survive to be one of the 4 remaining participants of this war." "What can I say?" Korea found the strength and sarcasm to answer. "When you set your mind on something, there's no limit to what you can do." Zoken smiled at that. "Perhaps, but will only carry one so far on its own. You can't beat power with will. And yet, here I am." The old worm's smile only got larger, then he sighed. "Sometimes, I truly wonder whether I should have done more to convince you to stay and train, Korea. You could have been a great magus." "You made your choices," Korea replied, interrupting him, "and I mine. Now we can only deal with the consequences of them." Zoken's smile faded. "I suppose that's true as well." He walked towards Korea until he was at arm's reach, then turned away for a moment. "But back to more important matters, despite your now awakened state, you're nearly out of prana. You won't be able to survive another battle in the state you're in, much less bring out Berserker's full potential a second time." With agility one would not expect from such an old frame, Zoken turned about and jammed his walking stick into Korea's gut. Korea attempted to gasp in pain, but the moment he opened his mouth the worm that had been waiting so quietly launched itself from the floor and into it. Korea's gasp became a muffled scream as he tried to move his chained arms to his mouth futilely as the worm slid down his throat, then dissolved into a fit of coughing. "Be grateful, Korea," Zoken said as he stared at him, the grin before slowly returning. "That worm has enough prana in it to fully restore all of your lost energy, and then some. After all, it was the worm that first stole Sakura-chan's chastity over 2 years ago." Zoken then turned about and snapped his fingers, the chains holding Korea going limp and dropping him to the floor. "Try not to use it all up, though," he added with a chuckle as he left the room. "And no," Korea whispered as he slowly got to his feet, a tear coming out of his right eye, before burying his face into his hands. "Oh God, Sakura. Grail space. I don't believe that was smart to reveal yourself directly, Reaper, much less showing him visions of what is to come. They're exactly that, visions of things to come. There's no guarantee they'll happen, any more than exactly how this war was supposed to, or even the next one will. You're getting ahead of yourself. There'll be no need for the next war when this one ends. I've got $20 says it will. You're an idiot. I'm a planner. Tosaka Safe House, noon. Rin Tosaka stood in front of the entrance of her family's temporary residence, watching as her father said his final farewells to her mother. Apparently, from what she had heard, this would be the last time she would see him for the duration of the war, as he had no intentions of returning until it was all over. One would normally expect such an action, a final farewell in case one party never came back, to be more of a warm and comforting, if sad nature. And yes, at a glance or from a stranger's point of view, there was certainly that. Her mother and father stood by the entrance just a ways in front of herself, holding hands and whispering words of farewell and encouragement. There was sadness in their eyes, but they hid it well and tried their best to focus on other things. However, as her parents said their goodbyes, she, as one who lived with them all of her life, could see the signs. It was almost as if a shroud of darkness hung over them. Their words lacked some of the warmth that had always been present previously, their movements stiffer, more as if they were simply going through the motions rather than actually consciously putting effort behind them. Their sadness, while certainly not staged for anyone's benefit, was much deeper and more intense than a simple chance of her father not coming back to cause. She knew why they were like this. Sakura's death had affected all of them deeply, but they still held on to the belief that she didn't know, and it was that reason they were maintaining a strong face in front of her. It was for that very reason she had put on a mask of happiness to hide any trace that she herself knew the truth as well. She couldn't bear the thought of seeing the two greatest pillars in her life, bastions of strength and care, break down in front of her. Selfish of her it was, she understood that. But her fear of seeing that her parents, her father especially, were not the infallible beings her mind that brought them up to be, was too great to overcome that selfishness, at least not yet. Also, she couldn't get past the fact that it was her father's own actions that led to her sister's death. Perhaps her actions were in reality because a small part of her, the cold, vengeful part, wanted them to suffer with the knowledge they couldn't confess to her yet, as if their silent suffering was all to satisfy her own feelings of anger, and her prior reasoning was simply justification for it. At least, she prayed that wasn't the case. She was pushed those troubling thoughts to the back of her mind when her father walked away from her mother and knelt down in front of her. Strangely, there was no of the hidden sadness and pain she had seen in her mother's face on his. It wasn't simply buried just under the surface, there was none at all. For some reason, the cross about her neck seemed to grow heavier and warmer. "Rin," he began in that familiar tone, part fatherly, yet part teacher. "When you grow up, try to keep the church in your debt. Beyond that, I'll leave it to your judgment. You'll be fine on your own." Despite her own conflicted feelings about him, Rin still felt her chest swell with pride at his words. Her father, the man she idolized, believed in her. "One day, the Holy Grail will appear," Het Faith continued, his voice becoming a little less the former and more the later. "It is the Tosaka family's responsibility to obtain it. Above all, if you to become a mage, that is the path you must follow." Inside her mind, Rin deflated slightly at those words. The path of the magus, to be one, is to walk with death. Once, she would have taken those words as ironclad law to obey. But once again, events of the past few days weighed on her. Was the path really worth it when everything and everyone you loved died in order to let you reach it? Tokiomi, oblivious to her inner dilemma, reached into his pocket and pulled out a small book. Rin's eyes widened and her mouth let out a gasp, her thoughts once again forgotten. "Is that dash all of the Tosaka family's spells, collected and bound into a single book?" he replied with a smile, then held it out to her. "My father entrusted this to me at a young age. Can I trust you to do the same?" She nodded mutely, and he then placed it into her waiting hands. She clutched it to her chest, as if afraid it would disappear if she didn't keep a grip on it. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw her mother always smile, her first genuine smile in a while. Tokiomi then stood up. "Well, I must be going. You know what to do, right?" "Yes," Rin told him with a smile, truly genuine this time. "Thank you, father, and goodbye. Come back safely." Tokiomi smiled before walking back to his car, driven by Kirai, who had not moved from his position at the wheel. Rin watched them go, and she remembered the words the red-clad man with the fedora had spoken to her that night, which seemed like years ago. "Become a magus the likes of which have never been seen before." "I will," Rin Tosaka thought resolutely to herself as her mother guided her back into the house. "And I'll forge my own path to being a magus." Unseen to all, the silver cross flashed with an intense, if brief flash. Inside the car, after they had traveled some distance, Kirai Kotomine turned to his only passenger. "Well, I'd say that went well." With a poof and a cloud of smoke, Tokiomi's visage was replaced with that of Assassin's. The servant looked as good as new, his body, save a few new scars, particularly around his right eye, looking as if he had never just come out of a life-or-death battle. A new right arm had replaced the stump from before, the hole in his chest gone. In fact, a new Sharingan, if not his original, stared back into Kirai's face. In addition, the Servant of Shadows had undergone several changes in attire. The black cloak with red clouds, as well as the clothing beneath it, was gone, replaced with a pair of black pants and gloves, with a white, form-fitting shirt underneath. Over this, he wore a purple, high-collared, long-sleeve mantle that split down the lower half and had a crest on the back, which resembled a fan with the top half being red and the bottom white. Around his waist, he wore a simple, light purple obi and a belt. Completing the image, a new mask laid in his hands, this one white with a purple tint that would cover the entire upper half of his head when worn. The mask face consisted of a ripple pattern with 3 tomo around the center, 2 of these acting as the mask's eye holes. It was also apparently made from tougher materials than the last one, if Assassin's brief comment on how this one was made for combat wasn't a lie. Rather well, actually, Assassin responded. They never suspected a thing. At least, Tokiomi's mother didn't. His master raised an eyebrow. Oh, always seemed to think my behavior was partially influenced by the loss of Sakura Matu, still hitting me hard. There was something in the way his daughter looked at me, though, something that said she wasn't completely convinced. Kirii was silent for a moment, then shrugged. There's no point in worrying about it now, he replied. That will be the last time they will see Tokiomi Tosaka anyways. I'm surprised, though, Assassin added, that you would go so far as to give them both some sense of proper closure, despite the fact that Tokiomi himself is already dead and there's really no point. I owe much to Tokiomi and his family, Kirii responded. The least I could do was give them some sense of peace and comfort that they got to say goodbye. That's more than what I can say for my own father. Then again, the fact that Rin received a gift and stated she couldn't wait to see her father again will likely make it even harder than if she never said goodbye, he thought to himself, feeling the familiar sense of anticipation at being able to cause pain to another, even if it wouldn't happen for a while. It might even be enough to cause her to break down and cry. Regardless, he said aloud, ignoring his inner feelings. We now have a more difficult task ahead of us. Are you ready? Do you want me to go disguised or as myself? Was his servant's only response. Amiya residence shed. Kiritsugu sat down on the recently swept floor of the old storehouse, looking upon the figure of his wife, laying flat on her back upon the stone. Underneath her, a magic circle had been constructed, large enough to completely surround her as she laid there, her eyes shut. He knew he should say something, but for the moment, he simply stared, captivated by the sight of the woman he loved being so peaceful. He also knew it would likely be the last time he would get the chance to. However, eventually, he finally broke the silence, loath as he was to. "Iri," he called, his voice low. "Are you all right?" Opening her eyes, she turned her head to look at him, staring for a moment before smiling. "Hello, my love," she responded. "I'm fine. Just testing the circle." The magic circle she had made served a purpose. In essence, it functioned in a manner similar to what Avalon was being used for now, a life support system meant to keep her stable for as long as possible. It wouldn't last forever. Her becoming the Grail was inevitable, but every moment she spent alive was worth it to Kiritsugu. And she nodded her head. "It works," she confirmed, then placed her hands over her abdomen in a manner similar as to what she did last night. "And now, I don't need this anymore." Once more, the golden light enveloped her stomach, and out of it emerged Avalon. With trembling hands, she handed it to Kiritsugu, who knelt down and took it as if it was a newborn baby. He stared at it, then back to her. He began with a concerned tone, but a hand on his own stopped him. "Don't worry about me," she whispered encouragingly. "You'll need this far more than I will." She squeezed his hand, and his eyes widened at how weak her grip had become since last night. A sudden memory came to him, one of Mia informing him that when they were unpacking, Iri had only taken the lightest objects to hold, such as clothes, and left the heavier things to herself and Saber. "Please, just take it." Another moment of silence followed her words. Then, slowly, he nodded and stood up, but not before taking a brief moment to kiss her on the cheek. With that, he walked out of the shed. Once outside, he saw Mia waiting for him, hands clasped behind her back. He saw her glance down at the sheath in his hands, then back up to him. He nodded to her, then began to walk away. "Kiritsugu," he heard her call. Turning, he faced his partner, who had the smallest of smiles on her face. "Your face, it's good to see you focused again." Mia dash. Whatever else he wished to say was lost when he heard a scream come from the shed. Eyes widening, both he and Mia raced towards the door, hands on their concealed weaponry. Kicking the door open, Kiritsugu just caught the sight of Iri, unconscious, being slung over the shoulder of Castor, his face turned away from them. Pulling out a pistol, Kiritsugu went for his first instinct to shoot the servant, only to realize that the bullets would have no effect. Instead, he concentrated on his command seals, allowing them to turn shine. By dash. Before his thoughts could get any further, he was interrupted by the sound of wind howling. The next thing he knew, the window to the inside of the shed was blown open and Saber, in full battle armor, was swinging her blade down on the enemy servant. However, the pink-haired servant was faster. Breathing in, Castor unleashed a host of flames from his mouth, directly at Kiritsugu and Mia, forcing Saber to instead focus on protecting them. The flames engulfed her form instead of theirs, and Castor used the opportunity to exit the same way he arrived, through another window in the back of the shed. Saber! Kiritsugu yelled, his voice calling over the flames. Are you all right? With a burst of wind that extinguished the flames before they could get out of control, Saber stood up from the floor, resealing her blade into its wind sheath even as she raced after Castor through the window. Mia and Kiritsugu followed back through the door, but only clear skies greeted their gaze. No Castor or Iri was in sight. Saber looked down for a moment, then turned towards her master. Her eyes briefly flickered onto Avalon, but she said nothing about it. Instead, she asked, permission to follow after them? Kiritsugu looked back up in the general direction of his wife's disappearance, his first instincts to say yes. However, after taking a moment to think over the events on Fast Forward, he instead shook his head. No, we won't be able to find them like that if they can just disappear like ghosts. If we had Berserker's presence detection, then yes, but not now. Then let's find Berserker and dash. Saber stopped as a crumpled piece of paper suddenly fell on her head, as if someone had dropped it from above. Looking upwards, Kiritsugu saw no one, but then had his attention drawn back to earth when Mia unfolded the paper and handed it to him. Kiritsugu took the paper and began to read the text, as it was a typed letter, onto it. To the master of Saber, Kiritsugu Amiya. Greetings. I take it that since you have this message, then Servant Castor has succeeded in taking Lady Irisveal hostage. In which case, I will just have you know that no unnecessary harm will come to her. I am well aware of who and what she really is in the grand scheme of this war. This message is meant for a single purpose. If you harbor any desire to rescue her, do not. If you know anything about what has happened to the previous vessels of the Grail, you also know she is beyond saving as of this point anyways. Tonight, the Holy Grail War will reach its final conclusion. Once night has fallen, a signal to all surviving masters and servants will be sent out, the source of which will be where the Grail will be summoned. You will have your chance, as will the others. I would wish you luck, but then again, I would lying. So instead, I will simply say I am looking forward to our rematch. Sincerely, Kirii Kodo Mine, Interim Supervisor of the Fourth Holy Grail War. P.S. If you still insist on doing so, then just know we are not at the church anymore. I am not a moron. Kiritsugu finished reading the message, then read over it again to see if there was anything he had missed. His mind raced. Kirii Kodo Mine, the most dangerous person in this Holy Grail War, had kidnapped his wife, and from the looks of things had cast her on side in addition to assassin. That meant he had two of the potentially most powerful remaining servants in the war. What disturbed him most, though, was that Kirii knew that Iri was the Grail's vessel. While it was true that the priest had studied under Tokiomi Tosaka, one of the founding families, and thus have more knowledge of the ritual than most, the knowledge of Iri's true identity wasn't something even the other families were supposed to know. Either Kirii and Assassin were just that good at getting information people weren't supposed to know about, or the Einsburn secret wasn't quite so secret as they had proudly proclaimed. Kiritsugu, Mia asked, her voice stirring him from his musing. What does it say? He looked at them both, then sighed. He told them everything that the note had said, then allowed them a moment to properly digest this information. Cowards, Saber muttered under her breath. Unwilling to stand and fight like men, resorting to trickery like this. Mia turned towards him. What do you suggest we do? No, the Magus responded, his voice in neutral tone. Kirii holds all the cards right now, and we don't have much choice but play along for now. So we're just going to wait until nightfall for a sign. Saber all but yelled, likely interpreting said tone as giving up. We're risking Lady Irisveal's life based on this. We are going to wait until nightfall, Kiritsugu replied, silencing her protest. But that doesn't mean we won't search beforehand anyways. Play along with Kirii's message he might do, but that didn't mean he couldn't gather info while he was at it. Looking back towards the inside of the shed, his eyes in particular staying on the scorch marks, he continued. Saber, you will take the Yamcha and search about the area where Ryder and his master have been staying. We haven't heard back from them in a while, and could be involved in this. In fact, there was a good chance that Ryder may or may not have been eliminated already without their knowledge, especially if Assassin had done so last night while they were occupied with Archer. Such a move wouldn't be beyond the enemy's capabilities. Once you've done that, he finished, I want you to go to the Ryudu Temple. He turned to Mia. Mia and I will search the church and the remains of Tokiomi's manor for any clues as to where Kirii is. Once we've done so, we'll meet up with you at the temple. What about Korea and Berserker? Mia asked. Shouldn't we leave some way to contact them? We have no way of doing so wherever they are now, Kiritsugu replied. If push comes to shove, Berserker's presence detection will allow them to find us. He turned back to Saber. You have your orders. Saber looked like she would protest for a moment, but then nodded her head reluctantly and began to walk away. Kiritsugu and Mia watched her walk to where her bike was, then started walking away themselves. As they did so, Kiritsugu's grip on Avalon tightened. I will find you Iri, he promised himself, and I will make sure I finish the job for you, Kirii Kodo Mine. Saber approached the garage of the estate, her mind currently on something that had begun to trouble her while they had been talking. Something doesn't add up, she thought to herself as she dispersed her battle armor, returning to her civilian clothes. Caster's flames are said to be especially effective against those with dragon attributes, yet I was unaffected by them even at point-blank range. She entered the garage, pulling the keys out of her pocket and inserting them into the ignition. Was he exaggerating the effects of the flames, or was my magic resistance just high enough to counter it? The engine roared to life underneath her, and she prepared to head out. Come to think of it, I would have expected some form of taunt from him, even if this was an act he disliked, some form of challenge. She then stopped just short of driving out onto the street as a new thought came to her. Could it be that that wasn't the real Caster? For a moment, she simply stood there, letting the engine hum as she pondered this question. She then carefully guided the motorcycle into the street, taking off towards the area of the suburbs where Ryder's master made his home grounds. But if that was the case, then who? The only one who could possibly be able to do something like that would be Assassin, and if so, then how did he breathe fire? She shook her head, focusing her attention on the road. Hopefully, where she was going with the place, she could get some answers. Somewhere in Fuyuki, basement of City Hall. Kirai Kotomine looked down upon the still form of Irisveal Einsburn with a smile on his face, then turned to the kneeling figure of Caster next to him. The servant had just finished recounting his mission to the Amiya residence, and the priest couldn't have found himself any happier on the inside. Well done, he congratulated the servant. You managed to slip into the newly designed barrier of the residence, capture the Grail, keep both Saber and Kiritsugu off of you long enough to get away, and even managed to drop that message at a surprisingly appropriate moment. What can I say? Caster replied with a smirk, which somehow looked both in and out of place on his face at the same time, as if there was some hidden feeling behind it. I know how to make an entrance with style. With a familiar poof of smoke, Assassin stood where Caster had been but a moment before, this time fully masked. The fire breath you added in was a nice touch in particular, Kirai added. Then his tone took on a curious tone. Still, how were able to shoot fire out of your mouth in the first place? And I don't mean just how you shot it without burning your mouth, but how did you do it while wearing a mask, since you were clearly wearing it when you transformed the first time? Assassin raised a finger. First, you never asked. Besides, you've seen me form massive pillars of flame with my bare hands. What is so strange about shooting it out of mouth? Second, here, he lifted another finger. That's for me to know and nothing for you to worry about. Kirai simply shrugged, then looked back down on Irai's form. Anyways, I think it's about time for you to wake her up, don't you agree? Assassin simply leaned down in front of her and made a simple hand seal, his Sharingan activating. Release. Iri then began to shake her head as if coming out of a trance. Kirai allowed the grin on his face to fade, resuming its stoic nature. An Assassin stood up and began to slowly inch his way around the homunculus in such a way that it didn't draw her attention, which had decided to focus on the only other person in the room. Kirai Kotomine, Iri said as she glared at the priest, who simply stared back at her with his just-finished stoic expression. I should have expected you were behind this. Congrats, Lady Einsburn. The target of her scorn replied coolly. You expected correctly. Why have you brought me here? Iri continued, ignoring his tone. What is the point of all this? Kirai raised an eyebrow. The point? Do I really need to spell it out? The fact I have you, the wife of my enemy/rival and the vessel of the Holy Grail, in the place that the Grail will be summoned into the world and the final battleground for the servants will commence not enough for you to understand the point of this. Her eyes widened, particularly at one specific part. How dash? Your family's secrets are nowhere near as secret as they would claim, he explained calmly. Tokiomi Tosaka was long aware that a homunculus was used to forge the first vessel of the Holy Grail. And while it's true that the wars since used actual specifically designed chalices instead of artificial humans, the fact that the Einsburn representative of this war happened to be a homunculus was enough to raise suspicion. It wasn't until I confirmed with Assassin that Kiritsugu was Saber's true master did I have definite proof that you were to be the Grail's vessel though. So you intend to end it tonight, Iri responded, to which Kirai nodded. Both the war and your vendetta with Kiritsugu. Indeed, he responded, looking down at his left hand, clenching it into a fist as he did so. Your husband and I are very much alike, if not so much in personality, then rather in ability. I'm curious to see how long he lasts against me. He is nothing like you. Iri spat. Don't you dare compare yourself to him. Suddenly, her eyes began to droop and her shoulders slumped as if her sudden burst of energy had taken far more out of her than she expected. Kirai was unfazed by her fury, brief as it was. Then tell me something, woman, he continued, looking back at her face. What is it that Kiritsugu Amiya seeks the Grail for, if he is so different from me as you claim? What desire burns in his heart that he would risk life and limb for the Holy Cup? He actually surprised himself with how little that question managed to excite him. At the beginning of the war, he wouldn't have been able to keep the eagerness to hear what his rival wanted out of his voice, to know just what motivated the man known as the Magus Killer. He probably would have responded to her words about how Kiritsugu and he were nothing alike by assaulting her. if he hadn't already realized that a conundrum like himself didn't exactly come into being easily. Just another indication of how much the course of the war and his vision had changed him. For a moment she said nothing, her eyes shut and panting for breath. Then she opened them once more. "Kiritsugu," she began slowly, her eyes narrowed slightly at him in suspicion, though she answered truthfully anyways. "Desires the Grail for one thing, the salvation of the world." Kirai simply stared at her for a moment, disbelief on his features as his brain actually took a moment to process the meaning of that sentence. Kiritsugu Amiya, the Magus killer himself, desired world peace? It went so against everything he had learned about the man that if it wasn't for the expression of conviction and pride on Irai's face at that sentence, he would have thought she was lying. "Wish for world peace." Kirai responded, his tone betraying his disbelief. That is what he would use the Grail for? He is a fool in that case. Not even something like the Grail could erase conflict from the world. It is an integral part of the human soul, and to wish for its eradication would mean the destruction of humanity itself. If there was one thing Kiritsugu Amiya wasn't, it was a fool. Yet what else could describe the wish he had just heard? He expected such a wish from some idealist, a young person who knew nothing of how the world worked, not a person whose line of work had taken him through countless battles and wars, who had seen for himself the horrors that the world offered. It was a child's ideal, nothing more. "That is his wish," she responded, "and I believe in it just as strongly as he does. And while that may be true, that is why his only hope is for a true miracle, such as the Grail will grant. And that's why he will beat you just like in the forest, Inquisitor, because he has the drive that you lack." Kirai actually bit back the urge to laugh. "While you may have beaten me before, I am far stronger and ready than last time. Not counting servants. You had Korea Matu in addition to yourself, and that other woman helping you that night, and you barely won even with your servant saber. Tonight, alone, Kiritsugu Amiya will fall by my hand, and the Grail will be mine to use. Kiritsugu will defeat you." Irai spoke with conviction as strong as that which showed on her face. "And when he does, I will grant his wish for true peace upon the earth, no matter how ridiculous you claim it to be." Kirai humphed at that. Whether she believed him or not didn't matter in the end. What mattered were facts, and the fact of the matter was that Kiritsugu Amiya stood no chance against him. With a slight nod, so imperceptible that Irai didn't even notice, Kirai signaled Assassin, who by this point had come up behind the homunculus, moving his left arm back in position for a strike. "I understand. Well, this was certainly an interesting conversation," Kirai concluded, keeping his tone conversational to the end. "But I'm afraid this is where we part ways, Lady Irisfield. Goodbye." At that, and with a simple blow to the back of her neck, right where it connected to the base of her skull, Assassin struck Iri with what would equate to a knockout blow if a servant had received it, sounding like a shoe thudding against a sizable block of wood. For a normal human, even a homunculus like herself, the blow was sufficient enough to break her neck, detaching her brain from the brainstem and stopping all signals to the rest of her body. However, her brain managed to survive long enough to register the blow and the significance of the loss of feeling. Her last thoughts before fading completely were simple. "Kei Kiritsugu. I Ilya. I'm so sorry. Goodbye." Her body, as she finished, fell to the ground, her limbs limp by her sides. Irisfield von Einsburn was dead. Kirai looked at her dead body, then turned to Assassin, giving him a nod of approval. "Go and prepare yourself, Assassin. It appears I must set the stage for the final act." So saying, he lifted her limp body with both of hands, carrying her bridal style, and began to walk out. "As you wish, master," he heard his servant say behind him before a familiar whoosh indicated he had gone spirit form again. As he walked up the stairs, Kirai looked down on Irai's body, briefly thinking back on his actions, particularly his decision to kill her. He honestly considered it a mercy. Whether she was alive or dead, Irisfield's mind and soul would be supplanted and absorbed into the Grail, essentially destroying all sense of self she had and leaving only the wish-granting device in its stead. At least dead, she wouldn't be able to feel her mind and essence be absorbed by the Grail, feel her own identity fade away as everything that made her disappear. He hadn't lied when he said no unnecessary harm would come to her in the letter. The blow to the back of her neck was the only harm necessary to kill her, and had done so in the cleanest and quickest way possible. He had even foregoed just strangling her to death, noting that this was even quicker and involved far less struggle to both parties. He was nothing if not efficient. So why, despite that, did he feel a brief pang of guilt when he watched her crumble? The sense of joy about killing her was still there, but it was always there if he made someone suffer in some form, so it was nothing new to him. However, he rarely felt guilt at the actions anymore. In fact, the last time he had felt such a pang of guilt like that was when he gave Karen away. He sighed to himself. Why did he have to be born with the need to bring pain to others, yet still have the conscience to know it was wrong? Why couldn't he have been born with one and not the other? At least then he would be able to enjoy himself fully with his actions, no matter what. Still, while he may take joy in others' suffering, he was at least trying to keep the amount of suffering he spread to a minimum. That was as close a compromise as he could get. Avoid unnecessary violence and enjoy the suffering that did occur from his actions. For example, he had been half tempted at one point to get Tokiomi's wife, Aoi, and Korea in the same room with his teacher's dead body, add in a lie that Korea was the one who killed him, and watch the fireworks from afar. That would have put a spring in his step, especially if one of them had killed the other, but he forego doing so, as it would have taken far too long, and instead had Assassin give the Tosakas a proper send-off with his deception. On the other hand, when Assassin had described the face of Kiritsugu when IRI had been taken, the look of shock and pain on his face, that had been enough to make him smile, and he felt no urge to wipe it off at least till he confronted IRI. The thought of Kiritsugu made him frown again. World peace? He was a fool in that regard. A fool because despite seeing what the world was like, the pain, suffering, cruelty, hunting down rogue magus, and even dead apostles as a bounty hunter, ruthlessly killing the few to save the many, he still thought that even something like the Grail could make all that go away in an instant. Even if it was possible, did he truly believe the Grail was so omnipotent that it would just make everything better in an instant, no repercussions whatsoever? After all, the Grail, for all of its power, was still made by human hands, and humans are not infallible. A wish like that was so vague it could be interpreted any number of ways. Unlike something along the lines of a way to the root of the world, or save the life of my daughter, or even destroy the world, as they were literally countless ways world peace could be achieved, not all of them beneficial to mankind. He found himself disappointed honestly, that the person he believed was most similar to himself in this war was in fact nothing like him, just as IRI said. Still didn't mean he wouldn't confront and kill him, if now mostly for revenge rather than any curiosity. He hadn't forgotten how it had been Kiritsugu who cost him his left arm, even if it had made him stronger in the long run. He would crush Kiritsugu's dreams even as he crushed the man himself, force him to realize all of his efforts were futile in the end. He exited the basement, looking out the window and noticing there was some time to nightfall. The final stage is nearly set, he muttered to himself as he shifted IRI's body in his arms and continued to walk, heading for a small altar he had set up earlier. The players are ready. All that remains is the spark to set it off. The final battle of the Fourth Holy Grail War was about to begin, and Kirii Kodomine couldn't help but feel his blood begin to pump as the thought of the slaughter to come filled his mind. Omake, a new member. OSG headquarters. Edgar Silverstein placed his cell phone back into his pocket, sighing to himself as he replayed what he had just been told. The call had been from Enhance, who had finally gotten an answer from the church as to regard to their involvement in the war. Earlier, he had gotten a call from Logan, telling him what the association had finally responded to their query to go to Fuyuki as well. While they had both said it differently, the gist was the same. Ordinus Sancti Gladius was ordered to stay out of the war until its conclusion. God damn it, he muttered under his breath, walking towards the labs. He supposed it shouldn't have been surprising. The association barely tolerated his operations at all, even then only due to his connections with Zeltrek, and the church slightly better off because he was a Christian and only interfered with their operations when he deemed necessary, usually because he wanted to take a closer look at the dead apostle they were hunting and see if he could make it a potential ally, to which he was usually successful. Clock Tower hated his habits of constantly breaking the rules and blatantly disregarding it to their faces, a hate he reciprocated as it was made up of, with few exceptions, bigoted idiots who rarely shared any of their breakthroughs with each other, if at all. The church was against him because he regularly harbored dead apostles and heretics, though their hatred was less so, as he didn't hesitate to eliminate them if necessary. But now, both had refused his request to join in the war. It would appear that the idea of reaching root of the world was far too tempting a target, as well as the fact that neither of the two organizations wanted his band involved in something that they believed he had no reason to be in. Ordinus Sancti Gladius was the newcomer in the power struggle of the three groups, being both the youngest and smallest, but the power and experience of the people under its employ were enough to even the number gap in both ways. The other two, centuries old and hundreds, thousands strong, didn't like the idea of such a group rivaling them. The fact that they freely used technology and employed the usage of necromancy to get there also was just another target on their backs for the other two to snipe at. The only reasons their presence was tolerated at all was because, as stated before, their power was so great that if the other two attempted to wipe them out, it would leave all three in an extremely vulnerable state to their enemies, which no one wanted, and that they only intervened when they deemed necessary, which was rarely. Since they often left things in far better state than when they arrived, the church and association grudgingly let them move on. The fact that Zeltrek himself was personally responsible for bringing the organization into being was just another incentive. No one wanted to piss off the guy who killed Brunistad of the Crimson Moon by teleporting him to an abandoned Earth and dropping the moon itself on top of him. In fact, Edgar was certain it was the only real reason they hadn't been wiped out by a pissed-off association and church joint operation after the incident with the dead apostle ancestors Primate Murder, Fina Bloodsvelten, and Rezo Valstrout, which destroyed the majority of San Francisco in 1906. An earthquake that coincidentally happened at the same time was used as a cover story and the only reason they got away without major punishment. Regardless, the die was cast. The exact wording had been that they weren't allowed to enter Fuyuki until the war had reached its conclusion. In other words, they were being stuck with cleanup again, which meant that it would likely be too late if something went wrong. It would be the third war all over again, just with different people and places involved. He shook his head. He would just have to do what he could. He had already ordered Enhance and Logan back to base, and Earl and Anderson were primed and ready to set out. The best he could hope to do now was send Stark in after them when shit finally went down. He stepped into the lab, looking about for a moment for the doctor. Spotting his quarry, he immediately walked towards her, noticing her blonde head perk up at the sound of his approach. She turned, her bright blue eyes briefly obscured by her headgear as she lifted it from her face. She looked no older than 20, wearing a pink shirt and black pants under her white lab coat, which hid her very thin figure from sight. Despite her youth, though, she was easily one of the most brilliant minds he had at his disposal, having been the one who helped Gyro with his fighting problem and built the majority of the lab they were standing in. Speaking of which, he wouldn't have been boasting to say he had the most high-tech lab in existence at his beck and call, easily decades ahead of anything else at this time thanks to his dimension hopping allowing him to get some rather handy pieces of tech and the people to run it. Terminals and computers littered the place, each with different schematics and formulas plastered on the screen, some vaguely familiar, others looking like they had come from some kid's imagination. Papers were piled neatly or disorderly depending on where in the lab they were, and the entire place looked equal parts mad scientist laboratory and plain accountant room. Dr. Seal. He greeted her, holding out his hand for her to shake. I trust your work is going well. She took his hand, her grip surprisingly firm despite her thin appearance. Very well, Commander, she replied warmly. Thank you for asking. She then tilted her head, noticing his body language. Something troubling you? The tower and the church refused my request for help. We're on the sidelines until it's over. She was silent at that, her eyes widening slightly, then returning to their neutral position. I see. I'm sorry. He shook his head. It's not your fault, Seal. Don't worry about it. Church chose that moment to approach and floated up next to them, his green eyes on Edgar. Hey, Chief. If you're here to know about Stark and the others, they should be coming back soon. He felt his eyes widen at that. Already? It had only been 2 days or so. How could the alternate war be over already? Time travels differently in some alternate universes, sir, Seal reminded him. What is a day here might be a whole week over there. At her words, the warp hole in the center of the building began to spark, tearing open a rift in reality as the 5 members prepared to cross over. Edgar was always amazed by the sight of it. The hole was never one color or size, constantly shifting as if it was a living thing. Zultrek had once told him that each color and size combination apparently represented a gate to another dimension, as there were an unlimited amount of colors and sizes, there were an unlimited number of dimensions. It was beautiful in a chaotic, twisted sort of way. Finally, after what seemed like eternity, the 5 figures emerged from the portal, shutting tight behind them. The 3 people already in the room briefly gaped at the sight. Sarge, Simmons, and Griff looked like shit. Their armor was chipped and scorched in several places, though it still completely covered their bodies, and the later 2 were leaning on each other for support, the red-clad figure of Sarge standing behind them, a silent sentinel. Stark's clothing was torn in several places, and he had a bandage wrapped around his arm and head, but was otherwise unharmed. It was Gyro who attracted the most attention, though. Not because of his condition, in which his clothing was covered in slash marks, a bandage over the right side of his face, and there was blood on him, not all of which was his, but rather the thing he was carrying in his arms. The thing in question was an unconscious young woman, about 19 or so, with a slender, if somewhat voluptuous physique and light, soft blonde hair styled into a braided ponytail down her back. Her clothing consisted of a black dress that was combined with silver armor surrounding her lower arms, waist, and upper thighs, where it opened up to show her legs. Luckily, they only showed a little skin, as she was wearing black stockings that covered up to her thighs, and on her feet, she wore black boots which were also covered with silver armor. Upon her head, a silver headpiece fashioned in an M shape completed the image, and a silver sword stored in the black scabbard at her side made it clear that she was a warrior, most likely a servant. She was also bleeding from a serious injury to her side and a blow to the head, both of which were hastily wrapped with bandages. We need to get her to the med bay now, Gyro shouted as he stumbled through the portal. She won't last long. Seal immediately moved to assist him, taking some of the burden from him even as they continued towards a smaller area of the lab, which was a first aid station. The other 3 aside from Stark gave them a quick glance, then walked out of the room, understanding they couldn't do anything for her, while Stark himself walked towards Edgar. What the hell happened? Edgar asked quietly, keeping one eye towards the aid station, particularly on Gyro and his charge's conditions. I thought you were just observing the place. Maybe get a new member if you were lucky. Well, Stark signed, It started out that way. Then Griff crashed a car. Simmons became best buds with a guy who I thought was a girl. Sarge pissed off a very powerful Lancer-class servant with a spear that could kill gods. I got to drink with a necromancer. And Gyro ended up saving the life of a servant who had possessed the body of a human girl and made a promise to her dying best friend/maybe boyfriend that he would protect her at all costs. And we killed a servant who had held on to life for 60 years after his specific war had ended. It was a testament to how wacky the situations could get that Edgar didn't bat an eye, save for one thing. Drinking with necromancers, and Gyro making a pact to protect a beautiful young woman? Those are new ones. Stark grinned slightly. Well, long story short, we survived and got a new member. His smile faded. Couldn't save the girl she possessed though. Apparently, they ended up merging their souls and personalities in order to stay alive. Still had to give her a Phozon crystal to stabilize her condition. Edgar nodded, looking over to where she was, currently being hooked up to a life support system carefully by her two fellow blondes. I see. What servant was she? She was a ruler-class servant, her secondary class being Saber, Stark replied, noticing Edgar's sudden increase in scrutiny on her. I believe she was Jeanne d'Arc, the legendary Catholic saint herself. Edgar actually whispered softly. That's a name that carries a lot of weight. He replied, staring for a moment longer before turning to Stark. I need you to get some identification papers drawn up, clean a nasty spill in the men's room, and water the plants around the garden, he said abruptly, turning away to step out of the room. Once you've done that, janitor, I need you to come to my office. Wait, you're not going to tell me what went on while we were gone? Stark asked, confused and not quite fully registering what Edgar had told him to do. I'll tell you later, he replied with a flippant wave of his hand. Just go. I need a good night's sleep after this. Stark muttered as he walked away. I need to get Lynn do the paperwork for Jean's identification, wash the bathrooms, check up on the plants. Sheesh, can't a guy get a break around here? Well, don't get too sleepy, Edgar called after him. You're going to Fuyuki tomorrow. What? Author note. And that's a wrap. Next chapter, we're going to the battles. I hope people are noticing how I've been trying to establish Kiriai's character in a new light. He understands that he enjoys evil and that it's wrong, but is still willing to enjoy it when he can. Unlike Canon though, he isn't actively trying to force people into positions to suffer, at least, not yet, and still has strong morals, willingly giving up chances to make others suffer and even taking the more merciful route to kill someone, not even doing it himself. And as for OSG, you're probably wondering why I included that omake. It's mostly because Stark will be making an appearance in the ending, spoilers, and will play a somewhat important role in what is to come. So, I needed to show him coming back from his mission. As for Jean, I have plans for her and Gyro as well come the sequel, so look out. Speaking of which, I've actually been thinking of putting off the sequel to this for a little bit. Instead, I'm going to write a story which is essentially a series of one-shots portraying OSG during the time skip, just to give people time to understand them better, have them develop, and not feel like they just came out of the left field in the sequel. Plus, it will have early character development for Oswald. We're not supposed to talk about that. Right. Anyways, onwards to the next chapter, for the Grail and for awesomeness. Chapter 23, The Holy Grail Melee à Trois. Author note. Hello everybody, and welcome to the next installment of Fate, Zero Sanity. Finally, the moment you've all been waiting for. The final battle of the Grail War is here. After some last-minute stage setting, but seriously, the fighting starts now. Disclaimer. Please refer to chapters 1 to 11 for the disclaimer. Anytime I need to add something else to it, I'll mention in the needed chapter. So, let's do this thing. Fuyuki City, Mount Inzu, afternoon. Kiritsugu and Miya sat on the steps of the Ryudu Temple, deep in thought. Miya and he had just finished their efforts at investigating the other two potential spots where Kiriai could have been. Unfortunately, they had found neither any trace of the man himself, nor any clue as to where he had gone. Of course, there had been another reason for searching the areas as well. In order to perform the ritual to summon the Grail, it would have to be moved to one of the 4 key areas in Fuyuki where the ley lines were at their strongest. The church and the Tosaka Manor had been 2 of the potential areas where it could be done, but the fact they were empty was clearly proof that Kiriai had no intentions of using either of them. Not that he even could with the manor, Kiritsugu thought to himself. His servant made sure of that. Indeed, from what they were able to tell as they searched the wreckage of the once great Tosaka estate, Assassin's destroying blow had actually managed to damage the ley lines surrounding it, preventing from being useful as the summoning place. While it might be able to recover in perhaps 15 years or so, it wouldn't be fast enough to be usable for this Grail War. Regardless, with 2 targets down, that left 2 potential spots, Ryudu Temple, right where he was, and the City Hall/Civic Center in Fuyuki. Given the ley line's relative strengths, the former was the most likely, which was why he had ordered Saber to come here when she was done with her mission. However, the fact he and Miya had been able to walk in here, without any sense of danger and no sign of either assassin or his master, had been enough to make them conclude that this wasn't their chosen spot either. That meant that the only possible place they could be now was the Civic Center. He had briefly considered sending Miya to check it out, and, if possible, secure it. But Kirai still had assassin, so he had been forced to abandon that plan. He looked up as he heard the sounds of footsteps, one hand reaching for his sidearm, but relaxed, slightly, when he saw it was Mia, who had been keeping a lookout. Saber has arrived, she said simply. She has her vehicle as well. Kiritsugu nodded, allowing his hand to completely fall away from his weapon. Paranoid he might be, but he too had come to consider the possibility that whoever had attacked and taken Iri had not been Castor at all. He had been informed of what the pink-haired servant was like from both Iri and Korea, and from his brief look, almost nothing matched what he had seen. At the very least, he would have expected a sentence, perhaps a boast, or even a disgusted look at what he was doing. Instead, Castor had held a neutral expression the entire time. As such, he had become a little more cautious as of late, observing Mia closely if she was out of his sight for extended periods of time. He only needed a glance to tell the difference, though, as he had worked with her enough to understand all of her mannerisms, something that a pretender would have a hard time trying to copy in the exact same way. For example, Mia often seemed to favor leaning just slightly more on her right side than her left, and her left hand occasionally twitched, the remnants of old injuries speaking for themselves. Assassin would be hard-pressed attempting to mimic them constantly, a fact that Kiritsugu could use against him. As for Saber, the fact that she still had her motorcycle was proof she was the real thing. Unless, of course, Assassin had managed to take her keys and steal the motorcycle, which Kiritsugu honestly doubted he would go through all the trouble for. In addition, a master's command seals, if said master concentrated enough, could actually be used to get an idea of how close their servant really was to them, becoming slightly warmer and pulsing faster the closer they were. And as Mia had said, they were telling him that the servant of the sword was nearby and getting closer. He stood up, timing his decision so that he had just finished doing so as Saber cleared the final step of the stone pathway, staring up at him. I searched the area where Ryder's master is staying, she began, glancing at both of them, and I learned what has happened to our third ally in our time of absence. After the battle with Avenger, they decided to end our alliance and search for new ones, and it turns out that they managed to forge one with Castor and his master yesterday. Kiritsugu displayed no outward emotion, but inside, he was listening with rapt attention. That would explain why Ryder and his master had broken contact after that battle, and it would make sense to forge an alliance with the survivor of a previous alliance, though he never suspected Waver would do it with the fiancée of his teacher. However, Saber continued, they were attacked by assassins sometime last night. While they managed to injure the servant of shadows greatly, Ryder was killed during the battle. They've since spent the entire day recuperating from their injuries, and Castor hasn't left the building at all according to them. You know this for sure? Mia asked. Master Waver showed me both of his hands for proof, Saber confirmed. They were both bare of any command seals. I was willing to believe their words, especially when I asked Castor and his master, and they gave the exact same answer. How were you able to do so? I went there under a flag of truce, Saber replied simply. Neither Ryder, Castor, nor are even their masters dishonorable enough to strike under that. Kiritsugu was silent as he digested that piece of information. While a part of him wanted to disagree with Saber's method, it was true that Castor and Ryder were among the most honorable of their opponents. Such a tactic would have been suicide against Assassin or perhaps Archer, but Ryder and Castor preferred straight-up fights to subterfuge. Saber knew that as well as he, which was no doubt why she used it, as she could do so without risking a knife to the back. In addition, they were also the most terrible liars of the remaining servants as well. Waver wasn't exactly used to lying to extremely powerful warriors under pressure, and Ryder likely would have been insulted at the idea of lying to a fellow servant and competitor. Castor's master might be able to lie to Saber's face and get away with, but her servant seemed to wear his emotions on his non-existent sleeve, so you could tell if he was lying. As such, he was willing to believe Saber's words. Very well, he said at last. We're heading back to the estate. We've done all we can for now. All that's left is to see what Kirai decides to do. Saber didn't look very satisfied with that answer, but nodded anyways, turning around to go back to her bike. Kiritsugu and Mia followed after her, each silent. Zoken's hideout. Korea slowly ate the sandwich Berserker had managed to get him earlier, the food tasteless but filling. It wasn't due to the sandwich itself, it was actually quite delicious, but his current mood prevented him from enjoying it. He had recovered a good portion of his strength as of this point, and come nightfall, Berserker and Soul would be heading out. He, on the other hand, would not be. While he may have recovered enough strength to sufficiently supply his servant, his physical body itself was too weak to go out safely. As such, he was staying here, under Zoken's watchful eye. It pissed him off to no end, as he knew that it was just another one of Zoken's ways to make sure he didn't do anything to undermine his authority. Sorry about this, Korea, Soul mumbled apologetically, but that old geezer's right about you not lasting long out there. He glanced over at the weapon, who chewing on his own sandwich with a disgruntled look on his face. The two of them were sitting in what was essentially Korea's room, which consisted of a bedroll in the corner, a bucket in another one, and not much else aside from that. At the very least, it was clean and mostly dry, so that was a plus. The fact that his friends weren't happy either about this made him feel a little better. Where's Berserker? I think she's hanging out with Sakura. You know, trying to make things at least a little better for her. That made sense. Berserker in particular hated the place they were in, and several times mentioned how she wished she could just blow it all to hell. Considering her normal attitude, it spoke volumes of how much this place made her disgusted. As such, she had started to spend more time with Sakura, partially to keep her mind off where they were, and partially to maybe bring some happiness into the young girl's life. Since I've actually seen Sakura's face in more expressions than just blank looks, and she actually sounds like she enjoys herself at times, I'd say she's succeeding. Korea responded, feeling his spirits rise a little more. He himself hadn't had much time to be with Sakura, between attempting to recover his strength and Zoken preventing him from speaking to her, but he had seen her from afar. It had been forever since he heard her laugh even once. Anyways, don't worry, Korea, Sol said, his face turning more like his normal expression, a sharp, white smile, but with still some seriousness behind it. With us on your side, the Grail's as good as ours. But what about Saber? Korea couldn't help but ask, remembering how the three servants had grown closer during their time together. Aren't you worried about fighting her? Sol's expression was unreadable for a moment. Then he replied, if we end up being the last ones, we'll fight just like we always do, he replied seriously. And no matter what happens, the loser will congratulate the winner, satisfied that if anyone got the Grail, it was her. Korea was silent. I'm sorry. Sol sighed. That's the least friends on opposite sides of a battle can do in the end after all, especially if only one of them can walk away alive to get the prize. Mackenzie residence, evening. Castor laughed alongside Glenn as he drank down another cup of beer, sharing a joke with the old man while Soliui and Waver looked at each in confusion. I don't get it, Soliui honestly told him. What does a perverted bull and a flying cat have in common? Waver just shrugged his shoulders, completely unable to come up with an answer. He somehow doubted even if he was drunk that he would able to answer that. I admit, Glenn began, patting Castor on the back. I never thought someone as young as you would have so many adventures and stories to tell. Makes me feel like a kid again. What can I say? Castor replied with a chuckle, knocking his glass next to the older man's own. Legacies of a misspent youth. But one well worth living, I take it. Glenn asked as he sipped his drink. Castor smiled again, but it was one tinged with melancholy. Yeah, and I'd do it all again without regret, the good and the bad. Glenn picked up on the tone and smile even in his somewhat inebriated state, and gave him an encouraging smile, his long-dormant fatherly instincts coming to the fore. He patted the servant on the shoulder. Sorry if I brought up something you don't like thinking about. It's cool, Castor interrupted, his sad look fading away as quickly as it appeared. Besides, I've got a whole future to look forward to. Glenn laughed again. Very true, Natsu, very true indeed. Soliui herself smiled at that. It was good to see her servant enjoying himself like this, especially since last night. Her smile faded slightly at the thought. When Assassin had disappeared, she had gotten a good look at her servant's eyes when he turned to her. They were not the smiling, merry eyes that he normally had, not even the concentrated, brave eyes he had when fighting. They were eyes filled with anger as hot as the flames that surrounded his body, balanced with righteous hatred as intense as the lightning that surrounded his body whenever he used his other power-up. It was look she had only seen twice before in memories, when Jalal had killed Simon, and when Castor had confronted the Dragon King once last time. Luckily, it had only lasted an instant before he deactivated the transformation and returned to spirit form, but it haunted her. Such a look was just so out of place on his face. Waver, on the other hand, was thinking about how fast Castor had managed to return to physical form, in no small part due to his own actions. After having breakfast, Soliui and Waver returned to his room and performed the ritual required in order to have him connect to Castor as a secondary prana battery. It had been a remarkably easy process, all things considered. Just a magic circle, an altered chant, and a brief manifestation by Castor was all that was needed. There wasn't even any stuff that exploded, just a brief flash of light, and it was done. Funny enough, just as they finished, Saber rolled up to the house on her bike, bearing a flag of truce. When he went to the door to answer her, she had been rather cordial at first, up until she saw Soliui behind him and looked like she was about to draw her sword on her. They ended up taking the conversation to a park away from the house, as Waver didn't want anyone hearing them talk and didn't want the old couple to get involved in a crossfire. Thankfully, Saber was willing to agree to that. Once they got there, they learned from her that Irisveal had been kidnapped by a figure who looked like Castor, even breathing fire like him. Waver and Soliui did the only thing they could. They told her what had happened last night, and even had Castor briefly manifest to give his own testimony. Luckily, Saber believed them and even offered condolences as to Ryder's death, which surprised Waver as he didn't think the two liked each other much. We don't, Saber replied when he had asked that. But that doesn't mean I can't feel regret at such a great warrior's passing. After that, Saber had left, and the two masters and one servant returned to the Mackenzies. Since then, Castor had been siphoning off both Soleil's and his own energy, in addition to his scarf. By this point, he had restored more than enough energy to stay manifested in the real world, and was even combat ready. However, he revealed that by the time night had fallen, while he could use Lightning Flame Dragon mode again safely, for a good bit of the night at that, he only had enough to use Dragon Force safely one time. Of course, there was no doubt in either Waver or Soleil's minds on who he intended to use it on though. Well, I guess he's more than a match for Assassin now, Waver thought to himself. After all, he's lost his other bodies, and Castor can even hit him faster than he can use that whole phase-out move. What's to worry about now? City Hall/Civic Center, night. Assassin stood up from his previously cross-legged position on the floor, having prepared himself as best as he could. His body, both natural and artificial halves, was in peak condition, his Sharingan was successfully connected, and his Rinnegan was perfectly usable. He was also ready mentally, fully prepared to fight and even die, as long as managed to defeat at least one servant. Stirring from his thoughts, he heard the sounds of his master's footsteps, warning of his approach as they became louder. Turning towards the door, he watched as it opened, taking a good look at Kirai Kodomine. Kirai's attire had not changed at all really, aside from the fact he had removed his eye patch, revealing his Sharingan to the world. To Assassin's surprise, he was also holding a long staff made of wood in his hand, with several strange symbols carved into it, despite the fact it couldn't have been made in the short time they hadn't seen each other. Kirai smiled at his confusion, though he could not see it behind the mask. I've finally figured out how to use the wooden projectiles that the left arm gives me, he explained simply, covering his Sharingan as he said it, and I've been practicing with my eye. Despite himself, Assassin couldn't help but be impressed. In the short time he had received both of his new powers, Kirai had more or less mastered the basics with ease. He could use the Sharingan for almost a half hour before needing to let it rest, and now he was creating wooden constructs out of his left arm. Even Assassin himself hadn't mastered those powers that quickly. It helped that you included my training sessions in the Izanami illusion, Kirai explained when Assassin mentioned that last point. I was taking special care to pay attention to those repeated lessons, even practicing alongside my past self. It was a short step to applying that experience to my physical body when I awoke. Impressive, Assassin once again admitted, then gestured towards the runes carved into the wood. But what is the point of the symbols? A little surprise I prepared for Kiritsugu, was all Kirai would say, but regardless, he added, bringing that particular conversation to end, it's time. I've already sent the signal to the masters. Assassin nodded. Anyone you want me to specifically eliminate? I could care less about Castor or Berserker, but don't kill Saber, Kirai replied. I want her to fall when her master dies. Assassin smiled slightly as he returned to spirit form. As you wish. Amiya residence. Kiritsugu Amiya stood up as he observed the fireworks exploding into the sky. From the looks of things, they were coming from the city hall, the last spot in the city for the Holy Grail to manifest. That's the signal, he muttered to himself. Turning to Mia, who nodded as well, he began to walk towards their car. The sound of a roaring engine was proof that Saber had seen the signals herself, and sure enough, they just caught sight of her bike leaving the residence. Time to end this, Kiritsugu thought to himself as he got in the car, turning the key to start it up. Both Kirai and my wish. Zoken's hideout. We're heading out, master. Berserker told Korea, Soul already in scythe form at her side. It's time to finish this. Korea nodded. Good luck, both of you. Before she could go, however, she was stopped by a tugging on her coat. Looking down, Berserker saw Sakura, looking up at her with pleading eyes. Are you going away again? She asked quietly, her voice filled with its familiar monotone, but also tinted with worry. The mad servant was surprised at first, then smiled as she kneeled down to look at Sakura at eye level. Yeah, got to win that cup, you know. But I'll be back. Sakura's eyes widened. You promise? Berserker's smile grew a little larger, then, to the surprise of everyone else in the room physically at the moment, embraced the purple-haired girl. I promise. Sakura simply stood there for a moment, and used to such physical contact, and simply flabbergasted at both the certainty and honestly in Berserker's tone. Then she returned the hug, putting as much strength behind it as her little form could muster. Then come back safely, she finally said, her voice filled with hope and relief. Korea watched with a smile on his face. That declaration, even more than the talk he had with Soul earlier, was all the proof he needed that Berserker and Soul would fight with all their strength in the coming battles to succeed, even if they had to fight Saber herself. Still, he did feel bad about pitting the two friends against each other, not enough to stop them if it came down to it, but enough to realize that by succeeding with his wish, he was stopping a very decent person and her master from achieving theirs. Berserker had actually told both himself and Soul about what Kiritsugu Amiya desired with the Grail, the salvation of the world. A noble goal, he would admit, and one of the few wishes he would prefer to win over his own if by some chance he couldn't win. Of course, if at the very end it came down to between his wish and Kiritsugu's, he would still pick his own. He would be lying if he said he knew how to save the world, or even the right way to go about it. But if he had to choose between living in a still imperfect world with Sakura alive and well, or a perfect one with her dead, he would choose the first without hesitation. Zoken watched as well from the hidden eyes of his familiars, chuckling to himself as he watched. "Foolish girl," he muttered. "Don't you see you're setting that child up for the greatest of falls?" Mackenzie residence. Waver and Soleui watched the fireworks spreading into the sky, immediately understanding what they meant from Saber's visit earlier today. Luckily for them, the old couple had since gone to bed, leaving them up alone. "Looks like this is it," Soleui said simply as she stared at the fireworks, taking a moment to just watch the beauty of the display before her. Waver followed her example. "Yeah, I guess it is." Castor appeared behind the two of them, his mouth once again in that familiar grin. "All right, let's go." With that, the three began to make their way towards the city hall. Elsewhere, streets of Fuyuki. Saber rode on the Yamaha VMAX towards the Civic Center, as instructed by Kiritsugu, occasionally glancing up at the signals in the sky. It would appear that Kirai hadn't been kidding when he said he intended to end the war tonight. All of the remaining servants were no doubt converging on the position even as she did, all prepared to fight and die to obtain the Grail and their wish. Including Berserker and Soul. She grimaced despite herself. She knew that it was inevitable that they would have to face each other as enemies for the Grail, but that didn't change her feelings on the subject. Those two were the closest she had ever had to having friends, and the thought of having to potentially kill them left a bitter taste in her mouth. Then again, this was a war, and in war, you couldn't change the simple fact that everyone entering did so knowing they could die, and that some would die. She had fought wars herself, after all, and had cut down former comrades with her bare hands, including her own child. For her wish, she would do what had to be done, just as she knew that Berserker and Soul would do what they had to do for theirs. Still, she wished they could have met under more peaceful terms one last time beforehand, like a drink at a coffee shop. There was a certain cafe in the city she had grown rather fond of during their visits. She shook her head, dispelling those thoughts. The time to reflect and grieve would come later. The time for action was now. She increased the pressure on the gas, speeding up. Elsewhere, Fuyuki Park. The Servant of Shadows watched patiently in the park for his opponent, simply tapping his fingers against his arm in a bored manner. He wasn't worried really. He knew that at least one servant would come by this way, so there was no real hurry. Not that he intended to leave his master vulnerable to attack, of course. A special trap he prepared near the entrance of the building was to deal with that problem. It would only affect servants, as he knew that Kirai could handle any master that arrived, and would incapacitate them for quite a while, unless they managed to figure out the trick themselves or someone helped them out. Of course, that they would free themselves was rather doubtful. After all, how could one free themselves from their worst fear? "I wonder who I'll fight," he thought aimlessly to himself. "It won't be Saber. Kirai ordered me not to, so she'll probably be the one who gets a dose of my trap. Berserker would be an interesting opponent, but I could defeat her with some effort." As for Castor Dash, as if fate had been personally listening in, a blast of fire suddenly came flying out of the darkness, massive flames seeking to consume him. Not even flinching, he stomped his foot into the ground. Doton, Mogirigakur no Jutsu, Earth Release, hiding like a mole technique. With that, he suddenly and quite literally burrowed into the ground like some sort of mole, allowing the attack to pass right over him. Castor came charging out of the darkness at that very same instant, fist raised in preparation to strike what he believed to be Assassin's still smoldering corpse, only to look around when he realized that his enemy was gone. What? Where'd he dash? He stopped when he felt something grab his ankles. Looking down, he saw Assassin's hands sticking out of the ground. Doton, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, Earth Release, double suicide decapitation technique. With that, Castor screamed as he felt himself being dragged into the earth, leaving him up to his neck, while Assassin jumped out from the ground. The masked servant stared at him for a moment, then shrugged. "I was honestly expecting more of a fight, but who am I to look a gift horse in the mouth?" Assassin rhetorically asked as he summoned a black chakra rod, then prepared to impale Castor through the eye. Instead, somehow Castor managed to shift enough to catch it with his jaws. "I don't need moo arms to KIC your ass." Castor yelled back through his teeth, then breathed in. Phi Dagon's roar. Another gout of flame was released from Castor's mouth, forcing Assassin to jump back to avoid it. Castor then spat the rod out and roared again, releasing his magic to blast his way out of the ground. Once he was free, Assassin could clearly see the lightning mixed in with the fire. "So, you're already getting serious?" Castor grinned mirthlessly. "I'm gonna kick your ass like there's no tomorrow, Masky." Elsewhere, Fuyuki Skyline. Berserker and Soul quickly flew in the air towards the city hall, but unlike many of the other participants, they weren't being guided by the lights. Instead, they were following the extremely powerful soul wavelengths, all converging on that spot. "Looks like Assassin and Castor are fighting each other already, huh?" Soul asked as they got closer. "Yeah," she replied, "and Saber's still a ways away too." "I guess that means we'll fight her," came the sullen reply. Berserker sighed to herself, then stopped as she looked closer at the battle between the two warring servants. Maybe not. Huh. Soul narrowed his eye at Berserker's more hopeful tone. What are you getting at, Maka? She looked back at him for a moment, then turned her attention back to the fight. Hope you're not in a hurry to finish this, Soul, was her only reply. Back with Assassin and Caster. Assassin jumped back as from Caster's punch as he activated the Azura Path's power, forcing his right arm to grow two more around it and then transform all three into cannons. Caster, for his part, simply breathed in preparation for his next attack. Tajushura no Ko multiple Azura attack. Lightning flame dragon roar. Energy clashed with fire and lightning before exploding into a giant fireball. Assassin immediately jumped to the side as Caster came barreling through the inferno, fist charged with his magic, and then shot him point blank with all three cannons. He received a fist to his face for his trouble as Caster, while injured by the shot, kept going and punched him anyways. What does it take to put this kid down? Assassin wondered to himself as he felt his mask actually crack from the blow. That would take him down a servant with ease. Concentrating, he thrust his right palm towards the servant of magic. Shinra Tensei, heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent god. Caster was sent flying by the force of the blow, and Assassin quickly made several hand gestures, slamming his hand into the ground. Kuchios, summoning. A giant cloud of smoke obscured the servant from sight. Suddenly, a giant, brown-colored dog with wings, sharp white teeth, a giant black rod through its muzzle, and two Rinnegan eyes jumped out of the smoke and raced towards Caster, teeth bared in preparation for attack. However, the pink-haired servant by this point had recovered from the previous technique and was ready for it. He grinned at the dog as he charged up his fist. "Come on, doggy, I've got a treat for you," he yelled, then smashed his fist into its face, sending it flying. His eyes then widened when the dog literally split into two identical, still snarling mutts, black rod and Rinnegan eyes included. Oh, he then looked over to where Assassin had been, only to see no sign of him. Where'd he dash? Before he could ponder for very long, though, the two dogs jumped at him again. Caster prepared his next attack, breathing in. Fire Dragon's dash. He stopped when he suddenly felt something big claw him across the back, canceling his attack. But when he turned around on instinct, nothing was there. Wadash was all he got out before the dogs jumped him, trying to rip him apart with their teeth. Caster found himself in one of their mouths, straining to avoid getting eaten, while the other just washed with hunger. So he did the only logical thing he could think of. Fire Dragon's roar. He shot a glob of fire down the dog's throat. The dog immediately let him go, howling as the fire burned it from the inside, but it didn't split into more mutts. Suddenly, he felt something wrap around him again and smash him into the ground, whatever it was being scaly. Correction, 3 mutts and 1 invisible reptile. "That's it," he yelled, swinging his fist up. "I'm done with this." Lightning Flame Dragon's firing hammer. Engulfing his fist and forearm with fire and lightning, he smashed it down on the offending limb, hearing a noticeable crack as it let go of him. Looking down, he noticed a flicker as whatever grabbed him became visible, giving him a good look at whatever it was before it vanished again. It was a giant green snake, with 2 Rinnegan just like the dogs, which seemed to be attached to something bigger, but it disappeared before he could tell. Once again, the 3 dogs attempted to jump him, and he jumped away, gathering fire and lightning into his arms too. He was slammed into the ground by something that did not feel like a giant snake, because what him had felt like some sort of arm. Looking up, he once again couldn't see any sign of whatever hit him, and the 3 dogs were getting closer. Damn it. Assassin watched from the battle, using his shared vision with his summons. Much like his paths, whatever anything that he summoned with the Rinnegan could see, he could see as well. A shame Caster, he thought as he watched the servant attack the 3 dogs in front of him, all in vain as they split into even more copies of themselves. The only way to stop that particular summon is to either eliminate all of the bodies at once with an attack that would disintegrate them, or defeat the caster. Assassin had taken steps to make sure his enemy couldn't do the latter. When he had used the animal path to summon the dog, he also summoned another creature to hide inside of while Caster fought it. This particular summon had the handy ability of turning itself completely invisible, serving to both keep enemies from finding him and to perform sneak attacks. He had a close shave when Caster managed to hit it, but it wasn't too bad. The only way Caster could find this summon now was if he used his sense of smell to catch its particular scent, which Assassin had no intentions of letting him do. Therefore, he had the dogs keep up the offensive, which was also how he was keeping the Servant of Magic from using the former tactic of beating the duplication creatures. He knew that the techniques that Caster had that were strong enough to destroy all the dogs at once required a wind-up time. So he had the dogs constantly attacking, not all at once, but rather individually or perhaps 2 at a time, with a sneak attack by himself thrown into the mix. This kept him on the defensive, all the while increasing the number of opponents he had to fight. Eventually, Caster's prana would run out attempting to fight off all of them, and thus be torn to shreds by the waiting jaws. And he himself wouldn't have to lift a finger. And now it's time to dash. Suddenly, his eyes widened at what one of his dogs, which had randomly looked upwards at the sky, saw. More specifically, that something was coming down fast on his position. Shit. He quickly forced the summon's mouth opened and jumped out, not caring if Castor saw him. It was preferable to what was coming. He just made it too. Castor looked up just in time to watch Assassin appear out of nowhere above him, right before a bright flash of light seemed to cut through the air. When it had finished, the air suddenly shifted, revealing a giant green chameleon with a snake tail, as in the tail was literally the upper half of a snake he had seen earlier. It had two badly ripped wings on its upper back, a bandage about its center, and two oddly shaped horns coming out of the back of its head, one of which was snapped off and wrapped in bandages while the other had 4 black rods through it. Its left eye also had the Rinnegan. Not that it mattered much, since said head was currently falling off the creature's body, crashing to the ground before disappearing with a poof of smoke. Still, Castor had dealt with situations like this in the middle of battle before, so he did what he always did. He charged up his fist with magic and punched Assassin in the face again, not even giving his enemy time to dodge in midair. Assassin was sent flying, and the dogs behind him, now 7 in total, tried to attack while his back was turned, merging into a single, giant 7-headed dog to finish him for certain. That was a mistake. While such an action would increase their power and certainly made them far more intimidating, it also left a single large, rather slow target to hit, rather than 7 small, quick ones. Turning around, Castor breathed in and did what he should have done earlier. Lightning Flame Dragon's Roar. Demon Hunter, he heard a vaguely familiar voice cry out from behind him at the same time. A torrent of fire and lightning, much larger than the one he had used earlier against Assassin, erupted from his mouth, which was joined by the same blue-white light that had destroyed the chameleon. Together, the mass of power struck the mighty Cerberus, the great beast giving off a mighty howl of agony as it was consumed in the inferno. When it faded, the charred, fried body of the dog laid on the ground for a long moment, bisected cleanly in half, yet clearly not turning into 2 new beasts, before dissolving in much the same way as the green lizard from earlier had. Nice shot, Castor. Said servant turned to where the lizard had fallen, watching as the servant berserker, her blade once again a white-blue halberd, walked towards him. He grinned. Didn't think I'd see you guys so soon. What took you? Just enjoying the sights, came Soul's reply. Figured you could use some help. Castor shook his head. Nah, I've got this. Watch. Turning to where Assassin had gone, he watched as the servant got back to his feet, his mask now noticeably cracked and the lower half was starting to fall off his face, and then took another deep breath. Lightning Flame Dragon's Roar. Fire and lightning came down on the masked servant, who raised his hands in a futile effort to defend himself, like a torrent, obscuring him from sight as an explosion rocked the area. Castor turned back to Berserker when he finished. See? Nothing to worry about. He stopped when he saw Berserker's face slowly morph into one of shock, her eyes on Assassin's position, then heard Soul's voice. Dude, you might want to take a second look. Turning around, Castor beheld a sight that brought a chill to his spine. Assassin stood exactly where he had been when the attack had hit him, his arms still outstretched. However, to the shock of the 2 servants watching the battle, the fire and lightning from Castor's attack were literally being drawn to his hands and into his body, as if he was some sort of sponge. This was the power of the Preta Path, the ability to absorb any energy-based attack and convert it to energy for the user. Unbelievably useful against energy-based noble phantasms, and especially useful against the enemy Assassin had made for himself. When the half-masked servant was done, he paused for a moment as he felt his energy stores replenish and even become supercharged. Looking up, he observed the shocked expressions of his 2 opponents and deemed it was time. All right, now I have more than energy to summon it, he thought to himself. Thanks for that, Castor. You get to be the first person I ever decided to unleash this specifically upon to crush like a bug. Quickly making several more hand seals, he slammed his palm onto the ground. Kuchios, Geto Mazo, summoning, demonic statue of the outer path. City Hall. Saber made it to the building, stopping her bike near the entrance and quickly hurrying towards it, switching to her armor and drawing her sword. She hadn't missed the slugfest that was happening nearby at the park. In fact, a part of her wanted to join in and fight the combatants. However, Kiritsugu had ordered her to avoid combat when possible, at least until she was inside the building, and as much as she desired to fight, she could see the reasoning behind it. Within the building, the servants would be forced to resort to using their own skills rather than their flashy noble phantasms to avoid damaging the Grail, as any damage to it would render everything they had fought for null and void. Of the remaining 4, Berserker and herself were the one most suited to such combat, as Castor and Assassin could blow the entire building up if they used their stronger noble phantasms or even simply their more flashier moves, forcing them to use only their most basic magics and special powers. On the other hand, Berserker's scythe techniques could be contained to simply her blade to give her more cutting power, while Excalibur was the only move in Saber's own arsenal that could destroy the building. As such, they had the advantage. Before she opened the door, however, something stopped her. A brief feeling of doubt flickered in her mind as she stared at it, her sixth sense telling that something wasn't right about this, that something was behind that door waiting for her. However, she quickly shook her head, tightening her grip on Excalibur as she smashed the door open, ready for anything. All she got was a gust of wind with a swarm of leaves for her trouble. Saber brushed some of the green leaves out of face and hair, cautiously entering the building. It was completely dark, no lights on anywhere. It was far too quiet, and her instincts all but screamed, "Trap." Despite this, she traveled for almost 5 minutes without encountering a single other person or even a lit room. She was almost relieved when she heard the sound of metal shifting against metal. Pivoting on her heel, she swung her sword up, deflecting the strike aimed for her spine. A silver sword was all she saw of the figure before it pulled away, disappearing once again into the darkness. Saber glanced around in confusion, attempting to figure out where her assailant had gone, but the darkness served as a veritable cover. She gasped when she felt a sharp edge slice against her arm, feeling hot blood touch her skin as it left. She swung quickly where she felt the blow come from, but struck only air. Reacting on instinct, she swung again, deflecting the quick blade with her own in a brief shower of sparks. Once again, only the of her assailant was revealed before disappearing again. Saber ran, concentrating on the darkness as she did so, attempting to catch a glimpse of her elusive opponent, some shift in the darkness to indicate where it was hiding. Using her instinct, she parried another blow, and then another, still unable to find her enemy, even as her eyes continued to try and adjust to the dark even further. There. Saber swung again, deflecting yet another strike, but followed up with one of her own, finally hitting her opponent. A clang was heard as she did so, but it was not the sound of sword on sword. It was sword on armor. Without pause, she released invisible air while she still felt resistance against her blade. The explosion of wind from the attack actually sent her opponent into the air, while the light from her released blade gave her first good look at swordsman. The figure itself wasn't that large, though it appeared slightly bigger due to the red and black armor that completely encapsulated its form, giving no clue to the figure's gender due to its size. The single mass of steel covered every spare area of its form, and a face-covering helm with 2 horns sticking out of the sides only reinforced the image of a mighty knight. No crest adorned it anywhere, preventing any sort of identification. However, the silver sword that it held in its right hand was very familiar for some reason, but she couldn't quite place why. The warrior landed back on the ground, shaking her from her thoughts. As if realizing that Saber could now see it just fine in the darkness, it didn't bother to retreat as before. Instead, it assumed a fighting stance, its intent made clear. "Who are you?" Saber called to the dark figure. It made no movement, staying in its stance silently. Saber's eyes narrowed. Very well then. As a fellow knight, Saber returned the gesture, prepared for combat. For a moment, neither moved. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, they charged, steel shining in the brilliance of Excalibur's light. With Kiritsugu and Mia. Kiritsugu and Mia cautiously made their way down the halls of the Civic Center, taking note of areas that could potentially hold traps. True, they had encountered no such things in the brief time they had arrived, but it never hurt to be cautious. The 2 humans had arrived perhaps 3 minutes or so after Saber had entered through the front door, but had made their entrance through a side window, deciding that it was best to enter from a different point than the King of Knights. From there, they had begun traveling the inside of the building, finding that all the doors had been completely locked, and what doors they had broken down had nothing of importance in them. No sign of Kirai Koto mine anywhere. Kiritsugu muttered to himself, though Mia still heard him. "He can't be far," she responded, trying to keep him from sinking too deeply into his own world. He would never leave the location of the Grail's summoning of his own volition, especially with that battle going on outside. He grunted in acknowledgement. "True, but I'm also worried about Iri. Do you think he really meant it when he said he would allow no harm to come to the Lady Einsburn?" she asked him, the question having burned on her mind since he had first read the note. "From what I've seen, many of his direct actions have been to target you personally." "He only said that no unnecessary harm would come to her," he corrected. "A mind like his might very well consider killing to be unnecessary harm." She looked closely at his body and stance as she chose her next words, trying to gauge his exact state. "So you think that she's—" "Yes," he replied abruptly and strongly. "I'm afraid that she is." She immediately abandoned that line of conversation, the slight tightening of his hand around his pistol grip and the sudden tension in his shoulders telling her all she needed to know. However, before she could decide whether she should say anything else, Kiritsugu raised one of his hands, stopping her. Pointing, she saw what had caught his attention. Another door was in just a few feet in front of them. Until the previous few doors they had passed, however, this one was slightly ajar, with light shining out of it into the hall. It was about as obvious a hint to where Kirai was than if he had painted a sign that said, "Wannabe superheroes go this way," with an arrow pointing inside. Cautiously, Mia flanked Kiritsugu while the latter slowly approached the door, then jerked it open with his left hand, pointing the pistol in the right hand down the opening, Mia following suit. It was a false alarm, as upon getting a good look inside, they were greeted by the sight of another hall, at the end of which was a flight of stairs going down. The two looked at each, then Kiritsugu nodded, beginning to walk down the stairs. Mia followed closely behind, keeping her eyes peeled behind them just in case. The travel downstairs was more or less uneventful despite their initial beliefs, and they came upon a single door at the very end. Slowly, Kiritsugu opened it to reveal a darkened room before the numerous lights overhead lit a row at a time, revealing it to be a practically empty room with concrete walls and ceiling. Practically empty was the term because the room did hold one particular thing. As the last rows of light turned on, Kiritsugu and Mia beheld the sight of Kirai Kodomine, simply standing there with the barest of smirks on his face, arms clasped behind his back, and a long staff of wood attached to it. Welcome Kiritsugu and Mia Hizo, to the final battleground of the Fourth Holy Grail War, he said as he made a brief gesture with his right arm. It's not much, I admit, but I also personally find it rather fitting place. Cut the games, Kiritsugu replied, eyes narrowing at the man who had more or less become his greatest personal enemy in the war. You know why I'm here. Where's Ira? The priest quirked an eyebrow at that. I'm surprised you haven't already figured it. You of all people should know what happened to her. Mia glanced at her partner, worry and sadness briefly flittering across her features. Kiritsugu. The man himself took a small breath. So it's true. Iri is dead. He remembered when he first met her, hired by the Einsburns for the war, and saw her in a tank when the head of the family, Justachite von Einsburn, made her. How he was disgusted when Justachite's lack of care for her inexperience of society and cast her out into the snow-filled woods naked in a blizzard to prove her durability as a homunculus. How he personally went out into the wilderness to save her. He remembered teaching her, falling in love with her despite his best efforts, and her giving birth to their child Iliasville. Most of all, he remembered how she had supported his dream and wish, despite knowing what would have to be done to achieve it. Kirai seized on that moment of silence. See? Was there any reason to ask a question you already know the answer to? He asked rhetorically as he removed the staff from his back, stabbing it into the ground, then reaching into his pockets. But really now, we all know the real reason you're here. Let's not waste time. Kiritsugu didn't even bother to respond as he drew his Thompson contender, his eyes steeled with resolve. I will not let your sacrifice be in vain, Iri. I will not die here, and I will not let you take the grail from her, Kirai Kodomine. His opponent only smiled before rushing towards him at high speeds, each hand coming out of their pockets to reveal 3 black keys, coming out in a glow of blue light, at the ready to impale him. Kiritsugu then raised his Thompson contender and fired the origin shot, feeling a brief sense of déjà vu as he did so. Kirai wasn't daunted by the bullet as it came towards him, instead simply raising the blades in front of his face, channeling prana through them to force their blades to grow larger, forming a shield of steel against the shot. Kiritsugu was confused by the action despite himself. Kirai had been shot by the origin bullet before when he was using magecraft, so he knew firsthand the reason it was so dangerous was because it destroyed the magic circuits in the Magus's body, which was especially effective when the Magus in question used their magecraft to defend. He would have been better off trying to defend against it physically. So, it came as a complete shock to both of the former mercenaries when the blades literally shattered along with the bullet, yet Kirai still kept going as nothing had just happened. Unknown to both of them, one of the extra seals on Kirai's arm disappeared when he defended from the attack. Regardless, the priest was now in front of Kirai, cocking back one of his fists to strike. Kiritsugu quickly called upon his personal magecraft. Time alter, double XL. Kiritsugu's reaction speeds doubled, and to his eyes, everything around him seemed to moving at half speed. Ducking his head, he avoided Kirai's blow and kicked him in the chest, sending the priest back. He then attempted to reload his contender, trusting Mia to guard him as he did so. When he didn't hear the sound of gunfire, or even the rush of air as she raced past him to confront Kirai head-on, he turned his head in her direction, snapping the contender shut with an audible click. Mia, why aren't you dash? Getting a good look at his partner, Kiritsugu's eyes widened. Mia was still behind him, but her hands were up and touching the air as if she was being stopped by an invisible wall. Quickly placing his own hand out, he discovered definite resistance and couldn't force his way through. A barrier spell? How? Kiritsugu wondered as he looked back towards Kirai, his gaze catching onto to something behind the priest. The staff he had driven into the ground at the beginning was still there, but it had changed slightly. No longer was a simple wooden stick in the floor. Now several glowing runes were etched all over its surface, the glow spreading into the ground and fashioning itself like lines all across the floor and even up the walls. A quick glance was all the Magus killer needed to confirm that where the lines stopped, the barrier began. He looked back at Mia, noticing how she pointed to her mouth, yet no sound came out. It would appear there was a silencing spell interwoven with the barrier as well, and he could already tell there would be no way to break the barrier by conventional methods fast enough. It was obvious Kirai intended this final battle to be between the two of them only. Fine, Kiritsugu thought as he turned back towards his opponent, quickly drawing his Calico M950 submachine gun. Then we'll play your way, Kodo mine. Of course, Kirai was not idle in recovering from that kick. Hurriedly slamming his shoes into the ground, he put pressure behind the stomps to slow his movement, all the while going over Kiritsugu's technique in his mind. I see. So that's how he did it, he thought as he stopped himself from sliding any further. He had observed Kiritsugu use time alter several times in the forest, but this was the first time he actually got a good look at the move personally. He summoned several more keys, but not before removing his eye patch to reveal his Sharingan. Next time, I just need to increase my speed to compensate for his increased reaction time. He saw Kiritsugu glance behind him, no doubt just realizing that the barrier was up. Then looking back at the wooden staff he himself slammed into the ground. Ah yes, the staff. After realizing that Kiritsugu would no doubt bring his partner with him to fight, thus complicating things far more than necessary, Kirai had hit on the idea of using a barrier spell to keep her out, which was thankfully one of the spells he managed to master under Tokiomi's tutelage with average ability. However, the problem came with the fact that both Kiritsugu and Mia would no doubt be on the lookout for traps as when they got here. So the trick became trying to figure out the best way to separate them without drawing suspicion. Enter the wooden staff. It was inconspicuous, enough that they wouldn't think he placed the catalyst for the spell on it. Easy to carry around, strong, to the point it could take handgun bullet without fear of shattering. And since it was more or less simply a part of his artificial body, he could activate it simply by flaring his circuits with enough prana, though it was far easier if he was touching it. Plus, by having the spell's catalyst on hand, he could use it whenever he deemed it appropriate. So, when Kiritsugu used the origin bullet, he used the prana from his command seal to activate the barrier. At the same time, he transformed his black keys into a makeshift shield, powering the runes that made the barrier possible in the first place. He watched as Kiritsugu turned around again, taking his Calico out and pulling the trigger. Swinging his blades, Kirai began to deflect the bullets from his face as they shoot towards him, trusting the bulletproof vest and robes he was wearing, reinforced with Kevlar and Magecraft, to deflect the rest. It worked, not a single bullet touched flesh. Of course, even as the last shot left the Calico's barrel, Kiritsugu was already lifting the contender up for another shot. Without preamble, the mercenary fired the gun once more, the deadly shot heading straight for Kirai. Unlike last time, however, Kirai didn't use a command seal to shield himself. Instead, the priest actually smirked slightly as he literally just moved his body to the side, allowing the bullet to pass right by him, and kept moving forward. Kiritsugu's eyes widened. What? How could he have dodged that? Unknown to Kiritsugu, one of the Sharingan's most basic, though useful, skills was in its ability to grant incredible clarity of perception, enough to the point that one could track fast-moving objects like bullets. Combine that with the actual ability to dodge said moving objects, and it was but child's play for Kirai to avoid the shot. Not even slowing, Kirai hurled the 6 blades in his hands directly at Kiritsugu's vital spots, forcing the Magus Killer to use his abilities once again. Time Alter, Double XL. Once more, Kiritsugu's reaction time was doubled, allowing him to avoid the thrown weapons. Unlike before though, it wasn't enough to stop Kirai's own sped-up movements, courtesy of another command seal. The priest appeared right in front of Kiritsugu's face, and before the latter could fully register his presence, slammed his foot into the ground as he stepped forward, pulling back his left arm. It's over. With a sickening crunch, Kirai's fist smashed into his opponent's chest, right over the heart. Before Kiritsugu's body even went flying back from the strike, Kirai concentrated on his hand, forcing it to transform. A wooden stake emerged from the closed fist, piercing Kiritsugu's heart and out through his back even as the knockback from the earlier punch sent him flying away, crashing into the concrete wall with enough force to make a crater. That was 8 postures of the Buddha guards, a Bajiquan technique so powerful that the punch alone was strong enough to crush an opponent's heart and lungs. He added the stake as a sort of afterthought, just to drive in the irony of Kiritsugu getting killed with the very arm he destroyed that night several days ago. Even without it, Kiritsugu Amiya was certainly dead. So, as he turned away from Kiritsugu's crumpled form to deal with Mia, Kirai could be forgiven for not dodging the gunshot which tore through his right hand, leaving it useless. Turning towards his fallen opponent even as he leaped away out of instinct, Kirai's eyes widened as they locked with those of an injured, but very much alive Kiritsugu Amiya. How did he survive his heart being destroyed? Kirai thought in confusion as he continued to run, avoiding the Calico M950's rounds as Kiritsugu got back up, nursing his chest, now minus a hole, with his free hand. Thank God for Avalon, he thought thankfully. If he hadn't taken the time to implant the scabbard inside his body earlier that day, things would have ended far differently right here. Even so, it still didn't mean this was over. It only meant that the fight would be prolonged. And Kiritsugu, as he prepared to reload his Thompson once more, had every intention of being the survivor when it was all over. Assassin versus Caster/Berserker. Caster and Berserker liked to consider themselves very hard to impress when it came to threats. Quite honestly, They had every right to consider themselves so, as they had collectively seen and faced down almost impressive threat under the sun. Everything from dragons, witches, demons, mythical monsters, even mad gods they had faced down and ultimately defeated them all. Therefore, to say that they were impressed, as in terrified, of what assassin had summoned spoke volumes of what they were looking at, how alien it was compared to all those other things. Until the previous summons, which appeared in a puff of smoke, this one literally smashed its way out of the earth as if it had buried there and finally decided it was time to get out. To the assembled servants, it looked like it had spent a lot of time in the dirt too. It was a giant, earthen-colored humanoid statue with most of its body looking like it was in some stages of decay, with the lower half wrapped in some sort of dirty white robe. Several giant spike-like protrusions were sticking out of its back, and it had a white blindfold over its upper face with 9 holes in it, out of which poked its closed eyes. Its arms and ankles were bounded with giant shackles, and it had a massive scroll in its mouth, which was held there by 2 ropes extending from either side of its head under the blindfold. However, it wasn't the sense of size, power, or even the appearance of the statue which frightened them, nor was it even the sense of age that came from looking upon it. It was the feeling of incompleteness. Staring upon its form, both Berserker and Caster could tell that whatever it wasn't always like this. It was as if they were staring at the withered husk of something so much greater, a being that still clung to some form of the power it once held. It scared them because the power they were currently feeling was on par with some of the biggest threats they had ever faced. To realize that whatever it was potentially even stronger. What on earth? Berserker whispered as she got a good look at it. Assassin smirked. Go. At his command, the scroll in its mouth detached from the right side rope, falling from its position and hanging from its left ear like some sort of earring. With its mouth free, a primal roar emerged from it as the creature shattered its shackles with a brief flex of its arms and legs, the sound echoing throughout all of Fuyuki. If possible, the 2 servants and 1 weapon felt the hairs on the backs of their heads rise even further at the sound. With Waver and Soliyui. Waver, watching alongside Soliyui from a safe distance away to avoid being attacked by assassin, only had one thing to say. What the hell is that thing? He barely avoided screaming, sweat falling down his face as he stared. Soliyui, I didn't respond, simply staring in fear at the creature that had appeared, and feeling a chill creep down her spine at the sound of its roar. I don't know. She finally responded shakily, both in voice and in body. Ivy never seen anything like this. Waver looked at her for a moment, realizing she was even more scared than he was. A strange feeling overtook him upon seeing her sweating, frightened face, the feeling any decent man feels when he sees a scared woman, the desire to comfort and say that it would be okay. Of course, he, being only a young teenager who probably never felt the urge to do before and had no idea how to properly do that, settled for simply taking her left hand into his own, giving it a firm squeeze of reassurance. She looked down at him in surprise, and he gave her a smile of courage that he didn't at all feel. Hey, we still got Caster, right? If he can beat dragons and demons, he can beat something half dead, right? We just got to believe in him. Despite herself, she did feel some slight encouragement at his words. And after all, if things really went to hell, she could just use a command seal, and suddenly, she realized there was a way to still win this. Looking down at her 2 remaining seals, she remembered what happened at the docks when Waver had used his. A small grin crossed her face as her mind started to figure out the potentials of what she could do. Yes, she replied. We just need to believe in him. Of course, a little sideline help wouldn't hurt either. With Saber, silver struck against gold as the 2 knights dueled each other to the death. Saber had to give her opponent credit. Whoever it was, the warrior was matching her at almost every turn, even despite not being a fellow servant. Questions abounded in her mind as she parried her opponent's blows, such as who this person was, why it was here, and how on earth it was matching her blow for blow. While she could accept its ability to strike at her earlier as being able to move about in the dark and possessing the element of surprise, now they fighting each other in single combat, and it was still holding its own. That was the crux of what was wrong with this image. Servants were no ordinary humans. While they may have been so once in life, they were now heroic spirits, beings that accomplished great deeds in life and, after their deaths, became the object of worship and lore. They were above and beyond mere humans, existences closer to the levels of so-called gods. A servant, being a nothing more than a heroic spirit summoned by the Grail, were therefore far above and beyond the level of humanity. The number of beings who could possibly fight and defeat a servant, on equal footing and face-to-face no less, on the planet at this moment could likely be counted on one hand. On the other side of the world, 5 warriors, 4 of which belonging to a certain secret group, all resisted the sudden urge to sneeze. It just doesn't make any sense, she thought as she avoided another swing. But more importantly than the impossibility of a normal person matching a servant, though Saber was beginning to doubt normal could describe the Black Knight before her, was the sense of familiarity. Something about the way the knight in front of her fought, The way it moved and countered her blows teased at her memories like an incessant itch. The fact that the sword in its grip was so familiar to Saber's memory that she just tasted its name on her tongue wasn't helping matters either. "Who are you?" she asked again, deflecting yet another strike aimed for her shoulder. "As a fellow knight, I would ask that you reveal yourself to me. Arturia, known in life as the King of Britain and leader of the Knights of the Round Table." The only response she got was a sword aimed for her face, which managed to scratch her cheek, blood trickling from the cut down her face. She narrowed her eyes. Several times beforehand, she had ordered the fighter in front of her to give its name, and every time she had been met with either total silence or occasionally a low, dark chuckle, which was distorted by the helmet so much that she still couldn't even tell the gender from the sound. Well, if her opponent wouldn't follow the code of chivalry that dictated they give each other their names, then she would play by the same rules or lack thereof. Disengaging from combat, she moved back perhaps 10 feet, a distance over which her opponent did not follow, and then just as quickly rushed forward. Holding Excalibur with one hand, she swung it back, aiming for her opponent's chest. It was an incredibly easy-to-see attack, easy to follow, and easy to block. Almost contemptuously, the Black Knight raised its sword to deflect it. Then Saber used Prana Burst. In that instant, both the speed and force of the originally awkward attack was doubled, smashing into the unprepared knight's not-quite finished guard and cutting across its chest. She had been holding back the usage of the technique at first, preferring to fight her opponent on equal footing, but the knight's stubborn refusal to reveal its secret finally forced her hand. That was not the point of the attack, however. Saber, still moving forward, reached out with her free hand towards her opponent's helm, her intent clear to anyone watching. She felt no regret at what she was about to do. After all, knights who refused to identify themselves were often unmasked in some or another, usually when they were defeated and the victorious knight removed it to show their faces. Besides, if it was truly somehow someone who she once knew, she was curious as to why they would so stubbornly refuse to show themselves. Her fingers closed about the right horn, and with a jerk Saber yanked the concealing helm off her opponent. Flush with that small victory, she turned to finally take a good look about upon her opponent's previously hidden face. The helmet fell to the ground from suddenly nerveless fingers with a clang as Saber got it. Like a deer in the headlights, she froze. Her mind looked upon what her eyes saw and immediately denied it, knowing for a fact that it shouldn't be that face, that it couldn't be that face. But her eyes insisted that that was who was in front of her. She thought she was prepared to challenge whoever it was underneath the armor, but she never thought that that face would be one that looked back at her. With the helmet removed, Saber could now see her opponent was in fact female, quite young in fact. Fair, light blonde hair framed the knight's face, fashioned in a style very similar to Saber's own, the face itself that of a fair, young girl, with rather beautiful green eyes. What was so disturbing was the resemblance between their visages. The knight before her literally looked like her identical twin. In fact, if one was to take the clothing that either of them were wearing and switch it between them, they would swear that they were looking at the same person, so much so that without prior knowledge of the switch, one would never be able to tell it happened at all. Of course, that was if one was simply looking at appearance. If one stared into their eyes, the windows to their souls, they would see that the reality couldn't have been further from the truth. While both of their eyes burned with fire, Saber's eyes shone with calmness and the sadness of loss, that of a ruler ready to do whatever was necessary to protect her people, regardless of the personal cost. The helmless knight's eyes, in contrast, shone with cruelty and the joy of battle, those of a warrior who cared not for her own life, as long as they made everyone who wronged them suffered. Saber suddenly had a feeling she knew why the knight had refused to give her name. It was all to make this moment of realization so much sweeter. The black and red armored knight's mouth twisted into a vicious smile as she raised her sword. Clarent, Saber realized, the very blade that took her mortal life, to her head in a mock salute, seeming to take great pleasure in the look upon her opponent's face and only giving proof to Saber's belief. "Hello, father." The servant of the sword finally found it in herself to respond, her voice like that of one who has seen a ghost. An angry, vengeful, and threatening ghost. Mordred. Author note. Da-da-da. How many of you guys were expecting that? Now Assassin has brought out his trump card. Soli UI is ready to use her second command seal. Kiritsugu and Kirii are finding each other to be harder to crack than they first thought, and Saber confronts her greatest fear. Should be interesting. And before anyone in the know asks, yes, I'm aware that Mordred's armor is not black and red. But cut me some slack, if I did go with the original armor, Saber would have figured out who it was almost instantly, Clarent or not. Don't worry, the battles will be solved by next chapter, and the two final servants will remain for the Grail. But until then, stay vigilant, my friends and readers. Chapter 24. The Wheel of Fate is turning. Fuyuki Park. Castor and Berserker, two of remaining four servants of this Holy Grail War, watched as the monstrosity their common enemy Assassin summoned finished its massive battle cry, lowering its head to get a good look at the opponents it had been called to destroy. Luckily for the two of them, they finally got over their sense of horror at staring at the thing around that point. So, what's the game plan? Soul asked quite calmly. Because I don't have any. Same here, Castor added. I've got nothing. Berserker glanced at the two of them, realizing it now fell to her to say something. She mumbled awkwardly for a moment, then was snapped out of it by the sound of humming. Looking up, the three realized that the spikes on the statue's back were now glowing with blue light, and it was getting brighter. Okay, Berserker finally said. If we survive that, Castor can fight the giant statue, and Soul and I will keep Assassin from trying to shoot him in the back. Sound good to you guys? Awesome, Soul replied quickly, watching as the lights got brighter. I'm totally on board with that plan. Hey, who said I was going to fight that thing? Castor yelled indignantly, glancing away at the orbs of light that were beginning to spark electricity. I object. Too bad. It's 2-1 in our favor, so suck it up. You don't even count, Metalhead. Assassins sighed at their antics. Just fire. The bolts of energy did just that, 6 shooting off from the spike projections to obliterate the enemy, focused onto Castor, while the other 2 aimed for Berserker. Immediately, the 2 servants responded with their own attacks. Lightning Flame Dragon's Roar. Demon Hunter. Fire, lightning, and spiritual energy met pure chakra in a massive explosion that briefly obscured the battlefield. Berserker turned back to Castor. We don't exactly have many options right now. I don't have the power to hold that thing off, and if we can kill Assassin, it'll disappear. All right, fine. Castor cut her off. Just keep him off me, okay? He raced out of the smoke before she could answer, making a beeline towards the giant. Come on, you walking corpse. I'll burn you to the ground. Berserker, though miffed slightly at his interruption, quickly twirled Soul around for their part. Ready, Soul? Yeah, let's do it. Soul resonance. Once more, the black blood dress surrounded Berserker's form, Soul transforming to his black keyboard scythe form. With Korea grunted in pain as he placed a hand over his chest, feeling his heart rate speed up. While the nerve-wracking pain had already begun roughly around the moment Berserker had started to fight seriously with the Demon Hunter, the new wave that spread through his body was proof she was getting ready to go all out. The only reason he knew she wasn't doing so yet was because he wasn't screaming at the top of his lungs. He took deep breaths, trying to become accustomed to the fresh wave of agony, then let out another gasp as another surge hit him. Damn it, he muttered. Got to keep it together for them. The battle. She looked towards Assassin, who was now watching her with a silent expression. Upon realizing he had been spotted, he simply reached behind his back, pulled a scroll out, and opened it, smashing his hand onto a symbol on the center of the paper. With a poof of smoke, the scroll was gone, revealing a gun by, the very same one he had carried with him into battle against Ryder and Castor last night. Unknown to Berserker, he had actually gone back after his opponents had left the docks to pick it up. It was quite literally a one-of-a-kind. Connecting the chain to his right arm, he turned towards Berserker. Well, let's begin, shall we? Berserker responded with a yell as she charged, Soul at the ready. Castor ran up towards the ghetto statue, gathering magic into his palms. All right, I just need to hold that thing off until they can beat Assassin. Easy enough. I just need to get its attention and dash. He was interrupted when the statue roared once again, cocking its arm back to attack him. Well, that solves that problem, he amended as gathered more magic into his legs, waiting until the statue had already thrown the punch before acting. Fire Dragon's Claw. A burst of flames erupted from his feet, the force propelling him up and over the descending fist. Falling onto the statue's arm, he began to run up it towards its head. As the mighty being began to lift its other arm to knock him off, Castor used another Fire Dragon's Claw combined with his prana burst flames, propelling himself across the remaining distance towards its face, fist cocked back with fire and lightning completely surrounding it and his forearm. Lightning Flame Dragon's Firing Hammer. Castor smashed it into the statue's face, just above its jaw area, transferring all of his forward momentum into it as well. That blow would have sent a skyscraper off its supports to the ground. The thing didn't even budge. With a quickness one wouldn't expect for something so big, the statue bashed Castor away from its face as if it was swatting a fly. The servant, while completely winded by the blow and flying through the air, didn't stop trying. Lightning Flame Dragon's Roar. His signature attack smashed into the statue, which managed to just barely get arms up in front of its face as everything from the shoulders up was consumed by fire and lightning. Castor grinned at the sight. How'd you like that, huh? He wheezed briefly, still a little winded. This time, it took all of 2 steps back. Castor's eyes widened as it uncrossed its arms, showing that aside from some scorch marks, burns here and there, smoke, and the blindfold on its face was burned off, it was perfectly fine and not missing any important pieces. Castor found himself on the receiving end of its fist once again as it struck him like a freight train and kept going, aiming straight for the ground underneath them. This is gonna suck, was Castor's only thought. The next thing he saw was black. Berserker's scythe met Assassin's gun by with a clang as the 2 servants swung away at each other. Disengaging, she swung again, trying to catch him off guard from his left side, only to be stopped by a black rod that suddenly appeared in that hand. She had to give him credit. Despite not using his intangibility, Assassin was still managing to block most of her blows, and even what ones that made it past his guard to strike his body left only gashes, never penetrating deeply and making a screeching noise like metal when she pulled Soul out. "That metal body of yours sure is tough," Berserker admitted as she blocked another of Assassin's blows. "Makes me wonder why you ever bothered to use your whole phasing through attacks power in the first place if you can just tank what we hit you with." "Personal preference," Assassin responded. "I don't like using these powers much, not quite as experienced with them as I'd like to be. And it's not quite as invincible as I'd like either." He then blocked Soul's next swing, thrusting the black rod in his grip towards Berserker's chest. To his surprise, it literally bounced off as if she was wearing steel-plated armor. "Besides, it's not like you're lacking in protection either." She swung Soul again, this time aiming for the rod and successfully knocking it out of his hand. Touché. While on the outside she appeared rather calm and collected, her mind was a flurry of activity. "Soul, can you get a lock on his soul wavelength?" Berserker asked her partner mentally as she avoided another swing towards her head, bringing him around only to be blocked by the war fan. "I don't think we can hurt him otherwise." "I'm trying, Maka," Soul responded calmly, though she could just hear a touch of anxiousness in his tone. "But this guy's got one of the most complex wavelengths I've ever seen. I'm still trying to figure it out, so it could take a bit." "We don't have forever, Soul," she responded as she jumped back, avoiding another black rod thrown at her head. Quickly placing her hand on Soul's keyboard, she struck several keys in a seemingly random pattern. Sound shock. To Assassin's surprise, they literally emitted what appeared to be musical notes, flying straight towards him. They then exploded in his face. Assassin came flying out of the smoke, his sleeves torn from the explosion. Interesting. Compressed sound waves with enough pressure to create shock waves when they collapse on themselves, not to mention being strong enough to actually damage the Azura path, he thought to himself. An impressive technique. He watched as she sent several more towards him, holding his hands out in front of himself. However, the notes exploded once more, kicking up a cloud of dust from the concussive force. Berserker charged straight into it, bringing up Soul for a finisher. Demon Hunter. She stopped when she felt like she hit a steel wall, unable to move Soul any further. No matter how much she strained forward, she couldn't budge an inch. You really shouldn't rush into situations like that, you know. The dust cleared, giving Berserker a clear look at Assassin, who, compared to what he looked like before the explosion, had not taken a single scratch. Around his body, what appeared to be a translucent shield had formed a bubble barrier, upon which Soul had smashed against. "How dash," she managed to get out in surprise. "That attack wasn't magic. How did you neutralize the sound waves if they weren't magic?" "They may not have been magic," Assassin replied, "but this ability works with any energy-based attack. Sound is nothing more than vibrations, pressure waves that carry energy through objects, be it the air, water, or even other living beings. Absorb that energy, and the waves cease to exist, leaving, at best, just a little noise." He then tilted his head. And speaking of energy attacks, Berserker watched in horror as blue-white energy began to seep off of Soul's blade and into the barrier, being drawn into Assassin's hands as if they were vacuum cleaners. She could literally feel Soul's, and by extension her own, prana literally being sucked away. With a mighty heave, she yanked Soul off the barrier, feeling relief as the prana drain stopped, but unprepared for Assassin's next strike. The Servant of Shadows made several hand gestures, then breathed in. Katan, Hozenka no Jutsu, Fire Release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. A volley of small fireballs came from his mouth, flying in an erratic pattern towards her, to which she responded with another round of sound shock, with smaller notes colliding and exploding near the flames to put them out. Berserker's eyes widened again when she realized there were fast-moving metal objects in the flames as well. Jumping back, she avoided the shuriken as they thudded into the ground where she had been but a moment earlier. However, in the process, she took her eyes off of Assassin. In an instant, the Servant of Shadows was in front of her, both arms converted into cannons. Deburu Shura no Ko Double Azura Attack. Unprepared for the sudden attack, Berserker and Soul were consumed by the blast, screaming as the power ripped through them and sent them flying away. When it faded, Assassin looked in the general direction of the blast and saw a fallen form of the mad servant, who simply laid there unmoving. As he began to walk towards them, though, he stopped as he saw the black-dressed servant slowly lift herself off the ground, leaning against her weapon's shaft for support like an old man on a cane. "Not bad," Assassin admitted as he had his right arm grow a long, wooden spear out of the palm. "That shot would certainly have killed you without that dress armor. But it's over now." Berserker looked up at him, the fire in her eyes still as strong as ever, even as their eyelids fluttered with effort to stay open. "Not yet. I've almost got a lock on his wavelength," Soul told her through the link. "Just gotta hold on a little longer." Assassin pulled the spear out of his hand, then picked back up his fallen gunbai, dual-wielding the weapons. He tensed, prepared to rush forward, and Berserker gripped Soul even tighter, prepared to counter his attack even in her injured condition. The sound of something crashing to the ground distracted them both momentarily. Looking over to where the explosion had happened, they were just in time to watch the ghetto statue lift its foot to turn Castor, the source of the explosion, into a human pancake. Assassin actually stopped himself from charging and settled in to watch, feeling an intense sense of amusement at seeing Castor in the very same position he himself was in last night. Karma's a real bitch, huh, Castor? Waver and Soli UI. Waver's eyes widened as he saw the small figure of Castor get smashed into the ground by the statue, which then began to lift its foot for the probable finisher. Oh crap, he muttered, then turned to Soli UI. You might want to dash. I know, she replied quickly and nervously. I'm on it. She lifted her hand, allowing the 2 seals remaining to start glow. By the power of my command seal. Civic Center, Theater. Iris feels body laid on a table in the stage of the theater within the Civic Center. Her face managed to combine both equal parts of peacefulness and sadness, as if she had found peace in the end, yet could not truly come to terms with her passing. Her red eyes remained shut, and at first glance, seeing her lay there so peacefully with her hands resting on her chest, one might even believe she was merely sleeping. Without warning, a flame erupted from her clothes right above her heart, quickly moving across her form to completely encompass it, turning it to ash. The ashes of IRI then merged together, forming a golden grail with intricate designs on it. It then started to float just above where Irisfield's body previously laid. At last, the time of my return is at hand. Within the grail, red and black mud began to form and slowly rose upwards. And your destiny of destruction shall be fulfilled, my friend. It then began to slowly trickle out of it and onto the table, slowly disintegrating it with steam slowly rising. As glad as I am about that, you're still being an idiot. You can't grant a wish with only 4 servants gone, even if 2 of them had 2 servants worth of prana and another had almost 3's worth. It's just not possible with 4 other ones relying on your existence at the same time. The spirit of Angra Mainyu laughed. O ye of little faith, they will be joining us very shortly. In the hole, Castor, his lightning aura gone, simply laid in crater his impact had caused, half buried in rubble, looking up at what was going to be the instrument of his death. You know, out of all the ways I thought I'd die, being squashed like a bug by a giant statue is something that never would have made that list. This really is a new low for me. It was true. Despite himself, and the undeniable proof he was about to die, he couldn't help but be annoyed by the indignity of it all. Here he was, fighting a war between some of the strongest humans, well, mostly humans, around, and he was about to die by the foot of statue. What a lame way to go. Yet again, here he was, having used up way more energy than he thought he would during this fight, buried in a ton of rubble, unable to reactivate lightning flame dragon mode safely because of his carelessness, and now about to die. Damn it, he thought to himself. I swear this is how Assassin felt when I hit him in the ground. Jerk's probably laughing his ass off behind the mask. What would Soli UI and Waver say if they saw me like this? By the power of my command seal, I order you, Castor, to destroy this monster once and for all, came Soli UI's voice in his head, almost as if in answer. Castor's eyes widened as he suddenly felt new strength flow through his body, power surging through his body in response to the command. He felt as if he hadn't had to fight anyone for days, filled with energy, just waiting to be used. With this sudden newfound strength, he managed to disentangle himself from the rubble and avoid the statue's foot, letting it smash the ground fruitlessly. Wow, is this what Ryder felt like? He wondered briefly, remembering how Ryder had been able to function at levels far beyond what he should have able to during the dock battle, showing speed and strength far greater than what he had ever shown before, even suffering what should have been a fatal injury and still going on for some time afterwards. He looked up towards the giant statue, suddenly feeling a whole lot more confident. Well, let's do it right this time. Summoning the flame of rebuke, he lifted the golden flame to his mouth, prepared to bring out his ultimate noble phantasm once again. Of course, someone wasn't about to take that lying down. Oh no you don't. Assassin thought as he ignored Berserker, his thoughts all on stopping the pink-haired servant just a ways from him. I had enough of that last time. He activated the Azura path, growing an extra 2 pairs of arms and transforming all 6 of them into cannon form, dropping his 2 melee weapons and taking direct aim for Castor. Taju Shura no Ko multiple Azura attack. 6 bursts of energy combined into a massive beam that rocked towards the servant of magic. Sufficient power to decimate an entire city block. It cut a trench into the earth as Castor turned towards it, surprise on his face and unprepared to react. Shit, he thought as he caught sight of it. I can't dodge that in time. Assassin felt his face twist into a smile. Finally, one servant down and the other, already injured, would go just as quickly. Unfortunately for Assassin, his luck came to a halt as that injured servant wearing a black dress with a giant black keyboard scythe jumped right in front of Castor, her blade glowing with an intense bright light. Kishin Hunter. The servant of insanity looked like shit. Her dress was torn in several areas, smoking from where it had been blasted the worst. and what skin that hadn't been covered by the dress or had been not covered well enough was clearly burnt by the heat from the assassin's last attack. Despite this, the grip she held on Sol was still as strong as ever, and her eyes still burned with their inner fire of determination. The reason for this was simple. The black blood that made up her dress wasn't just surrounding her skin, it was also inside her body, serving as a second barrier that sealed any internal injuries she received and began to instantly heal them, reinforcing her bones and muscles to keep fighting. True, there was always the risk of going insane, but it was one well worth taking in fights like this. After all, if she hadn't had that, she and Sol would have died against Assassin's Blast. Swinging her blade straight down the middle of the attack, Berserker strained against it, her body being forced back and the dress ripping even further from the power of Assassin's beam attack. However, she gritted her teeth and stood firm, putting as much power as she could spare behind the hunter technique. Korea, just hold on, she prayed silently as she felt her arms start to shake, even with the black blood reinforcing them. With Korea's eyes widened considerably as unimaginable pain gripped every part of his body all at once. The pain from before a mere bee sting compared to what he was feeling now. Ghhh, he screamed as felt his blood begin to burst out of his veins before suddenly stopping. He clutched his heart, which felt like he was running a race, and clenched his teeth. I won't die here. Damn it, he got out through his gritted teeth before screaming again. I made a promise, and I'm not going to break it. Zoken watched from the eyes of one of his familiars, grinning at the sight. You choose this path of your own free will, Korea, he chuckled darkly. And now, you will suffer of your own free will. Inside the City Hall/Civic Center. Sir Mordred. When people familiar with the traditional Arthurian legends hear that name, they think of the Knight of Treachery, the son of King Arthur and his evil sister Morgan Le Fay, the warrior who led the rebellion that destroyed Camelot, who betrayed his father when he was at his weakest, and ultimately, dealt the fatal injury that would cause Arthur to leave for Avalon. A dark shame on the glory of the Knights of the Round Table, even more than Sir Lancelot himself, that would forever be remembered only for his evil deeds and none of the good. A mere villain, nothing more. Of course, as Saber, the great king of that legend, could attest to, legends were often just as much fiction as they were truth. And while Mordred was certainly her child, as well as the knight who betrayed Camelot, led the rebellion, and killed Saber herself, there was also so much that was never said or never gotten right. The fact that Mordred was actually a girl being one such thing. Mordred was indeed her child, due to Merlin, Saber's loyal wizard and confidant, turning her into a pseudo-male for a time in order to foster the illusion that she was a man capable of producing sperm. Her evil sister Morgan enchanted her, stealing some of her sperm and developing it within her own ovary to create Mordred, who was an artificial homunculus clone of herself, much like how Irisveal was apparently a clone of one of the first homunculus ever created by the Einspurns. What? The unmasked knight asked sarcastically at mention of her name. You were expecting maybe Lancelot. Why are you here, Mordred? Saber responded, her voice becoming stronger as she recovered slightly. In fact, the better question is, how are you here? You're dead and gone, just as all the others are, all of the other knights. Her daughter scoffed, a very unladylike sound, but Mordred had never been one for acting like a lady during life anyways. How rude, father. The first time I see you in centuries, and that's all you can say? She then gestured to their surroundings. I think I'm quite alive and still here, don't you? I'm as real as the room we're in right now, that sword mark on your face, and those other people you've been fighting all this time. The smirk on her face then disappeared, her eyes narrowing dangerously. As to why I'm here, I think that's quite obvious, don't you? The tightening of her sword hand was Saber's only warning as the Black Knight charged forward, bringing her sword up for a crushing blow. Saber managed to get her own up in time, meeting Clarent with a clang, but was unprepared for the armored foot in her gut. Saber was knocked back, followed by her enemy, bloodlust filling her eyes. I'm here to kill you. Battle. Mock-up. Sol yelled as he watched Berserker begin to falter under the ferocity of Assassin's beam attack. I can't hold it much longer. Just a little more, she grunted through gritted teeth as she pushed Sol forward. See, come on. That kid just doesn't know when to give up, does she? Assassin wondered to himself before his eyes widened, suddenly realizing that he was running out of strength to safely keep firing. Well, looks like her tenacity paid off this time. He let off the pressure, allowing her attack to emerge victorious. With a mighty yell, she cleaved the mighty beam in two like a parting sea and protected both Castor and herself. What are you waiting for? She yelled as she looked back at his surprised face. Hurry up and get rid of that thing. Castor smiled. Thanks, he replied before turning his attention back to the statue, which was gathering energy into its spikes once more. Now then, let's get dangerous. He consumed the flame with a single bite. Once more, 6 beams of energy erupted from the spiked protrusions on the statue's back, all of them racing towards the pink-haired servant, each almost twice as big as the previous ones. Castor turned his head towards the beams and simply ignited ends of his arms and feet with golden flame. With a simple jump and twirl, he smashed each and every one of the beams with his ignited body parts, completely dispelling them. He grinned, his teeth becoming more draconic as he did so. Now that's more like it. Activating Fire Dragon's Claw in addition to his Prana Burst, Castor shot off the ground and into the sky like a rocket towards the statue, crossing the distance so fast that even Assassin couldn't keep up with the Sharingan. In comparison, the statue's movements looked like that of a glacier. Whoa! Soul whistled as he watched Castor, who looked like a giant fireball with two long flames trailing behind it. Head straight for the statue's chest, the statue itself swinging its fist towards him. He's like a ball that can't stop bouncing no matter how many times you hit it back down. Berserker nodded, then looked back towards Assassin, who had also returned his attention to them. Yeah, but we've got our own fight to finish now. She charged, bringing Soul's still glowing blade up for a killing strike. The Servant of Shadows returned to using simply a single pair of arms, then lifted both of his dropped weapons upwards to intercept the incoming scythe. To his shock, the gunbai and spear, which had performed admirably well up to this point, were sliced apart under the scythe blade, coming straight down onto his head. Only by jumping back did he avoid getting his head chopped in half vertically. He didn't come out of it without injury, though. The edge cut straight through what was left of his mask, as well as cutting along the surface of his skin from his upper face down his neck and upper chest. A spurt of blood emerged from the injury as he stopped moving back, throwing his wrecked spear to the ground. Making several hand seals, he breathed in before Berserker could attempt to follow up. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. A giant fireball emerged from his mouth, rocketing towards his opponent as he reached up and pulled off the remains of his mask with a jerk. Just as he finished, he watched as the fireball was literally split down the middle as a familiar light parted it, revealing a determination-faced Berserker. Damn, he thought to himself as he looked down at the gunbai, noticing how the upper quarter had been cut clean through and off. I didn't think that she could use such strength or that her scythe could get so damn sharp. Channeling his prana into it, he watched as it began to glow with a deep, sky blue light. But this should solve that. He looked up and swung the war fan, colliding with Berserker's overhead strike in a burst of prana. To his satisfaction and her shock, the gunbai held its own against the Kishin Hunter blade, both visibly straining to make some headway. Disengaging, the two combatants swung again and again, each time their weapons ricocheting off each other. Soul, you done yet? Berserker demanded her partner as they continued to trade blows, irritation creeping into it. Just a little longer. Soul returned unhelpfully. I'm sick of hearing that. I'm serious this time. Just let me dash. A bright flash of light accompanied the statue's roar, surprising the two fighting servants and attracting their attentions towards it. What they saw was a sight they wouldn't forget. Castor felt the familiar sense of raw power as his dragon force spread through his body, enhancing his powers far beyond their normal levels at that of a dragon's. Shooting upwards towards the giant statue, he literally felt like he was on cloud 9, as if nothing on earth that could stop him. Let's see how it handles this, he thought as he got closer to the statue's chest. I'll smash it right back in the ground. The ghetto statue cocked its arm back to strike him again, having decided it wasn't going to let him get near that point without a fight. Swinging its arm with surprising speed, the statue's fist quickly filled Castor's entire vision, intending to make him get reacquainted the ground. He had no intentions of having a second date. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Castor yelled as he gathered the golden flames into his fist, becoming so tightly packed that he couldn't even see the hand inside. Cocking his fist back, he swung it straight at the center of the giant's own. The two attacks collided with each other while Castor was still in the air, both of the combatants straining to overpower the other, and Castor was actually matching the statue's raw strength. However, of the two of them, he knew that he was the one with a time limit. If he didn't hurry up and end it, the ghetto statue could probably finish him in a match of stamina. He grimaced. Didn't think I'd have to use this. He mumbled, then shook his head. But looks like I've got no choice. Blue lightning began to join the flame shroud, making it appear even bigger and more violent. Gritting his teeth, Castor swung his other fist around, the new element surrounding it. Lightning Flame Dragon's Iron Fist. The second fist joined the first, and the statue was the one who was overwhelmed. It was pushed back, its arm flying away from Castor as if it had struck a brick wall, and took 3 steps in backwards as it tried to regain its footing. He didn't give it that chance. Using Prana Burst, Castor rocketed towards the statue's midsection, the fire and lightning surrounding his entire form seemingly solidifying into a full-body shield. In an instant, he was right in front of the statue, twirling his body like a tornado with his head aimed straight ahead at its chest. Hidden Fire Form, Crimson Lotus, Exploding Lightning Phoenix Blade. Castor struck the statue like a juggernaut, literally burrowing into the body like a drill as the fire and lightning started to tear apart its form, creating massive cracks that spread throughout its body. He didn't stop, even as he felt his prana reserves start to drop significantly. Just a little more. The statue roared as its body began to be destroyed from the stress of the attack, trying to reach down with its arms to grab the insignificant ant that had wounded it so badly. Castor would have none of that. It's over, he roared as he gathered all the power he could spare and still maintained physical form into his arms, the golden flames in one hand and the blue lightning in the other. Dragon Slayer's secret art revision, Crimson Lotus, exploding lightning blade. A massive vortex of magic was released as he spun his arms into a circle, fire and lightning crashing into the ghetto statue's form and destroying everything they struck. It filled the cracks and hole created by Castor's previous spell as well, consuming the being from the inside. With an ear-splitting roar, the ghetto statue's upper half literally exploded, its pieces flying everywhere to crash to the ground, assuming those pieces weren't destroyed by the flames. Its head, missing its lower jaw and 3 of its eyes gone, smashed into the earth but 5 feet from Assassin, its eyes staring at its summoner almost accusingly. The lower half stood for a few moments like a giant monument, then fell to the ground with a tremendous crash. The great summon then disappeared in a puff of smoke, just as the other summons had done earlier. Berserker and Assassin just stood there, their eyes locked onto where the ghetto statue had stood but a few moments before, their brains attempting to process just what they had seen. With 2 blows, Castor had eliminated a giant that had just previously smashed him into the ground with no effort. For a moment, Assassin truly was glad that the Servant Avenger had died so early in the war. If those 2 had ultimately been the ones to fight for the Grail's possession, he shuddered to think of the fallout. Those 2 could have destroyed all of Fuyuki from just the clash of their attacks alone. He admitted to himself as he gazed at where Castor had been. I suppose I should be thankful that they're now both dead. He stopped as his Sharingan began to see something, his eyes widening. Impossible. Maka, Soul said over their link, breaking her out of stupor. Can you sense Castor's soul? Huh? Yeah, just hold on a moment. She concentrated, focusing her presence detection onto the area, but didn't get very far when she heard a familiar voice. Hey Berserker. Castor's voice ran out, slowly coming to his feet as he got up from his previous position on the ground, perhaps 10 feet from her current position. Guess I didn't need you to beat this thing after all. The Servant of Magic looked horrible. His body was covered in scratches, cuts, a few bruises, and a whole bunch of soot, but he still stood tall and proud, his eyes not losing any of their fire. Amazing, Berserker breathed. He beat that thing by himself. Unbelievable, Assassin muttered. Castor heard him. Huh, you better believe it. I just took down your reject of a demon. He then assumed a fighting stance. Now, all I've got to do is kick your ass. That's enough, Castor. Head up towards the Civic Center. His eyes widened. Master, he asked confusedly, where are you? Exactly where Waver and I were earlier. I'm just using my connection as your master to speak with you, came the reply. But now's not the time to think about that. You need to head on towards the Grail. What? No way, he replied. I still have to beat Assassin. You're in no condition to that. Your prana reserves are too low, and he could easily end up killing you. Sola Ui responded heatedly. Besides, there's still Saber to deal with. No doubt she's already arrived there, and probably waiting for someone to come. So, he heard her sigh over the link. So, you have the best advantage against her than all the other servants. Apparently, Saber has a dragon attribute, and therefore is especially vulnerable to dragon-slaying techniques. Even with her high magic resistance, you'll still be able to hurt her. While neither of the other 2 servants could tell what was being said by his master, they got the gist of what she was ordering him to do. Assassin didn't really care if he did head towards the Civic Center. He could tell by using his Sharingan that Castor's prana reserves were getting low, and he was rather confident he could beat him on his own. Besides, there was the matter of the at full-strength Saber, who was no doubt over there. Assuming she broke the illusion he set up or Castor himself broke her out of it, the chances of her eliminating him were high, even with her vulnerability to anti-dragon attacks. And if not, well, Castor would be even easier prey to finish off. As for Berserker, she realized that this was the chance she was looking for. The best way to ensure that Saber would survive to be the last servant would be to send the weakest servant currently left to fight her. It was cruel to Castor, yes, but she also knew this was the best chance Saber had to surviving until the end. Castor. Berserker's voice rang out, distracting him from his conversation with his master. Looking at her, he saw her face was set in a determined line. Just go. I'll take care of Assassin. He scowled. Hey, I said I was going to be the one who dash. He stopped the moment Berserker lifted Soul up and pointed it at him. I said I'll handle it. She responded emotionlessly. If you refuse, I'll finish you myself. Castor was silent for a moment, his face as emotionless as her voice. Then he sighed angrily. Fine, he replied. I'll go. Just don't keep me waiting. With that, the Servant of Magic turned around and raced towards the Civic Center not too far away, using Prana Burst to hasten his progress. The 2 remaining servants turned to face each other, each knowing that only one would follow him to the Grail. Maka, Soul finally said, I've got assassin wavelength. Whenever you're ready. She allowed herself a small smile. One thing was going right at least. Do it. Saber versus Mordred. Saber deflected another wild swing from Mordred, then ducked to avoid a fist aimed for her face. Apparently, with her identity now discovered, Black and Red Knight had abandoned any sense of attempting to fight as before, now adding kicks and punches to the mix along with her swordplay. It was not movement with the elegance of a true knight, but with the abandon of a wild beast. That was what made her so formidable in life. While certainly not the greatest swordsman, Mordred had been unique in that she saw swordsmanship as merely another way to victory. She desired to win, and was completely willing to use whatever was at hand in order to do so, happily resorting to punches, kicks, bites, even sword throwing. This brash fighting style, while by no means something to watch with awe or envy, had allowed her to defeat many opponents in her time, even once fighting Sir Lancelot himself to a draw with its sheer ferocity and unpredictability. As such, while Saber could certainly best her in a battle of skill, Mordred would win handily in a battle of passion. Saber found herself on the defensive, using her sword to block Mordred's wild assault on her, blocking and deflecting sword, fist, and foot, so overwhelmed by the animal-like ferocity that she couldn't bring herself to try and strike back on the offensive. A servant forced on the defensive by a normal being. Once again, the fact that this image was wrong weighed heavily on her mind, and despite the warrior's words, she was slowly coming to the conclusion that it wasn't really Mordred in front of her. That Mordred was alive and well, not undead, was proof enough. Even if she had somehow found a way to survive the Battle of Camlin, which was impossible, as she personally fell by Saber's own hand, she would have only survived this long if she had become a dead apostle, a fate that Saber knew for a fact her daughter would never accept willingly, no matter how deeply into betrayal or madness she sank. She lacked any signs of having become one, so that was one wrong. In addition, there was no way that the real Mordred would be able to match her in such a fashion, at least not while of the two of them. Only Saber was a servant. Quite frankly, Saber knew, it would be herself that should smashing her enemy to the ground, not the other way around. In fact, as the shock of Mordred's appearance faded and left her mind free to think, the longer she thought about it, the more Saber realized that there was no way on earth Mordred could really be here at all. How could she be? It was literally impossible save for a few ways, and she wasn't using any of them. But, if Mordred wasn't really there, then why was she, Saber, currently suffering injuries from fighting, actually feeling blood slide from them to fall on the ground? Could it be? Saber wondered, then decided to try something. You're lying. She replied calmly to Mordred's boast as she barely avoided another blow. You're not the real Mordred. She's dead and gone. You're just some fake. Mordred's face briefly held a look of surprise, then twisted into a snarl. What are you talking about? I am Mordred. She swung again, only to stop when Saber, who, instead of blocking like usual, used Prana Burst to increase her strength and speed, smashing Clarent out of the Black Knight's hand before swinging her sword across her chest, cutting another gash in it. The real Mordred never would have allowed her guard to drop like that, Saber replied. She would have used her own Prana Burst to counter that strike, or, if failing that, avoid it. It wasn't technically a lie. While neither Saber nor Mordred had access to the true Prana Burst skill when they were alive, they did master a bastardized version of it, channeling their energy into their arms and legs for increased power and speed, though it left them exhausted after only a few uses. Mordred had specifically learned her version, as she so proudly boasted to Saber when they faced each at Camlin, in order to counter her own. That she had never bothered to use it was another strike against her being able to believe that it was really Mordred in front of her. Shut up, the knight yelled back, grabbing her sword from where it fell next to her. I don't need something like that to kill you. Saber didn't bother with a response, instead racing forward to clash her swords with her opponent once again. Mordred barely got her blade up in time to block the next blow, only to stagger as Saber once more used Prana Burst to increase the power of her attacks. On the contrary, Saber retorted, you willingly admitted that you wouldn't have stood a chance without it on the battlefield against me. You always desired to meet me on equal terms, no matter what you had to do to keep up. She swung again with another Prana Burst, bashing her opponent's guard relentlessly. No matter how much pain, blood, and sweat you had to put into it, clang. If it meant surpassing me, clang. With very few exceptions, clang. You would do it. Another clang happened as Mordred barely blocked a blow that would shatter tank armor. You are not Mordred. A second bang sounded as Excalibur smashed into Clarent's guard, enough force to cut through a concrete pillar. You aren't even her phantom. A crash occurred. Clarent went smashing into the floor. You're just a shadow. Saber raised her blade to her opponent's chest and looked into her eyes, noticing how even then, while rage was certainly present, there wasn't a shred of fear in those orbs. In fact, they seemed to hold just a hint of smugness. Who cares if I am? I lived in your shadow for so long I might as well be one, she responded viciously, then gestured toward Excalibur. So what are you going to do, father? She spat the last word as a curse. Kill me again? If I'm a shadow like you say, I'll just come back. The brighter the light, the darker the shadows after all. The grin returned to her face. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised that if you killed me, I'll just appear again right behind you, and we can start this game all over again and again and again and again and again until it's you on the ground from exhaustion. Saber looked at Mordred, the theory she had been developing earlier only growing stronger as she looked at her and thought about her words. She looked down at Excalibur's brilliance, then back to Mordred's face, which had started to develop some wary confusion as to why she hadn't already run her sword through her despite her words. Then perhaps I just need to quench that light for a little bit. Swinging her sword around, she tested her theory in the only reliable way she could. She stabbed herself through the left hand, the blood running down the blade and partially obscuring the golden light, making it appear dimmer. Mordred's eyes widened, and she reached out to grab Saber with her own hands, her image almost seeming to shift like a mirage. No, you will not dash. With what seemed like an audible snap, Saber found herself once again near the entrance of the building, perhaps 6 or so feet from the door she had entered. The dark room that she was in was nowhere in sight, Mordred's angered visage having vanished with it. Unknown to Saber, she had been caught in a combined, advanced version of Megan, Narukami no Jutsu, demonic illusion, hell viewing technique, and Megan, Kokoni Arezu no Jutsu, demonic illusion, false surroundings technique. The former Genjutsu has the effect of showing a person's worst fears to them, while the second has the effect of allowing one to trick others into mistaking the place they're in for another. The moment she had opened the front door, she had been under the effects of both at the same time, though the first had a delayed activation time. The second, on the other hand, was working from the beginning, altering her perception of her surroundings to make her believe that she was going deeper inside when in actuality, she had literally been going in circles. When the first one finally kicked in, it showed her what she feared most, and so the true illusion had begun, a diversionary technique no doubt meant to keep her distracted as she struggled with dealing with it. Regardless, once she had realized that what she was viewing couldn't possibly be real, she had come to the conclusion that she had somehow, perhaps by that wind from earlier, been caught in some sort of illusion, no doubt assassin's work. Realizing also that if she was in an illusion and that Mordred wasn't real, she could reasonably assume that the injuries she had received had been fake also, merely creations of her deluded mind. However, there was still the chance that even those might have been real. So, she tested it by stabbing herself, trusting that if she was truly in an illusion, the pain, real physical pain, of doing so would be enough to free her mind. Considering that she was, once again, near the entrance and lacking any injury save the hole in her hand, it would seem that she was right. Still, it didn't mean that she hadn't been affected by the illusion and still was. No person could go through with seeing their worst fear be brought up right in front of them. Why was that, confronting her own daughter, the very person who was responsible for the rebellion that destroyed Camelot and ultimately killed her, her worst fear, one might ask? Because it was through Saber's own actions that led to that rebellion. Contrary to what the modern interpretations of the legend said, Mordred hadn't always hated her. In fact, there was time when she had literally worshipped her. She had been proud to be her child and potential heir of the throne, and her conduct had been the very definition of the ideal knight. Even when she learned of the secret of her birth and the exact process of it, she had still been proud to call Saber father, as now she was certain that in name, reality, mind, and body that she was fit to be the true successor of the King of Knights. She came before her, without any sense of rebellion or guile, and told with delight the truth of her existence, hoping that she would be received with open arms. What she got was rejection. Looking back, Saber understood that she had allowed her own feelings to cloud her judgment, both on how Mordred was conceived and Morgan's hand in it. While she told herself that the reason she rejected her child was because she simply didn't have the capacity to be king, the true reason was for her hatred of Morgan and anything directly associated with her, thus making it impossible to accept Mordred as her son and heir. Her hate made her view Mordred as a tainted child by association with Morgan, and so could not be considered the rightful heir. Regardless of reasoning, that was the true final nail in the coffin for Camelot. So great was Mordred's love that the rejection changed it to hatred. Coming to believe that her father would never accept her as either son or heir, she became the leader of rebellion, raging that she hated Saber and that only she was fit for the throne. In the end, they led their armies against each other into a slaughter, leaving only them to remain on the Hill of Swords. Finally, Mordred fell by Saber's spear, mask freed from her face and reaching out with blood-soaked hands, not as a bitter knight who desired to destroy her king, but as a child who just wanted to touch her father at least once before death. Not even that was granted, and she died with everything she desired unfulfilled. Father. The image of her blood-stained face, tears streaming down it and reaching out fruitlessly, still haunted Saber, partly for the sheer sense of sadness and longing that had been present, but most of all because she could have prevented all of it from happening had she just overcome her own prejudices and accepted her. Had she done so, perhaps Camelot wouldn't have fallen, at least not in their lifetimes. For a moment, the words that Ryder spoke to her at the banquet, which seemed so long, sounded in her head. You may have indeed saved them, but you never led them. You never showed them all what it meant to live by the ideals you set, as to how a king should really be. And that is why I must use the Grail, Saber reminded herself. I must make sure that none of this has to come to pass. There might have been other ways to save Camelot, perhaps even better ways to do so, but all Saber had was the one she had concocted. For her knights, her people, and even her child, she would do what she believed needed to be done, even if it wasn't the best way to do so. Ryder might have been right when he said that all kingdoms were meant to end, and was maybe even right about her not being a true king, but he had been wrong when he said that she was just a little naive girl. She had seen too much suffering and death, too many opportunities lost, to be considered something like that. She was the king of knights, as hollow as that title might ring to others and herself. A sudden noise from outside distracted her. Quickly moving behind a desk, Saber crouched down, waiting for what she guessed was a servant. Several seconds passed, though to her it felt like hours, without a sound. Finally, the sound of footwear striking tile floor greeted her ears, the wearer slowly entering the room. She didn't move, slowly breathing as the sound of footsteps got closer. After what seemed like an eternity, a voice finally spoke. Geez, Saber. The voice of Castor rang out. I know you're there, so why don't you just come out, and we settle this? Saber responded by jumping out from behind the desk and swinging her now wind-concealed sword, which collided with Castor's flame-covered hand and deflected off of it. She looked at the servant of magic, noticing his obviously injured condition and how he still managed to smile with that battle-ready grin. Wow, didn't think you were that eager to fight, Castor quipped as he assumed a battle stance, both his fists on fire. Let's see if you've got what it takes to win against me. Fine, Saber said, lifting her sword into her own ready stance. Your move. Civic Center, basement. Mia watched as Kiritsugu Amiya and Kirai Kodomine continue their deadly dance of death, cursing her own inability to aid the former. Here she was, having sworn to aid Kiritsugu whenever he needed it, now prevented from doing so by a barrier as he fought to the death. She looked upon the wooden staff in the ground, the source of her current problems, with anger, wishing she could just destroy it and join in the battle. However, a part of her also understood that this was no longer just a simple fight to Kiritsugu. This was a fight for revenge. And in such battles, often the wronged wanted to crush their opponents alone, without any help. While he may have welcomed her help earlier, now he wished to destroy the priest with his own abilities, to avenge the woman he loved. As such, she could only watch, and, though she was normally against such things, pray. Time Alter, Double XL. Kiritsugu used his temporarily doubled speed to load an origin shot into his Thompson contender and fire at the moving Kirai, only to watch as the priest once again dodged the attack. In response, instead of hurling a black key to retaliate, Kirai forced a wooden stake to emerge from his left hand, hurling it at Kiritsugu like a knife. Much like the origin shot, however, it failed to hit its intended target. Kiritsugu shot it to splinters with the calico before it got halfway to him, then continued to fire at the priest. Useless, Kirai thought to himself as crossed his arms to block the impact of the calico's bullets, trusting his robes to protect him. He should have realized that won't work on me by now. The bullets impacted for roughly half a minute before stopping, upon which he lowered his arms. He got an empty machine gun to the head for his troubles. Quickly swinging his right arm, he batted the improvised weapon away before it struck, then hurled 2 more black keys from his right hand at Kiritsugu, who dodged them before, to both his and Mia's surprise, raced towards Kirai, holding one of the keys that had been thrown earlier. What is he planning? Kirai wondered to himself as he summoned his own black key. Even with only one arm, he must realize he can't beat me in a contest of physical ability. As Kiritsugu closed the distance, he concentrated. Time Alter, Triple XL. His body moved at 3 times its original speed, catching the priest off guard as he plunged the blade into his opponent's right arm, avoiding his mistimed stab in the process. Kiritsugu's heart pounded, the stress of using the technique catching up to him, but he didn't let it stop him. Time Alter, Triple XL. Performing the move again, Kiritsugu jumped away from the still recovering Kirai and loaded his Thompson contender with another origin shot, firing just as time returned to normal. After he did so, he clutched his chest, gasping briefly as pain ripped through it. However, it faded away just as quickly, leaving only a dull ache. Kirai's eyes widened as the shot closed the distance too fast to dodge. Activating one of his command seals, he used it to switch his mana source as he swung his more or less useless right arm in its path. As he did so, he activated a second command seal and used a defensive Bajiquan technique normally reserved for deflecting an enemy's physical strike together in an effort to, since he couldn't dodge the bullet in time, deflect it. It almost worked too. The origin shot struck his arm, tearing away the Kevlar sleeve and hitting the reinforced limb like a hammer. Unfortunately, due to the unstable method that he attempted, while the 3,000 pound per inch kinetic energy of the bullet was indeed deflected at an angle, the force of the impact still managed to break it, causing blood and even some bone to spurt out of it. Kiritsugu didn't let up though. A Bowie knife fell from his right sleeve and into his hand as he raced toward the still recovering priest. Thank God for Avalon, he thought to himself. Using Time Alter multiple times and at such high numbers would normally have caused his heart to explode from the stress, but the scabbard's healing powers rendered death by that way mute. Time Alter, Square XL. Kiritsugu moved at 4 times his normal speed, so fast that Kirai appeared to moving still in comparison. Lifting the blade, he aimed for the priest's heart. However, even as his opponent seemed to have the advantage in speed, Kirai wasn't out of tricks himself. Using his Sharingan to predict Kiritsugu's strike, he used another command seal to enhance his own speed and formed another wooden spike in his left hand. The wood intercepted the knife with a thunk as it was pierced just an inch from his chest, preventing it from going any further. Kirai then twisted his hand, forcing the knife out of Kiritsugu's grip as he slammed his foot into the Magus killer's chest, sending him flying back into the ground. Kiritsugu grimaced, feeling the effects of his magecraft catching up to him even with Avalon's regeneration. I have to finish this now, he thought, then concentrated. Time Alter, Square XL. Speeding up his reaction time once again, he got back to his feet and reloaded the Thompson contender, finishing just as time returned to normal. As he did so, Kirai literally grabbed the Bowie knife with his teeth and wrenched it out of his wooden spike, forcing said spike out of his hand and dropping it to the floor, grabbing the knife itself with his remaining hand. I can't delay any longer. Activating another command seal, he raced towards Kiritsugu with the blade at the ready, doubling his own speed to cover the distance faster. So intent on finishing each other, neither noticed how the ceiling above them began to crack. Tamiya. Time seemed to slow as Kiritsugu calmly took aim at Kirai with the contender while the priest rocketed towards him with the knife, realizing that only one would get off their attack in time. This ends now, Kiritsugu Amiya. She heard Kirai yell in a voice filled with the most emotion she had heard yet, determination. She watched as Kiritsugu pulled the trigger back, his face radiating the very same feeling that Kirai had shown in voice. For a brief moment, she could almost see the two of them with their positions reserved. And then the moment was gone when the ceiling above the two of them broke and they disappeared in what she could only describe as a sea of red and black mud. Kiritsugu, she yelled fruitlessly from behind the barrier, her former enemy becoming protector as it prevented any of the mud from seeping in to get at her. However, when she glanced up towards the wooden staff, she watched as it literally started to dissolve in the mud, the barrier beginning to weaken as its catalyst failed. Realizing that she would join them in the mud soon, she quickly, and reluctantly, ran back up the stairs just as the shield came down and the mud seeped in where she had been standing moments before. As she did so though, she stopped, looked back one last time, and frantically searched the mud surface, scanning for any sign of either her partner or his enemy. There was none for either. Author note. Cliffhanger. Sorry everybody, I know I promised to end the battles by this chapter, but it just got so long that I realized I couldn't upload it all at once. So, I'm gonna have to ask you all to be patient, at least for a week or so, for the next one. So, just to recap, let's go over the final battles you can expect for the next one. Assassin versus Berserker. Saber versus Caster. Kirai versus Kiritsugu. But seriously, these fights will be over by the next chapter. I don't intend to drag it on any further. Avenger, you're one cold troll, you know that? Shut up. It got too long to put in just one chapter. On to the next one, my viewers. Chapter 25, Maka's Madness and a Dragon Slayer's End. Assassin versus Berserker. Within the depths of his soul, Soul sat at the black piano, cracking his knuckles in preparation. All right, he said to no one in particular, let's do this. Lifting his arms, he began to play. From the point of view of both Berserker and Assassin, a strange melody began to play, a song Assassin realized that he could hear even when he tried to tune it out. It was different. The melody sounded both dark yet hopeful at the same time, as if it was trying to find the best in a bleak situation. Occasionally, the darker parts of the song took precedence over the hopeful parts and vice versa, but often they were entwined together in a sort of a strange dance. A trick, he wondered to himself. No, there's something special about this. Berserker gripped Soul with both hands. All right, let's finish this. But this time, there was something different, and it wasn't just the inclusion of music. Assassin's eyes narrowed as the song from earlier switched from dark to hopeful again, something about it disturbing him greatly. It felt as if this was a song he should be paying attention to, trying to figure out what was so strange about it. He shook his head as he parried another attack. If this is truly some sort of trick, I have to end this before they can complete it. Jumping back, he made several hand seals, too busy to notice that his movements weren't quite as fast as they used to be. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. A stream of fire, much like a flamethrower, spewed out of his mouth, racing towards them like the welcoming committee from hell. Berserker jumped away, avoiding the flames as they passed her, and charged Assassin, who used his prana-enhanced gunbai to deflect the attack. However, despite doing so, he left himself open to an attack from the other side. Berserker aimed directly for this vulnerable spot, twisting Soul quickly in her grip to do so, and Assassin, realizing his mistake, tried to block it again. Instead of a familiar clang, he felt a sting of pain as the scythe grazed against his side. Placing his left hand against it, he thrusted his right in Berserker's direction. Shinra Tensei, heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent god. The servant of madness was sent flying, and Assassin took a moment to look at his side, confusion crossing his features. I should have been able to block that, he thought to himself, remembering how he had blocked much faster strikes not too long ago. What just happened? It's almost as if I got slower. The melody from before continued to play, and Assassin was suddenly hit with a sense of tiredness. He felt like he should just stop trying to fight for a moment and take a rest. He shook his head violently, clearing his head of those thoughts. Of course, he realized, that song must have something to do with it. Turning his attention towards Berserker, he saw that she was just getting her feet. I must have put more prana behind that than I thought, he mused, then began making more hand seals. But I need to finish them before I get any slower. To his frustration, however, his hands just seemed to be extra slow now, no doubt from the damn song. It's like moving through molasses. Finally, though, he finished, but Berserker was back on her feet when that happened. Katan, Karyu Enden, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Once more, the flames came flying out of his mouth, but instead of taking the form of a fireball, they fashioned themselves into the form of a mighty dragon of flame, mouth open in fury and claws outstretched. The flames then spread it out to launch a left side, right side, and frontal assault in all three directions at once, completely trapping her in. Berserker jumped into the air, the black wings on her head seeming to spread out before literally allowing her to fly out of the danger zone. Assassin's eyes widened. How were you able to do that? He asked. You've never been able to fly on your own before. She smirked. I can only do on my own when I'm going all out, she replied, then lifted Soul above her head. And now I'm finishing this. She flew straight at him, scythe at the ready. Assassin just barely got the next set of seals done. Mokutan, Mokujihiki, wood release, wood locking wall. Wooden pillars emerged from the ground to form a dome-shaped shield in front of himself, and Berserker's blade cut straight through, destroying it and giving her a clear shot of Assassin. Unfortunately, she couldn't get Soul up fast enough. Swinging down with his gunbai, Assassin cut deeply across Berserker's chest, actually bypassing the black blood armor due to the fan being enhanced with his prana, giving it a sharp edge. So, there is a weakness in this armor, he mused. He swung again, only to be blocked by her getting Soul up in time. The two once again began swinging their weapons against each other, but this time, due to her injury, Assassin managed to cut her twice more even with his slowing moments. Once across the arm and another across the chest, with the former being almost a laceration while the later was just a light cut. However, neither of these two attacks could put her down. She just kept coming, swinging Soul like a machine against Assassin's weapon, which was beginning to show signs of wear even with the prana coating. Assassin, on the other hand, could feel his movements continue to slow, the song still playing strong. He felt one of her blows cut him along the arm, then on the other arm, then the chest, arm again, unable to move fast enough to block. I need to end this now. With a titanic effort, he forced his slowly paralyzing body to move faster, smashing his gunbai against Soul and pushing Berserker back. Grabbing his left forearm with his right hand, he literally pulled it off, revealing it to be connected to the rest of the arm by a black metal cable, upon which were dozens of segmented missiles. Igniting them, he took aim and fired at Berserker, intending to blast her to pieces. To his surprise, Berserker's only response was another smirk. Soul, on it, concentrating, he changed the tune of the song, in his mind's eye watching as a large web spread out from his piano to entangle the missiles. As they were caught mentally, in the real world, Assassin watched as they started to move erratically, smashing into the ground, exploding in the air, and even colliding with each other. However, what caught his attention were the small group, about 9 or so, that turned completely around and came right back at him. Throwing up the Predapath shield, they impacted, exploding harmlessly against it and creating a massive amount of smoke. Suddenly, Berserker's eyes widened as she clutched her chest, her heart and head pounding. Familiar urges began to come to her, of just slaughtering everything around, to take Assassin and cut him into pieces, ripping Castor's corpse to shreds, being stabbed by blades and laughing when her enemies saw they did nothing. Damn it, not now, she pleaded, the pain increasing. Soul, what's going on? Within his soul, Soul jumped back from the piano as a black liquid began to pool around it, becoming bigger and bigger. What? No, this shouldn't be happening. Oh, but it is Soul. Turning, he beheld the sight of a little red-skinned Oni in a black tux sitting on a table. He scowled, though it was less out of surprise it was there and more out of annoyance. What do you want, ogre? He asked impatiently. I'm kinda in the middle of something here. I'm well aware of that, Soul. The little imp replied sarcastically. But this isn't a problem you can solve by being brave or accepting yourself. It's the kind of problem you can only solve by letting it run its course. What do you mean? You've overused the black blood too much recently. Did you really think that you could get away it, especially with your class being literally the berserker, the servant of madness itself, without some penalty? It was only a matter of time before you succumbed to the madness built up from the overusage. Do you think I'm just going to sit here and wait for Maka and I to both go insane? Sol yelled as he turned back to the piano, which was already halfway consumed by the black blood. We made a promise to our master, and we're not going to break it. Oh, don't worry, the ogre replied with a small smile, causing Sol to turn back to his in confusion. You'll both recover. After all, you need to be sane in order to make a wish. However, here, he stood up from his sitting position, taking a moment to stretch before giving Sol a wide smile. I'll be the one pulling the strings for this fight. Assassin stood behind his barrier, watching the smoke cloud in front of him and waiting for his opponent's next move. The air was still, no sound broke through the weight. There was no sound. There had always been sound, even if the sound had just been that song that had refused to stop playing, slowing his movements. But now, even that was gone. Why on earth would they stop? He wondered, already feeling his body to start to return to normal, the paralysis leaving his limbs. Not that I'm complaining, but dash. He stopped as Berserker came barreling through the smoke like a battering ram, soul lifted up and at the ready. However, something was distinctively different about it this time. The blue-white light had characterized the blade was gone. In its place was now a pure black, giant scythe blade that still shone with the same brilliance, albeit now a dark reddish black. That wasn't what was disturbing though. What was disturbing was the fact that the blade itself now shifted with the consistency of blood. Kishin Hunter, she roared, her eyes filled with madness. With Korea, agony. That was what Korea was going through right now. His entire body felt like it was on fire, the pain ripping into his body to force it into spasms. He clutched his heart as he screamed himself hoarse, pounding like a drum being played by a crazy monkey. I can't die here, he thought to himself repeatedly, clinging to them like a lifeline. I can't. I won't die. He screamed again, the sound echoing throughout his room. Back to battle. The blade struck against the Predapath's barrier, straining to shatter it once and for all. Berserker snarled, a sound so unlike her that it surprised Assassin briefly, and pressed Soul against it even harder, growling as it resisted her efforts. Assassin looked at her, his eyes filled with disappointment. So, you've finally given in to the madness of your class to give you a power boost? Even with that new scythe form, it still can't pierce my barrier. Concentrating, he prepared to absorb the energy of the new Kishin Hunter, only to stop when he realized something strange. Unlike before, when energy had siphoned off the blade, no such thing was happening here. The blade was still solid and in not losing any energy. In fact, he realized that it was starting to sink through the barrier, as if it was no longer physically there. What is this? He breathed as it continued to sink through. Why isn't it working? Berserker chuckled. This version of the Kishin Hunter isn't made using prana, she replied creepily, her voice straining to keep from bursting into giggles. I made it out of my own blood. Assassin's eyes widened, and he just barely jumped back as it came straight down the barrier and dispelled it. The sound from before was gone, allowing him to start moving fast again, though his moments were still slower. Lifting his gun by, he swung it at Berserker, only to watch in surprise as the scythe cut it apart. Berserker's face then twisted into a creepy smile, and she swung Soul again. Bloody slicer. Assassin avoided the blade, only to grunt in surprise as another blade emerged from the end to stab into his stomach, only stopped because of the Azura Path's armor. Another formed out of that blade, stabbing at his chest. He deflected it with what remained of his gun by, moving back and throwing the now useless weapon aside. Berserker charged after him in an almost drunken fashion, giggling like a crazy person. This time though, Assassin was ready. Transforming both of his arms into cannon form, he fired at her once again, intending to finish it. In response, she swung the dark blade down in front of her, giggling like an inebriated woman. Pretty lights, she called out. It's like Christmas in only one color. Mad ramblings aside, Assassin's eyes widened in shock as her strike cut clean through the energy like a knife through warm butter. Even as he finished firing, she kicked off the ground and lunged at Assassin, laughing like a serial killer as she aimed for his head. He just barely ducked as it zoomed overhead, and even then had to use the Azura Path's ability to grow extra limbs to intercept the blood blade that extended from the main one to avoid skewering him. She's way too unpredictable, he thought quickly as he avoided another swing and blood follow-up. I need to strike in close and fast with a technique that will kill her instantly. Growing another left limb, making the full total of 3 lefts, he intercepted Berserker's next swing, grabbing the scythe. Even so, the top left arm was nearly sliced off by the black blade, and the lower 2 were damaged by the blood spikes that emerged from the blade and even shaft as they grabbed it. Still, they refused to budge. Hey, no fair, the mad servant whined. You're cheating again. As Berserker struggled to get her weapon free, he forced a wooden stake to form in his right palm, then stabbed her with all his strength, piercing the dress and into her right lung. Mokutan, Sashiki no Jutsu, would release. cutting technique. With a sickening sound, 3 branches of wood erupted from her back, shoulder, and right arm in a shower of black blood, just as he did with Ryder last night. Berserker's eyes widened as she registered the blow, then glanced over at the wounds, as if making sure they were there. Her eyelids began to flutter, and she looked back at Assassin. Her mouth opened as if to say something, then her head drooped. "It's over," Assassin said as he dropped her, forcing the wooden stake back into his palm and leaving her on the ground to bleed to death. He turned around, prepared to follow after Castorant. The sound of a blade whistling through the air was his only warning. He turned, catching sight of the insane eyes of Berserker. "Come on, you can do better than that," she giggled. "Why not cut an arm off while you're at it?" That was the last thing he heard before the black blood scythe cut him did just that, slicing his right arm off like it was nothing. "What?" he thought to himself. "How is she dash? What? Need a hand." Faster than he could react, his left hand came flying off as well, blood splattering onto the ground as it landed some ways away. "Oh, sorry," she replied apologetically. "I meant my hand." Assassin didn't respond, thrusting his handless arm at her. Shinra 10 dash. He was interrupted by the blade slicing into his chest, causing him to gasp and cancel the jutsu. "Still, you could have tried a little harder," she chided as if he was some wayward student. "Why stop with stabbing in the chest? Why not follow up with a stab through the heart?" She swung again, but this time, Assassin was ready. Activating the Azura Path's armor and extra limbs, he grabbed the scythe shaft with his upper pair, transforming the lower pair into cannon form. He tightened his grip on the scythe shaft, making sure she couldn't pull it away. Deburu Shura no Ko double Azura attack. The attack engulfed Berserker at point-blank range, causing her to disappear inside the beam. He allowed himself a smile of satisfaction. "I got her." Suddenly, he lurched, gasping as something drove into his gut. Looking down, he saw a kneeling Berserker, completely fine aside from her missing gloves, her fist in his gut. "Not bad," she grinned, "but not good enough." The force of the punch forced him to stop firing and drop the scythe, which was completely unscathed from the blast save for missing its black blood covering. The moment she grabbed it, though, the blood immediately spread from her dress and back onto it, also restoring her gloves. With another swing, she cut off both of his lower arms, then lifted Soul up high, her eyes burning with pure insanity. "Now this," she finished gleefully, "is how you kill a person." With that, she swung her scythe down onto Assassin, literally cutting him in half vertically. Clothing, skin, metal, all parted under the dark weapon all the way down from his left shoulder to his left leg. Even sliced in half though, he refused to end this without some final strike. Concentrating all of his remaining prana, he forced a long blade of metal to emerge from the stump in his right hand, streaking towards her chest and piercing clean through the center of it. The force of the blow sending her flying away and smashing into a tree, pinned there by the metal spike. Despite that, the grin never left her face as she grasped the metal stake with both hands and literally tore it out of her chest, black blood flowing freely from the wound. How could she still be moving even after all of that? He thought as he fell. Then he caught sight of her injuries. Where they had just moments before been almost gushing with blood, now they were no longer bleeding, literally sealed over with the black blood like some sort of bandage. Even the new hole in her chest was sealing up, the blood hardening with an unnatural quickness. Assassin collapsed to the ground, his own red blood flowing freely from his injuries. Unlike Berserkers though, they were fatal, which even an idiot could see that. "I see," he finally said with a cough. "It would appear that that blood is for more than just armor." He looked into her eyes, noticing how the light of madness had already begun to fade, as if quenched with his spilled blood. The look that replaced them was of surprise, disgust, and then of resignation. Slowly, her black dress began to dissolve, returning to her normal clothing, and her scythe returned to its original form as well. "My black blood gives me more than just armor and increased physical strength," she replied as this was occurring. "It also serves as protection for my internal organs. If something manages to break through the armor and pierce my body, the blood instantly hardens to prevent me from bleeding to death, both from internal injuries and serious cuts." As she finished, her normal coat and uniform appeared, though they both still had the holes where Assassin's final attack had pierced. Black blood covered the puncture holes in her skin, however, serving as a cover in the fabric's place. "I see." Assassin coughed weakly, feeling his life force slip away. "I guess I should have aimed for the head, or maybe the heart." His body began to dissolve as he spoke, slowly at first, then with increasing speeds, starting with his feet and arms and working its way across his two halves. "Forgive me, Kirai," he thought silently. "It appears that you will not have your wish granted today." As he stared up at the moon shining brightly in the sky, he thought he saw images of his previous life, images of his friends and village, of the boy who ultimately defeated him, of the other boy he drove even further down a dark path. Finally, he saw 3 people, his sensei, his best friend, and the girl he loved, standing next to each other, waiting for him. "Forgive me," he thought to the silent phantoms. I failed to save any of you from your fates." As he faded, he almost swore they were reaching out to him with smiles. "Looks like I'm going home again, at last." And so Assassin, known in life as Obito Uchiha, Tobi, the fourth sage of 6 paths, and the second Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, died. Berserker simply stood there, keeping a silent vigil until the Servant of Shadows completely dissolved. "Now, it's really over," she whispered, then stopped when she realized something. Looking towards Soul, she asked, "Soul, are you okay?" "Why yeah," came his tired reply. "Just exhausted." "Be Berserker." Both Berserker and Soul's eyes widened as they heard Korea's voice. "Master," she gasped, noticing the weakness in his voice. "Are you alright?" "I'll live," he said between slow pants, pain quite clear in this voice. "But that's not important right now. Since you've beaten Assassin, head on over to the Grail. It's time to finish this." "Yeah," she responded, then turned towards the Civic Center and started running towards it. "I hope Saber won her fight." Waver and Soli Ui. Soli Ui and Waver watched from behind the trees as Berserker turned around and raced towards the Civic Center, waiting a few moments just in case she came back, then slowly walked out to look at the devastation they had caused. "Unreal," Waver whispered in awe and fear as he surveyed the field, noticing the craters, fires, and even the wrecked trees and surroundings. "It's a good thing we didn't decide to get closer until Castor finished the statue, huh?" "Yeah, we would have been dead." Soli Ui agreed as she also observed the carnage, her gaze drawn particularly to the spot where Assassin had last been before Berserker cut him down. "And even then, we were lucky neither of those two realized we had gotten so close." "Well," the young Magus replied, trying to find some bright lining. "At least Assassin's dead, right? But now Berserker's heading for the center." Soli Ui reminded him, already beginning to move in the same direction that Berserker had gone. "If Castor hasn't finished Saber already, there could be trouble. Should we really be heading straight for the center?" Waver asked worriedly as he followed her. "We're not exactly in the best condition to fight any of the other masters, especially Kiritsugu." "True," she admitted as she began to run. "But we need to be there in order to have our wish granted, so we need to hurry. And besides," she added with just a hint of indignance, "I'm not completely defenseless." "That's not what I meant," Waver yelled back as he raced after her. "They call him the Magus Killer for a reason, you know." He didn't notice as Soli Ui briefly clenched her hand, feeling the final seal burn against her skin. "Damn it," she thought. "I guess he hasn't finished his fight with Saber after all." She concentrated on her remaining seal, allowing it to glow, but not to give a command. Rather, it was to connect with his thoughts and see what was happening. "Be safe, Castor." Saber versus Castor. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Castor's magic attack combined with his Prana Burst struck Saber's sword swing combined with her Prana Burst, both briefly struggling to overpower the other before being sent flying back by the knockback. Castor smashed through the wall opposite of the entrance, heading deeper into the center, while Saber crashed through a wooden desk and then into a ceiling pillar, slumping down next to it before using Prana Burst to get up and chase after Castor. As she came to the hole, she caught just a brief flare of light before the passageway filled with fire. Undaunted, she used Prana Burst again, releasing invisible air at the same time to dispel the flames directly in front of her. She quickly passed through the magic and reached the waiting servant, lifting her sword for a finisher. To her shock, Castor literally grabbed the golden blade with his bare hands, swinging his feet upwards as he did so. Fire Dragon's Claw. The fire kick struck her in the chest plate, the force behind it sending her flying back several feet, Castor letting go as she did so. Before Saber could recover, he quickly followed it up with another fire-covered fist, striking her injured arm and sending her even further back. She gasped, though it wasn't just from the pain of the punch. It was because she distinctly felt the burning sensation and pain of flame against her skin, something that should have been impossible. Using Prana Burst, she avoided his follow-up punch, slicing across his chest as he attempted to recover and forcing him to get back. She took the moment to look at her left arm, noticing how the blue fabric had been burned away and how her arm had a small burn. "So, looks like his magic can hurt me. After all," Saber thought as she turned her attention back to Castor, who had just finished looking at the wound on his chest. "Considering his condition, I'd hope to outlast him in a contest of stamina, but I can't hold back anymore." Using Prana Burst, she rocketed once more towards Castor, who responded with his own version, his face set in an iron line of determination. "Come on, Saber," he roared as he closed the distance. "If you really want the Grail, you're gonna have to work for it." Saber responded with her sword, swinging at Castor's side only to be intercepted by his fire-covered fist. She then deflected his other fist as it came for her face with her metal gauntlet, then swung her blade only to be stopped once again. And so it went. The two traded blows as furiously as two rivals fighting over the same prize. What ones that missed and struck their surroundings either pulverized or cut them in two. Occasionally, they would add a Prana Burst into the mix, creating a knockback powerful enough to separate them for all of 3 seconds before they were back at it. It is said that two warriors who fight each other with all their strength in a single life or death battle will often be able to understand each better than if they had spent 20 years living together, sharing meals and speaking of every topic. There is something about such a battle, where life and death is on the line, where the two warriors are somehow able to show their true selves without shame or regret. For Saber, she saw Castor's carefree and reckless nature, reflected in how he took risks to get blows in, even when they would likely result in losing an arm if he was but a second slower. She saw his determination to defeat her by whatever means necessary to fulfill his wish to save his friends, to whom he owed everything that made him who he was now, and to achieve his master's wish, to whom he had shown nothing but loyalty to this entire war. She started to see him less as a caster and more as a knight. Though we were born in different times and likely different worlds, Saber thought to herself, he carries himself with the air of a true knight, yet also retains a sense of humor and joy at almost all times. A small smile creased her face, even as she parried a fist aimed for her face. He and Gawain would have got along well together, though he would have driven Bedivere insane with his antics. For Castor, he saw a young woman who wanted to set things right, and, much like himself, was determined to do whatever was needed, shown in how she risked being burned by his punches to strike a lethal blow, taking every opportunity to do so. He saw the love and loyalty she held to her country, and her regret at being unable to save them. She was a knight who sacrificed everything for her people, and would happily do so again if it meant they could live happily. In fact, as they traded blows, he started to almost imagine someone else's image overlap hers. Long red hair replaced blonde, brown eyes replaced green, the armor changed slightly, larger, assets, and he suddenly felt like he was dueling one of his closest friends in a fight to see who was the strongest member of his wizard guild. Urza and her would have made an amazing team together, he admitted to himself. The way she fights, those two could have been called the king and queen of the fairies. Even as these interesting little revelations passed to each of them, neither let up the assault, each furiously battling away at the other, blocking as necessary and whenever possible. Even so, the injuries began to show up as they went on. Saber's chest armor was becoming increasingly warped and dented by Castor's swings. Her blue dress burned away in several places, particularly around her arms and the lower part, revealing her armored legs, and her skin in those exposed areas showed burns, mostly just first degree with one big second degree on her injured arm. Castor's body was covered in slices from Saber's strikes, particularly across his chest, and there was at least one deep gash across his right arm and two in his chest. Still, neither would give up. They were as two stone walls being battered, refusing to budge even as cracks appeared all over them. Even so, they could only take so much punishment before one of them finally gave in. It was Saber that crumbled first. Swinging her sword down with as much strength as she could muster from her arms, Saber used Prana Burst just before she came in contact with Castor Fist, intending to smash through his guard and finish him with a slash through his chest. To her surprise, Castor countered with his own Prana Burst at the last second, but instead of attempting to push the sword away, he grabbed it in the only way he could. He let Excalibur's blade pass clean through his left hand, jerking the arm away as he did so and gripping its guard with his fingers, preventing her from trying to yank it out. He swung his right fist back, flames gathering for the finisher. Fire Dragon's dash. No, Saber thought as her mind raced faster than the speed of light, desperation fueling the gears. I can't let it end like this. I won't. Iron Dash. Reacting on instinct, Saber used Prana Burst, letting go of Excalibur and crossing her arms across her chest with that burst of speed, trusting her armor to protect her. Fist. Castor's fist struck Saber's improvised guard full force. The later struggled to hold her ground, gritting her teeth as she felt her arms get hot behind her gauntlets, which in turn began to actually get softer under the intense heat. You got her, Castor. Soli Yui's voice rang out in his mind. Finish her before Berserker gets there and helps out. She already finished Assassin off. With that, he activated his Prana Burst once again, the flames around his arm briefly becoming twice as big and twice as strong. With that, he applied the newfound force to Saber's guard, feeling his fist actually make contact with the super hot steel of her armor. With the sound of ripping metal, Castor sent Saber flying away, the later smashing into the wall and crashing straight through it. Nearby, Mia raced down the hall of the center, briefly looking behind her every so often in case she saw something there. After a minute of this, she finally stopped, taking a moment to catch her breath. She cursed herself for her weakness. She was an assassin, a fighter, and here she was now, running like a scared girl away from the place her partner had disappeared with his enemy. What kind of an assassin was she? Still, the sense of fear she had felt when she had looked upon that mass of mud that had swallowed them both had been overwhelming. Without a second thought, she had run away, fearing what would happen if it touched her. That black mud. She thought to herself as she took several deep breaths. What was it? More importantly, where had it come from? There was no way that it could have been a creation of Assassin, as it had Kirii as eagerly as it had Kiritsugu, and none of the other servants could have made something like that. It doesn't matter, she said aloud. I need to go back. A shiver of fear went through her as she thought about looking upon that black mud again. But the thought of Kiritsugu being hurt was enough to steel her nerves. She was snapped out of her thoughts by the sound of something crashing through something very solid. It looks like I've stumbled near the fighting, she thought as she looked down the hall, seeing no sign of rubble or smoke. I better go now. Turning around, she raced back to where Kiritsugu and Kirai had fought, her ears catching the roar of what seemed like flames and air behind her. Saber versus Castor. Castor looked down at his pierced hand, grabbing Excalibur with his free hand and ripping it out with a loud grunt of pain and a spurt of blood. Letting the sword go all the way through probably hadn't been the smartest idea he'd ever come up with, but his mind had been blank at the necessary moment, and that was all he could think of. Damn, that hurt, he gasped as he looked toward the wall, searching for any sign of movement from within. You really don't play around, do you? There was no answer from the hole. Castor looked down at the sword in his grip, noticing how it was still solid and not at all dissolving into prana. He looked back at the hole. Come on, Saber, I know you're not dead, dash. With a sound like that of a jet turbine, a blur of blue and silver leapt out of the hole, smashing its fist across his face, the distinct sound of bones breaking greeting both of their ears, and sending him flying back, grabbing the sword from his grip as it did so. Despite being disorientated by the strike, Castor had taken worse in his time. He quickly recovered, sliding to a halt as he raised a hand to his face, wincing at the feel of the mega bruise that was forming. Ouch, Saber, that one hurt, even without the gloves, he quipped. Hope you're not planning on using that arm anytime soon, though. The servant of the sword leaned on her reacquired weapon with her right hand, breathing heavily and her left arm hanging limply at her side. Her lower arms were completely bare, the metal armor melted and shattered by the punch, and her sleeves burned off by the flames, the arms themselves covered in what appeared to be second-degree and even a few third-degree burns. Her chest plate was torn apart, what parts that were still on appeared to be partially melted, and the dress underneath was covered in soot. I won't lose to you, Castor, she panted slowly, straightening her back as she lifted her sword one-handed. I've come too far to lose the grail now. I have no choice either. I can't heal these injuries fully due to his magic, and I can't reform invisible air. It won't be enough to overpower him, and he can just use his prana burst to counter my own. She tightened the grip on her blade. I have only one choice. Thank God that the grail is behind us, though, or I wouldn't have even that. Castor narrowed his eyes at her actions, hand falling from his face as he got ready. She's got something up her sleeve, that's much for sure. Then let's finish this, Saber. He concentrated, gathering his prana for his next attack, noticing how her body tensed. He wasn't in the best condition either, all things considered. He was breathing heavily from the sword wounds all over his body, and his prana supply, especially after using Dragon Force and Lightning Flame Dragon mode together not long before this, was dangerously low. Repeated usages of prana burst had taken their toll as well, his body not as used to constant usage as Saber's. He had enough left for one more safe attack, or else he'd probably collapse from exhaustion. Well, I guess I'll find out. Last round, winner take all. He roared as fire built up around his body, the heat actually starting to melt the floor beneath him. A Hail Mary. He looked at her, a wild smile on his face. What do you say? Saber let her actions speak for her, racing forward as her blade began to glow brighter as she gathered prana into it. She lifted it back with her right arm, face set in a determined line with more than a hint of desperation in it. Castor breathed in deeply, calling upon his oldest and most trusted spell, Fire Dragon's Roar. A burst of fire, even more intense than the one he had used earlier, emerged from his mouth and raced towards Saber, burning away all the flammable material on the wall that hadn't been consumed in the fighting up to this point. And like earlier, Saber faced down the inferno with a stoic expression, ready to break through as she had before. Unlike the beginning of the fight though, Saber had barely any protection left in the form of armor, only her sword and her magic resistance, the later of which was partially negated by his own unique brand of magic anyways. To charge straight in as she was would be suicide. That didn't stop her though. Swinging her sword as the inferno came upon her, the light about the blade intensifying, she struck at the flames, activating prana burst as she attempted to literally cut through the fire like it was a wall of wood. The flames in turn raced across her arms and body, burning her mostly unprotected form with impunity. Her blue dress caught fire and began to disappear into ashes, forming almost like a black halo behind her. She remembered once, during a long-since-forgotten battle, she had watched as a group of rebels barricaded themselves inside a barn, refusing to leave and threatening to kill any that would try and root them out. In response, she had decided to flush them out with a fire. Giving the order to her men, they set fire to arrows and sent them into the thatch roof of the farm building, the dry material a perfect feeding ground for the flames. The roof was ablaze in minutes, the entire structure going up in a mass of flame and smoke. However, the rebels were unable to break down the barriers they had erected in time to get out, and all were killed in the fire. She still remembered the screams as they had burned and suffocated within the building, the smell of burning corpses and smoke. The same smell once again assaulted her, but she knew it was she that was burning away this time. Her mouth opened in that same scream, equal parts pain and defiance clear in it like a bell. Her scream continued, long after she would have needed to take a breath, her voice becoming hoarse with strain. Still, she pressed on. Activating prana burst again when she felt the previous usage running slow, trusting her healing abilities to keep her body in at least halfway decent fighting ability. I won't lose, she repeated in her head as the pain of the flames engulfed her. I won't lose. I won't lose. I won't lose. Unknown to her, a dark being watching from the sidelines, from within the grail they were fighting so hard for, smiled at the sound of her plead. Normally, I'm not supposed to play favorites, it being forbidden after all, but if that is your wish, King of Knights, then I will grant it happily. The figure held out a hand, watching as a stream of dark energy emerged from it and disappeared. Turning, it vanished into black mist, heading for the location of its guest. Just don't go insane. That would make it boring. For a brief moment, the blinding light of the blade changed to a dark shadow, so fast that neither of them noticed the change. However, both felt the effects. Saber's eyes widened as she felt new strength blossom through her body, as if something had just injected her with a concentrated syringe of prana. Her mouth, having stopped emitting its scream in surprise, unconsciously twisted into a dark, victorious smile. A smile not entirely her own. Castor's eyes widened as he felt the sudden urge of power from Saber. With growing amazement and horror, he watched as she tore through the magical fire, parting about the blade like a boat through the sea, heedless of the damage to her own body. No dash, he thought to himself. She can't use that here. She'll destroy the entire building. Caliba, she roared triumphantly. Though had either been listening closely, they would have noticed another's voice, a man's voice, entwined with it, so softly it could have been thought of as just a trick of the ear. However, one thing held Castor's attention in full. One of those random little things that something who realizes their situation just went to hell notice in a moment of clarity. It was Saber's eyes of all things. One eye was still green, but the left eye had turned a stunning gold. Castor didn't have time to ponder the change though as Saber brought the sword down across his chest, roaring the attack's name, and watching as a crescent blade of energy tore through his chest and out his back, engulfing the area behind them with its bright light. The explosion followed shortly afterwards. Elsewhere, Yui gasped as she grabbed her hand, feeling her command seal burn her more intensely than ever before. It felt as if someone had stuck a red-hot poker through her hand, then decided to twist it while it was still inside. As quickly as it had happened though, it ended. But that didn't leave her at ease. In fact, it just made her even more apprehensive. Yui, Waver called as caught up to her, noticing how she had stopped and was clenching her hand. What's wrong with Castor? I don't know. She stammered as she looked at her hand, suddenly having the overwhelming urge to not let go of it and take a look. It felt like, suddenly, a bright flash of light illuminated the night. Looking up, the two masters saw smoke rising from the direction of the Civic Center, the light already fading as their eyes adjusted. Waver's eyes were drawn to her covered hand, then back to the smoke, and finally back at her face. Is he? He whispered. Slowly, she let go of the back of her hand, taking a good look at it. She gasped at the sight, only confirming her fears. The seal was still there, but with one key difference. It was slowly, but surely fading away. Civic Center. How were you able? Castor said as blood emerged from his mouth, his body spread-eagled on the ground with a humongous gash clean through it. To use Excalibur at such close range? That should have blown up the building easily. Saber, once again leaning on her blade, her left arm hanging from her side like a dead fish, looked at the once mighty servant, the newfound strength she had briefly gained disappearing just as quickly. She was fighting just to remain standing now, her body racked with pain. Her left eye was closed, shut from sheer exhaustion and hiding the fact it was still gold. Still, she found it in herself to answer. Excalibur does indeed have the ability to easily destroy a building, she panted, but only if sufficient time has been used to charge the necessary prana, as well as both hands to use it. Indeed, with less than a third of the time to charge the necessary prana to unleash Excalibur, as well as without the usage of both hands to swing it, it had but the power of a C+ noble phantasm, compared to its full power of A++. Even so, a simple C-rank noble phantasm has the equivalent strength of an A-rank normal attack. As such, even the weakened attack had been enough to pierce Castor's body and cause massive damage to the building, which was why Saber was thankful that she had been facing back the way she had came and away from the Grail's location. Darn, Castor muttered before a hacking cough racked his frame. Looks like I lost this one. Saber stared at him with a confused expression. You don't seem particularly sad about losing. He snorted. Don't be fooled. I'm plenty mad about not winning this, but I'm at least happy I went out fighting someone I actually like. He looked her dead in the eyes. If it had been archer or assassin, trust me, I'd be screaming up a storm of curses. Another cough racked his frame. But you, I actually don't mind dying against, so I'll forget the whole curse you bit. Still, Saber pursued, not entirely certain why she was bantering with her dying opponent, yet feeling it was the right thing to do. Now you won't be able to save your friends. Doesn't that bother you? He surprised her with a chuckle. Yeah, but at least I can remember all the good times we had as well. That makes things a little easier, to know that at least we had the time of our lives before it was all over. Those memories are enough for me, at least until I get another shot. She didn't know what to say to that, so she said nothing. Castor looked at her again, then grinned sadly. You know, he coughed weakly. You remind me a lot of one of my best friends, actually. You fight a lot like her, you act a lot like her. Heck, you even have that same look of sadness in your eyes. He noticed the way she looked at him with confusion. She always had this sort of sadness about her, regret at being unable to save someone she cared for. So, she hid it behind a mask of armor and ice, always being strong and scary. She finally grew out of it, near the end. Maybe that's why. He thought silently as she looked away from him, her breathing growing easier as she stopped leaning on her sword so much. It feels so right to give her this. Saber, he said finally, attracting her attention again. He reached up towards his neck, laying a hand on his white scarf. I want to give you something. Consider a spoil of war. Saber looked at him confusedly for a moment, then leaned down next to him to put her own hand on the scarf. As touching as it is to give your favor to me, may I ask if this has some specific purpose? Like you wouldn't believe. This baby's a noble phantasm and the very reason I'm not currently fading away like you would expect right now. He chuckled again at the look of surprise on her face. It gives me enough prana to remain manifested physically, even if I don't have a master providing prana, and it's especially useful if I need an extra jolt of power every now and then. He tried to remove it from his neck, but found he couldn't quite do it with only one hand. I want you to have it, assuming I can get it off. Saber looked at him with an expression of part confusion, surprise, disbelief, gratefulness, and worry. But if you do that, I'm dead anyways, he replied, getting it partially away from his neck. This thing's literally my life support as of right now, and even it's not gonna last long. Might as well have it do some good. Saber, for her part, just stared at him, using her still burned hand to help him remove the scarf. She was amazed that he would just give up one of his phantasms and personal items for her, the person who killed him, and do it willingly. She could understand such a thing from maybe Berserker or Soul, but that was because they were partners and friends. Castor and her had only encountered each other in the company of others up to this point, and once again, there was the whole killing matter. She just couldn't understand his logic. As if sensing her continued hesitation, Castor looked her dead in the eyes, his expression that of someone who wouldn't take no for an answer. Just take it. You won't last against any of the remaining servants like you are right now. With this, you'll at least have some chance of winning, especially if the only other enemy is also wounded. His feet began to dissolve as he said, proving they didn't have much time. Saber stared at him for a moment longer, then nodded. Within another moment, they had removed the scarf from his neck, both of their hands still on it. Castor breathed in slowly and shut his eyes. Opening them, he then said with cough, I, Natsu Dragneel, do hereby grant this scarf cough and all its blessings upon. Arturia Pendragon. Arturia Pendragon, he continued without missing a beat, and all those who cough share her blood. May it serve as a shield from misfortune and, you know cough what? He finally said. Forget that last part one started, just grant Saber your power. Saber raised an eyebrow at the informal delivery at the end, but her question died when felt what could best be described as a spark, as energy seemed to flow from the article of clothing into her body, restoring some of her flagging strength. Immediately, she set the new source to work restoring her burns, healing the worst of them so they wouldn't be tempting targets for an enemy. Castor immediately broke down into another coughing fit, hacking up lots of blood as his life support was now gone. Now, there was truly nothing holding him back from fading. His legs, only missing their feet up to this point, started dissolving much faster, the rest of his body already going as well, particularly around his chest. I guess this is the end. He coughed quietly. Make sure you don't lose that. I'll kick your ass if you do. Damn it all. Sorry, Soliui, he thought silently. I hope you find whatever it is you're looking for in life. You two waver. Show those guys back at Clock Tower for Ryder and me. A goofy grin suddenly settled on his face at his next thought. Guess I won't get to see the wedding invitations after all. Castor stared up at the roof, and for a moment, he could have swore he saw the faces of all his friends and guildmates staring back at him, partying and with smiling like he remembered. They were happy, but none stood out as much as the faces of personal team, from the faces of his first rival, his pet cat, to his scary mentor, his fellow Dragon Slayer with her own pet cat, and to finally the blonde-haired girl he may or may not have had feelings for. Not that he would have ever admitted it. Hey guys, he thought weakly as he reached out his arm towards them. Looks like I'm coming home, soon. And so Castor, known in life as Natsu Dragneel, the Fire Dragon Slayer, the Salamander of Fairy Tale, unknown to him, the hero of Furi, died. Saber watched silently and respectfully as the heroic spirit faded away. When he did so, she then wrapped the white scarf about her neck, accidentally catching a whiff of the scent. It was like smelling smoke, scented, not burning, mixed with cat. Still, the strange smell was surprisingly nice, rather than repellent. Looking back down at where Castor had laid, she bowed her head as a final gesture of gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered. Elsewhere, Soli Ui simply stared at her bare hand, the final command seal having long since completely faded away in her mind, trying to process the ramifications of the action. Castor was dead. It was the only possible explanation, her mind acknowledged dumbly, but that didn't mean she could accept it. Soli Ui. She dimly heard Waver call out. She ignored him, her breaths coming in shorter and faster as she continued to stare. She remembered how Castor had first formed his contract with her, an action born out of necessity. She recalled how he had spent nights drinking with Lancer and how his eyes seemed to sparkle as he told her tales about his exploits. Soli Ui. She remembered how he talked of his wish, the pride in his voice as he spoke of saving his friends, and how she had seen his memories in dreams. Soli Ui. She could almost picture how he had sat with her on top of the hotel, listening to her talk about Kenneth, and how he saved her from death in the hotel and helped comfort her when Kenneth was killed. She recalled the wild look in his eyes when he had fought Assassin alongside Ryder, the pain at being unable to save him. Most of all, she remembered his promise to win the war. And now he was just gone. Soli Ui. Waver yelled as he grabbed her by the shoulder. "Speak to me, darn it." In a flash, she was back in the present. Turning her head, she beheld Waver's worried countenance. "Waver?" she asked softly, still in some form of shock. His worried look changed to a relieved smile. "Thank God. I thought for a moment you had a stroke." "What dash?" Looking down, she realized she was on her knees, her right hand clenched so tightly around her left wrist that she wouldn't have been surprised that she had cut off all circulation to the left hand. She also became aware of the fact she was unmistakably dizzy and sweating profusely. "What happened?" Waver's smile went from relieved to nervous. "Well, when you saw that your hand was bare, you kinda shut down." She resisted the urge to look back down, knowing what she would see. "You mean that Castor's really?" "Yeah," he finally said. "I may not be a full master anymore, but I can't feel the pull on my prana reserves that I became part of the contract. That means he's gone." As he said that, Soli Ui realized that she couldn't feel any pull on her own reserves anymore either. That fact, combined with the missing seals and she couldn't feel any sort of connection with Castor anymore, made it very clear to her that Castor was dead. At the realization, she looked down and realized that she was trembling, which only seemed to grow worse at the acknowledgement of being seen. As the sure fact began to truly sink into her brain, she began to feel her eyes get watery, feeling tears start to streak down her face as her frame was suddenly racked with a hiccup. The trickle of tears became a floodgate as she let them loose, giving into her sadness at losing her partner and, dare she say, friend. She was dimly aware of Waver wrapping his arms around her kneeling form, much like how she had done the same for only yesterday. She felt his body next to hers through their clothing, awkwardly patting her on the back as she cried unashamedly into his sweater. "Darn it," she heard him mutter. "If Ryder and Castor saw me doing this, they would be laughing their asses off." She wanted so desperately to say something to him, but her tears and hiccups prevented her. So, she just laid there in his arms, crying softly for not the loss of a key to the Grail, but for a true companion. Elsewhere, Saber looked at the doors down the hall in front of her and steeled herself, heading for the goal she had sought for so long. Each step her metal-covered feet took in the empty corridor sounded like gunshots, all the until she reached the double wooden doors at the end. Lifting both of her arms, her left having recovered enough to move without hurting too badly, she placed them upon the beautifully crafted wood. Opening them with a bang, she beheld the sight of the Holy Grail floating in the air over the stage. "At last," she whispered as she slowly walked forward, the sight of the golden chalice she had sought briefly causing her to lower her guard. "Amazing, isn't it?" Immediately, Saber's right hand raised Excalibur to a ready stance, her eyes darting to where she had heard the voice. When she caught sight of the speaker, she didn't lower her guard again. Berserker walked out of the shadows, soul in his normal scythe form in her own right hand. "To think that everything we've gone through, all of this suffering, was for this thing in front of us," she continued, her tired yet determined eyes only leaving Saber's briefly to look at the artifact. "You could literally swear this really is the cup of Christ, the way it looks." "Berserker," Saber nodded, briefly looking upwards to see an open window. It would appear that they had decided an alternate route was the best choice. "It's good to see you and Soul are alive, if not in the best condition." "We could say the same about you, Saber," Soul's voice rang out. "Looks like Castor did you a real number, if that scarf means anything." "The fact you're here is proof, then, that Assassin is dead as well," Saber continued, ignoring Soul's response. "Therefore, we are all that remain of the 8 servants of the Fourth Holy Grail War. And yet, only one of us can have it." Saber's grip tightened on her blade. her eyes never once leaving Berserker. Then you know what must be done. Berserker nodded, her eyes mirroring Saber's own as she gripped Soul in both hands. I do, but before we start, I want to say one last thing. Saber waited, her silence prompting her to continue. It really was fun, being partners, she finally said. Wish it could have been a little longer though. As do I, my friends. There were no more words. There were none needed. With a final battle cry, Saber and Berserker charged at each other, their blades clashing with a spark. The final battle of the Holy Grail War had begun. Elsewhere, Kirai looked about the strange landscape in confusion, not at all recognizing where he was. He seemed to be standing upon rocky ground, the air around him pulsing with a dark pinkish light. Everywhere he glanced was more and more of the same thing, nothing breaking the monotony of the landscape. Where am I? He wondered aloud. That's an interesting question, someone said, the voice echoing, seemingly coming from everywhere. Currently, you're inside the Holy Grail, but I won't bother explaining in full, because I doubt you'd understand. For now, let's just say you're having a bad dream. Kirai glanced around, seeing nothing in any direction, yet the voice had been so near. Who are you? He called out. Good question, the voice said sarcastically, if not the right one. Suddenly, the ground in front of him started to shift, a dark mound emerging from the earth. As it started to reach its full height, it started to gain more details. Arms and legs became visible, clad in black armor with some red highlights. A red cape fell behind the figure, the gleaming image of a skull forming about its head like a helmet as two red eyes stared into Kirai's, its facial features indescribable, as in they weren't there. A long, dark staff formed in its right hand, which it held with a firm grip. For some reason, the thing that caught Kirai's attention the most was that the intimidating figure in front of him barely came to his neck in height. If you insist on knowing my name, let's just call me Gray for now, the figure said, despite having no mouth to speak with. The question you should be asking yourself right now is, how the hell do I get out of here? Wait a minute, Kirai replied, looking around again. Did you say I'm inside the Holy Grail right now? I didn't stutter, priest, the figure replied, annoyance in his, at least Kirai assumed it was a he, voice, spreading his arms almost mockingly as he did so. You're inside the cup of Christ itself, in all its glory, though if I were you, I'd ask for a refund. But how is this the wish-granting device? Kirai questioned, appraising the surroundings with a critical eye. Why on earth does it feel so tainted? That's actually a very good way to describe it. 10 points to you, priest. The newly identified Gray responded grudgingly. Though your friend Kiritsugu is probably seeing something a little different. That caught Kirai's attention. Kiritsugu Amiya is here, he asked as he attempted to form a wooden spike from his left hand, stopping when he realized that no matter what he tried, he couldn't do it. It was as if his magic was somehow sealed off. How? What? How? The same way you did, Kirai, taken by the black mud which fell in such generous quantities on your heads. Gray responded casually, leaning against his staff. Though why is where it gets interesting. What do you mean? I mean that people don't normally come here, dumbass, even if they have been submerged in the mud. He replied plainly. They normally dissolve into ashes, their bodies converted to prana to serve as fuel for the Grail's power. And I suppose that this, friend, is why Kiritsugu isn't here. Bingo, Gray replied. He's currently meeting with him in another part of this place, away from our eyes. Why? Gray shrugged. He seems to think that Kiritsugu has the more interesting wish. I mean, come on, the salvation of the world? Sorry, but that's more impressive than wanting an answer from God about why you were born the way you are. Are you telling me the Grail is truly capable of such a thing? Kirai asked, pushing aside his annoyance at having his wish dismissed so easily. It can change something as fundamental as human nature? Well, yes and no. Gray replied slowly. The Grail can indeed grant something like world peace, but not through changing human nature. That's something beyond outside forces to change, even for a so-called omnipotent wish granter. So, even you admit it isn't truly all-knowing. Of course, in the end, it's nothing more than a simple cup with a whole bunch of magical power. It has nothing on divinity, so why should it be all-knowing? It's like a pile of scrap metal. It has the potential to be turned into the most powerful weapon on the face of the planet, but unless someone gives it direction and purpose, guiding it along, it won't be anything. It can't save the world because it doesn't know how to save it. It needs some form of a working method to go on. So it needs Kiritsugu for that as well. Exactly, Gray nodded. Since it doesn't know the best way to save the world, it will just do the next best thing. Take his philosophy of changing the world and apply it on a global scale. Kirai pondered that. If what this figure was saying was true, then the Grail wasn't as powerful as Tokiomi had led him to believe. In fact, if anything, it was even more dangerous. An artifact that interprets your wish on the grounds of how you exactly word it, taking the literal translation and giving what you ask for, yet not necessarily what you wanted? That's insane, Kirai whispered softly. For a man like Kiritsugu, who sacrificed the few to save the many, that sort of peace would slowly eliminate all of humanity. Yup, And that's not even going into the corruption, Gray added, then stopped when he noticed Kirai looking at him in growing horror. What? Did you really think that this place, he gestured to their surroundings, is personal preference? The Holy Grail has been tainted, as you so eloquently put it, ever since the last war when the Avenger-class servant, the root of all evils incarnate, was killed and absorbed. Any wish on the Grail carries his mark, he continued, to cause as much death and destruction as possible in granting it. You wish to be the wealthiest person alive? Kill everyone with more money than you. Desire to save the world? Kill all the humans in order to save it from humanity. Want a sign from God? Make sure it involves some form of suffering and death. As long as something gets hurt, it doesn't care. Kirai briefly felt dizzy, his mind trying to come to terms with what he was hearing. They had been fighting for their lives, all to obtain a miracle, only for it to be just a curse. Gray noticed the look. Kiritsugu's coming to the exact same conclusion from his talk with my friend. The only difference is how he's coping, currently by strangling a fake version of his wife to death while she curses him. Who are you really? Kirai demanded, shaking his head in growing frustration. And why are you bothering to tell me any of this? Gray sighed. I'm nothing but a wandering spirit the Grail decided to accept to keep it company in its years of loneliness. As to why I'm saying anything, it's because I, for lack of a better term, want to see what this knowledge does to you. Now that you know what the Grail will do if you perform a wish, will you still pursue it, or will you abandon your quest? A part of him wanted to scream that of course he'd abandon it, but something held him back. For some reason, the idea of millions of people suffering in eternal torment, their tortured cries filling the sky with their music, was appealing. He wanted to see the Grail take form in all its unholy glory, to watch as the root of all evils manifested in the physical world and kill everything. He wanted to listen to it all and laugh in merriment, and he stopped himself, the iron chains of his morality wrapping around him as a safeguard. That's not what you want, Kirai, he thought to himself. You have far more important things to worry about. I desire to know why God would create someone like me, who enjoys evil yet was born with a conscience. Kirai finally responded slowly. I desired the Grail because I thought it would let me realize the truth. But now you're telling me that it is corrupt, unable to grant any wish without suffering. That then defeats the very purpose of my wish. For how can I know why when the truth has been so maliciously twisted? Kirai clenched his fists and stared Gray in the eyes. I'll find my answer to my wish, but not with the Grail. My morals, the very thing that keeps me from enjoying the act of hurting others, will not allow me to use such a device. Gray was silent, then began to clap. A man who refuses to abandon his morals and yet desperately looks for a purpose in life, only found in others' suffering. Fine then, one way or another, you'll have your answer. Without warning, he swung the black staff into Kirai's head, smacking him across his forehead and causing him to crumple, his vision already failing. Be warned though, Kirai barely heard through the fog. When all is said and done, you might not like what you see. Kirai awoke suddenly, coughing up blood and black mud before, with great difficulty and pain, he lifted himself to his knees and looked around. There was a massive hole in the ceiling, and the Grail's corrupted contents were all over the floor. The lights were off, most broken, and there was no sign of Kiritsugu Amiya. Is this truly what we sought for? He wondered to himself. Was everything we lost and sacrificed all for nothing? Kirai's thoughts were cut off when he felt the unmistakable shape of a gun barrel press against his back, right over where his heart would be. He knew who it was, so he didn't bother asking. Instead, he settled for another question, his voice completely calm and devoid of emotion. You know the truth, don't you? About the Grail. Yes, was Kiritsugu's short and quiet reply. I will not use it. There is too much to lose and not enough gain. To think that everything we sacrificed was for nothing. Kirai continued, a mirthless chuckle escaping his lips. It really shows what fools we are. I take it you've already decided what you're going to do with it as well. There was no answer, but the silence alone was enough for Kirai. Well, he finally asked, aren't you going to finish me and avenge your wife? While he didn't see it, he heard Kiritsugu shift at the question. What? No final threat, he asked. No demand for me to give you the Grail, or even to try and fight back. I have no desire for such a thing that twists your words in the most horrible way possible. It's as worthless to me now as it is to you. Here, he shrugged. As for fighting back, what's the point? I'll die anyways. Perhaps I'll get my answers in the place you'll send me. He wasn't lying. The very real threat of dying here and now, still wondering the truth about himself, didn't actually bother him much. If the only way he could understand why God would let someone like him live was to die and ask him personally, then fine. It was the least he deserved. Though neither turned to face the other, a quiet understanding passed between the two. One might even call it respect. Then Kiritsugu pulled the trigger. Miu was racing down the stairs when she heard the gunshot. Eyes widening, she quickened her pace, tearing into the room with her pistol at the ready. She just caught sight of Kirai Kodamine's form slumped to the ground, a surprisingly peaceful smile on his face as his blood mixed with the Grail's contents. She watched as Kiritsugu placed the Thompson contender away then turned to face her. He looked terrible, as if he had just had his worst fears brought to the fore and shoved in his face. His eyes especially looked horrible, staring at her as if not quite able to realize she was real. "Kiritsugu," she began, but was cut off with a wave. "I'm fine, yeah," he said softly, his tone and appearance contradicting that statement, before it became stronger and more like normal. "I need you to do something for me." She subconsciously stood up straighter. "Yes. I want you to get out of here." She stopped, not quite believing what she had just been told. She looked at him in confusion, taking a good look at him. His current air was that of resolution. She hadn't just misheard. "But dash. Go," he cut her off. "Please. There's something I must do here alone." For a moment, all of Mia's iron-bound will and loyalty was tested as she looked at him, fighting to keep herself from disobeying his command. A feeling of worry and fear was growing in her gut, of what she couldn't quite understand. It was telling her to stay, to stop him from doing whatever it was he was about to try. However, her loyalty won out. With great hesitation, she nodded her head and went back up the way she came down. Before she did, though, she looked back, staring him in the face. "Just promise me you'll come back," she finally said. "The last thing I need is for you to die." Kiritsugu just nodded his head, then watched as she left. After waiting a few moments, he looked up towards the ceiling, his gaze locked on the gaping hole. There was one last thing to do. Saber versus Berserker. The clash of steel rang throughout the theater as Saber and Berserker struck at each other with equal strength and speed. Sword clashed with scythe as they swung, blocked, parried, and dodged each other's attacks, each attempting to overwhelm the other. There was no strategy to their actions, no signs of charging weapons with prana or complicated maneuvers. So close to their prize, as well as being exhausted from their previous battles, they had foregoed those fancy tricks entirely. They were fighting each other with nothing but their skill in their personal weaponry and sheer determination. Even so, the odds were against one of them. Saber grunted in pain as she deflected yet another swipe from Soul, feeling her still-burned skin cry out in pain as she overextended herself. Ignoring it, she jabbed at Berserker's chest, cursing the fact that both her still-mending arm and burns slowed her down. The scarf had been a godsend, but even it hadn't been able to provide enough prana to heal her injuries as quickly as she would have liked. It's to be expected, she thought to herself as she watched her strike only graze Berserker's chest. Anti-dragon injuries can't just heal that quickly, even if I was at full strength. She then gasped as Soul's blade made it past her guard and took her across her unprotected forearm, she having forgotten that she needed armor. Gritting her teeth, she willed part of her armor into existence as Berserker swung again, smiling slightly as it only left a gash in it and put her opponent off guard. Saber swung again, feeling a sudden surge of strength as she cut across Berserker's arm, forcing her back. Attempting to capitalize on her advantage, she raced after Berserker, only to have her next swing blocked. Suddenly, a lance of pain seemed to sprout in her left eye, distracting her and making her reflexively let her guard down. Berserker took advantage of it, disengaging from Saber's strike and swinging Soul directly at her chest, aiming for her heart. However, Saber managed to, by more luck than anything else, use her sword to partially deflect it, instead forcing the blade into her left shoulder. With a grunt of pain, Saber jumped back, causing the blade to emerge with a disgusting splat sound. Slowly, panting as she did so, she raised her left hand to first the wound, seeing it wasn't deep enough to truly cripple her from fighting, then to her closed eye, feeling it sting with pain just from touching it. Suddenly, another spasm of pain overtook her as it felt like something was attempting to rip her eyes straight out of its sockets. She barely held back a scream as she clasped her hand over it, all her thoughts focused on trying to overcome the agony. What on earth is happening? She wondered to herself as she looked at Berserker, who was staring at her in shock and surprise. Of course, that wasn't all she was doing. "Did you see that, Soul?" she asked her partner quickly. "What?" he asked worriedly, concern for Saber clear in his tone. "It was her left eye. You mean how it was all gold when we saw her, and now she's keeping it shut while screaming?" "Yeah, what about it?" Berserker hesitated. "It's just that, for a moment, before she flinched earlier, I could have sworn it was glowing a blood red." Before the weapon could say something to reassure her, he was interrupted by another pain-racked voice. "That doesn't matter right now, Berserker. What does matter is beating her and getting the grail." "Hey, Korea," Soul said. "Are you sure you're all right?" "I'll last this fight, but you have to end it now," Korea panted. "Take her out while she's still distracted by the pain, and finish this." "Right," Berserker said solemnly, both in her mind and aloud. Turning her gaze towards the struggling Saber, who by this point had raised her sword to a ready position with her right hand. Despite the obvious pain she was in, she concentrated. "Ready, Soul?" "Right." Soul res dash. She stopped when she beheld something behind the grail, her eyes widening in surprise and fear as she got a closer look. Saber turned her head as well, her own eye filling with surprise and hope at the sight. On the other side of the theater was Kiritsugu Amiya, cold expression on his face as he raised his right hand, revealing his remaining 2 command seals. "Saber," he spoke, making her look at him with attentive eyes. Help me win. Saber thought as she gripped Excalibur with both hands, pain in her eye forgotten. Is he going to have her use Excalibur on me? At this close range to the Grail? Berserker thought worriedly as she prepared to race forward and intercept Kiritsugu. I can't let him finish that command. By the power of my command seal, use your noble phantasm. Kiritsugu continued as Korea, listening from his connection with Berserker, felt sweat of anxiety collect on his brow, joining the sweat of exertion and pain. Stop him, Berserker, he thought quickly. Give me the Grail. Saber thought at the same time as she stood up straight. The servant of insanity obeyed her master, but faster than she could send the command to her legs to start moving, she heard his next words. Destroy the Holy Grail. Kiritsugu finished as the second seal vanished, and all who heard stared in complete disbelief, stopping any action they were going to take. What? Saber asked in a disbelieving tone as Excalibur revealed itself in all its glory, and she raised it, her hands shaking as she fought the command seal's influence. No! Berserker yelled as she raced towards Kiritsugu, soul raised high. I won't dash. Suddenly, she stopped, her eyes widening in shock and horror. Berserker, what's wrong? Korea yelled over the link, then suddenly gasped in pain. Maka, say something, Soul yelled. She didn't hear them, her gaze slowly turning towards the cup they were fighting for, her presence detection going haywire. It can't be, she whispered. She could sense something coming from inside of it. A dark presence assaulted her senses, overwhelming her mind with its sense of scale. Her mind was overrun with a sense of fear as she was exposed to a black hole of pure madness. Every negative emotion of humanity suddenly thrust upon her in such a massive intensity. She tried to look away, yet found she couldn't, listening to the wails and screams of what seemed like damned souls suffering for eternity. The next she knew, it was gone, leaving her staring at, for all intents and purposes, an inert chalice. Still, she knew what she had seen wasn't fake. It was beyond what she felt when she had seen Avenger's soul, and even more so than the Kishin Azura's soul. Their madness was like a puddle compared to this. This was the Grail's soul. She struggled to comprehend how she couldn't have noticed this thing beforehand when they had arrived, and the Grail was already formed. She then realized why. It had been trying to hide its true nature, to trick them into granting a wish before revealing itself. Saber's actions had frightened it into revealing itself, if only briefly. Berserker, she heard Soul yell again, shocking her out of her stupor. You have to stop Saber. Oh God, Saber, she thought in horror before turning around, seeing that Saber was still struggling to avoid using Excalibur, the sword already over her head and starting to glow. Why Kiritsugu? Saber questioned as it did so. Why you of all people? Once again, Berserker tried to charge forward, but suddenly felt strangely weak. Falling to her knees, she clutched her chest. What? She panted. Korea clutched his own chest, feeling his heart start to beat irregularly and rapidly. Damn it, he yelled as the pain spread throughout his chest, his breath becoming ragged and shorter. Not now. Fighting the urge of unconsciousness that had started to take him, he looked at his hand, activating a command seal. Zoken watched from his worm familiar, a somewhat amused expression on his face. Unbelievable, he muttered to himself. He survived the full drain of a berserker's capabilities. Now it's a heart attack that kills him. That's just bad luck. Kiritsugu watched Berserker's collapse with brief surprise, then turned back to Saber, his final seal glowing. By the power of my final command seal, I order you again, Saber. Berserker and Soul looked on in helplessness at the sight, then stopped when they felt another surge of power from their master. By the power of my command seal, I order you, Berserker. This can't be how it ends. Saber thought to herself as she gazed helplessly at Berserker. Stop me, damn it. Hurry up, master. Berserker screamed in her mind, feeling him start to fade. Don't die yet. Kill Saber. Korea finished with a gasp, the seal fading away. Destroy the Holy Grail. Kiritsugu finished at the same time, his own seal fading away. Stew up. Saber and Berserker shouted at the same time, tears simultaneously flowing from their eyes, though for different reasons. For Saber, it was for the destruction of that which could save her people. For Berserker, it was for killing her friend. Berserker's scythe came around and stabbed Saber straight through her back and out her chest, piercing her heart completely and dealing a blow that would have killed her instantly under normal circumstances. Unfortunately for both of them, a servant given an order enforced by 2 command seals will do whatever it takes to finish that order, even if it means to defy death for the precious seconds it needs to finish. As such, despite her already fading strength and consciousness, Saber still swung down Excalibur with a horrified expression, her body guided by the unbreakable order. In a flash of gold, the Holy Grail was cut in half. Author note. And with that, the Holy Grail War ends. I hope you guys like the final conflicts between the servants, as well as the new way to end the confrontation between Kirai and Kiritsugu. I hope you guys in particular got the meaning behind the title of this chapter. After all, Saber is officially a Dragon Slayer of sorts now, since she just killed a Dragon Slayer in single combat. Pretty clever, huh? Oh yeah, The guy who gave Saber that power boost and changed her eye color in the left eye? That's the same guy as Gray, who talked to Kirai before he woke up. Let's just say he's going to play a big role in the sequel, potentially an even bigger threat than the Holy Grail itself. By the way, Gray isn't his real name, just that of someone he knew in life. As for that power boost, you're probably wondering how I justify that. Well, since the Grail is the whole reason a servant exists in the first place, copying the information stored in the Throne of Heroes to create the servant, imparting the knowledge of everything about the current era they're into them, and absorbing them after death to use their energy to make the wish, I figured. If it can do all of that, why can't it give a servant more energy? However, while the potential to do this exists, since a servant must be consciously chosen to provide energy to, and the Grail itself is really nothing more than a lump of magical energy with some basic command inputs to follow, it's rarely ever done. That's where Gray comes in. Since he's a being bound to the Grail, he can abuse the system to give servants more energy. And if anyone is wondering why he didn't do this earlier at all, several reasons. Firstly, he's not supposed to do this, as Angra Mainyu thinks the fights are more interesting if the servants fight with their own power. He only got away with it because old AM was off with Kiritsugu. Secondly, of all the remaining contestants, he finds Saber the most interesting and wants her to survive to the end. Thirdly, and related to the second reason, that little gift wasn't all out of the goodness of his heart, as the golden eye and the pain she felt from it is a clear indication. He has plans. Unfortunately, you won't see the full effects of that till the next FIC. Smiley face. For now, let's just say that anything that comes from the Grail carries its taint. Anyways, this FIC really is almost over. All that's left is the next chapter, which may or may not contain the 5 years later epilogue, so there'll probably be anywhere from 1 to 2 more chapters. Stay with me just a little longer, my readers. Keep reviewing, favoriting, and following. I'll make the next one a good one. Chapter 26, Recalling Memories and Tying Up Loose Ends. Fuyuki City, Civic Center ruins, daytime. 2 figures, their bodies wrapped in dark coats and hats, walked through the shattered, blackened remains of the location of the Holy Grail, silently observing the carnage. The entire area was but a twisted mockery of what it had been just yesterday, the once beautiful landscape and buildings reduced to rubble and blackened fields. Apparently, a great fire had sprung up overnight around the area, consuming the district and hundreds of innocent people. Survivors were scarce, and the hospitals were filled up mostly with the brave men and women who had rushed to rescue the victims, only to be caught in the blaze themselves. People were already calling it the worst disaster that had ever plagued Fuyuki since World War II. Worst of all was the smell that still blanketed the area, even after the smoke had long since vanished. The stench of burning flesh. God damn it, one of the two muttered, his cigarette unlit in his mouth. Don't blaspheme in my presence, Earl. The other muttered in turn, though his heart didn't seem into it. A glint of a metal cross was seen as he shifted slightly. I'll forgive you this once because it's rather appropriate here. Sorry, Father. The other replied, then looked out towards the field. It's just been a long time since I've seen carnage on this level. The priest nodded, then turned his attention to the very center of the building. Well, we're almost there. Let's get this over with. His companion nodded, following after him. After another minute or so, they came upon their destination. In front of them was a ruined theater room, the majority of the floor in front of the stage destroyed, collapsed into the basement below them. The stage itself was cut clean in half as if by a giant sword, the halves burned and covered in ash. The last resting place of the Holy Grail. You sniff anything out? The priest asked. Any signs of anyone getting out alive? Nothing, Earl grumbled. It's all jumbled by the smell of burning. The priest said nothing, then pulled out his cross and knelt, his mouth muttering a prayer for the lost. Earl was respectfully silent, dropping and crushing his cigarette to pieces with his shoe. After the father stood up, his prayer done, Earl's cell phone rang, the tune of Take Me Out to the Ball Game, a clear contrast to their surroundings, playing loudly. I hate that ringtone. Shut up, Anderson. Taking it out, Earl glanced at the caller's name. Well, you've got good timing, Stark. Answering the phone, he waited for his caller to say something, then responded. Yeah? Nah, couldn't find any trace. Sorry, but the smell is too jumbled here. He was silent for a few moments as he listened to Stark. You're sure? He waited, his eyes narrowing. Well, I'll get right to it. Turning, he threw the phone to Anderson, who caught it. It's for you. Anderson lifted the phone to his ear. Yes. He was silent, his eyes briefly widening in shock, then narrowing dangerously. Well, in that case, I'll be happy to come with you. You got the location? He listened for a moment more, then nodded. Got it. On my way. He cut off the call, throwing the phone back to Earl. I've got some business to take care of with Stark. I know. Earl replied as he grabbed the phone. And I'm heading back to the hospital. Edgar wants me to see one of the survivors, say what I think of him. A new recruit. Earl turned around and started to walk away. A future one, I think would be the proper term. Anderson didn't follow him. Instead, he pulled out a Bible, the pages ripping out and surrounding him with a bright golden light. Did he give a name? Before the pages completely obscured him, He just caught Earl's next words. Someone named Amiyat. Earl felt a gust of wind behind him, only glancing briefly behind himself to catch sight of a whirling mass of paper heading towards the city. Turning back around, he began a lonely trek back to their car, parked just at the edge of the field. He sighed to himself. What the hell could have caused all of this? Fuyuki Civic Center, last night. What could you have learned about me? Saber thought as her face shifted to quiet acceptance, feeling Soul's blade through her heart as it was pulled back out, her blood falling to cover the front of her dress. By issuing those two measly orders. Her head turned as she fell to her knees, Excalibur falling from nerveless hands as a wave of gold headed towards her, most likely the backlash from the Grail's destruction. She looked at Berserker's tear-stained face, the servant's eyes begging for forgiveness as she jumped away. She allowed that image to sear itself into her mind as she shut her own eyes, Berserker's sobs, Soul's yells, and the rumble of the backlash fading from her hearing. She once again saw herself on top of the hill of swords, covered in the bodies of both her soldiers and Mordred's. She was kneeling at the top, the expression of a shell-shocked soldier upon her face, and using Excalibur as a support. She saw Mordred's unmasked form lying next to her, the tears and blood still fresh upon her young face. She saw her knights when the Round Table had been at its greatest, Sirs Lancelot, Gawain, Percival, Bedivere, and all the others happy, while she looked on as the emotionless king. I never even knew my own comrades. She remembered Ryder's words at the banquet, his accusing eyes and those of the other servants who had looked down at her wish. Perhaps this is my punishment for being the king who could not understand others. Saber felt the heat from the energy, knowing it was but a millisecond from being upon her. Berserker need not have stabbed her in the end after all. She was as good as dead anyways. Most of all, she remembered what they had ultimately decided to call her, and she them. We will never abandon you. Soul had said, I promise. Thank you, my friends. A single tear, unseen by any of the other occupants of the room, flowed from her right eye. I forgive you both. Goodbye. The power then hit her, disintegrating her body instantly. And so Saber, known in life as Arturia Pendragon, king of Britain and leader of the Knights of the Round Table, died in a brilliant flash of light. Gah! Berserker screamed as the section of the floor she had landed on fell into the basement, just barely avoiding a landing on her face and instead on her back, still weak from Korea's fading strength. Still, she managed to jump back as more and more of the theater floor started to fall, particularly around the area where Saber had stood. Don't think about it, she thought to herself as she quickly wiped her eyes, then looked at her partner. Are you all right, Soul? Yeah. His reply was short and somewhat terse. She didn't have to guess why. What about Korea? Before she could attempt to establish a connection with her master, she suddenly felt a familiar feeling overtake her, that of her master re-establishing connections. B.R. Berserker. She just barely heard Korea whisper, his voice becoming more and more ragged. What happened? I killed Saber, she responded, doing her best to keep the grief out of the connection. She knew that she would have to kill Saber, but she had wanted it as a fair fight, both fighting on equal ground, and at least with the ability to fight back. To have killed her while she had been helpless, unable to move to defend herself from, or even just dodge the killing blow, that had struck her deeply. But she was still able to destroy the Grail. It's gone, Korea. She expected some form of anger or grief to suddenly flare up over on Korea's end, some way to gauge his feeling at losing the only chance to save Sakura and himself. Instead, she felt acceptance. I see, he panted, his voice somehow growing firmer while getting softer at the same time. I guess, this is it for US, isn't it? Korea, I am so sorry. We failed you and Dash. No, she heard him cut her off. You haven't failed, not yet. Sakura still has a chance. What are you, Dash? Berserker stopped when she felt a familiar sense of power filling her, a command seal. Korea's last command seal. It's too late for me. Korea muttered, but you both can still make a difference. Promise me. Promise me that you'll both survive and save her, not as a servant, but as a friend. Berserker and Soul were silent, then nodded there, Soul mentally, heads mutely. We will, they said as one. We promise. They almost felt Korea smile from his end of the link. Then, by the power of my final command seal, I order you, Berserker, to survive this war, no matter what. Once more, power surged through Berserker's form, the weakness in her limbs leaving her, replaced with strength. Goodbye, Maka Soul. And with that, Korea cut off their connection. Master? Master. Korea watched as his last command seal faded away, his hand falling limply to his side as he did so. He was honestly surprised with himself. He had summoned one of the strongest servant classes, remained strong through all of Berserker's power-ups, even when she had gone insane, fought to keep consciousness and alive while having a heart attack brought about by overexerting himself, and now was the only master left with a servant. Well, about to be masterless servant would be the soon proper term. It looked like he had used up his remaining time all in this one fight. He muttered quietly to himself, So much for being a failure, Hazoken. The sound of an unlocking door distracted him. Turning his head, his good eye widened as he caught sight of Sakura, standing in the entrance to his room, just staring at him with eyes widening in horror, then returning to their usual sad, dead look. Uncle Korea, she muttered, her voice as dead as before Berserker had brought some light into her world. Damn you, Zoken, he thought angrily. You planned this, didn't you? Of course he had. No doubt this was Zoken's own cruel way of trying to show Sakura what would happen to those who went up against him, to break her even further and crush what glimmers of hope still remained in her soul. Well, he was dying, that much was certain, but Korea would be damned to deepest pit in hell if he would let Zoken use him like that. Summoning a strength he didn't even know he had, Korea pushed himself onto his hands and knees, for standing up was beyond him, and crawled over to where Sakura just stood watching him. Then he did something he hadn't done in a long time. Using all of his remaining and quickly fading strength, he wrapped Sakura in the tightest hug he could manage, feeling her stiffen under his grip. Stay strong, Sakura, he muttered quietly yet firmly into her ear, stroking her hair in a kindly fashion as he did so. You will be happy someday, and I'm so sorry I wasn't the one who could give it to you. He felt rather than saw her eyes change, her expression growing from dead to confused, and he knew he had her attention. Don't hate Maka or Soul. They will help free you of this nightmare soon. And don't hate Rin, who knows nothing about this. Try to still see her as a sister, no matter what. Korea continued, speaking faster as he grew weaker, struggling to say all that needed to be said. Tell Asan, if you see her, that Kuryuajisan loved her very much. He then slowly released his hug and smiled at her, putting as much warmth in it as possible. And I loved you, like the daughter I never had. Korea's eyes then closed, and as his body fell to the floor, the last thing he saw was Sakura's face, no longer wearing that emotionless expression, but rather that of a strong young girl holding back tears. And I'm so sorry for making you cry. And so Korea Matu, former master of Berserker, died. From his watching place, Zoken's eyes narrowed in anger, gripping his cane tightly. You're a fool, Korea, he spat. No one is coming to help her. While this was going on, Kiritsugu looked down with an annoyed expression. Even with the Grail's destruction, Berserker was still in this world, though for how long was anyone's guess. He knew he wouldn't be able to reach Korea, so his only option was to simply get away and team up with Mia. Suddenly, a sense of dread overcame his entire body, almost forcing him to his knees with its intensity. A sudden urge of emotions erupted within him. Anger, fear, sadness, hatred, and a million other negative feelings passed through his mind, all almost hauntingly familiar. Slowly, he looked upwards, a shocked gasp of fear escaping him. In the sky overhead was what looked like the moon, except pitch black and letting off red steam. I am possible, Kiritsugu muttered in denial and shock as he gazed upon the heavenly body. Saber destroyed the Grail, your vessel. So how can you still exist, Angra Mainyu? To his horror, a familiar voice, tinged with amusement and anger, filled his mind. You refused my offer to save the world, now reap your punishment. Berserker and Soul stared in horror at the moon above them, their hearing just barely allowing them to hear Kiritsugu's fearful declaration. That's what I felt, in the Grail? Berserker whispered in shock, unable to remove her eyes from the sight, feeling all of the negative emotions from before, only now unrestrained and uncovered. Maka, Soul yelled, his voice breaking slightly as he felt what she did, but also understanding they couldn't stay here. We need to go. Suddenly, the black moon erupted, making red and black rain onto the civic center. Before the servant of madness could react, both she and Soul were already ankle-deep in the mud. Maka, Soul yelled, finally forcing her out of her stupor. Go. Now. That's exactly what she tried to do, but when she tried to raise her legs, they felt like they were submerged in wet cement. As she struggled, the mud level continued to rise, coming up to her knees in 7 seconds and only rising even faster. Soul, I need you to go, she yelled desperately, prepared to throw him onto a piece of rubble some distance away. To her shock, he suddenly felt like he weighed a ton. I'm not leaving you here, he yelled back, his eyes swerving around to look at her. We promised to save Sakura together, and that's what we're gonna do. She was about to argue, but abandoned it for 2 reasons. 1, Soul had adopted that tone he only reserved for when he had absolutely no intentions of changing his mind. Not even a Maka chop or 5 to the head would persuade him otherwise. 2, the mud was now up to her elbows and would have made it incredibly awkward to throw him even if he hadn't decided to weigh a ton to enforce his point. Fine, she yelled as the mud started rising even faster, reaching her armpits in about 2 seconds. Let's do it. Got it. Just before her head went under, she managed to get out her next, potentially final, words. Soul resonance. This can't be happening. Kiritsugu shouted as he raced out of the civic center, the mud slowly leaking out and spilling into the woods surrounding it. Luckily for him, he was able to get out of the building while the mud was still restricted to the basement. However, the volume of the mud was increasing dramatically, forcing its way through doors and windows with its weight, spreading like a wildfire, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. Kirai Kotomine's words came back to him. To think that everything we sacrificed was for nothing. It really shows what fools we are. And I was the greatest fool of all, Kiritsugu thought bitterly. Was all our fighting only to just lead to this? He wondered as he ran up a hill to get a better view of the damage done by the Grail's contents. Only to see Fuyuki in flames, smoke rising into the air. Kiritsugu stared like a man who has just seen the deepest horrors of his soul thrust upon him, only now 100-fold, feeling tears forming in the corners of his eyes. Like a man possessed, he rushed down towards the city, desperate to save someone, anyone from this hell of his doing. If he didn't, then he had no idea what would happen to his soul. Fuyuki Hospital, sometime earlier. Waver Velvet and Soliai sat outside the hospital room, the former's hands crossed in front of him and nervously fidgeting in his seat, while the latter kept a strong poker face, only the slightest twitches to her hands showing her anxiety. Waver's head was down, his eyes unable to meet the person who sat across from him. Said person sighed and then spoke again, his voice calm, but just barely tinted with impatience. Look, I can understand that you're worried for your friends, the figure said again, and I sympathize with you. But I also need you to be honest with me as to where you both were last night. Waver finally gathered the courage to look the figure across from him in the eye, his own young brown eyes meet green and golden brown ones as the two young men stared at each other. Waver was unnerved despite himself by the other's gaze. It was like staring into the eyes of someone who had seen death itself. Soliui, however, was more experienced with such looks and managed to respond, though slowly. I don't know what we can say, Mr. Silverstein. She finally admitted. What we and our friends were involved in can't exactly be talked about in public. I am well aware of the war, Mr. Velvet, Ms. Sophia Ree. The black-suited man responded, ignoring the latter's look of surprise and the former's renewed fear. And I promise you that no one else here does, unless they themselves were involved or came with me, or will. My assistant has made sure of it. I've placed a silencing spell on the entire hallway. A new voice spoke up from near them, sending a brief chill down two of the three occupants' spines. And I've convinced anyone coming this way that they don't need to for now. The one who had spoke was a woman, a very beautiful one at that. She was tall with a very voluptuous figure, which showed even through her clothing, which consisted of a dark gray, two-piece business suit with a dark green necktie, black gloves and shoes. Her hair was a dark cerulean, which fell down to her waist unbound with any ties, and her skin was a light brown. It was her features that set her apart though. Her face had a sort of mischief and smugness to it, as if she was constantly trying to figure out the best way to beat you, or maybe seduce you too, depending on how you interpreted it. Her vibrant green eyes shone with trickery and craftiness, seeming to shift depending on her mood, along with something distinctly unhuman. For some reason, Waver thought of insects when he looked into them. Good work, Chrissy. Silverstein nodded to the woman, seemingly unaffected. Keep an eye out regardless though. She flashed him a smile, showing off teeth which seemed a little too sharp for normal people, then suddenly exploded into green flames. Waver and Soliui watched in amazement as her body seemed to change shapes within the flames, her clothes morphing into something different. When the flames died down, the admittedly sexy woman was gone, replaced by an older-looking glasses-wearing doctor in his 40s wearing the typical hospital garb and carrying a clipboard. Still, Soliui could see that behind the eyewear that the eyes, now a stormy blue, had the same look in them as before. Silverstein sighed like this was an everyday occurrence. Did you really have to scare the boy? She chuckled, the voice now that of a world-weary man's. Sorry. With a wink, the transformed figure opened the door and walked back out. Waver turned back to Silverstein, his mouth unashamedly open in shock. Wha? How? We're not normal people, my friends, the white-haired man responded calmly as he sat back in his seat. But trust me when I say that we are not the enemy. Do you? They had just seen a magic-using shapeshifter and was now facing the person who was apparently her boss. Soliui, quite honestly, didn't trust him. The way he had just arrived here and asked for them, greeting them like they were old acquaintances, and was now essentially holding them hostage, it didn't exactly leave her very open to talking about a secret war. Still, she had to concede that the fact that he hadn't attempted to force them to give him the information was proof that he wasn't totally a bad guy, or at least out to purposely harm them. He hadn't been overbearing. In fact, quite the opposite. He had been an absolute gentleman, offering a drink to both of them and waiting for them to check on their friends before asking questions. Plus, the fact he already knew about the war meant that he was obviously connected to the association and church in some way, likely as an investigation for what had happened. It wouldn't do to anger him. As for Waver, part of him wanted to flat out say that no, he didn't. But, like Soliui, he also understood that if Silverstein had wanted to, he could have forced them to tell him what he wanted to know, by either his own hand or the woman, just outside. They had already silenced the hallway. They had them at their mercy. That they had done no such thing was proof that they were making a rather obvious effort to gain his and Soliui's trust. The two looked at each other, understanding what the other was thinking. Solo Yui nodded. Waver sighed softly. Well, trust was a two-way street, after all. Both sides had to willing for any progress to be made. We don't, he admitted, but we're willing to try. Mr. Silverstein smiled, and it wasn't an intimidating one either. Well, in that case, let's start with my full name. My name is Edgar Silverstein. You may refer to me, for now, as Edgar. He then held out a hand. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Waver, Ms. Solo Yui. Waver slowly shook the other's hand, Solo Yui following suit. Still, I don't know where to start our tale. Edgar sat back in his seat, crossing his legs. Well, let's start at the beginning, shall we? Last night, Waver and Solo Yui. What is this? Waver muttered to himself in horror as he, along with Solo Yui, looked towards the burning buildings. He had just finished consoling the grieving woman, letting her slowly let go of him, when a bright flash of light had blinded both of them. When they had recovered, they saw a black moon in the sky before it let down some sort of liquid. Next thing either of them knew, Fuyuki was on fire. Solo Yui had just stared numbly in shock. I don't know, she mumbled softly, fear gripping her heart. But it looks like it came from the Civic Center. Waver turned to her. But Berserker couldn't have made that, and neither could Saber, he argued, at first worried she was trying to place the blame on either of his former allies. They would never use something like that. I know, but that's not what I meant, she responded, still watching the flames. Something else must have done it. Waver was about to ask her what, but was interrupted by the distant sounds of ambulances and fire trucks coming. Turning his head in the direction of the sounds, he looked back to the quickly spreading flames, noticing how they were getting closer to their location. He was torn. Part of him wanted to help them, but he was also scared. What if he died trying to save someone? What had Ryder said? As king, it is my duty to inspire others to dream. And as my retainer, it is your sacred duty to ensure that see my dream to the end and share it with future generations. That was what Ryder had said. He needed to carry on his king's words, to share them with the next generation. He couldn't do that if he was dead. But then again, how could he carry on his king's dream to the next generation if he couldn't prove himself to the current? How could he call himself worthy to carry it if he couldn't save someone in need? He would be a hypocrite, even worse off than being dead. Yes, Waver was morally and mentally obligated to do something about it, but no, he thought to himself, shaking his doubts away. I have to try and help. It's what Ryder would have done. We have to help them, Waver said to Solo Yui, who turned towards him. We need to save someone. She stared for a moment in surprise, trying to see where all this extra confidence had come from, then nodded mutely. Like him, she could tell that she had an obligation to help, and, despite her fear, help she would. It's what Castor would have done, after all, she thought suddenly, then realized something. Castor would have done so, and likely would have been the first on the scene. Once more, she felt sadness at her servant's death come to her, but she pushed it aside. He wouldn't have wanted her to break down like that a second time. She had to keep going. With those thoughts, both of them quickly raced towards a burning street, instantly feeling the heat as it swamped them. Still, they pressed on, their clothing sticking to their bodies with sweat only to dry as it evaporated. Reaching the first building, both tried not to gag at the smell of burning flesh. Waver rammed against the door, only to see it stand still. Both looked at each. Then, nodding, they rammed it together once, twice, thrice, for times before it gave way with a crash. To their horror, they beheld only the sight of multiple corpses, their bodies blackened by fire, their limbs twisted into various angles of agony. Overcome with nausea, both at the sight and smell, they raced out of the building, unashamedly barfing up their last meal all over the ground. Oh God, Waver muttered as he wiped his mouth, then grimaced as he grabbed his arm, feeling something warm and sticky through the sweater's fabric. Looking down, he saw his clothes were torn, a long cut down his arm and bleeding. Must have been from the door. He muttered darkly. Hold on, Solo Yui said quickly, holding her hands out towards him. I may not have much in terms of magic, but I do know some healing spells. Waver was silent as she worked, watching as her hands glowed a bright green before the cut started to heal. He breathed in slowly. Thanks. Solo Yui sighed in relief. You're welcome. A very brief smile appeared on her beautiful face as she looked at him. Wait, beautiful? Focus, Waver, he shouted in his mind. You have other things to worry about right now. Quickly, they both moved on towards the other houses, always trying to find some survivors. However, they were without luck. Each house they forced open was only filled with dead people. Men, women, and children, all nothing but blackened corpses. Worse, several times Waver and Solo Yui were injured, either from breaking in or from the flames, forcing the latter to use her magic to heal the injuries, which started to take its toll. Damn it, Waver muttered helplessly as he looked into another house, seeing the same sight he had grown accustomed to at least a dozen times before. Isn't there anyone left alive? Solo Yui stood alongside him, hands on her knees as she panted, then looked towards the Civic Center randomly. She stopped, turning her head back towards it and placing a hand over her eyes, trying to get a better look. She tugged on Waver's sleeve, getting his attention. Waver, She panted slowly. Do you see that? Waver turned in the direction she was pointing, squinting his eyes. All he saw was a burning street with rubble and smoke everywhere, with two people stumbling along. Wait. Waver's eyes widened as he looked again, willing his vision to show him the truth, not some desperate hope of his mind being projected in front of him. No change. The stumbling figures were as real as when he had first glimpsed them. Feeling hope rise in his heart, he grabbed Soleil by the arm. Come on, let's go. Both of them moved as quickly as their tired bodies could through the smoke, forcing themselves to move even faster when they saw the smaller of the figures fall to the ground, its companion stopping to try and pick it up before collapsing alongside. Waver skidded to a stop by the fallen people, taking in the image as he did, and gasped, Soleil, following his example. It was two teens, male and female. The slightly larger of the two, the male, was completely naked, his white skin burned and marked by both the flames and the hot ash that had fallen. The female was in a similar state of undress, her modesty and majority of her skin preserved thankfully by the black coat that she was wearing, which looked strangely familiar. That wasn't what shocked them, though. It was the fact that both of them were familiar faces to the former masters. Faces that, if the war was truly over and the Grail gone, shouldn't even be here. Berserker, Waver whispered in disbelief. Soul, what are you two doing here? Other questions were burning in his mind, like why on earth they were stumbling around in physical form when they could astralize. Why did they look so weak as if they were about to keel over and die? Why they appeared to be suffering from both burns and smoke inhalation, despite the fact they shouldn't have been being servants. Why were they naked? Waver, Soleil, snapped quickly, jarring him back to the task at hand. We can worry about those things later. Right now, they need help. Not even waiting for an answer, she once again started using her healing magic, her face becoming paler as she put more magic into healing the worst of the burns on both of them. Waver, putting aside his questions for now, nodded his head and moved to help, removing his sweater and putting it on Soul, deciding it would be less awkward for the weapon if he was at least partially clothed. He looked at Soleil as she finished healing the worst of the burns, realizing that she had used up too much energy. If the way her face was even paler and that her body was slightly shaking even while kneeling was any indication. He put a hand on her shoulder, catching her attention. Come on, he said tiredly. We need to get these guys to safety. For a moment, she looked like she wanted to protest, but then glanced at the collapsing buildings nearby, watching as flames consumed them even faster. She nodded sadly in reply. Waver hefted the weapon up onto his shoulder, holding one of his arms to make sure he wouldn't fall off, and began to slowly walk towards the sirens seemed closest. Soleil took Berserker in a similar fashion, though she was moving slower despite her passenger's lighter weight. Waver actually had to go back and partially support Berserker's other side with his free arm, the strain on his body feeling like it was about to start killing him. He didn't voice his body's disgruntlement, though. Luckily for the weary rescuers and unconscious rescued, they didn't stumble far before they came upon one such emergency squad, whose members were busy grimly zipping up more body bags. It would appear that they weren't having any better luck than they had. Hey, Waver called out, catching their attentions. Help us, please. We have survivors. Holy shit, there's some live ones. One shouted, making the others stop and some gasp in equal parts surprise and relief. Then quit gawking, you idiots. The leader of the group barked out, anger evident in his tone at their behavior. Help these guys. You aren't fucking bystanders. The rest snapped to attention at his words and rushed to Waver and Soleil, grabbing Soul and Berserker and putting them on stretchers that looked like they hadn't seen any usage recently. The leader watched as they carefully loaded them onto the ambulance, then turned to the former masters, his voice taking a calmer and more grateful tone. Thank God that you two were here, whoever you are, he admitted. I was worried that we were too late to save anyone. He then took a good look at their conditions, noticing their burned clothing, ash-covered skin, and pale looks, then glanced back the way they had come, noticing some of the doors they had broken open. His face then took a more sympathetic look. You people should come with us too. You've both probably ingested way too much smoke, and you don't look like you're going to get much further either. A part of Waver wanted to protest, but a brief glance at Soleil's now obviously trembling form shattered any form of doing so. As much as he wanted to try and save some more people, maybe even find out what caused this fire, he wouldn't make it far like this, and he wasn't about to leave Soleil alone. He nodded his head numbly alongside her, and the next thing he knew he was inside the ambulance with Soleil and the servant weapon pair, the later of whom were hooked up to some breathing apparatus. He felt Soleil wrap her arms around his form, to which he responded with his own, the two just sitting there as they each used the other as a pillow and support of sorts to rest upon, his head upon her chest and her head on his own, both too tired to care. Two people, he thought with increasing haziness, his adrenaline rush giving way to simple fatigue. We saved two people out of potentially hundreds. That's got to count for something, right? His mind offered no answers as he drifted off to an uneasy sleep. Fuyuki Hospital. I see. Edgar simply said as the two masters finished their tale his mind replaying everything they had just said and building his own conclusions. So, you're saying that both Berserker and her weapon showed signs of smoke inhalation and burns, despite being servants and therefore immune to the former, and especially resistant to the later under normal circumstances? Yes, both of them responded at the same time, their voices brokering no falsehood. And you swear that everything you've told me is the truth? Yes. And that you're both getting married when this all blows over? They started, then sputtered as they realized what he had just said, their faces turning as red as Soleil's hair. And no, Soleil responded, of course not. Why, yeah, what she said. Waver added. Edgar chuckled. Sorry, I couldn't resist, he replied as he stood up and dusted his pants legs off. Well, I don't see any reason to doubt your claims. I will have to ask, however, that you stay here for at least another day. What? What? Soleil asked confused. I need to make my report to my superiors and see what they think about all of this, Edgar replied calmly. Just because I believe you doesn't mean they will, though my word is very highly sought after. I'd also like to speak with you both again before you leave. The two didn't seem completely convinced, but they nodded anyways. He shook both of their hands, then began to walk away, hands in his pockets and the picture of calmness. Mentally, though, he was sending all the information, including memories of their actions, he had just seen and heard directly to Chrissy, just outside in the main hallway. Well, what do you think? He heard her hum to herself in compilation, her mental voice missing its rather sultry edge. Well, they're certainly not lying. Their actions seem and voice seem to be the real deal, so they at least believe what they're saying, and I see no reason why they would lie about how they found a servant and her partner. I know. I'm willing to believe their story as well, Edgar replied in agreement. Still, receiving burns and suffering from smoke inhalation? That shouldn't be possible for servants. He opened the doors and saw Chrissy, still in disguise, nearby. Nodding to each other, they began to walk down the halls, still conversing mentally. Well, here, she paused before speaking again. The burns are possible, especially if this was a magical-based fire, but the smoke shouldn't have been a problem. I mean, in theory, a servant could fight underwater with the same level of skill as on land, only slowed due to the water's density and pressure, right? Indeed. While servants could interact with the physical world, even eat, that's what bugging me, Edgar admitted. I mean, the only possible way they could have suffered like that would be if they actually had dash. Edgar was cut off when Stark appeared right next to them with a faint, booming noise. His blue-gray eyes stared into his own, and the intensity of his stare was enough to make Edgar visibly flinch. Still, he quickly composed himself. Well, he asked the gray-clad man, what did you find out from Berserker and her partner? Chrissy's silencing spell had been meant for more than just blocking out anyone from eavesdropping on his conversation with Waver and Soleil. It had also been meant to keep them from hearing the conversation going on between Stark and the patients next door. Stark's gaze didn't waver, a sort of calm anger within his eyes that surprised even Edgar, who had known him longest save Lynn. He rarely showed this level of anger, visible or otherwise, and the fact he was showing it now was proof that whatever he had learned from them was pissing him off. And it was never good for anything that pissed off Stark this much. The last thing that had done so, ORT in South America. Well, there was a new vacancy on the DA list after that battle. True, Stark had every other member of the group backing him, but everything was his only reply. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a small tape recorder and handed it to his leader. That's everything you need to know about their side of things. That was quick, Chrissy admitted. How you'd convince them so fast? I told her about her father, Stark replied. Just little things that no one else knew. That graduated to answering questions about their universe, which I did. They finally accepted who we really are after that. You told them who we are? She replied with a raised eyebrow. You realize we're not supposed to reveal ourselves to the public like that. I'm aware of our rules, changeling. He responded calmly, not even fazed when her body briefly flickered back to its original form. Green eyes narrowed angrily at him. But they're not the public, if you recall. Full trust is the only way to get people like them talking. Edgar stared at the recorder for a moment, then spoke up, cutting off Chrissy's retort. You already made an offer? He asked, already knowing the answer. Accepted on 3 conditions. 3. Chrissy asked curiously, some of the fire in her voice dying. And those are, rescue a damsel in distress, return her and her uncle's body to her family, and kill the son of a bitch who took her. Edgar didn't even flinch at the steel in his voice. Was it really necessary? I felt like they've earned it. He replied as he started walking towards the exit. Edgar had no problems with what Stark was about to do. He trusted his friend's judgment, and for someone to make Stark this angry, he had to be someone who deserved what was coming to him. The fact it was Zokin, though he hadn't said a name, was icing on the cake. Hell, after what Zokin had pulled on them the last time they had met, if he didn't have things to finish up here, he would have gone with him. You're gonna need backup. Stark then pulled out his phone, punching in a number. Taking Anderson, he said simply. You need Earl for anything? Actually, yeah, Edgar replied. Tell him it's for a recruiting mission, scouting down the line, as it were. Name, Chrissy handed him a hospital list, which Edgar looked down, staring at two names he had circled upon seeing them. One was a very familiar one, but it was the second that interested him. Amiya. Elsewhere, Berserker and Soul. Berserker sighed tiredly as she laid back in her hospital bed, wanting to let the warmth of the coverings take her back to the realm of dreams. Unfortunately, her mind was too occupied with questions to let her do so. What happened to us? She wondered for the dozenth time since waking up, glancing over to the bed next to her. Upon it, Soul, his skin wrapped all over in bandages for his burns, laid still, already in a state of half-sleep. He had only woken once when he had felt that stark guy in the room, and upon his leaving, had fallen unconscious once more, his desire to keep her safe from any more potential harm leaving him. Thinking of their guest made a small frown crease across her face. When she had awakened only but 20 or so minutes ago, it had been to a nurse checking their vitals. That nurse had kindly explained to her confused self, as Berserker couldn't remember anything after, that she and Soul had been rescued from the Great Fire by Waver and Soliui, who had both also received some hospital care. She had been surprised and confused, though also grateful at the news. Grateful at the fact that they had been rescued, but confused at the mention of fire. There hadn't been a fire earlier. She was surprised at the fact that, assuming the former was true, both former masters had gone straight to the civic center to rescue them, right in the center of where the fire was. She didn't think that their self-preservation instincts would allow them that deeply in. She got her first big shock when the nurse responded to that last point with the fact they had been rescued off a street some ways from the center, not inside of it, collapsed on the ground. What? She had wondered to herself. That can't be right. Her confusion only grew when the nurse told her that apparently neither her nor Soul had been wearing a shred of clothing when they were found, save for a black coat on herself and a green sweater on the later. It reached near critical levels when she got a good look at said clothing, recognizing the sweater as Waver's, but for the life her unable to know the coat owner's identity. Before she could ask any more questions, though, the nurse had already left, leaving her and her unconscious partner alone. That was for all of 10 seconds before Stark had appeared, as in literally popping into existence in front of their beds with a faint hiss of static and a booming noise. That was also when Soul had woken up, seeing a strange man standing in front of their beds with his hands in his pockets, as if he was about to pull something out. He had reacted on instinct, trying to jump out of bed and swing a scythe blade towards Stark's head. He almost fainted because he barely had the strength to simply sit up, much less jump out and transform. Stark simply raised his hands out of his pockets sheepishly, showing he had nothing to hide. "Whoa, hey," he said embarrassingly. "Sorry about that. I was hoping to get in here while you were still sleeping, Dash." "You were hoping to what?" she had yelled in an admittedly high-pitched voice, but she was still under a lot of stress and confused at the time. Luckily, Stark managed to get things straightened out. He told them his name and then the name of the group he worked for, briefly explaining what they did, what they had been called here to do, and that he had been ordered to specifically speak to survivors. They, of course, had been rather skeptical at first. "I don't believe you," Soul said rather bluntly. Stark raised an eyebrow. "Ouch, that's harsh." "Sorry," she had said apologetically, "but I have to agree with my friend. What you've just told us isn't exactly easy to swallow. Traveling across dimensions? Being from another dimension yourself? Sorry if we're a little skeptical. I assure you, I'm telling the truth, Servant Berserker, or rather Maka Albern." She stiffened at that. Not once did she ever mention her class or name, especially not her last name. "How did you dash?" He smiled slightly. "I knew your father's spirit at one point. Good kid, if a little too skirt crazy." He then sat down in a chair nearby, staring into their faces. "Though I'd say you take more after your mother. Blonde suits you better than redwood." He seemed to grin at their widening eyes. "Do I have your attention now?" "Who are you, really?" Soul asked with narrowed eyes. "You know way too much for someone we've just met." He shrugged. "Would you like to test my knowledge?" They did just that, grilling him about anything they could think about, from Lord Death to Kishins, to DWMA to the faculty, the identity of every Death Scythe, and their current status, to even what was the name of their cat roommate. Everything he replied with was, to their knowledge, correct. "Impossible," she had said when she finished that last question. "You can't really be a dimensional traveler. Was anything I just told you about them wrong?" "No," she admitted. "Then be willing to give me the benefit of the doubt when I tell you about what I do." He replied simply. "But now it's my turn. I need to know exactly what happened during the war, from your summoning, to your master and his motivations, to how it all went down in the end." Noticing their reluctant looks, he then added as an afterthought, "If you agree, I might be willing to help you with those problems, especially if they involve a certain old worm by the name of Matu." Maka would have been lying if she said that she didn't immediately start to look at him with a renewed interest, remembering Korea's last request. It seemed almost too good to be true, like he was some sort of angel from heaven that heard her master's final plead. Still, the way he said worm indicated that he knew who Zoken was, or at least had an inkling. "In fact," he added, "if you also want to know more about what I do, I'll even throw in 3 conditions you can impose upon before joining." "You're really gonna bribe us like that?" Soul asked suspiciously. Something tells me this isn't your standard recruiting plan. You guys aren't our standard recruits, Stark countered. I happen to know your parents, so that makes me at least partially lenient towards you. Plus, 2 kids like you deserve a break after what you've gone through. Maka looked at Sol, who nodded slowly, his message clear. I'll back your play. All right then, she finally responded. We'll tell you. So they told him everything, from their summoning to the last request by Korea, skimming over their more personal moments with Saber, and only saying the important parts of their time with their master and their allies. Still, she noticed that as they got to the part with Sakura's training, Stark's eyes got narrower and narrower, smoldering with anger and disgust as they described. Once again skimming over the more disgusting parts, the sight of Sakura in the worm pit. From the way his jaw was set though, he was easily filling in the blanks in the description. When they finally concluded with being swamped by the black mud, unable to remember anything until they had awakened in the hospital, Stark stood up, nodding his head. The anger at what he had heard was still fresh in his eyes, but he seemed to have it under control. Thank you for that, he replied good-naturedly, at odds with the expression in his eyes. I hope you consider the offer while you rest too. Do you know why we're still physically here anymore, despite the Grail's destruction? Maka asked him. I know we received a command seal from our master to survive, but I don't feel its pull on me anymore. Don't know, Stark admitted. Perhaps the black sludge gave you both physical bodies, allowing you to survive without a master. Would certainly explain why you were hurt in the fire, plus why you were naked, if it only turned your flesh real, and why you can't go spirit form anymore. Maka quickly tried just that, and to her surprise, she couldn't. Her body was as solid as before. Stark tipped his hat to both of them. Well, gotta get going. See ya. Wait. If it's not too much of a bother, Maka said as he made as if to leave through the door. Could we possibly use those conditions right now? And they are, he asked curiously, holding out one hand. First, we want you to rescue Sakura, she said. You know where it is from what we've told you anyways. Stark held out one finger. You need to bring her and her uncles. Here, she paused for a moment. Body to their family, the Tosakas. Stark held out a second one. And make sure Zoken can never get his hands on her again. Sol finished for her. Stark held out his third finger, then looked at them quizzically. Seriously? Using them all on this same little girl? Gladly, Maka replied. There's really nothing else we need anyways, aside for some real clothes, she muttered at the end. Stark chuckled slightly. Pretty and clever. Just like your mother. He muttered, then looked at them. Fine. Don't worry about the ones you've made, especially not that last one, he said. I'll make certain that Zoken never bothers her again. He then turned to Sol, smiling slightly. You should really propose to her kid. Girls like that aren't very common around here. Within a second he was gone, the familiar static and booming noise the only sign of his passing. After a brief period of disbelief/embarrassment at those words, Sol had fallen back to sleep, too tired to stay up after all of that, leaving Maka to ponder Stark's words, and now officially back in the present. Don't worry, he said. I'll make certain that Zoken never bothers her again. Her frown had come because of the way he had said that. It had sounded so final. She almost felt pity for the old man. Almost. Zoken's hideout. Zoken smirked as he fed the crest worm the fragments of the destroyed grail he had recovered from the civic center, glancing behind him to notice Sakura once again in the worm pit, undergoing her training. He then spared a glance to his left, noticing his nephew's body, currently being devoured by the worms as a fuel source. Once again, he had to give his failure child credit. He honestly never would have thought that Korea would get within an inch of obtaining the grail, and he was about to win it too. If only that damned Amiya hadn't destroyed it. He shook his head and chuckled. Korea may have ultimately failed him, but Sakura most certainly wouldn't. No more would he rely on others' efforts and failings to achieve his goals. He was about to take his own personal stake into the next war, making Sakura the secret second host of the Lesser Grail. No matter who won in the end, Sakura would serve him and only him for the fifth war, and she would be the secret to his success at finally gaining his wish. Curiously though, there were fewer pieces of the grail than he would have expected, even if they had been struck with an anti-fortress noble phantasm. Zoken's eyes widened as a sword suddenly passed through his neck, severing his head from his body. Turning even as he fell, they only got wider when he realized that Sakura was no longer in the pit. His surprise quickly turned to a scowl as he dissolved into his worm form and reassembled himself, spreading his senses to his worms to find out just where the intruders had go. Damn, that's just disgusting. Never mind then. Turning, he beheld the sight of Sakura, unconscious, in the arms of Father Anderson, cradling her form as if she was glass. Beside him, wiping the blood-covered blade in his hands on a white towel, Stark stood with a stoic expression. I always knew you were a sick fuck, Zoken, but this just takes the disgusting cake, piss filling and shit icing included. Zoken's eyes narrowed dangerously. Raymond Stark, Edgar Silverstein's lapdog, he spat venomously. I never thought you would show your face around here again. What's the occasion? Simple. It's the classic story where the brave knight and his trusted companion rescue the princess from the ugly sorcerer. Stark replied without missing a beat. We all remember how that one goes, right? Yes, the old man replied. It's one of my favorites, particularly where the princess is watching as her knight is being ripped to pieces by the sorcerer-turned-dragon's talons. Anderson placed Sakura down as the two spoke, then stabbed 6 bayonets around her form. Suddenly, several Bible pages flew out his book, filling the space between the blades and completely covering her body. No need for children to see us adults and monsters fight, he muttered silently. How noble of you, father, Zoken mockingly replied, mentally sending several of his worm familiars away in case he needed to regenerate far from here. To his surprise, they stopped when they came in contact with an invisible wall of force, literally burning to death when the overeager touched it. You won't be escaping this time, Zoken, the priest told him as he drew 2 bayonets from his cloak, their holy inscriptions shining briefly. I placed a barrier around this whole area. All your worms are contained. He smiled, white teeth bared like a killer's. It's not fading till one of our sides is dead. Zoken allowed his body to transform into its individual worms, losing all trace of humanity as it joined with the swarm rising from the pit. You two are fools, he muttered, his voice sounding disjointed as the mouths of his worms seemed to carry it with them. I'll finish you both just as I should have done years ago, just like I did with that bratty girl. Anderson's smile faded, and Stark's eyes narrowed dangerously. The latter dropped the towel he had been carrying onto the ground, and the former simply readjusted his weapon grip. You got away because we were weak from that fight and didn't understand just what you were capable of, Stark replied. This time, it's different. Zoken didn't resemble anything partially human anymore, even his face breaking apart to join the remainder of his familiars, forming a massive gray-black snake creature. How so? It rumbled, voice lacking any more humanity than his appearance. Anderson's glasses flashed briefly. Because we don't have to hold back anymore. Zoken struck first, a powerful curse manifesting as a black ball of energy released from the entity's mouth. It rocketed directly towards the brown-haired man, who stood there waiting. Just before it would have struck him dead on, Stark simply held his sword out in a ready stance. Limiter release. The curse literally parted around the blade like a ship cutting through the water, dispelling into nothingness. Zoken's many eyes widened in shock as magical energy began to expand from Stark's form like a massive bubble, literally manifesting into a blue aura surrounding his entire body. I'm ending this now, he simply said, then called out an unfamiliar word. Zero hollow flash. A beam of energy, the same color as his magical aura, shot straight out from his chest, crossing the distance to Zoken in an instant. The top half of his worm form disappeared within the blast, completely incinerated. The giant worm immediately divided itself, rushing towards them like a black wave. Stark disappeared in a flash of speed to avoid it, while Anderson performed a more original approach. He threw his bayonets, plus 3 extras, directly into the center of Worm Swarm, rushing right in after them. As the blades pierced the wave, they burned away the worms that touched them, the holy blessings destroying the foul creatures and creating several holes in the black mass. They then promptly exploded, the bomb stored inside widening and combining the holes made by the initial strikes. Anderson dove through them before they could fill back up, hurling several more while he was at it. The worms buzzed in anger as they were dealt more damage, and got even larger as Stark reappeared overhead and fired several smaller, red blasts through it. You think I'll die that easily? The giant worm roared as it reformed and opened its main mouth, releasing dozens of bladed wing worms at both of them. As Stark blew his swarm to ashes while Anderson sliced them up, the worm released another magic blast, striking Stark as his own attack finished and sending him into the wall, cracking it. It then swung its tail at Anderson, smashing him into the ground. You fools are nothing to me. He was so busy roaring, though, that he completely missed what Anderson was whispering. I kill, I give life. I injure, I heal. There are none who escape from my hands. There are none who escape from my eyes. May it be so that you are shattered. Stark fired several more red energy blasts, which Zoken countered with his worms. Concentrating, he summoned even more of his familiars from their hiding places, ordering them to attack the flying opponent. Stark's eyes widened as he was swarmed by the flyers, obscured from sight as they struck at him. I welcome the defeated, the aged. Surrender to me, learn from me, obey me. May you be at rest. Zoken turned back to Anderson, only briefly feeling the pain of the priest slicing off his tails end with another bayonet. His multiple eyes narrowed at hearing his whispering, then widened when they realized there was only one chant it could be. Do not forget the song. Do not forget the prayer. Do not forget me that I relieve you of all burdens. May it be so that there is no deception. No, he roared as he sent his worms at Anderson, who sliced them to pieces, his chant not once breaking. Retaliation unto forgiveness, betrayal unto belief, despair unto hope, darkness unto light, death unto life. Growing more desperate, he forced his familiars to attack from below, attempting to consume the priest before he could finish. Anderson's eyes widened as the ground beneath him exploded outward, dozens of worms attempting to rip him to pieces. He continued to chant, however, even as several worms, despite his efforts to jump away, managed to latch onto his legs and start biting into his skin, ripping through clothing to reach the red blood beneath. May you rest in my hands. Let there be mark of your sins. Eternal life is found only in death. Zoken charged another blast of magic, firing it directly at Anderson with all the force and focus he could muster. In doing so, however, he turned his back on Stark. In an instant, his magic attack disappeared in a flash of blue light. In the next one, he found himself blasted to the ground. Stark, clothes torn but skin just fine, over him with his hand outstretched with blue light once more forming. Anderson, on the other hand, was charging straight towards him, fist clenched with a golden light. Forgiveness is before you, and so my incarnation vows. It's over, Stark stated calmly. Never. Zoken roared with the polar opposite emotion, his body dividing to try and avoid the coming strike. Too slow. May God have mercy of this soul. Lord, have mercy. With that, Anderson swung his fist directly into the largest center mass of the giant worm, light exploding outwards and into the foul creature. Amen. Zoken screamed as his body literally disintegrated, his form dissolving into smoke as the holy magic ripped through his form. It was a different sort of pain than the usual one, though. His soul itself literally felt like it was on fire, tearing apart as easily as the worms that made up his body. To his growing horror, even the worms not connected to his main body were burning away, their screeches of pain and agony echoing his own and rebounding off the walls of the cavern. This was the baptism rite, the sole magical miracle permitted to be learned by the members of the church. It's a ritual that has little effect on the physical body, but almost absolute against the spiritual one, especially if the soul happens to be corrupt. Against someone like Zoken, who is essentially a specter who uses worms to tamper with the world, it was practically a one-hit kill. No, he screamed as he felt his consciousness fading, every worm that was a part of his being dying and unable to do anything to save him. I can't die like this. It's not my time. Stark stared without pity at his writhing form. Your time was up over a century ago, worm, he muttered quietly. This is for everyone who ever suffered because of you. Korea, Sakura, all of the Matus, and every innocent life you took in your mad and selfish ambition for immortality. Desperately, Zoken tried to reach for the worms he stored within Sakura, only to realize with growing horror he could no longer sense them. What? How? Anderson seemed to guess his surprise. Forgot to mention, that barrier, he jerked a thumb towards Sakura's protection, also has purifying properties. It's been systematically killing every worm in her body, starting from her heart to her less important areas. Not even your shadow will haunt her ever again. Damn you! Zoken screamed fruitlessly as he continued to vanish, his roar turning to a mere buzzing as more and more familiars died off. His worms were literally only prolonging his suffering, as he wouldn't die until every worm had completely faded away or his soul did. I curse you both. Curse your leader and his interfering ways. May you both die horrible deaths, and may everything you hold dear die with you. Yet despite the destruction of both body and soul, Zoken Mainyu refused to give in. His ruined form dragged itself across the ground by sheer willpower, ancient memories of happier days passing by him as he sought uselessly to bring ruin upon his opponents. He remembered the promise he had made to the one woman he loved and the man he called best friend, how they had desired to create and bring about a miracle, and so formed what would become the Holy Grail War. Yet it had been for naught. Even when the woman he loved gave up her physical form to craft the Grail, and his friend ultimately passed on, the miracle they had dreamed of did not come to pass. And so the man called Zoken Mainyu endured, eventually resorting to more desperate and desperate methods of prolonging his life, until he became the being called Zoken Mainyu, less than a mere shadow of his old self both physically and morally, forgetting even the original reason he had sought the Grail in order to obtain immortality. Yet again, the desire was there, and so great was it that even in the face of destruction and agony he refused to abandon it. And so he dragged on, his mind and body fragmenting even as he clutched at the dream which had sustained him for so long, attempting to reach those who would take it from him. The two members of OSG were silent, both remembering an old friend as they watched Zoken writhe and thrash about on the ground as he tried to reach them. Images of a cutlass-wielding girl, no more than perhaps 14 or so, slicing through dead apostles and saving innocent lives, proclaiming herself proudly to be a hero of justice as she did so, flashed through their minds, her determination to save others over herself shining in her eyes. She had been brave to a fault, selfless to the extreme, and she never once regretted it. And then, the memory came, as it always did. The shattering of a jewel, the rise of the mermaid knight, and the chaotic battle that followed, only ended when she laid on the ground, her body broken and her mind almost shattered as badly as that jewel. They remembered Edgar, one arm almost torn to shreds, and her former partner, his chest covered in a massive scar, carrying her to a safe place where she had remained for the past 15 years, still attempting to recover. All caused because of one man, a man who desired to understand and have the immortality she possessed, the one in front of them. By this point, Zokin's consciousness had more or less faded away completely, leaving only a gibbering, insulting wreck without any true sense of purpose, yet still guided by the barest instincts. Stark simply allowed his energy to gather into his palm once more. Zero. With that final blast, Stark silenced the mindless sludge that was once Zokin Matu, one of the original founders of the Holy Grail War. However, unknown to either of them and uncaring if they had, as the ruined body of Zokin gazed upon the blue light about to consume him, he saw, just for a moment, a young woman with silver hair and red eyes staring at him, clad in beautiful robe and hat of red and white. Just like that, all of his rage and mindless hatred within that putrid form vanished to be replaced with amazement and wonder, his mind clearing in a single moment of pure clarity. And how couldn't he? Despite having never seen her in over 2 centuries, he could never forget that face. Justice. He thought like a young man head over heels in love, which he at one time had been, non-existent tears leaking from unseeing eyes. The phantom simply gave him a light smile before holding out its hand, as if waiting for him to take it. And perhaps it was an illusion within illusion, but as Zokin lifted what might had at one point been his old body's hand, he saw not the old decrepit hand that had plagued him for countless years, but rather his hand that he was born with, the hand he had used to fulfill a dream long past. It was the hand of Zokin Makiri the Magus and not the hand of Zokin Matu the monster. Then the blue light consumed him, and he knew no more. After the deed was done, Anderson turned to Stark with some concern. Feel any better? Stark sighed. Not really, but I suppose that's good in its own way. His companion nodded. Revenge is never something you should feel good about, Stark. I'm glad to see you're not yet walking that path. Stark turned around and dropped back to the floor, leaning down and picking up the body of Korea, ignoring the fact it was half-eaten by the damned worms. Sayaka wouldn't want me doing that either, you know. A true hero would never stoop to such levels, she would have said. Anderson was wisely silent. It was still a sore subject, even after all these years, to talk about their resident blue-haired, cape-wearing magical girl. Shaking his head, he walked over to where Sakura was, releasing the barrier he had placed around her. Looking down at her, he noticed that her unconscious expression, once emotionless, was now peaceful. The purging worked, he called to Stark after a moment. There aren't any worms inside her anymore. Good, Stark replied as he wrapped Korea's form in his gray coat, covering the worst of the injuries and thanking God that the worms hadn't started to eat his head before they got here. Looking down, he noticed Anderson's bloody legs. Shouldn't you fix that? Anderson glanced down. What, the pants? I needed a new pair anyways. The lower parts of his pants were completely ruined, but strangely, the flesh itself seemed completely unmarked, despite the evidence of blood both on the legs themselves and the ripped pants. Stark paid it no mind, seeing as it was standard for Anderson anyways. Let's go then. We have a family to return to. With that, the 2 members of OSG left the final legacy of Zokin Matu where it laid, the sludge all that was left of once one of the greatest magi in existence. And unknown to them, the fragments of the Holy Grail laid within that sludge, twisted and warped beyond any usage, their corrupted taint a threat no more. Fuyuki Hospital. Kiritsugu Amiya sat in a chair inside a hospital room silently, staring at the wall while the doctors behind him worked. He looked horrible. His face looked as if it had aged 30 years in a single night, streaked with tears that hadn't stopped until recently. His clothing was frayed and covered with ash and burn marks, and he stunk like smoke. His hands were covered in cut marks and blackened where he had pushed aside stone and wood, covered in ash and occasionally still burning hot from the fire's heat, looking for any survivors of this apocalypse of his own making. He had found one. Thankfully, the doctors weren't bothering him, and until he chose to break the hypnotism he placed on them to ignore him, they wouldn't. They were busy taking the boy off his medical equipment, deeming him recovered enough to risk removing it for more injured people. They had called it a miracle that he had come out without any injuries, not even burns to mark his skin. Kiritsugu would have called it well-timed chance. Kiritsugu felt the black rain go down all around, but ignored it as he dug feverishly through the remains of an apartment building, trying to find someone, anyone who had survived. This scene had already repeated itself thrice before, and each time, it had ended the same way. No survivors, all blackened corpses. The fact tore at his very heart and soul. The Holy Grail, the very thing he desired to bring world peace, was nothing but a lie. All this war had been was nothing but a fool's errand for a worthless piece of scrap. All those who had died in this war, innocent and guilty, master and servant, had died for nothing. IRI had died for nothing. Tears flowed from his eyes just as easily as the black rain flowed from the sky. Not even in his efforts to save the world from an unborn evil, forcing Saber to destroy her hopes to save her people, brought him any joy. He had only unleashed a vengeful evil's curse that had led to a loss of life that he was unwilling to accept. And now he could never see his daughter Iliasville again, as no doubt the Einsburns would do everything they could to stop him from reaching her. The final cherry on top of this ice cream of damnation? He would die soon even if he did survive today. The Grail's final curse flowed through his veins, its punishment for his spurring of its offer. It condemned him to a slow and painful death, all to slowly come to terms with the fact that everything he had ever done, all the sacrificing he made in the name of the greater good, was for nothing. His entire life was all nothing but. A sudden sharp cough interrupted him. Feeling as if someone just injected him with a concentrated syringe of adrenaline, Kiritsugu turned in the direction of the sound, seeing its source. A young red-haired boy was crawling out of the rubble, his body covered in burns and cuts, even coughing up some blood. Quickly and desperately, he hurried towards the boy, checking him over when he stopped beside him. His heart sank. The boy was too far gone, already on his last legs and giving out far too fast. He should just move on and... No. For a moment, Kiritsugu didn't even realize it had been himself that had spoken, the single word startling him. Then his mind caught up with what that word meant. No. A protest, a plead, a decision. He felt new resolve fill himself. He quickly willed Avalon to appear, watching as the scabbard exited his body and pulled it out the rest of the way. He knew that by doing so he probably cut the number of years he had left down by half. But he didn't care. What mattered was saving the boy. Not this time, he muttered. No matter how many others have died already and will eventually, I won't let you join them. Taking the sacred noble phantasm with both hands, he slowly made it enter the child's body, watching as it vanished with a golden light as he did so. Avalon completely vanished, and then Kiritsugu waited. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 sec. His eyes widened as the boy twitched, then slowly opened his eyes. Yellowish orbs stared blankly in confusion at Kiritsugu, and the Magus killer felt joy the likes of which he never thought he would feel again. You alive? He whispered, then grabbed the boy's hand, feeling for a pulse frantically. It was there. The whispering became filled with joy as tears fell anew from the eyes, though now of happiness than any sense of sadness. You're alive. The boy just stared at him in confusion as the Magus killer composed himself somewhat. Thank you, he whispered, glad he had been able to save one life today. What's your name? The boy was silent, his mind a blank as he tried to remember. Finally, he spoke, a soft, cough-filled voice filling Kiritsugu's ears, though to him it might as well been an angel. Shiryu. The newly christened Shiro then fell unconscious, the image of his rescuer burning itself forever in his mind as his first memory. I understand what you're going through. Kiritsugu turned towards the man sitting in the seat next to him, his eyes shut and expression calm. I know how it feels when everything you hold dear comes crashing down around you. However, there's always the choice to get back up and do something about it. Edgar, I don't want to hear another lecture from you. Kiritsugu growled, but his voice lacked much venom, partly due to how they both went back quite a bit, but mostly because he too tired to try. Are you still sore because I had sex with your teacher Natalia? He asked amusedly. You know, she might have been only part succubus, but she still needed that extra boost of prana, and we had been drinking quite a bit beforehand. Kiritsugu simply looked away, refusing to let his companion get to him. Or are you still mad about what happened to your partner? Edgar asked, this time his voice serious and sadder. How long will you blame me for what happened to her? I knew no more than you did. At the mention of his partner, the Magus killer briefly felt a surge of anger towards the seated man, but didn't lash out. He knew how dangerous his companion could be when pushed, even in a place filled with witnesses. In addition, he felt that Edgar was purposely trying to get a rise out of him, most likely to get him out of his depression. He settled for a verbal response. I don't want to talk about it, Edgar, nor do I want to talk about her. He replied in a tone that brokered no argument. Why are you still here anyways? I've already told you everything you needed to know about both the Grail and what really happened. Everything I needed to know, Edgar repeated, but not everything I want to know. Kiritsugu stared at him closely. Even after knowing each other for perhaps 5 years, before parting on admittedly less than pleasant circumstances, he had never been able to figure out what had the leader of OSG tick. What do you mean? What do you plan to do with the boy? Kiritsugu stopped at that. His response stopped at those simple words. Edgar continued. Do you plan to leaving him with the orphanage, or do you intend to take him under your wing? I intend to adopt him, was the reply. To make the loss of Ilya a little easier for yourself? The Magus killer's eyes narrowed. Or perhaps you want to do it because you've grown attached to the kid. Edgar added quickly. Kiritsugu's expression relaxed, and he nodded. My turn for questions now, Edgar. Why are you so curious? You've no doubt talked to both Waver Velvet and Soli UI, and even with Berserker and Soul by this point, and they're all far more trustworthy than me. Edgar's eyebrows rose. Don't give me that look, Kiritsugu added. I know you talked to them first. You would never question me without having every other involved person's word first. He jerked his head towards the door. Besides, I know they're only just down the hall. I checked the visitor sheet. I don't think you would have passed such valuable info sources by to talk to the most untrustworthy one first. True, he himself had been surprised when he saw the visitor sheet and saw Sol's name scribbled on it. But then again, he hadn't seen the two once since the fire. Anything could have happened, though why they would need medical treatment was beyond him. Edgar sighed. Can't get anything by you, can I? He then looked directly at Kiritsugu. Want to know why? It's because I know you, Amiya. I understand how you think and work, and I knew the moment I saw you were visiting the same room with an orphan survivor, something had gone wrong. You never would have done so at another point in time. You would have just left like a mysterious scepter, unknown and forgotten, from anyone you managed to save. Kiritsugu was silent. Edgar continued. So when I saw your name next to the kid's, I knew there was something special about him to you. And now you've told me you implanted Avalon itself within his body. It's magic healing all of his injuries, and are now going to adopt him despite the fact you'll be dying in a few years by that last curse. I'm surprised you believed it all so readily. It makes sense when you have eyewitness accounts and are experienced with this sort of thing, Edgar replied. But that's not the point. What is the point is that I want to know what you'll do when you're gone and he's all alone, a kid with one of the most powerful artifacts on Earth in his possession. He'll have Mia. You really think she'll be able to look after him forever or protect him from everything? Edgar asked. You can't just implant something like that inside of someone and believe they won't end up involved in something bigger. For all we know, he could be involved in the next war, if the Grail truly hates you as much as you claim and decides to choose him to die. And, by Grail War or something else, he will die if he doesn't know how to fight. You want him to join your group. It was a statement, not a question. Indeed. All for this work for a simple scabbard. I don't want him for a relic. I want him because he has the look, Edgar corrected him. The look of someone who wants to prove himself, to show that his survival of this tragedy wasn't just some fluke. I've seen these things before, Carrie. Kiritsugu tensed at the usage of his nickname. No one had called him that in years, not since Shirley and his old partner. He has a tremendous case of survivor's guilt, even if he himself doesn't realize it yet. I could help him focus that, channel it into something worthwhile. Edgar continued, with such conviction in his voice that Kiritsugu himself was surprised. Edgar had changed since the last time he saw him. He knew his former comrade could get rather passionate about helping others, but this was a whole new level. He could be a hero, someone who can be proud of himself and say that all those lives lost on this day were not in vain, that he carries on their will within himself. Kiritsugu flinched. Edgar was starting to sound like his old partner too, going on about heroes and the proper way to be one. Even so, he had struck a chord. Would it not be right for a survivor of this devastation to want to help others, to try and subconsciously prove that it wasn't a mistake of fate that spared him? He didn't doubt that Shiro might very well try to grow up into such a person and probably wind up dead because he didn't have the training necessary to ensure his survival. But that didn't mean he was just going to hand him over to Edgar when he himself was dead in the ground. To be fair to you, Edgar, you're not exactly the best at sniffing out new recruits to your cause, having a bad habit of glossing over their flaws and all. Kiritsugu responded finally, going with a safer option than flat-out rejection or acceptance. You don't even know if he's capable. Edgar nodded. True, some of my personal choices have been less than stellar dash. Like me. Edgar rolled his eyes and continued. And that's why dash, he was interrupted again, but this time by the door opening. Both turned, though the doctors did not, still hypnotized to finish what they were doing. In the middle of the doorway, Earl Harbinger stood with his hands in his pockets and hat off his head. Howdy, Carrie, he greeted Kiritsugu. Haven't seen you since you punched Ed in the face. He then waved to Shiro, who awkwardly waved back from his position on the bed. I brought someone who is able. Edgar finished. Kiritsugu sighed. You really want him to join, don't you? Sometime later, Mia walked towards Fuyuki Hospital at a hurried pace, ignoring the dozens of concerned people around. Her clothes and skin were covered in smudges of ash, and part of her pants leg had been burned off, but she paid it all no mind. Only one thing was worrying her right now, Kiritsugu. When she had left the civic center as per his orders, moving as fast as she could, she had only gotten perhaps a block away before the giant moon had appeared and started the fire. She had been one of the lucky ones. As the black sludge moved towards her, the fire starting behind it, she had managed to take shelter in a nearby subway before it got too bad, getting on a leaving train, as in jumping on the end and holding on with a death grip, away from the area. She had only recently made it back, having received a call from Kiritsugu only a few hours ago that he needed her. She would have come back sooner, but he had ordered her to leave, and leave she had until she got the order to come back. She had been forced to make her way on foot, and she drew plenty of stairs with her condition to say in the least. To her though, that didn't matter. What mattered was getting to Kiritsugu. At least he's alive, she thought to herself as she entered the hospital, which was filled with patients and people with injuries requiring treatment. The patients were from the edge of the fire, as no one save for a few children and adults survived the initial blaze. The people with injuries were mostly those who had risked their lives trying to save those patients, burns being the most common wounds among them. But if that was all due to servants, does that mean Kiritsugu won the Grail? She wondered as she signed the visitor's sheet held by gray-haired doctor with glasses for one child's name Shiro, just as Kiritsugu instructed her before going upstairs, not noticing how the man's face briefly shifted to one of pity, eyes flickering green behind the glasses. Yes, it's impossible that anyone else but Kiritsugu could have won the Grail by that point. After all, he wouldn't still be alive if he hadn't. When she reached the second hallway, she began to walk down it, glancing to the side for a moment and stopping. In front of her, the door slightly ajar, she could see both Waver Velvet and Solai talking to two other people in hushed voices, too softly for her to hear, though the tone indicated they were arguing. So, they're both still alive as well. She didn't bother to stop and eavesdrop. No doubt they were speaking to survivors they might have rescued. So she continued onwards, finally spotting Kiritsugu at the very edge of the hallway, having just exited with the air of someone who just lost an argument. She quickened her pace towards him. "I'm here, Kiri Dash." "The boy is almost fully healed, Mia," he suddenly said as she drew near, interrupting her. "I'm going to adopt him when he's done talking to the doctors." "Kiritsugu," she questioned worriedly as he turned to her, and she got a good look at his condition. She stifled a gasp at his face, which looked so similar to how it had been the last time she had seen her, but now multiplied by a factor of 10. "I know the truth, Mia," he whispered quietly, "about the Grail and about everything else." And so he told her, in a whisper, of what the Grail truly was, how it was corrupted, what had happened, and finally how he had found the boy. "He remembers nothing save his name is Shiro, and no one has come to pick him up," Kiritsugu concluded. "He's an orphan right now, and so I will adopt him as my son. I hypnotized most of the hospital staff so that they'll let us go without much trouble." He looked down with a small smile. "It's what I would have done." Mia placed a comforting hand on the shoulder of the man she loved and nodded. Indeed, the kind woman who had been his wife would have done the same thing. She then watched as 3 doctors exited the room, talking about informing the orphanage to take another before Kiritsugu entered the room. Following him, she was surprised to see an older, sandy blonde man, in his 40s, talking with gusto to a young boy of about 6 or 7 years with red hair, who was listening with rapt attention. In the corner, a white-haired man watched the proceedings with a small smile, not filled with any malice whatsoever. Even so, her hand went unconsciously for her gun before Kiritsugu placed his own on it, stopping her. The gesture was clear. These men weren't a threat. "Well," Kiritsugu called out, the occupants of the room looking at him, "are you quite done?" The sandy blonde simply nodded as he stood up, rubbing the boy's head playfully as he did so. "Sorry, kid. Maybe I'll tell you that story next time," he said as he walked out, nodding respectfully and without arrogance to the newcomers before leaving. The boy's face fell at his leave, as if he was desperate to hear whatever it was he had promised. The white-haired man followed, giving a smile to the boy that seemed to brighten his mood, and then stopped next to Kiritsugu. "Remember Kiritsugu," he whispered softly, the words meant for his ears, though Mia still heard. "This boy's, though it's barely visible, got what it takes, even Earl admitted it. Don't waste what time you have with him. As long as you keep your end," he whispered back. The next words were too soft for even Mia to hear though. "I'm a man of my word. I will protect him. Already know who I'm going to choose. You know both of them, after all." With that, he nodded to Mia herself before exiting the room. Mia glanced behind herself to notice that he had stopped in front of the room to where Waver and Solai had gone in, opening the door and shutting it behind himself. What did he mean by that? She wondered to herself. Turning back to Kiritsugu, who had put on a smile, she looked again at the boy in front of her, who had turned his yellowish eyes inquisitively at them. Kiritsugu took a deep breath. "Hey, you are Shiro-kun, right?" The boy nodded in response, no fear in his eyes as he did so. It would appear that he at least remembered Kiritsugu as his savior. "My name is Amiya Kiritsugu, and this is," he continued, placing a hand on Mia's shoulder, "is Hizomiya." She gave the boy a small nod, to which he responded with a polite one of his own. "So far so good. I'll be frank with you," Kiritsugu stated. "Do you want to be taken in by a shady couple like us, watched over from afar by people from entirely different dimensions looking to recruit you in the future, or live a normal life in an orphanage?" Mia gave him a strange look at those words, particularly at the dimension part, but for the boy, it didn't seem that hard of a decision to make, as his face was practically beaming as he rushed behind a curtain to change his clothes before running back towards Kiritsugu. The former Magus killer smiled as he took one of his hands into his own, before all 3 began the walk down the hallway in silence. "By the way, I should mention this to you now while you have the chance to back out," Kiritsugu added as he looked down into the boy's smiling face. "I'm a Magus." The boy's face just twisted briefly into confusion, then to what could best be described as admiration. He squeezed Kiritsugu's hand tighter, which had the Magus killer fighting back a laugh. "Guess I just sealed the deal, huh?" He knew that the future wasn't going to be sunshine and rainbows. Far from it, in fact. His wife was dead, his dream in tatters, and his daughter forever barred from him. He was dying slowly even now. And if what Edgar had said was true, the boy who he had taken on as his own might someday be targeted by an otherworldly entity simply because it couldn't let go of a grudge. But he ignored those thoughts, pushing them to the back of his mind. Instead, he concentrated on smiling for the child holding his hand, the life he had saved out of hundreds. Briefly, an old saying came to him, one he had long ago dismissed as foolishness. Sometimes, a simple act of kindness or mercy can change the world. For the first time in what seemed like centuries, Kiritsugu Amiya felt hope rise in his chest. Author note. And so, that's another chapter down. Until the epilogue. Yes, I know this could be considered a trolling moment, but this chapter was nearing 20k before I realized that the epilogue would be best suited as its own chapter. So, just a little longer, my viewers. It's going to cover everything that happens in the following month and years down the road. As for anyone wondering, yes, Kiritsugu and Edgar know each other. Old Carrie was a former member of OSG for a time, starting from about 2 years before Natalia, his mentor, died, and continuing on for a time afterwards. They eventually parted under less than perfect circumstances after an incident involving Kiritsugu's partner, who may or may not be the person mentioned with Stark and Anderson. Points to anyone who can figure out who it is. And for anyone wondering where a certain priest is in all of this, well, just wait and see. Till next time. Chapter 27, The Inheritor of Dreams. This chapter contains the extensive usage of Japanese honorifics. I've done my best to research the proper context in which they should be used, but forgive me if I have made any mistakes. I did not mean to offend those savvy to the language. 1 month later, Mackenzie residence. 1 month after the horrible events of what is now being called the Great Fire of Fuyuki, mourners flocked to the Fuyuki Cemetery to honor the memory of those who lost their lives, both in the blaze itself and the brave men and women who tried their best to rescue them. Services will be held this morning and all throughout the afternoon, and the sole priest remaining at the church has taken upon himself to perform the services, despite previous ill health. While most as of this point can agree that the fire started at the Fuyuki Civic Center, even now, experts are still trying to determine the cause of the tragedy in which over 700 people lost their lives. Theories are currently pointing towards anything from massive gas leak to even a terrorist action. Waver tuned out the sound of the television, just sighing to himself as he munched down on his cereal, a cup of coffee steaming to his right. To his left, Soliyui was drinking from her own cup, putting it back down before returning to the task of eating her plate of eggs and toast, a few pieces of bacon on the side in such a manner that he could reach over and grab one if he so desired. Glenn was sitting in front of him, having finished his own breakfast and comfortably draining his own cup of coffee while staring at the TV, a small frown on his face, while Martha washed the dishes at the sink. After they had stayed a night at the Fuyuki hospital, Edgar had returned with that woman called Chrissy, giving them his final verdict. His superiors accepted their stories. They were free to leave the hospital and even return to the association if they so desired. However, they wanted to know about something else. Was the Grail really cursed? They had both learned the truth 1 month ago from Berserker, who now wanted to be called by her real name, Maka, and Soul, after they had entered their hospital room after speaking to Edgar. The former masters had listened, in stunned silence, as both of the Servant of Madness and her weapon went into detail about what had happened at the final battle, the destruction of the Grail, and the black mud which had apparently caused the fire. After they got to the part where they had apparently been consumed by the sludge, Waver finally found it in himself to ask how they had gotten from the center's basement to the streets above ground and away, as well as about the coat Maka had been wearing. Both had been unable to answer, their minds drawing a complete blank. Edgar's response to that question? Yes. The news that the Grail was corrupt was met with denial by the two of them at first, particularly Soliyui, who couldn't accept that Castor had died for nothing. However, as they thought more about it, the more they both realized that it was the only explanation. That fire was no accident, and no servant remaining could have created such a blaze, willingly or unwillingly. The knowledge that everything they had fought, sacrificed, and risked their lives for was all for a corrupted chalice that would twist any wish to suit its purposes left, much like it had for Kiritsugu Amiya and Kirii Kodomine, a bitter taste in their mouths. So, that left the next logical question. What were the association and the church going to do about it? Edgar's response. Nothing. After a rather explosive response on their part, he explained. It turned out that the association and church were under the impression that since the Grail was destroyed before the spirit could escape, it had eliminated the problem. Therefore, the Grail would be perfectly free of corruption and ready for usage come the next war in 60 years. Neither Waver nor Soliyui could believe it. They were just going to brush it off their shoulders like that? Edgar clarified that yes, they would. Afterwards, Edgar told them both they were free to leave the hospital, having received a clean bill of health, which Chrissy handed to them both, and permission to leave. They could even return to the association if they so desired. They were at first reluctant to leave Maka and Soul at the hospital alone, but Edgar assured them that they would have all the proper care they needed. So, the first thing they did upon their official discharge was return to the Mackenzies, where they had been greeted by the worried and scared figures of Glenn and Martha. Martha grilled them both for answers in a manner that made both of them feel like little children while Glenn looked on. When they explained, in a rather edited version of what happened. That they managed to save 2 people through their actions, though. The elderly couple changed their tune to more pride than anger. When Martha asked what happened to Castor, though, Soliui was the one who answered, stating that he got hurt during the rescue efforts and was taken to the hospital, though the doctors said he would be making a full recovery. While Martha seemed to buy it, Glenn simply gave the two of them a sad but comforting look. While it was true they had both received permission to return to the association, both Waver and Soliui had decided to take an extended leave of absence, wanting to try and just relax after the harrowing experiences they had gone through. They stayed with the Mackenzies the entire time, helping around the house in order to make sure they didn't feel like freeloaders, going on walks, and even stargazing together with them. Of course, there was a very logical reason not to go back either. After all, with Kenneth's death, the whole Archibald family would be out for their, mostly Waver's, blood, as he had stolen Ryder's catalyst from them, and would no doubt hold his teacher's death over both his and Soliui's head, though she would likely get some amnesty due to being his fiancée after all. At least, that's how things would have been had not 2 packages arrived only just a week ago. The first was from the same company that Ryder had ordered his t-shirt from, but the other had been an unmarked box with the address saying it came from somewhere within Fuyuki itself, but no sender. The first had contained, he knew that it likely would, an identical t-shirt to the one Ryder had ordered, complete with the game logo over a map of the Earth. It appeared that his servant had ordered it as a surprise. The second had contained, to both his and Soliui's surprise and more than a little revulsion, a thin, square piece of glass, roughly the size of a human head. What was disturbing was the fact that within the glass was a huge piece of skin, upon which was a thaumaturgical crest engraved upon it. But more importantly, it was a familiar crest. The Archibald crest. Attached to the package was a note that simply read as, Waver Velvet and Soliui Noatari Sophiari. I am sure that you both recognize the object that I've sent you, as you would not even be magi if you didn't. This little thing should allow you both to get back into the Archibald's good graces rather than risk being killed on sight. If you are curious as to why I'm sending you such a thing, I felt I owed something of a debt to you both, after all the hell you've gone through in the past month. Don't ask how I got it from the dearly departed Kenneth Archibald L. Meloy, or why it's so perfectly preserved. Some things are really just better left unsaid. I would also dearly appreciate it that you didn't tell anyone about this, though. I and the association don't work well together, and if the Archibalds learned that it was I who gave you this, well, they might very well try to kill you both regardless. Safe travels. With regards to you both, Edgar Silverstein. P.S. My friend Chrissy personally found your thesis inspiring, Mr. Velvet. Don't ask how she got it. I don't even know. Hope you share it with others, though. P.S. Be careful when you bring up the crest to the Archibalds. They might try to marry you to someone within the family. Well, you two better hurry up. Martha called as she walked to the back of the house. You need to catch your flight soon. However, they had finally made the decision to go back. The tickets already in their pockets, and their plane set to leave in about 3 hours. Waver couldn't help but feel a little anxious, though. Even with the crest, there was no guarantee that he would get away scot-free. Martha, don't rush them. Glenn chided lightly. They have plenty of time. He then turned to look at both of them, smiling slightly. Just remember, both of you, that you're always welcomed here. Soliui, I gave him a smile as she finished her breakfast, Waver quickly swiping one of the remaining bacon strips as she did so. Thank you, Glenn, she responded, having grown into the habit of calling him that during their time here. We will. Glancing upwards, she looked at the clock, her eyes widening as she stood up. Waver, come on. If we don't hurry, we won't make it to the airport in time. What? He asked confusedly as he glanced at the clock. We could be there in 30 minutes by taxi, you know. Soliui sighed as she came back into the room, holding the 2 bags that contained their belongings. Yes, but I don't want to take the taxi. I want to get there by foot. Waver looked at her with a start. Huh. Soliui looked away, her hair briefly hiding her face, but not the nervous tone. Well, I just thought, since this might be the last time we see each other in a while, and it's such a beautiful day out. Waver was still confused, then widened slightly when she caught her deeper meaning. This isn't your stand. They'll be their last few hours before making it back to Britain, to what could be their doom. It made sense that she would want to enjoy herself at least once before it was potentially all over. Just a few happy memories to reflect over. Yeah, he thought to himself, and her slightly blushing face is clearly just for Glenn and Martha's benefit, right? Right. Glenn smiled. Go on, Waver, he said as he gestured towards her. What's wrong with a walk? Aside from being my last, Waver thought sarcastically, nothing much. He then shook his head with a sigh. All right, he said as he wiped his hands and drank down the last of his coffee, deciding it wasn't the worst way to go. Let's go. Soliui smiled, though was still blushing for some reason, and gave him his backpack, containing his valuables, including the crest. She then grabbed his hand and led him outside, himself blushing at the sudden contact. He glanced briefly behind him, waving towards both of the Mackenzies. Martha smiled and waved back, while Glenn gave him a similar wave, but also a knowing smirk. For some reason, that just made him blush even more. I guess this isn't the worst way to spend what might be your last day, he thought as Soleui dragged him outside, quickly heading towards the airport. After all, I guess most would kill to have their last hours with a beautiful woman. A beautiful woman with long, red hair and a comfy sitch. Damn it, Ryder. He thought quickly, memories of some of Ryder's more intimate encounters with women rising in his head. Fuyuki Graveyard. I know that my Redeemer lives, and that, in the end, he will stand upon the earth. Rin Tosaka only dimly heard the words of the priest as she, her family, and all those who had lost people they loved during the events of last month stood in front of the graves of the departed. Her eyes misted over in tears as she fought back the sobs that threatened to break her, hands clenched about the cross she had received from Avenger. Her gaze was directed towards a specific spot of this field of white and gray tombstones, right in front of her, where the grave of Tokiomi Tosaka laid, its white surface seemingly like bone. The gray-colored grave of Korea Matu laid directly next to it. Rather ironic considering their history together, but Mother had insisted on doing so. And after my skin has been destroyed, yet in my flesh, I will see God. Her mother always wept openly on her right side, grieving for her lost husband and old friend. Rin wanted nothing more than to join her mother in crying, but she held back her tears. She would have to be strong, not just for her mother. She briefly glanced to her left side, her eyes looking upon a head of purple bowed in sadness, hands placing a small flower on the grave next to her father's after doing the same for it. Sakura stood up, her eyes briefly locking with Rin's own before looking back down, a few tears falling from her eyes. But for her sister as well. It had been a shocker for both herself and her mother when Sakura had appeared quite literally on their doorstep, unconscious and carried by two men, one of whom was also carrying a bundle. The two had then explained to both of them that Zokin was dead, and now she had nowhere to go, with the Matu Manor being destroyed and all, and asked if she could be allowed to stay here. Aoi, her eyes filled with disbelief and gladness, had to restrain herself from trying to rip Sakura out of the blonde man's hands, thanking them both over and over again. It had been the happiest that Rin had seen her mother since Sakura left. The happiness was then ruined when the other man had revealed what was in the bundle, Uncle Korea's dead body. They revealed the truth about the Matu clan magecraft, a fact that they hadn't expected either her mother or herself to know, and spoke in great detail about how Korea had fought to save her. He succeeded, the brown-haired man said. It cost him his life, but he saved her. Mother would have broken down right then and there, but she managed to restrain herself enough to ask them to bring both of them inside. She thanked the two for their efforts, and then they had left as suddenly as they had appeared. Before they did, though, the brown-haired man turned around and asked that they tell her. Maka and Soul kept their promise. Since then, for the past month, Sakura had been trying to adjust to her new lifestyle, and doing a pretty good job of it too. She smiled brightly. She was slowly, but surely, returning to the little sister Rin knew before she left. However, some things couldn't change, no matter how much she would want them to. Sakura occasionally moved with a sense of sadness, her voice seemingly emotionless and tired. They didn't see each other as often as Rin liked, and even when they did it was with a sort of awkwardness she couldn't dispel. Also, at times Rin was certain that Sakura was staring at her with envy, and not just because she was doing something that Sakura never got an opportunity to do. When the news came to them about their father's death, Sakura was noticeably less saddened than Mother and herself. And now, she was choosing to stand in front of Uncle Korea's grave rather than their father's. The majority of the tears she was shedding for the man who had been more of a father to her than their own. I, myself, will see him with my own eyes. I, and not another. How my heart yearns within me. Not that Rin could personally blame her. If even half of what those men had said was true, then Sakura truly had nothing to be grateful to their father about. She was honestly surprised that she even bothered to make a flower for both graves at all. It was also eye-opening. Once again, Rin found herself confronted with the truth that their father had not been an unshakable pillar of confidence like she made him out to be, a higher power whose decisions were always the right ones. This time, though, it was less foundation-shattering, as she already had her shake-up with Sakura's supposed death. However, it still didn't change the fact that her father had ultimately made a bad decision. It made her question just how many other things she once thought her father was right about were wrong all over again. Was the path of the Magus really worth it, after all? Amen. She looked up from her musings, so wrapped up in them that she had not even noticed the service was over. She watched as the other mourners filed out of the cemetery, including her mother and sister, who realized she wanted a moment alone and simply stared at both graves. One had risked his life in the war to achieve the lifelong dream of their family. The other had thrown away his life in his desire to save someone precious to him. Was it wrong that she couldn't decide which of them was right in the end? I have to admit, Rin, you were rather impressive in your debut as the new head of the Tosaka family today. She turned at the voice, realizing the priest had stayed behind and was now walking towards her. Hello, father, she politely said. It's good to see you're doing well. Indeed, I have been ill of late. No one had seen the priest in over a month, having retreated into the church due to some sort of sickness that he had come down with recently. Still, he looked rather healthy now. But I assure you, I am well enough to keep going on with my life. Rin faked a smile. Something about this guy just bugged her for some reason, but she could never quite place it. It certainly wasn't because he was a pedophile, which he wasn't. This was a different sort of bugging. That's good to hear, Father, but I think that I need to go. My family's waiting. The priest smiled. Of course, but before you go, I need to give you something. He then reached into his pocket, fishing around for a little bit before pulling out a small box. As a present for your position as Tosaka head, I wish to give you this. She took the box from him, briefly staring at it before opening it up. Her eyes widened as she got a good look. Then, with trembling fingers, she lifted the contents up out of it. This, she breathed softly. This is an Azoth dagger, the priest confirmed. It was my final gift from your father as his pupil, and now it is my gift to you. This was my father's. Rin muttered as she took the dagger gently in both hands, dropping the box before beginning to sob, trying to hold it back. This is. To her surprise, she felt something pat her on the head. Looking up, it only grew as she saw it was the priest himself that did so. His eyes, if only briefly, seemed to share in her sadness. You must not fear showing your true feelings every once in a while, he said simply. If you keep it all bottled up inside, eventually it's going to hurt you and everyone around you. She didn't answer, her tears slowly escaping as she still fought valiantly to keep them inside, despite his words. Finally, she just gave up, letting them spill from her eyes as her body was racked with sobs. She wanted to curse herself mentally, breaking down in front of the very same person who was now supposed to oversee her training, but she couldn't help it. To her surprise, she felt something wrap around her body. Opening her eyes, she felt them widen as she saw the priest had knelt down and wrapped his arms around her in a very light, comforting hug, no ill meaning behind his actions whatsoever. There, he said softly as he patted her back. Just let it all out. Nothing to be ashamed of. A part of her didn't understand why he was doing this, but she didn't care as she silently sobbed into his shoulder, imagining it was her father's, or perhaps even Uncle Korea's. After what felt like hours, which was in reality several minutes, the priest removed his arms from around her and picked up the box that had contained the dagger. There's actually a saying, he admitted as he held it out to her. There is a sacredness in tears. They are not the mark of weakness, but of power. They speak more eloquently than 10,000 tongues. They are the messengers of overwhelming grief, of deep contrition, and of unspeakable love. Tears are but water, after all, and all things need water to grow. She looked at him dumbly for a long moment, digesting his words, then actually found it in herself to sadly smile. She took the box from him and put the dagger away, nodding her head as she ran to catch up with her waiting family. Thank you, Father Koto mine, she called over her shoulder. She still thought he was a creep, just not a heartless one anymore. Nearby, Maka and Sol looked out from their hiding place behind a tree as Rin raced away, Kirii Koto mine turning to walk back inside the church. When he had shut the door behind him, only then did they emerge from their position and walk towards Korea's grave. Looking down at it, they read the simple inscription. Matu Korea, March 22nd, 1964 to December 21st, 1994. Beloved brother, loved uncle, and caring friend. We did it, Korea, Sol muttered as he looked at the grave. She's free and safe. Maka leaned down, placing a small bouquet of white roses on the tombstone, taking care to make sure they didn't cover the small flower that Sakura had put down. I just wish you could have seen it with your own eyes. Sol looked at her for a moment, then placed his hand on her shoulder. For a few moments, there was silence as they stared at the grave. Are you sure you don't want to dash? I'm sure, Sol, she responded. It's better this way. Sol grunted, but otherwise remained quiet. He had wanted to go to Sakura herself and talk to her, see how she was coping, but Maka had refused, stating she hadn't even gotten over Korea's death yet, much less the return to her family. Showing themselves to her, while she was at the funeral of the person they had promised to protect for her, would only do more harm than good. We're gonna have to do it eventually though, he reminded her. And we have time to, she replied, then smiled slightly. Especially with our new assignment. He groaned. And to think I was hoping to at least sightsee a little around this new world. He grumbled. When they had first realized that they had living bodies again, their first instincts had been to try and find a way back home. However, Edgar had dashed those hopes when he revealed that was impossible, at least for now. The portal that OSG used to travel to other dimensions by usage of the second magic, courtesy of a deal with the master of said magic, Wizard Marshal Zeltrek, could only be used once every 7 or so years, and they had just finished using it a few days ago. Apparently, this was because attempting to do so in shorter increments could attract the attention of the counterforce, which responded to threats to the planet and mankind, bringing beings from entirely different dimensions to this world, or even opening the portal in the first place. That could qualify as a threat to both, and the counterforce could respond with anything from counterguardians, beings who had pledged eternal service to Alea, the part of the counterforce representing humanity, and would eliminate anyone deemed a threat, as well as potential witnesses, or even sinking the very continent that they were based on, no matter how many died in the process. They quickly acquiesced the point at the total seriousness of his explanation. With that out of the way, Edgar hadn't wasted any time giving them their first assignment, claiming it was going to be a long-term one. He had given them 1 month to do whatever the heck they wanted first, but they hadn't really left the city in that time, trying to adjust with their new identity papers that Edgar had quite literally handed them when they had gotten out of the hospital. According to the reports, they were originally from Nevada in the US before moving here by themselves. They had spent the month trying to find work in the city since their assignment was to remain stationed here until further notice. They hadn't received details yet, but they had more or less figured out that it had something to do with watching over the survivors of the war still here. Luckily, Edgar had also provided them with a decent hotel, a whole bunch of cash, and working bank accounts, shows of good faith, he called them. You realize how many of my younger agents I've sent to college? Maka had managed to get a job as an assistant librarian, while Sol had found a potential job as a mechanic. Today, however, they were finally going to find out the exact details of their assignment. We better go, Maka said simply as she looked away from the gravestone. We need to get ready. Sol sighed, following her back to their transportation. It had taken him a month, the vehicle being almost completely destroyed by the fire, but he had finally gotten it fixed completely. The Yamaha VMAX, shining like brand new, laid at the curb away from the church. Sol pulled out the spare key, a final gift from Saber before they had parted on that night after killing Archer, and got ready to start it up. Fuyuki Church. Kirai Kotomine entered the church after watching young Rin run back to her family, smiling to himself just a little bit. It would appear that his words had been enough to get her out of her self-induced despair and looking forward to the future again. Of course, the fact he had just helped the almost 8-year-old with a problem wasn't why he was smiling. He was smiling because he had, for once in his life, not felt joy at watching someone else, with the occasional exception of his daughter, suffer, and actually felt happiness at helping them overcome it. It was as if he had undergone a change of heart in the past month. He stopped for a moment and placed his hand over his chest. Change of heart, he asked himself, then shook his head. In more ways than one, I suppose. Kirai awoke with a gasp, coughing up a massive amount of blood and black sludge as he did so. He looked around, his eyes blurry as he tried to get a good look at his surroundings. Where am I? Shaking his head and rubbing his eyes to try and clear his sight, he slowly got to his knees. Strangely, he felt fine, better than fine actually, as if all the injuries he had received from his battle with Kiritsugu Amiya had been erased. Wait a minute. Suddenly, it all came back to him. The fight, the black mud, meeting Gray, being shot through the heart, all of it. He looked around again, realizing that his sight still hadn't resolved itself. The entire area around him was rubble, with fires in the background providing sufficient illumination to see things. It took him a moment to realize that his eyes were actually fine. Everything he was seeing was real. Am I in hell? He whispered quietly to himself. No, but hell on earth is as close as you're going to get to it. Twisting around at the noise, Kirai's eyes widened in shock. Standing before, seemingly crafted from the very sludge still surrounding them, was Gray, leaning casually against his black staff like it was a post. I gotta say, I was kinda worried you weren't gonna get up after that. You're not real, were Kirai's first words. I'm dead. This is nothing but an illusion by my fading mind. Gray clicked his tongue in disappointment. Kirai Kotomine, I thought you were many things, but a denier was not one of them. All this, he gestured to their surroundings, is as real as you are right now. He punctuated that statement by swinging his staff at Kirai, who just barely blocked it. See? Kirai gave a small gasp. Underneath his grip was definitely something solid, and he could still feel the dull ache from where it had slammed into the palm of his hand. That dull ache became a stab of pain as a sharp spike suddenly emerged from the staff and pierced his hand. Letting go, Kirai looked down at his hand, watching as red blood slowly leaked out of the wound. Blood and pain, Gray added, leaning against his staff once more. You don't have blood when you're dead, and pain is a sensation of the body, not the spirit. Ergo, you're still alive. But Kiritsugu shot me through the heart. Kirai responded, quickly raising a hand to his chest to feel for a hole to confirm his own words. He felt some strange sense relief when he did indeed feel a hole in his fabric, but it quickly vanished when he touched unmarked skin. He looked down, seeing white, unblemished skin where they should have been a bullet hole. Stranger still, to his growing horror, he couldn't even feel a heartbeat over that area. What happened? Kirai muttered to himself, his normal sense of cool leaving him faster and faster. Then he rushed Gray, grabbing him by the shoulders. No, what have you done to me? He almost shouted. Calm down, Gray responded coldly, his tone somehow doing just that to Kirai. He then sighed. Put very simply, my good friend decided it would too boring to let you just die like that. So he gave you a new heart, made entirely out of mostly the black sludge around you, and some of your spilled blood. He shrugged. Basically, you're alive because of a curse. Kirai let go of Gray, staring around at the landscape, all in rubble and illuminated by fire. What happened? He breathed. Kiritsuga made it clear he was going to destroy the Grail, not use it. And he did just that, Gray responded. Using his last command seals to order Saber to use Excalibur, he destroyed the Holy Grail, saving the world at large from the threat of Angra Mainyu. However, the curse of the Grail was not content to simply let things end like that. Using its remaining energy, Old AM manifested as much of itself as it dared above the center, releasing it all as a black rain. Kirai continued to look around, and so took its revenge on its destroyer. Gray nodded. He desired to save everyone, so it decided to follow his philosophy. Kill the few to save the many. A few hundred lives for several billion. A cracking noise distracted Kirai. Turning around, his eyes widened when he saw that one of Gray's arms had fallen off, dissolving into black mud. What's happening to you? He asked, realizing that his entire body was starting to fall apart. Gray didn't seem in the least bit surprised. I formed this shell out of the mud to speak with you. But since my soul is still bound to the Grail, as its presence and strength fades, so too will mine. Don't have long to talk now. Why then? Kirai asked. Why did you come to me? For you to make a choice. Kirai's eyes narrowed. He was honestly getting sick and tired of people telling him he had a choice to make. First archer, then assassin, now this? If he had $1 for every time he had heard that phrase recently. Still, he held back his slight annoyance. And that is. Gray simply moved out of the way, pointing behind him at a boulder. Kirai slowly walked forward and looked behind it, realizing there was something there. Correction, 2 things. On the left, where the remains of the stage that the Grail had remained on, were several blackened pieces of the Holy Grail itself, still faintly glowing with a crimson energy. On the right, a giant black sphere, large enough to contain 2 people, laid on the ground, occasionally pulsing as if something was inside of it, something being born. Still, the presence of the stage confused him. How did I dash? He quietly wondered, but Gray answered for him. Whole bunch of mud fell in the basement, he stated. Carried you out when it flowed upwards and out of the center, but that's not important. What's important is what you do now. Kirai looked at him for a moment, back to the scene before him, and then in confusion, to which Gray sighed in annoyance. Use your damn eye and look at the big sphere. Kirai looked back, focusing his Sharingan onto the sphere and trying to figure out just what he was supposed to be seeing. It wasn't like there was someone inside of. Okay, never mind. Kirai's eyes narrowed at what his eye was showing him, realizing why it made sense that the sphere was large enough to hold 2 people. He could sense 2 distinct presences within the orb, though they seemed to be mixed together, like they were sharing their power with each other. It wasn't hard to figure out the only people it could be based on that. Berserker and her weapon, he whispered. They're still alive. For the moment, Gray replied casually, more of his body flaking off. Though if they stay in that sphere any longer, they'll be nothing more than dissolved prana, unable to fulfill their final orders. Seeing Kirai turn to him, he elaborated. With his final command seal, Kuriyamatu ordered them to survive and save that little girl, Sakura, wasn't it, from her grandfather. He died believing they would succeed, but within that sphere, their bodies will dissolve into nothingness, and they'll die as well, unable to succeed. They won't last long, even with a command seal strengthening them, Kirai countered. The Grail was the main source of their strength, the master just serving as an anchor. With it gone, they won't survive long enough to fulfill it even if I save them. And yet, they still have the chance, Gray replied with a shrug, more of his armor falling off at the movement. And that's where your choice comes in, Kirai. Will you save them? Only to have them die shortly afterwards regardless, but still with a chance to save someone from their suffering? Or will you let them be, to die within that sphere, leaving a poor innocent girl to suffer? Kirai just stared at him. Why are doing this? He asked simply. Why me? Gray smiled, part of his helmet falling away to shatter on the ground. You claim that you struggle to decide between your morals and your desire to be true to yourself. What better way to choose between the two than with someone's life and others' fates hanging in the balance? What better way to prove to yourself what path you will follow? Kirai looked back towards the black sphere, then down at his hands, noticing the dried mud upon them. He had finally accepted what should have been his death, at least content with finding the truth on the other side. And now he had been drawn forcibly back from the brink to finally decide without a shadow of a doubt, with another's life in the balance, what kind of man he was. He remembered every decision and action up to this point, every moment of pondering his nature and what to do about it, all of it flowing through his head in an instant. He remembered especially his words to Assassin if he couldn't have his wish granted. Then I will do what I believe is right. And so, Kirai made his choice. He began to walk towards the sphere, stopping as he came directly in front of it. Using his Sharingan as a guide of sorts, he plunged both hands into the mass of sludge, noticing that it seemed to flow around his hands without actually touching him, as if he was surrounded by a barrier. Your cursed heart grants you some control over the mud, Gray called out from behind him. But I wouldn't spend too much time in there if I was you. Kirai didn't respond, using his eye to show him where Berserker was. She was gripping her weapon, who was still thankfully in weapon form, in a vice grip, erasing part of his problem. Sinking his arms into it up to his elbows, he grasped onto her arms, getting a firm grip before heaving back. Now the mud started to resist him, unwilling to let go of its prize. It started to cling to his arms, trying to prevent him from pulling Berserker out. It was like trying to rip a slippery piece of metal out of a hardened ball of plastic with the whole thing covered in drying, but still wet glue. However, he resisted, attempting to enforce his will onto the mud, using his extra strength from his left arm to give him better leverage. Inch by inch, he got more of his own arms out, until after what seemed like hours he pulled Berserker's own arms out. It was quickly followed by her head, upper body, her weapon, her lower body, and finally her legs with a last heave. Upon her exit, the sphere completely collapsed, dissolving into blackish smoke and mud. Giving himself a sigh of relief, Kirai looked down at her unconscious form. Only now did he finally notice, previously not so much due to his single-minded determination to get her out, that she was completely naked. Blushing just slightly at the sight, he quickly and unthinkingly removed his priest coat, bullet holes included, and put it on her body, hoping to preserve at least some of her modesty. He just finished buttoning it up halfway before her weapon returned to his human form beside her, still unconscious and also butt naked. Before he could make any action to do something about that, though, a dark burst of energy surrounded their bodies, causing them to disappear in an instant. He quickly turned around, just in time to see Gray's other arm, still outstretched, fall off to dissolve on the ground, the staff joining it. "What did you do?" he asked, worry just barely creeping into his tone. Gray chuckled. "Nothing much, just sent them somewhere where they could receive proper medical attention and clothes." He suddenly fell to his knees, his legs giving out beneath him, and toppled over sideways. Might have used more energy than was necessary to make sure they would wake up when they arrived, though, he continued casually, as if falling apart was a daily thing. "Oh well. Well, have I passed your damn test?" Kirai asked with slowly rising anger. "Or is there some other hidden truth that you want to see?" Gray chuckled again. "No, I've seen quite enough, Kirai Kodomine. You've given me enough entertainment to last for quite some time. You act as if I'll see you again." "Oh, you will, Kirai," Gray replied, his form really nothing more than a head now. "May take a couple of decades, but we'll be seeing each other again sometime." A black key suddenly appeared right between Gray's eyes. Gray looked shocked for a moment as his head began to break apart, but it quickly turned to a mad grin. "See? That's what I'm talking about," he yelled quickly, trying to get the words out as his mouth dissolved. "I can. W-T, or T-H-N-T-W-R. Kirai watched with an impassive expression as Gray's head dissolved, his voice finally gone. He then turned his head towards the altar, spying the pieces of the grail lying there. "What I believe is right. 2 keys of providence, their blades shining with holy inscriptions meant to purify and destroy corrupt objects, appeared in his hands." Kirai sighed once more as the memory faded. After that, he had left the area, returning to the church to do his own self-inspection. To his surprise, he had no injuries whatsoever, only his clothing still carrying the hints that he had just fought in a life-or-death battle. For the past month, he had laid low while the inspectors hired by the association and church came and went, then sent his own report to his superiors at the church, detailing most of the things that had happened on his end, minus several things, like his death, and announcing his decision to stay in Fuyuki as the church's caretaker. To his surprise, his direct superiors agreed, stating it was only right that as Risei's son, he should inherit the position. He had after all mostly severed his ties to the church as an executor when he was taken on as an apprentice to Tokiomi, so there was really no real paperwork to worry about. He had also taken on the service of teaching the young Rin her family's magecraft, as well as some apprenticing to her sister Sakura on the side, assuming she wanted it. He had to admit, the sight of the purple-haired girl at the funeral today, proof that Berserker and Soul had fulfilled their final command, had put a surprising spring in his step. Not once had he felt disappointment at the fact he did not let her continue her living under Zoken Matu. Though admittedly Zoken Matu was the one being in Fuyuki, he would be fine with saving anyone from being tormented under him. That wasn't to say he had become a saint in the past month, far from it. He couldn't count the number of times he had made a person feel miserable at confession time or when he spoke at Sunday Mass, enjoying every moment of it despite himself. He was a man who enjoyed the suffering of others. There was no denying that. But there was nothing to say that people couldn't try and change their fundamental nature, or failing that, control it. And by God, he was doing it. Kirai shook his head and walked deeper inside. The Mass, which had been rescheduled today due to the funerals for the evening, was only a few hours away. He had to get ready, both to save some souls and torture them just a little bit in the process. Einsborn Castle, Germany, 5 years later. Iliasviel von Einsborn gasped as she awoke from another nightmare, laying on her side as she slowly regained control of her breathing. Slowly, she sat up, staring about her room. "Just a dream," she whispered to herself, "just a dream." It had been 5 years since her mother and father had left for the Fourth Holy Grail War and never returned. Since that time, her grandfather had trained her relentlessly, preparing for the next war. Despite the fact that by this point she should have been 13, she looked no older than when her parents had left her, a byproduct of her birth and conditioning as a half-breed homunculus. Her training had been brutal, but she accepted it without complaint. As long as she became a member of the next war, she cared not. Ah yes, the next war. It would appear that due to the Grail not using any of the energy it had gathered throughout the previous war in any way, the time between the war periods had actually decreased. The next war, according to her grandfather, would happen within 5 years from now, rather than another 55. Her dreams had been plagued with many a nightmare since the day her parents left, but this one stood out, not simply for the realism it presented, but also for the chill it gave her that it might not be as much a dream as she would hope. In it, there were lumps in her body, much like her last nightmare all those years ago. This time, however, they were 14 instead of 7. A final lump, unlike any she had seen before yet strangely familiar as well, pushed the 14 lumps in her body up to her throat. Despite the efforts of another lump she subconsciously recognized from her last dream pushing back and began to choke her, dissolving into black mud and coating her mouth and windpipe so that she couldn't breathe. She then turned into a cup and was filled with that very same black sludge, pouring over her edges and setting everything around her on fire. She listened to what sounded like the cries of billions of lost souls, her parents' cries the loudest of all. She saw a vaguely humanoid giant made of that very same sludge rise into the sky, its form rumbling as if it was laughing at everything occurring around it. Finally, she saw a figure, clad in golden white and red armor, his purple cape billowing out behind him and wearing a skull helmet, lifting a sinister, golden glowing scythe blade into the sky. His face was split into an insane grin, the sight of which brought forth a deeper, more primal fear within her than any other image from earlier, before swinging it down on a young, red and white-haired boy, his clothes torn and the remains of a blade lying next to him, a 5-inch spike attached to a handguard and pommel, all that was left of his own weapon. A sudden sense of concern for the boy seemed to erupt in her chest, a desire to save him trying to force her forwards and protect him. She tried to move, but she was frozen, unable to do anything but helplessly watch as the scythe user brought his weapon down on the boy's neck. She awoke just before it bisected his head from his shoulders, but it had felt so real. This was more than a nightmare. This was a premonition for the next war. She knew it deep within her gut. She knew not who the last two in it were, but something was telling her that they would be important in it. She thought about telling her grandfather, but discarded the notion. He was concerned with one thing, winning the Grail. What happened afterwards he cared not. She was just a means to an end of reaching that. Of course, she had other reasons for entering this war than simply fulfilling her grandfather's dreams. This would be the perfect opportunity for her to finally meet her little brother. Her eyes narrowed at that thought, almost forgetting completely about her dream in an instant. The boy who made Kiritsugu abandon her. Oh, did she have many things she wanted to talk with him about? Of course, first was the matter of finding him. And after that, who knew? Maybe she would keep him as a souvenir. A severed head might do nicely. Clock Tower. And that's how even a magus from the more recent generations can potentially rival and perhaps someday even surpass the older families. Waver Velvet, now called El Malloy II, yelled with confidence as he faced his students, carefully observing each of their expressions. And if anyone tries to tell you different, they obviously never meet someone like me. He had grown considerably in height in the past 5 years, finally having hit his growth spurt. His attire now consisted of a black suit and undershirt, over which he wore a long red jacket. He had let his hair grow out as well, now reaching down his back to slightly past his shoulders. He also developed his lung and voice capacity, as well as his public speaking. I was no better than some of you sitting right here and now, just a student from a 3-generation family. And look at where I am now, teaching you as if I was a born lecturer, he continued. The point is, don't let others tell you what you can and cannot be. It's ultimately up to you to decide what to do with your life, how far to reach and fly, and how hard to try and reach that point. Because only you can make your dreams reality, and no one else, not your friends, not your family, and not even I, can do that for you. As a lecturer, it is my duty to not just teach, but to inspire you to dream. And as my students, it's your duty to see those dreams through to the end. He finished, then spread his arms out wide. What say you all? As one, they erupted into cheers, both members of lower and higher generation families applauding and calling for more. Yes, yes, yes. Waver grinned, then looked up as he heard a bell ring, signaling the end of the class and the day. We'll continue this Monday, he called out as his students left the room, talking animatedly to themselves. Remember, I expect your reports by that point, and I don't care if you are enjoying the holidays over the weekend. I want them then, got it? He watched as the last of them left, then sighed to himself, putting a hand on his throat. Damn it, I'm gonna need some cough medicine before the day's over. He briefly flashed back to his and Soli UI arrival back at the association. To their surprise, they were greeted with thunderous applause. Apparently, Edgar Silverstein had returned to the association with the report that they were the official winners by virtue of being the only masters still alive. Kiritsugu Amiya was disqualified for destroying the Grail, and Kirai Kodomine, while it was a shock he was still alive, had declined, citing that Assassin had died before Castor did, leaving them the only acceptable candidates. The Archibalds had still been willing to kill him regardless, though his presentation of their crest had calmed them down enough to avoid that. The 10th head, Rhaenus Archizort El Meloy, only 9 at the time, had then offered him the title of El Meloy II, stating that he could accept it and join the family, or be punished. Knowing what punishment would entail, he had begrudgingly accepted the proposal, remembering from Edgar's note that he would likely have to marry someone within the family to be fully accepted. Of course, he turned out to be half right. There was indeed a marriage, but the person he married hadn't exactly been who he expected. Waver. He turned at the sound of his wife's voice, watching as she walked out from the door leading to his office, a smile on her face and a cup of coffee in hand. She had been sprucing up the former quarters of his predecessor, waiting for him to finish his last lecture of the day. She was wearing a white blouse with gray pants, her red tie accenting her waist-length red hair, while, as she got closer, her gray high heels clacking onto the floor. She stopped in front of him, and he looked her in the face, still surprised he now stood tall enough to look at her at eye level. "Hey Sola Ui," he smiled in return. "Sorry about time. I guess I just got carried away again." Yes, he had, to both his own and his companion's shock, been married to Sola and Notary Sophiri. When they both demanded to know just why they were being married, Rhaenus reminded the later that she had been promised in marriage to an Archibald, and since Waver needed to be married into the family, why not kill 2 birds with 1 stone? Plus, she had stated with a small smile, "I think I'm quite young to be married to a 17-year-old, don't you agree?" The wedding had been awkward, to say in the least, but they had made progress in it. The first rule they decided on being instantly that there would be no copulation to the marriage until Waver was at least 21. There was some obvious friction at first, so much so that Waver was originally afraid they would never even be able to just get along as friends again. Still, with time and some counseling, they managed to rekindle their friendship, and only just 2 years ago did they actually begin the actual process of dating, deciding that if they were going to be a family, they might as well have some proper romantic dinners as a couple first. She simply shook her head. "No, it's quite all right," she responded. "It was rather worth the time to listen to you go on and on. After all, you practiced that speech for how long?" 3 days, he admitted embarrassingly. "And my throat feels like sandpaper." She shook her head, giggling lightly as she handed him the cup, which he gratefully accepted. "Well, are you ready now?" He looked her for a moment, trying to remember what was important about today, the memory coming back to him quickly. "Oh yeah, our anniversary." She then moved closer to him, hugging him lightly as she did so. "Our first real anniversary, if you recall." Why their first? Because this would be the first time they actually celebrated it with a vacation. He smiled as he put the cup down, wrapping his arms around her to return the hug. "Of course, and I know it will be spectacular." Overall, he couldn't really argue with the way his life was going. He had a dream, a job, and a woman who he loved and knew loved him back. Life was good. If Ryder and Castor could see them now, he had a feeling that they would be watching with happiness and pride, along with some lewd grins that he had gotten such a beautiful woman in his life. Tosaka Manor basement. "Gah!" Rin yelled. She didn't scream. Darn it, as she fell to the ground, gasping as she held her left arm, the red cloak around it falling away to reveal from the elbow down an almost pitch-black arm with shadow tendrils flowing off of it, what appeared to be an orange eye looking around from the back of her hand. Slowly, the tendrils began to flow upwards, crawling towards her shoulder as she gritted her teeth and tried to force it back under her control, just as the damn priest had taught her. Suddenly, the fire that had consumed her nerves was gone, replaced with an almost ocean-like coolness. Rin relaxed and sighed to herself slowly, the tendrils that had been rising up her arm slowing, and then stopping, receding back into the black part of her arm. "You shouldn't be so reckless, you know." Rin's bliss was shattered the moment she heard her teacher's voice. Opening her eyes, she looked at Kirai Kodomine, whose hands were currently glowing a calming green as he slowly rebounded the red cloth from earlier around her arm. "Actually, I take it back. Using a dangerous power that you haven't even learned to control enough to stop it from trying to consume you as a resort against a clearly superior opponent? That's not recklessness, that's suicidal," he continued as he finished binding her arm. "I gave you the Shroud of Martin specifically so you could control it, remember?" "Oh, shut up," she muttered. "I'm not allowed to use my real ace in the hole down here after all." "Your pistol?" Kirai responded, noticing how her right hand had subconsciously clutched the silver cross in her pain. "Well, you did blow holes clean through the walls the last time you used it down here. And let's not forget the case of magical jewels," he answered with a small smirk. 1 centimeter closer, and we both would have been dash. "I know," she yelled out, her anger and frustration quite clear. Then it faded just as quickly. "I just wanted to beat you for once." He glanced down at the ground, noticing the fissure in the rock that started from her position and continued across the room. cutting a 2-foot gash in the opposite wall. Had he been in the way of that wall of shadow, she would have beaten him, in a potentially more permanent sense than she wanted. There are better ways of doing that than with cursed body parts, he replied simply, allowing some slight admonishment to enter it. Especially cursed body parts that were gained because of trying to disassemble a noble phantasm that came from an extremely powerful, very dangerous vampire with shadow powers. She flinched. That probably wasn't the best time to surrender to her magus curiosity. About a year ago, she had decided to experiment with the Silver Cross Avenger, gave her to see if she could figure out how to turn it back into its gun form. She succeeded, though with some unintended side effects. Turns out, in order to keep a noble phantasm manifested in the physical world without their usage, a servant needs to transfer a portion of their soul into the phantasm. This leaves it manifested even if the servant dies, providing a constant small supply of energy, which is why even a noble phantasm like Avalon can still use its powers even after so many years, although its full power can only be used when Arturia herself is providing energy. Unfortunately, it also means that, if tampered with or feeling sufficiently threatened, that piece of soul can and will strike back in self-preservation. That quickly escalated into several problems. Long story short, turns out she had gained the ability to transform her cross at will into its pistol form, even a form that's more comfortable for her usage. At the same time, the remainder of Avenger's presence had invaded her arm, allowing her to manipulate the pistol shape at will, enhance strength, transformation abilities reserved for that arm, and even firing bursts of shadowy energy and increasing the power of the spells fired from that arm. It also left her with a presence that could, if she let it, try and take over the rest of her body. While it seemed to have some form of sentience, not enough to actually communicate, it appeared that it would only stop trying to take her over if she proved she was strong enough to control it. Until then, Kyrie had provided the Holy Shroud of Martin, a church relic that served as a seal that kept it from spreading any further, though also sealed the additional powers aside from the pistol usage. As much as she hated to admit it, he was right. To use it here and now, having not even fully mastered her own magecraft, or even the pistol itself, really was suicidal. I know, she muttered, this time her tone apologetic. Kyrie sighed, then stood up. But you do raise a good point. If you're going to train your other abilities, including your aces, it's probably best that we practice outside from now on. She looked up, her eyes now filled with slowly growing excitement. You mean? Kyrie tilted his head towards the upstairs. Let's see if your aim with a weapon is as good as your gander shots. She was practically bolting up the stairs before he was finished, hand clenched around her cross. Ever since she had first got her pistol over a year ago, she had been studying up the proper techniques to holding and firing a gun, using books she had managed to find at the library and training manuals she had managed to acquire, blackmail, stole, and smuggle from other people. She had almost given her mother a heart attack when she found a viable stack of them under her bed, but managed to convince her mom, with help from Kyrie and Sakura, that she could be trusted with such things. She was still grounded for a month regardless, but it had been worth it. She bounded out of the basement, heading straight towards the door. And where do you think you're going, young lady? Rin stopped and slowly turned around, grinning sheepishly as she did so. Behind her, her mother was standing in the middle of the kitchen doorway with a wet plate, a dishcloth in her other hand as she absent-mindedly wiped it. Next to her, Sakura was standing there with a small smile as she wiped her own dish, her eyes almost twinkling with amusement. Just a few practical lessons with Kyrie-sensei. Rin replied nervously. Nothing major. Rin Onizen was going to practice with her cross, Sakura simply said as she walked away, her dish dried and reaching for another. She's never so eager to go anywhere with Kyrie Shinpu otherwise. Sakura, Rin cried out in annoyance, though on the inside, she was actually smiling. Of the two of them, while Kyrie had offered to train her as well, Sakura had decided not to try and learn much in terms of magecraft, leaving the bulk of the training to Rin. While she had given some effort in studying, particularly in terms healing or defensive spells, she wasn't actively trying to learn. She was content with simply helping around the house and living a quieter life, or as quiet as a life as you can when your older sister experiments and trains with potentially life-threatening items. More than that though, Rin was just glad they were on better terms. It had taken time, but Sakura was definitely returning more to that fun-loving sister she remembered from childhood. Even if she did seem to get a bit of a silent kick out of watching Mother scold her, as well as having an impressive sense of sarcasm. Mother, for her part, simply sighed. Just be careful, she said. I don't want you going to the hospital again. Rin eagerly hugged her mother and then Sakura before she turned around, only to see Kyrie at the door, with absolutely no showing how he got there without opening the basement door. Better hurry up, he called, or I'm leaving you. Hey, she yelled as she quickly ran after him. No fair. She had long ago stopped trying to figure out how he could seemingly appear and disappear like a ninja. Every time she asked him, he got a coy smile on his face like he was enjoying her confusion, then brush it off with the line, a trick from an old friend. Be back before dark, Mother called from behind her. As she raced after Kyrie, leaving her mother and sister behind, She briefly thought back on everything that had happened to her 5 years ago. Avenger, the battle, her father, and her sister. She thought about how she had promised to become a magus unlike any ever seen before, and how she had promised to obtain the Grail. She remembered when she thought she lost Sakura forever, only to get her back and learn of the nightmare she had been suffering all this time. And she remembered what she had decided to do. She would forge her own path to becoming a magus, as she had promised Avenger, and she would use that power to protect her family, no matter what. She had already lost her father and almost lost Sakura once because tradition demanded it. She would not do so again. Even so, a part of her couldn't help but feel this was a betrayal of everything her father had taught her. To be a magus is to walk with death, after all, to willing sacrifice anything around you to succeed, even your emotions. She loved her father dearly, but at the same time, she couldn't deny that much of what had happened was because he simply couldn't defy the traditions that had been ironed into him from birth. She couldn't, in good conscience, do something like abandon part of her family because the rules dictated it. If it meant she would have to sacrifice everything her father had taught her, meant betraying the traditional path of a magus, she would do it with a winning smile. OSG headquarters. Edgar sat at his office desk, staring straight across at Anderson. His gaze shifted to the figure by his side, partially hidden by the priest's coat. "Well, you're certain about this?" he asked, sipping a mug of coffee as he did so. "He's only a boy, after all." Anderson snorted. "And so is that so-called prodigy you're waiting on. This kid's a surprising good shot. Took 2 ghouls straight through the head with that bow, plus saved 2 girls. That's a win in my book." Anderson had just gotten back from a small ghoul outbreak in one of Hawaii's smaller islands. Nothing major. Ghouls killed, rogue magus who caused it eliminated, survivors, maybe 5 out of the original 40 or so people living there, rescued. Apparently, 2 of those survivors had only avoided being killed because of the efforts of a third, who, armed with only a faulty bow and a couple of arrows he had scavenged from around the place, killed 2 ghouls, buying time for Anderson to get there, and killed the other 8 before they murdered all 3 of the living. That third survivor, a boy of about 12 or so, was standing behind Anderson, trying to make himself as small as possible. Apparently, he had no surviving family, the other 4 survivors being related in some way to each other, and wasn't really from the island at all, just a visitor from the main island who had come here to relax. Even then, he wasn't really from Hawaii, but just sorta stayed there after his father and grandfather died in Japan, living with some friends for the past 5 years. Edgar put down his cup. "True enough. Let's see this hero then, huh?" Anderson looked down beside him, giving the still obscure child a small smile. "It's all right, come on out." The boy did just that, shifting out from his position next